Hello, guys. Welcome. Good morning. I hope you're ready for day 12 of this trial. I know normally I start with my video intro for these live streams, but I wanted to talk about something first and kind of keep it separate from the rest of the stream. So I know that I've been getting some feedback from folks on some of the merch, one piece of merch specifically. I put up on all my social media platforms a link to some merch that says #MePoo. And I've gotten some opinions one way or another. Some people are supportive. Some people are very much not supportive. And I wanted to talk about it first because after thinking about it, taking in a lot of the commentary and a lot of the feedback that I got at first, well, let me just start with my reasoning behind it and how I interpreted it going into it. So the MePoo hashtag, my interpretation of it has been that it is a lampoon of a party of one. It's a movement of one. It is a representation of someone who has hijacked the Me Too movement and used it for her own grotesque purposes. And that is not representative of the entire movement. And so therefore she deserves to be excised from that movement and put off on her own. So that's how I've interpreted it. And I think that, based on some of the feedback from other folks has been, that's how they saw it too. Not everybody, obviously, because I've gotten a significant number of comments from folks saying that, even if they personally understand it, they can see how other people would not understand it that way. How people can take it to mean that it's writing off an entire movement. And I think that folks that have been here for a while, that have been hanging out with us, understand that I usually like to take a nuanced approach for the messaging that I have. And I think a lot of people here can understand the meaning that I've attached to it personally. And at first I was a little bit, to be honest, I was a little bit defensive of that. Like, no, like I understand what this means. Like folks around me understand what this means, right? Like we've been talking about this for a while. People understand that like I'm not here to denigrate anyone by any means who's been a survivor of DV or SV. But after thinking about it and seeing some of the feedback from some folks saying, okay, but think about the fact that this is merch that is being put out into the real world, right? Like the whole purpose of having this kind of meme merch is we connect oftentimes through memes, right? That's often what we do is we share memes as a common experience. And having meme merch is a way to bring that into a tangible form so that people can have that connection to that common experience. And so, but I understand that when you bring that into the real world, oftentimes you're taking it out of the context of the community. So I also understand that that there are those who would see someone walking down the street and not understand what the context is. So considering all of that, and considering the possible misinterpretation of how I understand it, because the way that I understand it is not necessarily how anybody else does. I decided to take that down. I wanted to address it just because I don't want people to think that I'm like quietly taking it down and not talking about it. Because I feel like these are the kinds of things that we can talk about. Like we talk about a lot of things that are difficult on this channel, and I feel like we do it often with a clear head and with maturity and whatnot. So anyhow, and to say, by the way, this is a decision by me. It's a decision entirely by me because it's not that I am caving into anyone, because I know that that's been some commentary since I mentioned that I was going to address it on this live stream too. It's not, I'm not taking it down to cave into anyone. It's because I want for my stuff to be associated pretty clearly with the humor that I have and the humor that we have together, that we share together, and that is in common. So anyhow, okay, that's all I wanted to say. I think I'm just going to talk about it once and that's it. I don't want anyone to misinterpret, anything that, in that one way or another. I understand it's a funny hashtag within our community context. People here will understand it. People outside might not. And so that's basically the gist of it. And anyhow, with that, I'm going to roll the intro and then we're going to get back to the rest of it. Thanks, guys. Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. Hey.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. It's nice to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you too.
I wanted no part of that intro. I get where you're going, and I understand. I'm like, I was what? I'm like, no, I'm not stepping into this.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to be pulling anybody into it anyway, because I was like, I understand, why, yeah, I completely understand. This was just a thing for me to talk about, and that's why I wanted to talk about it before the intro. Yeah. So that it's not part of the program. It's just something I wanted to talk about, get it off my chest, so that people can understand where I'm coming from one way or another. Someone's bound to disagree with something I do at some point, and probably at all points in time. So, but at least I've had a chance to sort of take a minute to sort of talk. It's more than you can do in 180 characters as far as I'm concerned. So that's what I wanted to say. So yeah.
Good morning, Nate.
Anyhow. Good morning. I stepped into something here. I'm like, like a real serious conversation here. But no, I know what was up. But it's good to, if you got something on your chest, I think it's great to get it off, and let's move in. We got muffins on the screen too. Who's the muffin person?
So this is our dummy account, which we are going to be using to put at the bottom of the channel so that nobody gets covered up by super chats.
So we were having fun with that though.
we were.
But was a good sport about it, but it got slap happy. What, Thursday?
We definitely did get slap happy on day 11, didn't we?
You guys are crazy.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
It was so much funnier because we were trying to not step on the testimony. But it wasn't the best moment of testimony, so we're all just over there giggling like schoolgirls, We
definitely were.
The cats were funny. I don't know what to say,
Yeah,
oh my god.
Yeah. We were definitely being like I don't know, like 12-year-olds basically just giggling away. So anyhow, Rob said that he was going to try to be there today in person. He sent me a photo with some arrows and some text on it showing this is where the line ends at 6:30 a.m. and this is where the line starts. There's no way I'm going to make it in here. So he said that he was going to try to come up for air to talk to us after his trial, because he's got a trial this morning. So yeah. So.
Well, we are in the thick of it now. What do you guys think? Well, this week, obviously she's fired her PR people now. She's, trying to get ahead of all this negative press. So I think Team Amber's is it's going to be crazy, because I think she's really put herself behind an 8 ball here. It's going to be interesting to see how they try to fix this, because right now I think they got a problem.
I think so. Actually, a friend of mine texted me that her roommate / friend is part of the PR team. She like randomly texted me and was like, "Hey, by the way, like great job on your YouTube channel." And I'm like, "Oh." So I'm not going to say who that friend was. I don't even know who her friend was, but it's interesting. It's interesting that somebody brand new is getting flown in and whatnot. So,
well, I just think that the fact that she made that move is a PR disaster. I mean, you could
publicly
have a confirmation that you think this is not going well.
Yeah.
I think, but I would have fired my PR team too. And the reason why is because before the trial started, it was really 50-50, right? It was like you had some people who believed Johnny, but I think she really had, because she had the win from the UK, most of the big news organization, everybody kind of believed her side, right? Even though there was some stuff out there, I think she was winning the PR battle before the trial started. But during those 3 weeks, Depp putting everything out there, I think her PR team didn't really get the memo and say, we need to start getting things out here to combat a lot of the stuff that was going on in court. And we've just had 3 weeks of just literally Johnny Depp telling us how horrible person she is. And now, before she testifies, she's going like, oh my God, everybody thinks I'm such a horrible person. I need to do something to at least just, before we get up there and tell our side of the story, massage it so people understand that we're not horrible people, right? We're essentially that Amber has a story to tell and a narrative put forward. And I just don't understand why they just, I don't know. It's so horrible for her. I can just imagine, because she's not going to get any jobs after this. The Amica cream, the fake abuse, it's going to be hard for her.
Yeah. So, no, I although I don't know that there's much that the PR team could have done because of the fact that, whoa, there's construction going on around me. I don't know if you can hear that. I suddenly heard a drill. So she can't, her PR team can only do so much when there are bad facts that are coming in at trial, right? So there's only so much that can be done there.
Whoever's telling her to dress like the Grim Reaper needs to stop.
That is true. That is a very good point.
Okay, like maybe 2 of 11 days.
Well, you know what though,
in terms of public relations.
I disagree with you, Alita, on the fact that the PR team couldn't have done anything, because they knew all this stuff was coming out, right? This is a high-powered, high-pressure, money-making PR firm. They knew exactly what was coming out, when it was coming out, and how they were going to present it. And I would have had a plan. Like, as soon as they present Dr. Curry, I'd have had all her doctor stuff out there. So on the news, they'd have been talking about, well, Amber's doctor said this, but right now you're only talking about Dr. Curry. When the pictures came out about her abusing Depp, I would have had people looking at her pictures again. Just those little things to give her side something to say, well, yeah, she abused him, but she abused her too. You don't got to make her seem like the good guy. You just have to make Johnny also seem like a bad guy. And I think that's where they failed, and that's why they're fired.
Are we taking it as a given that she fired them?
It's being reported she fired them. She definitely did fire them.
Yeah,
maybe that's a result of the new PR firm.
Yeah, but did she fire them? Are we sure which way around that is?
Well, I'll say the New York Post and all the news outlets are pointing. She fired them and then hired a new PR team right behind it.
Okay. Maybe her whole PR team is also bailing just like everyone else. Maybe they also see the writing on the wall.
I mean, she also has had quite a few sets of lawyers, hasn't she?
Yes, this is my point. Yeah.
I mean,
who's firing who is a question.
That's another point that the public can look at to be like, this is somebody who doesn't keep people. And same thing has apparently been true of her circle of friends. So, overall, that just doesn't look good for her situation.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But I will say this. I know I'm going to say it. I know there's a whole bunch of pro Johnny fans. I know even I'm a pro Johnny fan. But when looking at those jury instructions again, looking at the way they're put out, looking at the standard of proof, right? Not the standard of proof. The now I'm all tongue tied. But it's not preponderance of the evidence. It's the burden of proof. It's not the preponderance of the evidence. It's clear and convincing evidence. All those things are lining up where Johnny, I think, can win the PR battle, but there's a real possibility based on the standards in Virginia that Johnny loses this case on the law. I'm just being honest, because clear and convincing evidence is not an easy thing to overcome. That's difficult. It's almost as difficult as beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a little bit less, but that's pretty big. And proving that something didn't happen with clear and convincing evidence, I just think it's a really uphill battle. It's really, really uphill.
Yeah.
It really is. but like I said, I did say this earlier. I mean, it's obvious, but I did say this earlier. I said I would definitely call her adverse, which is what they're doing. So on top of all the hits she's taken so far, her first exposure to the jury, which is exactly why I'd call her adverse, is that this team is going to hammer her with a bunch of nasty stuff. I would make her sit there and listen to the recording of her threatening him and saying no one will believe you. I don't care. Everyone's heard it. Everyone's seen it. But I would just make everyone sit through that and feel uncomfortable for 20 minutes at a time. And then let her lawyers come back and deal with this smoldering dumpster fire that's been left there and let them try to rehabilitate it.
Yeah. I agree 1,000% because it's not right now. People and this is one thing people don't understand sometimes about law is that it's not really about the facts, but the narrative behind the facts. Right? I can have the worst set of facts, but if I can get you to believe a narrative that explains the facts in a way that's good for me, then you're going to explain it. And then their side is doing the exact opposite. OJ, for instance, I think it's the great way. The facts were he's got DNA evidence, his blood is on the scene, he's killed 2 people. But the narrative at that case was
that glove is too small.
That's it. That's the narrative, right? And the cops
didn't fit his football hand.
and the cops were corrupt, right? That's all you're talking about. Mark Furman. If I talk about Mark Furman, we all know. But
it was about the cops planting evidence, moving evidence around, contaminating a crime scene. Yeah,
2 people dead.
That narrative.
2 people dead. We weren't even talking about it. I remember at the end of the trial, they were like, "Who the hell even died?"
But the problem is, even with that, even if we were to go with that kind of a route and analyze it like that, that still doesn't help her because Johnny's team can say, "Hey, if we're talking about contamination of anything, how about this photo evidence? Show me the metadata.
Yeah.
Show me the metadata. I've been saying this for months. Show me the metadata.
Show me the metadata.
Show me the metadata. But it's not about winning, though. It's not
Jerry Maguire style.
Yes.
But this is
Show
what I
me
got to
the
think.
metadata.
If you are on trial and you are in this space, I think you need to really understand that at a point you can't win the case, right? I don't think at a point Amber's trying to win the case at this point in time, because at a point you have to kind of go through and say, all right, is it possible for us to win? Or what's the best outcome we can achieve? And I think the best outcome they can achieve now is making Johnny look as bad as Amber, because I don't think there's really any way you can really rehabilitate her to the point where people are going to be like, oh, she was really the victim. I think the best way to attack this is making he's just as bad as her. These were 2 bad people doing bad things to each other, and call it a push, and we all walk away with nothing.
I do agree. I think
degree.
the best thing that they can do is to say, look, she's not perfect. She's got her problems. She's got her issues. She's got borderline personality disorder, and maybe sometimes that means that she does things in a different way. However, she doesn't deserve to be abused by her partner. This is I'm using air quotes because this is what I would expect them to use, not necessarily that I'm saying that I believe that. So
I would be staying hard into the Me Too stuff too. I would say, look, my client says that she was abused by the man, and now she's being sued for $50 million. When he says that she abused her, they're clapping for him in the street, right? They got people in it, and this is just women still can't be believed, even though he's on.
I wouldn't do that, man.
Saying that she's beat.
I wouldn't do that.
This is the PR team. This is what the PR team needs to be doing. They need to steer hard into Me Too. Look, she's just another woman that can't be believed. How come they believe the man and don't believe the that's the way, because you're going to have those people out there who see her and think about that. That's what she wants to steer into. I'm saying to fight the PR battle. I'm not saying to fight the court battle. She needs to fight the PR
I don't know,
battle.
man. 2 years ago, maybe, but today the PR team tries that. Man, that could go real ugly real fast too.
Oh, that's true, but
see, look at this.
I don't think
Look at this.
there's
This
anything else
is
you can do.
perfect with the dummy account at the bottom of the screen. Now no one is blocked. Are people happy? Are folks happy here?
I'm happy.
See that?
You could have done, but couldn't you have done this with a screen share too? Right? So you actually made an account, or did you just do a screen share?
Yeah. I've got an extra login there.
She is also purveyor of fine muffins.
Of course. Well, we'll change. We might even change that label at some point. We'll see. But I like it for now.
No, I like it. It's great.
Let's get some super chats here so that we can address some of these. Okay. A-Train says, what does a crisis PR firm do, and why would Amber Heard need a new one to make better Twitter bots? Seems like she's too far gone for a new spin now. Nevertheless, looking forward to another riveting day full of rich people nonsense. So, okay. Sorry to answer this. A PR firm basically they're the ones that are responding to the media about the stuff that's coming out at trial, for them to spin it, to say, hey, this is what's going on. You could have somebody that comes out to say, okay, things look this way at this point in the trial because this is where we are in the trial, and it doesn't indicate that this is the end of the story. Like things, there are some things that we have said that could be taken by a PR firm to say yeah, okay, things always look good for the plaintiff at this point in the trial, but just wait until she gets her evidence out. Just wait, because she's going to talk about this, she's going to talk about that. That's the kind of stuff that they can do at the very least, to put a spin on it. So
it's interesting too with what's going on with Twitter, because that platform would be just absolutely in their favor completely, and that has changed in the last couple of days. They might actually get pushback on Twitter.
True.
Yeah.
Which they wouldn't have before.
It's Elon
True.
Musk already making a difference on the Twitters. Already.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's making.
That's really why he bought Twitter.
to help Amber her.
No, to scorn Amber.
The scorner. He's paid $500,000 for her, right? That's the horrible part about it. So
let me get these from Britt Cormier. LB, I would like to apologize for pressuring you into calling AH bag of cats crazy. I feel I put a lot of pressure with my super chat for you to comply. I also feel that my old standard of bag of cats may not be sufficient to describe Amber Heard, 1 of 2, and then 2 of 2. Just Britt, you are so generous
Britt
here.
Is the best. Yeah, Britt
Seriously. So on Viva's stream, I coined a new term, bed shit crazy, which I feel is most appropriate. As this is the first one I see of this behavior, I am not sure if she is a unicorn or just the first exposed of this type of crazy. Also, JK about the apology. No, I do appreciate it. That's fun. That's fun. Yes, it's great. It's great.
She's not there yet, Amber.
I guess not. I guess usually she's there before Johnny, it seems, right?
She's got 5 minutes. Yeah, she's still got 6 minutes.
What will she be wearing today? What's the look?
I'm going with dark again.
I don't know. I think she's got so much to do, because right now I don't think anybody believes her. I think, and by putting her on first, it's going to be a horror show. That's going to be a horror show.
Yeah, I think so.
No, I'm going to make popcorn.
Yeah, it's just if they put her on first.
Yeah. Carolyn, to answer your question, we talked about this earlier, but Rob did not make it into the courtroom, but he's going to be showing up. Oh, she is wearing darker clothes. All smiles today.
Well, it was all black before. Now it's brown. So
it's much less severe.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I really hope that do you guys hear the construction going on around me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're here, but it's light though. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Someone wants to know where Holmes is. He is around. He's hanging out about. And in Indy too, they'll be showing up at some point.
And if it gets too crazy, you can just ask us to read off your super chat. So
that's true. Okay, that's true.
No, I'm saying we can read them off if the noise gets too loud, because that happened to me before.
It's going to be.
You guys read them.
Yeah, the most is it's going to be like this. It'll be on and off, so I can just mute it when I'm not talking, and then like that. So Simply Simple says, question. Oh, by the way, guys, if you want a
See, now I'll read it. Question: if a viewer has the brand and you laughed at me, Kurt. So I just want to make sure. Kurt laughed at me when I said I'll read it for her. So this is why. You see, slap them right now. So let me read this happily. Simple, Canadian $5. Thank you for your super chat. Question: if a viewer has both a brand and personal account and subscribe, is that to your? It sounds one word, but it's two. To your channel, do both count towards your sub count? Asking for a friend.
Yes.
And we believe it does. Yes. There's two. There'll be 2 subscriptions. See, Alita is now held hostage. This is now mainstream. That's right.
That's right.
That's
right.
The
way it was meant to be. The way it was meant to be. That's right.
You guys.
That's right. Go.
Men
for Amber.
When I muted it sounded like they were trying to get into my office. Like they were trying to like Shawshank Redemption their way into my office. What's going on?
Oh yeah,
like Hogue, I had zero info pre-trial. As a psychiatrist, the number of times where JD received poor medical care is astounding. Quick question. Is there a legal definition of mutually abusive, or is that slang? There is no legal definition of abuse.
Yeah.
There's legal definition of the term defamation, but what the term domestic abuse, or if they can tie her to the title, sexual violence, what that means implies is a question of fact for the jury. Another ex of Amber Heard has spoken out. 199 from Peach Tea. Thank you very much.
Peach Tea.
Hey, thanks, guys. Also,
Hey, you
welcome,
got
Colonel
on the-
Kurtz.
There it is. Colonel Kurtz, what's
Welcome,
up?
welcome.
It's I know it's getting crowded on the board. You could leave me backstage if you need to. I can wait.
No, we're fine for now. We can fit up to 10 people here.
Oh my God, seriously?
Yeah. If you have the premium the premium account.
Plus, we need the balance. We got a lot of testosterone on the panel at the moment.
Boo you, anti-man.
Well, especially for this case, you can't have too many men commenting on this one, right?
That's true. That's true.
Very true. Okay, I want to make sure that I'm capturing all of these here.
You know, Eric has said that that he predicted that Amber would dress more like Johnny's lawyer. So that's what he's saying. He's saying that he believes that now she's got the lawyer look.
Interesting. Also, I should do, I know I need to do a better job of asking people to like the video. So if you guys are enjoying this, you're enjoying the commentary, the easiest thing that you can do for engagement, I love seeing all the people in the chat and the super chats and whatnot. If you like the video, it really does help us so that more people come in and watch it with us. We get a massive stream of people here. It's awesome to see the numbers that we've been getting so far. And it's just great. It's
you're already hitting the trending page day after day. How much more like do you need?
Well, it's because we've got folks like Rick Hogue, telling people to hit the like button and whatnot.
Yeah. Rich Hogue is
so
the best
so
I've
I've got to do it for myself if he's not here. If my head, oh my God.
Did
hit
Amber
the like
use
button.
the $7 million to adopt a baby? I don't know.
But hit the like button. And if your subscriber button is red, that means it's broken. So you have to click it to fix it.
Worst morning ever. I need a couch, a megapint, and the comment's already gone. I was trying to do what I thought Legalbytes wanted me to do, and then I got blocked.
Here's this one.
Good morning, Legalbytes and guests. Do you believe Amber will come up guns blazing, or will she ease in slowly? Yeah, I think she's got to ease in slowly.
She don't have much choice. She's an adverse witness. They're going to hammer her senseless.
Yeah, they've got to warm people up to her, which is why I really think it's a mistake for her to go first. I don't know how that's going to go well, because we got to make her likable before we can make her believable.
Yeah, you got to introduce her somehow. Like, this is not the monster that you've heard. I don't know how. It's interesting. I don't know if they're able to do that here, but in some jurisdictions, you can hold your opening statement until you have to present your case.
Yes.
So that may have been something to do here, like to let them go through all that. But now you have your opening statement.
How much do I think he spent on legal fees? Lots.
Woo!
All the bunnies. We're talking 7 figures and possibly combined. I think 8 is realistic.
Good morning. Wow. Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury? Okay, sure.
So are they going to close? So do we expect them to close their case in chief today?
PR team is paying Alita a visit today. That's very good. Very sharp. Well done.
We're doing men for Amber Heard today. That's the 3 of us. We're men for Amber Heard.
Men for Amber Heard. That's right.
Exactly.
I haven't been bought out by the new PR team.
Michael White says, question: How much do you think? And what I meant to say before I started reading these off was, if you guys wanted addressed, put question : or please address or something like that. So that way I can know to save them and not just show them on the screen. Because otherwise, if it's just a comment or something funny, we got a lot of funny folks in the chat. I'll just kind of flash them on the screen there.
I know what they're saying. I can read lips. He's saying, "This is muffin country." You know that, right?
Of course. And that last chat, I'll get back to it. I just wanted to show some before we get back to some commentary. Or you know what? No, that's fine. I will. I'll save these. I'm going back and forth. I'm changing my mind. We're doing it live. Okay. Michael White says, how much do you think each side is paying? Oh, on total legal fees? Yes, a lot of money.
All the money.
A lot of millions and millions and millions of dollars easily. Please don't cave into the easily offended. I'm not caving. I made a brand decision with that merch. That's all.
I think you were right, by the way.
Yeah, I think that's the right move.
Yeah, I think so. Because I don't like being
controversial and
misinterpreted.
it can be misconstrued. Pull it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's too political too.
Yep.
Yeah. So and it can be misconstrued to a message that I wasn't intending when I made it. So it's just it means that it has a context that I don't want, and so therefore it's not good merch. Like to my mind, good merch is something that you can read, understand, even if you don't quite understand it because you're not familiar with it. But like you can get like, okay, this is a joke somewhere. This is something, rather than assuming that it means.
Does that mean I
something
can have it?
I don't know if you want it.
Speaking of merch, this is something that I made over a year ago. I bring it out from time to time.
Oh my gosh.
What?
I'm not responsible for this message, but anyway.
Wait,
We love Amber. We're laughing at the wrong thing.
Now, I really recommend against that advice because it just ends badly.
Oh, yes. That is not an imperative. We're not telling you.
PR team failure.
Seems like a bad plan.
No, I am curious though, as the non-lawyer, how are you guys feeling if you're Amber Heard right now, or how should she be feeling about things?
She should be feeling extremely
anxious,
concerned.
Yeah.
Concerned. She's like, oh my God, I'm losing this case. That's how I would feel.
Completely
I don't
agree.
know. At the moment, I think her counterclaim's gone. She can still win in terms of the case against her, and her career is toast. So that's not a great scenario. I mean, that could change, but that's my current thought.
Yeah, right now, I think she's definitely behind. But I think as a legal strategy, Amber Heard has her case is winnable on the law. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but I think legally is her best way of winning the law. And I think Johnny Depp's win is factual. That's what gives him the PR win. So factually, he's got that, but legally, Amber Heard does have a real shot. So let's see what they do.
Yep. Cheryl says, have you seen Josh Drew's Depo? He states Amber Heard was having an affair with Musk and another celeb. If Amber Heard says no cheating, this potentially shows lying. Well, I have not seen it, but I anticipate. I know that he's been listed as a witness on the witness list. I think by video deposition. So if that's there, that is probably something that's going to come in. I would anticipate, because that is pertinent now to the idea of unfounded accusations of infidelity.
Yes.
As far as it would relate to abuse. So, yep. And
here comes the jury.
Jury's back. Ooh, Colonel Kurtz and Celtic Steel did an excellent job with reading dialogue from the recordings, reversing roles. Johnny is the female, and Amber is the man. That's interesting.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
That's a fun exercise. See how it feels. I like the idea.
Yeah, to see is it do you view this dialogue and these behaviors differently if the roles are reversed? That's a very, very interesting social experiment to do.
I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, his name actually is Celtic Iron. I like the steel, but it's a porn name. He's a porn star. But
all right. Have a seat. Are your next witness?
Have you done all the audio bouncing you need to do, Legalbytes?
By video link.
Just double
Sorry?
check. I'm just asking, make sure you've done all the audio bouncing you need to do for the court volumes and stuff.
Oh, I have not actually.
Can you do me a favor and just count to 5 for me so I can get you to pop up on my big screen here?
One, two.
I'm gonna nobody mute your mics.
Right, now can you turn
I'm
your
just
camera
going
on?
to turn everybody down.
I thought it was on.
There we go.
If you
Yes,
guys
sir,
hear
I can
screaming
see
from
you.
children
You
now.
can raise- sir?
I'm at a Airbnb.
You swear affirm to tell the
so
truth
who
under
knows
penalty
how
of law.
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. McGivern.
Good morning.
Travis
Could you please
McGivern.
state your full name for the record?
Travis Edward McGivern,
And where do you currently live?
The North Pole.
Los Angeles, California.
Where are you testifying from today?
Los Angeles, California.
What is your current occupation?
Santa.
I am a security professional.
And how long have you been a security professional?
Roughly 16 years.
He's
Little over
making a list
16
and
years.
checking it twice.
Do you know the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I've worked for Mr. Depp for a little over 9 years.
And what's your position for Mr. Depp?
Security professional, personal protection.
When did you first start working for Mr. Depp?
March of 2013.
And when did you first meet Mr. Depp?
Couldn't say for sure. Probably sometime around then, March or April 2013.
What do you do as a member of Mr. Depp's security team?
Residential security, estate security, if he's in LA. When he's in LA, if he wants to go anywhere, I'll take him wherever he wants to go. I have protected his children before. Yeah, just basically ensure the safety and well-being of Mr. Depp and his family.
And are you currently employed for Mr. Depp?
I am.
What other means of employment do you have?
So Mr. Depp's travel schedule is pretty regular. So when he's not in town, work slows down a little bit. So I have actually in the last 6 months, just under 6 months, picked up a full-time job working for another client.
When you first started working for Mr. Depp, how often would you see him in person?
Hard to say. When he's in town, I saw him on a daily and or nightly basis. I work nights mostly. Obviously, when he's out of town, that changes. But yeah, when he's in town, pretty much daily.
When did you first meet Miss Heard?
Again, I couldn't give you an exact date, but I would say sometime in 2013, maybe summer 2013.
And when you were working for Mr. Depp, how often would you see Miss Heard when they were in a relationship?
In the beginning, not very often. At one point, they moved to downtown LA to the Eastern Columbia building and became a little more frequent.
When Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were staying at the Eastern Columbia building together, how often would you actually be in their apartment with them?
That would vary depending on the situation, but a few times a week would be my best estimate. It depended on what was going on, and there'd be nights where I wouldn't see them at all. There'd be nights where I would. Best estimate would be a few times a week.
During that time, did you have occasion to see Mr. Depp and Miss Heard interacting with each other?
I did, yes.
And how often would you estimate?
No, anytime I was in there, they were typically interacting. So I'd say a few times a week, several times a week.
How would you describe the interactions between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
It would depend. I mean, it would depend. Sometimes they were super loving, super happy, and then the next night they could be arguing. And initially, when I first started working down at the lofts, things were cool. More than moving forward, things got a little more volatile moving in the longer they were there.
When did you start noticing more arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
So I want to say like the end of 2014, they started staying down there pretty regularly. There were a few incidents where there were fights, but March 2015, when they came back from Australia, was when I really started to notice a change.
And how often would you witness arguments or fights during that time?
From in March?
From March and thereafter.
So when they came back from Australia, the arguments were pretty regular. Wouldn't say nightly, but every other night, several times a week, there would be arguments.
And what did you observe in the arguments that you personally witnessed?
So it was typically, I would come in, I'd get a text from Mr. Depp. I would go to penthouse 3, which is where they stayed. Either stay by the door as requested, or in the kitchen. And then, I mean, it was just verbal arguments, yelling. It was typically Mr. Depp wanting to get out of there. And so there was the trying to convince Ms. Heard to let us leave. And yeah, I mean, lots of name calling, lots of F-bombs, you know.
And who was the name calling directed at?
So that was typically Ms. Heard directing her feelings toward Mr. Depp.
And what do you recall Ms. Heard saying in those instances?
Oh dear. It would vary, and to be honest, I tried to not pay attention. I was just there to get Mr. Depp out of there.
Smart
But
guy.
you know, there were times I've heard Ms. Heard call him a fucking deadbeat dad, if I can say that. I apologize to the court. If a fucking washed up, fucking cunt, you name it. She's spewed it.
How would you describe your own interactions with Ms. Heard in the time that you worked for Mr. Depp?
Objection, relevance. All right, what's the relevance of his interactions?
His interactions when he was involved when he was witnessing these altercations.
We don't ask that question.
Okay. How would you describe your interactions with Ms. Heard when you were present during an altercation between her and Mr. Depp?
For the most part, there wasn't really interaction. There were a few times where I was trying to get Mr. Depp away from the situation, and Ms. Heard didn't like my involvement in the situation, and she, on one occasion, let me know how she felt about that.
And what did she say to you in that instance?
A lot. It was a lengthy,
Words were said.
one-sided conversation. But she
From one
basically
side.
demeaned my career choice, called me a fucking yes man.
Her face seems
And
to agree
honestly,
with
there
that
were
memory.
parts of that where she, she was like, how would you feel if someone was involved in your relationship? Which I sympathize with. But yeah, she definitely threw some shade on me and my chosen career.
Now, you mentioned that the arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard increased when they returned from Australia in March 2015. When did you first see Ms. Heard when she returned from Australia?
So I picked Miss Heard up from the airport on March 9th. Yeah, that was the first time I saw her when she got back.
And who else was with her?
Gentleman named Ben King, who I later found out, I didn't know who he was initially, but later found out he was the house manager or property estate manager of the place they were staying at in Australia.
How would you describe Ms. Heard's demeanor when you picked her up at the airport?
She seemed normal, nothing out of the ordinary. She was pleasant. She was polite, like she usually was.
How much time did you spend with Ms. Heard that day?
Not a lot, but at least the car ride from LAX to downtown LA to the lofts. Couldn't tell you how long that took, but probably 45 minutes to an hour. I believe I escorted them or helped them up to penthouse 3 and was maybe in there for very, very briefly, a minute or two, and then I left. So overall, let's estimate an hour.
And how close to Ms. Heard were you that day?
I mean, in the car where I'm driving, she's in the seat right behind me to my right, so there's a few feet there. I think when I picked him up, I don't remember if I hugged her or not, but I know I probably grabbed some luggage, so I was within a few feet.
And what time of day was it when Ms. Heard arrived at the airport?
Early afternoon. I want to say they landed at around 1 p.m.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Heard that day?
I didn't notice any injuries.
When did you first see Mr. Depp when he returned from Australia in March 2015?
I don't know, to be honest. I know it was after Miss Heard came, but I couldn't give you an exact date.
And what, if any, injuries did you observe on Mr. Depp when he returned from Australia?
So Mr. Depp had his right hand, heavily wrapped. I didn't actually see an injury, but his hand was wrapped.
Now, you mentioned that the arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard increased after they returned from Australia. What arguments do you recall specifically?
One in particular stands out. March 23rd, a couple weeks after they got back, there was an incident in Penthouse 5 that I recall.
And when did you start your shift that day?
11 p.m. was typically my start time.
And where were you on your shift?
So at the loft, there was kind of a makeshift command post, CP, or guard shack, or whatever it's called. That was in a storage room connected to Penthouse 5 via a patio. So you'd leave Penthouse 5, go to a patio, and then our CP was connected to that patio. That's typically where we hang out during our shifts.
And what time were you first contacted by Mr. Depp that evening?
Again, I can't say precisely, but between 4 and probably around 4 a.m., 4:30 maybe.
And what did you do after Mr. Depp contacted you?
So when he texted me, and I was downstairs. I don't remember exactly what I was doing, either getting some air, stretching my legs, or grabbing some food. But I remember getting the text. I wasn't in the CP when I got the text. He requested I meet him at Penthouse 5 and requested that I bring the nurse, his nurse that was working at that time with him.
What was her name?
Debbie Lloyd.
And so what did you go get Miss Lloyd?
I did. So Miss Lloyd was staying at a hotel close by, probably about a half block away. And being that I was already down there, I felt 4 a.m, I wasn't gonna, and Mr. Depp wouldn't have wanted me to have her walk by herself. But I wasn't gonna go get the truck either, since I was down there already. So I walked over to the hotel. I believe I called the nurse just to make sure she woke up. And then I walked to the hotel and I met her there. We walked over together to the Eastern Columbia building. In the lobby, we ran into Miss Heard. She was at the front desk talking to security or concierge, I'm not sure who. Miss Lloyd stayed downstairs with Miss Heard. I proceeded upstairs to meet Mr. Depp at Penthouse 5 as requested. Was hoping to get him out of there before Miss Heard came back up, just because of past.
Sorry, why was that?
Just because past experiences, when they would argue, she would try to prevent us from leaving. To the point, I mean, she's held the elevator before. She's physically tried to keep Mr. Depp from leaving by grabbing his arm or standing in front of him. I just wanted to get out of there to avoid that.
And what happened when you got upstairs to the penthouse?
So Mr. Depp was sitting in front of the front door of Penthouse 5. I greeted, he had some bags, I believe, like he was ready to go. I greeted him, kind of got a feel for what was going on, tried to get him out of there. As we were getting ready to leave, Miss Heard and Miss Lloyd exited the elevator on the penthouse level, so they came back up, and Mr. Depp and Miss Heard decided they wanted to continue whatever conversation they were having. So I let them into Penthouse 5. Myself, Miss Lloyd, Mr. Depp, and Miss Heard entered Penthouse 5. I tried to stay out of their conversations as long as they were peaceful. So they were having a relatively peaceful conversation. So Miss Lloyd and I stood outside the door.
She needs to ask how often they're not
Penthouse
peaceful.
5. Had the door propped open to make sure we could hear what was going on, but kind of giving them their space initially.
And you said initially, what happened after that?
So the conversation got a little louder, got a little more volatile. So Miss Lloyd and myself entered Penthouse 5 just to be around, to hopefully be able to not necessarily mediate, but just to be there. So yeah, entered, stood a little closer to Mr. Depp.
And what did you observe when you went back into the penthouse?
So the argument continued. There were moments of kind of normal conversation, peaceful conversation, but then there were also moments of yelling and anger from both of them. And at some point I witnessed Miss Heard throw a Red Bull can. So the loft is 3 levels. Mr. Depp was down at the lower level, which is the kitchen area. There's a middle level, which was turned into an office for Miss Heard. And then the upper level was where the bedrooms were, but they were turned into closets basically for Miss Heard at that time. Miss Heard and her sister at that time, Whitney, had come in. They were both on the middle level, the office level. And I saw Miss Heard throw a Red Bull can from her position that struck Mr. Depp in the back.
Anything else that you recall?
Testimony.
At that point, I moved closer to Mr. Depp. I didn't care that I was in the middle of their conversation at that point. I didn't want my client getting hit with anything else. So I stood right by Mr. Depp. The verbal onslaught continued from both of them. Mr. Depp was giving as good as he got at that point.
Well, that's not what they want to hear.
He was angry and agitated.
But verbal, right?
At one
Just
point,
not what they
Miss Heard
want to
threw
hear.
something else.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good to say
Either
verbal,
a
but
curse or some sort of
that's not what you
bag
want.
or something
Yeah.
that she had up there. I was able to knock it away so it didn't hit him. At one point, she spit at him. Yeah, and then just a lot of verbal vitriol from both of them.
What do you remember Ms. Heard saying to Mr. Depp on this occasion?
Jeez. Anything and everything. Specifically, there was the "you're fucking washed up," "you're a fucking cunt," which he called her as well. You're, again, the deadbeat dad shit. Yeah, I don't even remember what the fight was about, but it was pretty. The F word is my favorite word, and it was being thrown around to the point where I was uncomfortable. So.
And how did Mr. Depp respond to Ms. Heard's behavior?
Probably not your favorite word then.
Oh, he was mad. He was upset, especially after she tried to spit on him. At one point, Miss Heard and her sister left Penthouse 5. I imagine they went into Penthouse 4 or possibly over to Penthouse 3. I don't know. They were all adjoining. Mr. Depp went upstairs and rearranged her closet for her. Threw down.
That's going to be explored later on.
Every rack of clothing and shoes. Threw at least one down the stairs. Yeah, he was upset.
Where was Miss Heard when Mr. Depp rearranged her closet, as you said?
Can't say for sure, but she was not in Penthouse 5. She was either in 4 or 3.
And you mentioned Miss Heard's sister, Whitney. Do you recall when she arrived in the evening?
So Whitney wasn't there when we first all walked into Penthouse 5. When Miss Lloyd and I stepped out to give them some space, she must have, excuse me, she must have come in at some point because she was in there when we walked back.
Did you see Miss Heard again that evening after Mr. Depp was in her closet?
I did, yeah. She must have heard what was going on and not been too pleased. So she shortly after re-entered Penthouse 5 as I was trying to get Mr. Depp out of there.
And what happened at that point?
So her and her sister both came back in. We were on the middle level, so her office level of Penthouse 5 at that point. She was agitated. Mr. Depp was agitated. I felt it was time to get Mr. Depp out of the situation, so I stepped in between Miss Heard and Mr. Depp, telling Mr. Depp that we were leaving and that it wasn't up to him anymore. At that point, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a fist and an arm come across my right shoulder, and I heard and saw a closed fist contact Mr. Depp in the left side of his face.
And whose fist was that?
That was Miss Heard's fist, Amber Heard's fist.
And where was Whitney when this occurred?
Can't say for sure, but I'm guessing, or my best guess is behind Amber.
How did Mr. Depp respond when he was punched?
The initial look on his face kind of mirrored mine, kind of a look of shock, like what just happened, where'd that come from?
Yeah.
At that point, I wasn't going to let Mr. Depp get hit anymore, so I moved him down the last flight of stairs to the lower level, and told him we're leaving. It wasn't up to him anymore, just for his safety. I didn't. Again, I had let him get hit by a Red Bull can. I let him get punched. My job is to ensure the safety and well-being of my clients, and I felt like I hadn't done that. So it was my time to do my job and get him out of there.
And so where did you go?
So Miss Heard and her sister left Penthouse 5. Again, I don't know where they went. I'm assuming they went through Penthouse 4. We're either in 4 or 3. Mr. Depp was not pleased with me naturally. He went into the bathroom for a couple minutes. Miss Lloyd talked to him. And they came out and agreed that it was time to leave. So as we were leaving the front door, Mr. Depp got right in my face. He was wearing sunglasses, and maybe not sunglasses. He was wearing glasses. Pulled him down, pointed to the left side of his face, and told me, "That's your fault." And I agreed. And then we proceeded to the vehicle, and we left the lot.
What did you see on the left side of Mr. Depp's face?
There was already a nice little shiner. Definitely swollen and red. Wasn't black and blue yet, but it was definitely swollen and red.
At any point during this incident, did Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
No.
At any point, did Mr. Depp throw anything at anyone?
No.
At any time during this incident, did Mr. Depp physically respond to Ms. Heard?
No.
Nope. So just the verbal.
Do you recall Ms. Heard's birthday party in April of 2016?
I do.
Mr. McGivern, during the incident we just discussed on March 23rd, what did Mr. Depp have on his right hand?
So he had the same bandage that he had when he arrived from Australia. So it was heavily wrapped. Yeah, a heavily wrapped bandage. I don't know what was underneath, but it was definitely wrapped.
Do you recall whether it was a hard or a soft cast?
I do not.
Now, moving forward to Ms. Heard's birthday party in April 2016, were you present at that dinner party?
I was not. I started my shift again around 11 p.m. The party was going on in Penthouse 5. I don't typically take part in get-togethers, so I think I probably hung out in the CP. Shortly after I got there, the party kind of winded down. I believe Mr. Depp got there. He was late, so I think he got there shortly after I started my shift. He went into Penthouse 5. Again, the party wound down shortly thereafter. And then, as far as I know, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went back to Penthouse 3 shortly thereafter.
Did you see Mr. Depp again that evening?
That morning I did. Early that morning, yeah. Or the following morning. Again, I got a text. My best guess is around the same time, 4. There were so many incidences. They're hard to keep straight, but probably around 4 or 5 that morning, requesting my presence in Penthouse 3.
So many instances.
What did you do after you received that text message?
Went to Penthouse 3.
And what did you observe when you went to Penthouse 3?
Again, a verbal argument. I think it was made clear that some phones had been thrown out the window or something, down to Broadway. Mr. Depp was again ready to leave, to get out of the situation. He had his couple bags over his shoulders. Wanted to grab a few valuables that we always used to grab when this happened. Some framed letters from either Hunter S. Thompson or Marlon Brando.
So he's worried she'll destroy them.
And then I believe we left. I think I got him out of the situation again. We did look for the phone briefly, I think, on our way back to West Hollywood. But my main concern was getting him away from the situation. So I didn't find the phone. And then we proceeded back to his suites or properties.
What do you recall about Miss Heard's demeanor that evening when you saw her?
Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing that. I mean, they were arguing like usual in those circumstances, but nothing pops out.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Miss Heard that evening?
I didn't notice any injuries.
In your time working for Mr. Depp, have you ever seen Mr. Depp physically abuse Miss Heard?
I have not.
Now, you mentioned a couple occasions. How many times have you witnessed Miss Heard be physically abusive towards Mr. Depp?
Obviously, the March 23rd thing in Penthouse 5. Physically abusive. I don't know how to define that, but I have seen her physically try to prevent him from leaving before. So grabbing his arms, standing in front of him, pushing him. Yeah, again, I don't know if that's physically abusive, but that I've definitely seen her touch him on multiple occasions.
Have you ever observed Mr. Depp use any drugs?
I have.
And what drugs have you seen Mr. Depp use?
Are you talking non-prescription drugs?
Yes.
Marijuana and cocaine.
How many times have you seen Mr. Depp use marijuana?
Too many to count. I mean, daily.
And
I realized I
how
was
many
muted.
times have you
This is
seen
our
Mr. Depp use
first witness
cocaine?
to answer the super chat?
A couple. 2.
Oh, only a couple.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when he's using marijuana?
Chill, for lack of a better word. Mellow. Yeah, I don't know how to better describe it. Just super mellow.
And how would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when you've seen him use cocaine?
The same. So I've seen him use it, like seen him use it a few times. I've known of him using it other times, and I feel like it levels him out. Yeah, I haven't noticed any difference when he's used it.
That's actually a pretty common
Have you observed Mr. Depp consume alcohol?
Absolutely.
And how many times?
Like marijuana, too many to count. Pretty regularly.
And on how many of those occasions did Mr. Depp appear to be drunk?
It would depend on what you mean by drunk, but not many. The only time I would say I've seen Mr. Depp drunk was when he would fall asleep on the couch, sitting up with his boots on. Other than that, Mr. Depp handles his liquor very well.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when you've seen him consume alcohol?
No different than any other time. Again, super chill, super mellow. Yeah.
Have you ever witnessed Miss Heard consume alcohol?
I have.
But
How
the
many
answers would
times
be
would you
different.
estimate?
Again, too many to count. She drank fairly regularly. So I couldn't even give you a guesstimate.
On how many of those occasions did you observe Miss Heard behaving drunk?
Can't say I've, other than the incident on March 23rd, where I didn't see her drinking, but I assume based on her behavior, she was drunk. Other than that, I can't say I've ever seen her obviously drunk in my eyes.
I have no further
All
questions.
right, cross-examination, Mr. Rottenborn. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. McGivern.
Good morning, sir.
So you said you've worked for Mr. Depp for about 9 years, right?
Correct.
And he hasn't been in town recently, so you have another job. Is that what you said?
Yes.
But you still consider yourself an employee of his even today, correct?
I do.
And when you do work for Mr. Depp, he pays your salary, right?
Important question.
On salary, he pays my.
Well, they're consistent on
wage,
this
yes.
at least, right?
Yeah.
He pays the money that you make for working for him.
Correct.
And you've referred to him a few times during your testimony this morning as your client. Is that right?
Yes.
So when you're working security for Mr. Depp, it's Mr. Depp and Mr. Depp alone that is your client, correct?
That is not correct.
Well, in the altercation that you testified about with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, you referred to only Mr. Depp as your client, and it was your job to keep your client safe. Do you remember that?
Objection compound.
I'll allow that. Go ahead.
I do.
So at least in that instance, he was your client, not Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Now, the evening of March 23rd, 2015, you actually walked into the middle of the argument with Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Yes.
So you testified earlier that you were downstairs and Miss Heard was downstairs in the lobby and you had gotten Miss Lloyd, but that's actually not accurate, is it?
To the best of my recollection, that is accurate.
In fact, when you and Miss Lloyd entered Penthouse 5, Amber and Mr. Depp were already in there having a verbal argument, correct?
That is not correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
All right, yes, sir.
Impeachment time.
Thank you.
Let's see if it's a true impeachment or if it's like basically what he said.
Mr. McGivern, do you see a document on the screen in front of you entitled Witness Statement of Travis McGivern?
I do.
And you, Well, let me ask you this. Is that your address below?
The document's pretty small. Is there any way for me to? Oh, there we go. Yes, it is.
And that's where you currently live?
Hang on one sec. I'm sorry. That is a P.O. box.
Okay. Is that yours?
It is.
Okay. Now, this is a witness statement that you prepared on behalf of Mr. Depp in the UK trial, correct?
Hang on. Did Rottenborn just ask him if he lives at a
Yeah,
P.O. box?
The statement went away. Oh, there it is.
You see it?
Yes, it is.
All right.
I think it was just the address
And
that he asked if that's accurate.
Who drafted this statement?
Myself, along with an attorney. I don't remember exactly who.
Was it Adam Waldman?
At that point, I don't believe it was. No.
If you go to paragraph 5, please, on the second page, and you understood when you wrote this statement that this was going to be submitted to the court in the UK trial that Mr. Depp brought, and that this was your testimony on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And about 2/3 of the way through paragraph 5, there's a sentence that says, when Ms. Lloyd and I entered his residence, Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp were having a verbal argument. Is that correct? Did I read that right?
That is, yes.
So that doesn't say anything about you meeting Ms. Heard in the lobby of the Eastern Columbia building, does it?
No, it does not.
And when you entered the penthouse, you can't recall the specifics of what the argument was about, correct? Take that.
No, like what they were fighting about? Absolutely. No, I don't.
And you don't know anything about what caused the argument in the first place, correct?
I do not.
But you do remember Mr. Depp being very angry, right?
I remember both of them being very angry, yes.
And you say that he gave as good as he got when it came to what they were saying to each other, right?
Yes.
You say they were both being verbally abusive to one another?
Yes.
Ouch.
And you testified that at some point, Ms. Heard was on the mezzanine level, right? The level of her office, so kind of the middle level of the penthouse.
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was on the lower level, correct? When you entered the penthouse?
So when Miss Lloyd and I re-entered the penthouse, yes, that's where they were.
And you weren't preventing Mr. Depp from leaving at any time, correct?
Preventing him from leaving? I was encouraging him to leave.
Right. And he could have, when he was on that lower level of the penthouse, he could have left at that point, correct? You wouldn't have prevented that.
No, I would not have.
But instead, at some point, he walked up to the mezzanine and, as you say, he rearranged Miss Heard's closet, right?
Well, that wasn't on the mezzanine level. That was on the top level. But yeah, he rearranged the closet.
So he traveled up 2 levels in the penthouse to throw down every rack of clothing that she had, right?
I don't know about every rack, but he definitely threw down some racks of clothes and shoes.
Okay, I believe you said every rack, so that's just why I was asking you to confirm that. You said he threw a rack down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And then at that point, he went back downstairs?
To the mezzanine level, yes.
Now, that wasn't the only time you learned of Mr. Depp causing damage in Penthouse 5, correct?
Couldn't say for sure. Nothing's coming to mind.
He had, you said he had something on his hand from his injury that he sustained in Australia, right?
Yes, his hand was wrapped.
Now, you weren't in Australia with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, correct?
I was not.
And what he had on his hand could have been a hard cast, correct?
Sure. I have no idea what was under the wrap.
And isn't it true that while he was on the mezzanine level and Miss Heard and her sister were there, that he was reaching for Amber's hair while he was trying to hit her with that cast, correct?
That is not correct.
And you say that you can't say for sure where Whitney was standing on the mezzanine level during this altercation, correct?
That is correct.
And it's possible that she was standing in between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard then, correct?
No.
Well, you say you can't say for sure where she was standing. So she could have been standing in between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, right?
No, because I stepped in between Miss Heard and Mr. Depp. So she definitely wasn't standing in between them.
Well, in fact, you saw Mr. Depp push or shove Whitney Heard, correct?
Absolutely not.
And it was only after Mr. Depp pushed Whitney that Amber stepped forward and punched him in the face. Isn't that right?
That is not correct.
Now, moving on to April 2016, you weren't there for the party, you said, correct?
I started my shift while the party was going on.
But you weren't in with the party goers, you said, right?
That's correct.
And you said at some point, Mr. Depp and Miss Heard went back to Penthouse 3. But you have no idea what went on between them in Penthouse 3 while you weren't there, correct?
I do not.
And you said that you gave security services to Mr. Depp primarily in Los Angeles. Is that right?
Yes. A little bit of travel, but mostly in LA.
Okay. Where did you travel to?
Vegas, up north, we did a road trip, kind of, they called it their honeymoon. So Napa, San Francisco, Big Sur, San Jose. Those are all with Miss Heard. I've taken Mr. Depp to China before.
Okay.
Yeah, and then a bunch of local stuff, Palm Springs, Santa Barbara, stuff like that.
Okay. You weren't on a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles with Mr. Depp and Amber in May 2014, correct?
I was not.
And you weren't at the Hicksville Trailer Palace in May or June of 2013, correct? With them?
I was not.
You were never in the Bahamas with them, including in August 2014, correct?
I was not.
You were not in the Bahamas with them in December of 2015, correct?
I was not.
You were not in Tokyo with them in January of 2015, correct?
I was not.
You were not in the Eastern Columbia building with them on the evening of December 15th, 2015, correct?
This is because he said he never saw physical abuse, so there were established all the times that happened.
To the best of your recollection.
Yeah, and it is to set up
they were at the
Amber's
loft,
narrative to
typically
respond to
work.
the super chat.
Every night, but nothing about December 15th is popping into my head.
Okay. And you definitely were not in the Eastern Columbia building with them on the night of May 21st, 2016, were you?
I was not.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. McGivern.
All right, redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, is this
Thanks,
witness, all right, is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. McGivern, you're subject to recall.
Okay.
So just to let you know, you're still subject to the rule on witnesses, so you cannot talk to anybody about your testimony or watch any of the proceedings of this case. Okay, sir?
Understood. ma'am.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
People are giving him grief there for saying that he wasn't doing
Next
good
witness.
lawyering. A lot of that.
Mr. Depp calls
have
Jack
to do.
Whigham, who should be waiting in the electronic lobby.
The electronic lobby. I love it.
I thought he made a great witness for
Mr. Whigham,
Johnny.
Can you hear me, sir?
I think so too.
There were a couple of
Could
places.
you do me a favor and just count to 1 to 5 for me?
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, thank you, sir. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
That's it.
Good morning,
Hello?
Mr. Whigham. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Sure. It's Jack Whigham.
Where do you live, Mr. Whigham?
I live in Los Angeles.
Where, if at all, did you earn your undergraduate degree?
I earned a degree in finance from the University of Florida.
In what year, if any, did you graduate from the University of Florida?
1998.
Do you have any graduate degrees, Mr. Whigham?
I do. I have a law degree also from the University of Florida.
Uh-oh, lawyers in the house.
2002.
Amber's
Mr.
not
Whigham, what
testifying
do you
today, as far as
currently
I know.
do for a living?
I'm currently a manager representative for artists.
Would you please describe, Mr. Whigham, for the jury what a manager representative does?
So we, represent writers, directors, actors, actresses, mostly in their pursuit of artistic endeavors. So I primarily focus on film and television, but, all artistic endeavors.
How does a manager representative get paid?
Typically via a commission.
What
So industry standard is kind of 10% of whatever the deal is.
And Mr. Whigham, what did you do professionally after you earned your JD at the University of Florida?
I was an attorney at a firm called Weil, Gottsville, and Manges for approximately 3 years. And then I segued from there to a talent agency called CAA, Creative Artists Agency.
In what year did you start work at CAA?
I started there in April of 2004.
And Mr. Whigham, in what capacity did you start working at CAA?
I started at the bottom in the mailroom, checking mail, and then became an assistant for one of the manager partners. And then in 2007, I believe I became an agent. And then right around 2014, I think, I began co-running the film and talent department there.
And when your
I
job
appreciate this pun, by the
responsibilities
way.
shifted to becoming an agent at CAA, would you please describe briefly for
He
the
went
jury
from
what
Wheel
that
Gotcha
entailed?
to the mailroom.
Sure. We were, also looking out for artistic endeavors on behalf of the clients, so writers, directors, actors, actresses, but we were also negotiating deals and, really pursuing film, television, producing deals on behalf of the clients.
Mr. Whigham, did there come a time when you left CAA?
I did. I left in August of 2020.
What, if anything, did you do professionally after you left CAA in August of 2020?
So I co-founded a management production company called Range Media Partners in August of 2020 and have been working there ever since.
What type of company is Range Media Partners?
It's a management representation production company.
Do you know Johnny Depp?
I
Never
do.
heard of him.
Mr. Whigham, when did you first meet Mr. Depp?
I actually met him very briefly on the set of Black Mass, which was probably, 2014 or 15. And then I met him very briefly at one of his music shows. But more substantively, I sat with him, I believe in the fall of 2016.
Did there come a time, Mr. Whigham, when you became Mr. Depp's agent?
Yes.
When was that?
Right around October, I believe, or fall of 2016.
Was that when you were still with CAA?
Yes.
When you first started with Mr. Depp as his agent, who, if anyone, assisted you?
I had two partners that I worked with Johnny. One was Brian Ward and the other was Christian Carino.
Since starting to work with Mr. Depp as his agent in October 2016, have you had opportunities to observe him interacting with yourself and others?
Yes.
What an interesting
How would you
phrasing.
describe for the jury Mr. Depp's demeanor on those occasions?
Objection relevant.
All right. What's the relevance?
The relevance is how he conducts himself professionally, which relates to his reputation, which is at issue.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You may answer the question, Mr. Whigham.
Response.
Sure. Johnny was always very nice, sweet, in fact, artistic, polite, and, very thoughtful, kind of uniquely thoughtful about how are you doing? How's your family? He was just a thoughtful person. He always has been.
Did he seem genuine?
Objection leading.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah.
To what extent, if any, did he seem genuine?
I don't know, object.
Still leading.
How would he?
That is kind of leading.
I'm not sure what objection.
You
that
can't
is.
fix it like that.
Speculation.
Speculation.
Foundation.
I believe he can testify
try.
as to that.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. He got away
His-
with it.
Her Honor says you may answer that question.
Okay. I found Johnny to be authentic. It was a genuine kindness.
And Mr. Whigham, prior to you first becoming Mr. Depp's agent in 2016, October of 2016, who was his agent prior to that?
I believe it was Tracy Jacobs at a company called UTA.
And before you took over from Tracy Jacobs as Mr. Depp's agent, what, if any, research or due diligence did you do with respect to him?
Objection
A
relevance.
fair amount.
All right. What's the
Again, Your
relevance?
Honor, it goes to reputation, which is the core of the
I think
issue.
we're gonna get into
I'll
hearsay.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Were you aware of Mr. Depp's professional reputation at the time you became his agent in October of 2016?
I would say objection leading, and I think it's going to call for hearsay.
I'll overrule it this
It's
point.
not leading.
I believe I was.
What was your understanding, if any, of Mr. Depp's professional reputation at the time you began representing him as his agent in the fall of 2016?
Johnny's reputation, in my opinion, was he was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community.
Your
he
Honor,
was very artistic.
I'm going to object. First of all, he says in his opinion, which he's not an expert witness, and second, he's now going
BS.
into hearsay.
BS. It's a lay opinion.
Yes, overruling that objection. Sit
Mr.
down,
Whigham,
Elaine.
Her Honor,
Sit down.
you may continue.
This is permissible
Well
testimony.
regarded, respected, extremely talented, artistic.
Are you familiar, Mr. Whigham, with the distinction between an independent film and a studio film?
I believe I am.
What, if any, difference is there between an independent film on one hand and a studio film on the other?
So in layman's terms, I'd say that, a studio film is a bigger budgeted film. It has a distributor, a studio in place. So when you think of Disney, Marvel, Universal, these are big companies. They're bigger budgeted and bigger fees. And then independents, like we call them indies, typically are smaller budgeted, more artistically minded, smaller fees, and often don't have distribution when they're made.
Starting in October 2016, what types of opportunities have you pursued on Mr. Depp's behalf?
A wide variety, primarily I would say focused on film, television, and producing.
What, if any, roles did Mr. Depp have in progress as of that time, fall of 2016, going into calendar year 2017?
All right, so we inherited some deals. It was there was two films, as I remember, that were going to go back to back. One was City of Lies, the Notorious B.I.G. film, and the other was Murder on the Orient Express. So those were filmed almost at the same time, and they had pre-existing deals that we serviced, and then he had Fantastic Beasts: Crimes of Grindelwald as well, and then we were in the process. We ended up finishing the 6th film negotiation on Pirates of the Caribbean.
Mr. Whigham, you mentioned City of Lies. When was that film actually shot?
To the best of my memory, it was shot right, at the very end, mostly the beginning of 2017.
What was Mr. Depp's compensation for City of Lies?
I believe it was $8 million.
And you mentioned Murder on the Orient Express. When was that shot?
So it was shot at almost the same time. I actually can't remember which one went first. They were both shot predominantly, call it January to April of 2017. I remember us having to work out dates. It was the beginning of 2017.
What was Mr. Depp's compensation for Murder on the Orient Express?
If memory serves me, I think it was $10 million.
Was Murder a studio film or an independent, or what you call an indie film?
It was a studio film. It was Fox.
Mr. Whigham, you also mentioned Fantastic Beasts 2: Crimes of Grindelwald. When was that film shot?
Just something about a lawyer saying that title.
What a title.
I believe that film was shot in the fall of 2017.
What was Mr. Depp's compensation for Crimes of Grindelwald?
A lot.
What are the
And
crimes?
that deal predated us. I think
Sounds very
it was
ominous.
13.5 million, if I remember correctly.
Was Crimes of Grindelwald a studio film or an indie film?
Definitely studio.
It was studio. It was Warner Brothers.
And backing up a bit, Mr. Whigham, what was the first business opportunity you were able to secure for Mr. Depp after he came to you and CAA in the fall of 2016?
So I believe it was 2017 was it was busy. We had a slot that summer, and he wanted to do a smaller film, and it was The Professor, I believe.
How much compensation, if any, did he receive for performing in that smaller film, The Professor?
That deal was $3.5 million.
Was The Professor an independent film or was it a studio film?
It was independent.
And Mr. Whigham, how, if at all, was CAA compensated for closing the deal on The Professor?
So it would have been the normal 10% of the deal. So the deal was $3.5 million. The commission would be $350,000 to the agency.
Not bad money. if you
Mr.
can get it.
Whigham, was 2017 a typical year for Mr. Depp in terms of the workload for an actor of his caliber and track record?
Objection leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
And yes.
What other roles, if any, were you able to secure for Mr. Depp during your tenure at CAA before you went to the new company?
This is the best we've had on damages so far.
A film called
Yes,
Waiting
by
for the
far.
Barbarians.
This is fantastic for Johnny.
And a film called Minamata.
When was Waiting for the Barbarian shot?
So Waiting for the Barbarians was
This is why he doesn't have to remember himself.
fall of 2018.
What, if any, plans did you and Mr. Depp have for 2018, calendar year 2018?
We had a very specific plan for that year because 2017 was busy, and he had done 3 studio films, and I remember him wanting to take time off to rest and be with his kids for first half of the year, and then he wanted to go on the music tour, which always just made him really happy. And so that was the summer of 2018. And then we had the slot for the fall of 2018. And that's where we spent a lot of time thinking about what that movie was going to be. And Waiting for the Barbarians was kind of a little gift because it was based on a J.M. Coetzee novel, and Johnny's, very well read and knew the literature, the underlying book, and Mark Rylance was in the film, and it was just like a dream actor that he always wanted to work with.
What was Mr. Depp paid for Waiting for the Barbarians?
$1 million.
And I apologize if you've already said this. Was Waiting for the Barbarians an independent film or a studio film?
It was an independent.
Mr. Whigham, you also mentioned the film Minamata. When was that film shot?
That was the very beginning of 2019. So I think January start.
Was Minamata an indie film or a studio film?
It was independent.
How much was Mr. Depp ultimately paid for Minamata?
So his fee became, it was $3 million.
What, if any, role did Mr. Depp play in Pirates of the Caribbean 5?
He played Captain Jack Sparrow.
Was he paid an actor's fee for that film?
Even though everyone knows, you still have to ask these questions because it's not a thing until it's on record.
Tenure,
Damn straight.
But yes, I would assume he
That's why
was.
lawyers get to look like idiots.
Mr.
sometimes.
Whigham, would you please explain for the jury what are residual or back-end rights?
I think the easiest way to explain a back end is it's an ownership stake on behalf of the artist in the success of the movie, and typically is only granted to stars of a certain stature.
And in addition to the fee, Mr. Depp, the upfront fee that Mr. Depp was paid for Fantastic Beasts 5, which I know preceded you, what if any understanding do you have of whether Mr. Depp had any back-end rights for Pirates 5?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation. He said that deal was at the other agency, and he wasn't.
I'll allow it if he knows it. That's fine. Go ahead.
Her Honor says you may answer the question.
Yeah, so you initially said Fantastic Beasts. I think you meant Pirate 5.
I apologize.
Pirates.
I did mean for Pirates 5, what, if any, back end did Mr. Depp have for Pirates 5?
I don't know what it was. I know that he had one.
To what extent, if any, did Mr. Depp ever have a deal to perform in Pirates 6?
So when we started representing him, I remember Brian Lord and myself finishing a deal that had started at the previous agency.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay. Hold on a minute.
Oh, Elaine, sit down.
I know, right? I know. So just to answer Ashley's question here, yes, this goes to damages for the defamation claim, because this is
all
showing
super
you
critical.
can track the numbers to show in 2017 he had so much work. By the way, 2017 is super important because, and that was the fall of 2017. That after her DVRO claim came out, he was getting so much work with these big studios. They were happy to work with him still. And that it wasn't until you start to see 2018, those things kind of change. He says that there was a little bit of a lull before the fall of 2018 because he wanted to take some time off. He had a very busy year. That's understandable. That logic kind of makes sense to a reasonable person. And then to say, okay, and then came the end of 2018, and then everything changed. No big studio films, all independent films, only making a tiny bit of money in comparison to what he was making before.
Yeah, and I think they're doing a good job of
For the
potentially getting
interruption,
ready to
Mr.
disarm
Whigham,
Very good.
Her
indie
Honor
movies.
says you may answer the question, which I believe is, to what extent, if any, did Mr. Depp ever have a deal to perform in Pirates 6?
So we finished the deal, and then we closed the deal at
Just that it was
$22.5 million for that film, is my memory.
Which studio was involved in the Pirates
22.5
series,
million.
including Pirates 6?
That didn't happen. There's
So
damages.
that was Disney.
Was Disney the studio involved in all of the Pirates movies?
Yes.
Yes.
What role was Mr. Depp to play in Pirates 6?
Objection calls for speculation.
Oh, calls for speculation. Oh, okay. Could be anything. We have no idea.
Was the $22.5 million to be paid to Mr. Depp by Disney or by some other entity?
Disney.
And when was that $22.5 million to be paid to Mr. Depp?
It would be paid when he shoots it. We call it principal photography. So when the film shoots.
Who was the producer of the Pirates franchise?
Jerry Bruckheimer.
Does Mr. Bruckheimer work for Disney?
No.
In 2017, to what extent, if any, was Mr. Bruckheimer supportive of Mr. Depp remaining in the Pirates franchise?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
I'll sustain objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Putting aside his role in the Pirates films, did Mr. Depp have any other affiliations with Disney in 2017?
Yes.
What were those affiliations?
He, if I remember, in the spring, he went down to Disneyland and put on the Captain Jack Sparrow outfit and wardrobe and went into the ride. He and Disney had worked out a fun little thing where he was going to take the place of the automated, Captain Jack Sparrow on the Pirates ride, and so he would kind of surprise people as they were going along there. And so I remember he did that, and then in May of 2017, he went to Disney Shanghai to help open the Pirates of the Caribbean ride there.
What, if anything, did those affiliations signify about the status of Mr. Depp's relationship with Disney as of that time?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Objection, Your Honor.
To what extent, if any, did Mr. Depp socialize with anyone at Disney in 2017, to the extent you know?
To the jury, you've got to lay it on.
Out loud to the extent he knows.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp socialized with Disney during 2017, yes or no?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
It is not leading.
If you could lay a foundation
Stop.
to how he knows.
How do you know that Mr. Depp socialized with Disney in calendar year 2017?
Because I was there.
There you go. Plenty of foundation there.
Would you please describe for the jury what you mean when you said you were there when Mr. Depp socialized with Disney?
We had a dinner in spring of 2017 with myself, Jerry Bruckheimer, Johnny, and Sean Bailey, who was running the film, was president of Disney.
How did the dinner conclude?
Great. I mean, very, very nice. It was a great dinner.
As of early December 2018, so we're now in December of 2018, what, if anything, was your understanding of the status of whether Mr. Depp would actually appear in Pirate 6?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Whigham, did there come a time when you saw an op-ed
Name being Whigham.
that purportedly written by Amber Heard that appeared in the Washington Post?
Reportedly.
Why don't you give that a foundation objection? We're not aware of any.
Mr. Whigham, I would like to
Washington
show
Post.
you, please, what was
Washington
entered
Post?
previously into evidence as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Mr. Gibson, would you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1? And Your Honor, may we please publish this to the jury as it's been previously. Oh, it is. Thank you. Mr. Whigham, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe it's the opinionated op-ed in the Washington Post that Ms. Heard wrote.
Mr. Whigham, when did you first see Ms. Heard's op-ed in the Washington Post?
It would have been right contemporaneous to when it came out.
And Tom, if you would please move ahead to, I believe, the second page in Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. and drawing your attention specifically to the third paragraph of the op-ed, Ms. Heard writes, quote, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. What, if any understanding do you have of that reference?
That it was regarding Johnny and their relationship.
Directing your attention, Tom, if we could just move back up to the first page of Exhibit 1. Directing your attention to the title of the article, quote, Amber Heard, colon, I spoke up against sexual violence, unquote. What, if any, understanding do you have of that reference?
Objection, Your Honor, it's irrelevant what his understanding is.
I'll allow it.
That was rather shocking, I remember, because it was the first time I'd heard an allegation of sexual abuse.
And against whom was the allegation of sexual abuse?
Objection, Your Honor. How would he know?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Whigham, directing your attention to the fifth paragraph of Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Ms. Heard writes, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. To what does that refer?
Objection, Your Honor. How would he know it?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Gibson, if you would please take down Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Mr. Whigham, how, if at all, was Ms. Heard's op-ed different from other articles about the couple's relationship?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay foundation.
Not hearsay.
Yeah.
Mr. Whigham,
I don't know.
have
It's
you
kind of a
seen
vague
other
question.
articles in the course of your duties as Mr. Depp's agent about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp?
Objection, Your Honor. Still
Yes.
calls for hearsay foundation.
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Yeah, wrong.
How, if
Yeah.
at all, was the op-ed different from other articles you had read about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard relationship?
It was a first-person account coming from the victim. It's extremely impactful.
Impactful in a good or bad way?
With respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was not from someone observing. It was from someone saying this happened to me.
Mr. Whigham, between December 18, 2018, the date of the op-ed, and October 2020, did Mr. Depp perform in any studio films?
Sorry, could you just repeat the dates?
Between December 18th, 2018, which is the date that Ms. Heard's op-ed appeared, and October 2020, to what extent, if any, did Mr. Depp perform in any studio films?
Zero. No studio films.
That's what you need.
How,
right
if
there,
at
right?
all, did Ms.
That's what you
Heard's
need.
op-ed impact Mr. Depp's ability to land roles in studio films between December 2018
Say speculation,
and
right?
October 2020?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay foundation and expert.
I'll sustain that objection. Are you near the end, Mr. Chu? I just want to make sure because
I
it's
am,
coming up on
Your
our morning break. Okay.
I
Good.
have probably 5 minutes.
Okay, that's good. Go ahead.
What effect, if any, did the op-ed have on the release of Minamata, the indie film you mentioned earlier?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay. Hearsay.
Here's space back. Here's space
He
back.
worked on
You'll
the-
coach for a moment.
Sure, yes, ma'am.
This is so lame. This is so lame.
His agent can't say how it affected the
Because
release of a movie that happened.
Yeah, that's a little.
I mean, I don't know. If a movie studio really said we're not hiring him because of the article, and that's what he knows.
Well, I mean,
it's
Wouldn't
not
that be
necessarily offered
incredibly
for its
relevant?
truth.
And
I don't
also,
know if
wouldn't he
that's
be in
true
a
or
great
not,
position to
but,
testify to that?
I mean,
No,
yeah,
that was
Lane needs to
that's
sit
some body
down.
language to somebody. It looked like it might have been to Elaine.
What happened, Mr. Whigham, after the op-ed, but before October 2020, with respect to Minamata?
Okay.
So the op-ed came out in December, and it was right as we were going on Christmas break, and Minamata was supposed to start in January, and I remember it was very, very difficult to keep Minamata together. The financing became shaky. The budget had to come down. Johnny's fee came down in order to save the movie.
Tom, if you would please pull up plaintiff's exhibit
That's pretty damning.
584. And
Yep,
we're
they
not asking
reduced
to
his
publish
fee?
it because it does not come in.
Just to make it happen.
This is an email chain with the subject line, quote, Johnny Depp's Jack Sparrow won't
I
return.
object to him reading
All right.
even from that to the jury.
That's fine, Your Honor. We
Okay. move
can. Mr. Whigham, do you recognize this email chain?
Yes, now that I'm looking at it.
What is the date of this email chain?
I think it's December
Gotta lay the
20th.
foundation.
December 20th of what year, sir?
Sorry, December 20th of 2018.
Mr. Whigham, directing your attention to the middle email message on plaintiff's exhibit 584. Did you receive this message from Christian Carino in or about December 20th,
She's ready to leap out of her
2018 at
chair.
3:26 p.m.?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because it's a hearsay document. He's asking questions from the hearsay document.
I'll
It's
allow that.
double.
I'll allow that question. Let's see where we go.
Her Honor said you may answer that question.
Yes, I see, I see what he's asking me.
Would you please explain to the jury what the message was about?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Goes to the effect on the listener.
Hearsay. He's asking him to essentially say.
If we
what-
want to approach for a moment.
It goes to the
They
effect on
need
the
this
listener,
email
namely
in.
him.
Watch him win.
Doesn't matter if it's true or not. It goes to what effect it had on him.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I know that people have been asking about the court volume. I still can't bring it up. I can only bring us down. So you guys have to bring your overall volume up. When we go away to a long break, like lunch, I'll gradually bring our volume up again so that it's less taxing on your.
Didn't Nick have some sort of
computers.
extension for that?
What's that?
Didn't Nick have some sort of extension for that to be able to boost the
So
audio?
I remember during Rittenhouse, he said that he looked into it and it didn't work. I'm still looking into it myself.
Okay.
So if I can
Never
find a
mind.
solution, yeah.
Tom, if you could please take that down.
Oh,
Oh, so did he lose on that?
I guess.
I guess it goes to the heart of the case or something. It's too much
But
of
I
a.
know what the email exchange
Mr.
says
Whigham,
without
did
reading
there
it.
come a
You know what it
time
says.
after
without
Ms.
reading
Heard's
it.
publication of the op-ed on December 18, 2018, but before October 2020, that you learned more about Disney's plans about whether it would cast Mr. Depp in Pirate
Stand up
6?
again.
he almost smirked at that.
All right.
I'm just asking whether he
Okay. I'll allow that.
Yes.
when did that happen?
In 2019.
What happened? Go ahead.
Your Honor.
Next question.
What happened in 2019 with respect to Disney, your learning about Disney's plans, whether to use Mr. Depp in Pirate 6?
Objection, hearsay.
What happened? So
Yes.
I'll allow what happened. Go ahead.
It became clear they were going in a different direction.
When did you learn that Disney was going in a different direction and no longer planned to use Mr. Depp in Pirate 6?
Early 2019.
Who is Margot Robbie?
Harley
She's a
Quinn.
fantastic actress. She's a client
Agent.
of the CAA.
What, if anything, did you learn about the role
Call
Margot
agent.
Robbie would be playing in Pirate 6?
I think that calls for hearsay. Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'll overrule the objection.
Yeah, I want to know what role she would have had.
I learned that they were developing a Pirates project for her to star in.
She's just going on hearsay.
After you learned that Disney was going in a different direction in early 2019 and no longer planned to use Mr. Depp, did you To what extent did you reach out to Jerry Bruckheimer or Sean Bailey?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
It does not, Your Honor.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, she's just throwing out hearsay.
What are
This
you
is no
doing,
hearsay.
Alok?
What is she talking about?
Did you reach out to Mr.
We're gonna have a
Bruckheimer
master's class on
and
hearsay
Mr.
during the break, I
Bailey
guess.
jointly or separately?
Separately.
What, if anything, was the result of your outreach to Mr. Bruckheimer and Mr. Bailey?
Objection still calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
Calls for hearsay.
I'm just asking what the result was.
It's still based on his communications with them.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
After your outreach to Mr. Bailey and, or strike that, was your outreach to Mr. Bruckheimer and Mr. Bailey successful?
Objection leading.
I'll allow it.
You can answer.
No.
It's a
I
yes or
successfully made contact with them, but I was not successful in rescuing pirates for Johnny.
Rescuing it. That's a good
When
word.
was the last time you discussed Mr. Depp's role in Pirate 6 with Jerry Bruckheimer, Sean Bailey, or
It's
anyone
when
else?
it
at
calls
this
for a
moment?
date.
When? It's
When?
when?
God.
2019, I believe.
In addition to Pirate 6, did Mr. Depp lose other films between December 2018 and October 2020 because of Ms. Heard's op-ed?
Objection called
I'll
for
sustain
speculation.
the objection.
Objection speculation. Yeah.
Can't toss
know
in
that
the
coming.
end there.
Yeah.
In addition to Pirate 6, did Mr. Depp lose any other films
Also
between
speculation.
December 2018 and October 20?
Objection, Your Honor.
That is not,
First
no.
of all, I don't think he testified that he lost Pirate 6. Second of
She
all-
did
Oh,
testify to that.
she-
She's
first
now
of all, yes, he
contradicting
did.
the
Second
witness's
of all,
testimony,
whoa,
which is
no.
inappropriate.
Question
Both of you,
the other
both
way.
of you overruled. Let's go. Next.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Answer the question.
GTFO, Elaine.
Yeah.
Trying to
Yeah.
mischaracterize the witness's
Yeah,
testimony.
After the op-ed, it was
They know they're losing, so they,
impossible
you know.
to get him
So let's call more
a
attention to
studio
it.
film, which is what we normally would have been
She shouldn't have
focused
said
on in
that,
that
though.
time
That should have
period.
gotten some words.
Mr. Whigham, to what extent did COVID, or strike that, to what extent, if any, did COVID impact Mr. Depp's opportunities prior to October 2020?
I think it had an effect on Johnny, like other actors to some degree. But we were still doing business, especially on behalf of, bigger stars that greenlit films. And so what was happening was we would close deals or, put together a movie and then just set the start date for whenever people could get together and actually shoot the movie.
Mr. Whigham, in your many interactions with Mr. Depp, have you ever seen him angry?
Objection, Your Honor. It's leading.
What?
No, it's not.
Come on.
Sustain as to leading.
Come on.
In your many interactions, thank you, Your Honor. In your many interactions with Mr. Depp, to what extent, if any, have you ever seen him lose his temper?
I never have, actually.
To what extent, if any, has Mr. Depp ever raised his voice in your presence?
No, he never has.
Mr. Whigham, to what
Did you
extent
feel
have you
really?
ever seen Mr. Depp engage in any violence?
Never.
Mr. Whigham, other than Ms. Heard, are you aware of any other woman who has ever accused Mr. Depp of physical abuse?
Objection,
like that one.
leading, foundation, and hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection to leading.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Whigham.
All right.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Whigham, we'll do cross-examination in about 15 minutes. I'm going to take a 15-minute morning recess. Okay,
All right.
sir? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go
Okay.
ahead and take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
No outside research.
Lane, what are you doing, girl?
Mr. Wiggum, what I'll do is put you in the
She's
lobby. and
flagging
then I'll-
it.
You won't see
She's
anything in
flagging
about
all
15
the
minutes. I'll
things
bring
that
it
are
back.
problematic for her case.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. But I think this is where they feel they have. So it seems like to me, because she's being so argumentative on the damages piece, that this is a defamation case, not per se, because she's really fighting a lot to try to not get that whole damage piece.
Well,
into
even if
it.
it is a per
That's
se
just
case,
the element.
this
You
is still
need to
very
show what
damaging.
damages are. You just don't need them for the initial
All right,
pleading.
Yeah. It's per se. I mean, as far as we've been told, but you have to go claim your $50 million.
Yeah. Is it $1 or is it $50 million? I mean, you
because
have to show evidence that would lead a jury to be able to form those conclusions.
Yeah, because a jury, I mean, think of it, from a juror's perspective, in a very human kind of way. They still want to see that it's worth $50 million. $50 million is a lot to these people that are on the jury. It's like more than they will ever see in their life, So
Not a lot
like,
to us. We rolled that deep all the time.
Kurt's got $50 million in his couch cushion.
In his pocket. Pull it out.
Of course. He's regularly making those donations to the ACLU like Elon Musk on behalf of other people.
I bet.
But man, Elaine, I don't know what you're doing, girl, because these foundation hearsay objections are all just stupid. All he has to do is ask the same question now in 3 parts, which is lame. It's like we could just skip to the end of the pages like, were you aware of this? Is like, okay, fine, now I'll ask a foundation question. So I can ask the same exact question I was going to ask 2 questions from now and get the answer. It's just bringing it out, wasting time. As Alita herself pointed out, it's flagging it to the jury. Because when you keep doing objection, one of the things the jury can hear, especially in this kind of situation, is, geez, they really don't want me to hear that information.
You're worried about something.
I wonder if that information is important. Let me pay attention all the more to that information. And so it's not been going great for Elaine today. This is by far and away the best evidence we've seen on damages, which to this point it's kind of sucked, but now we've got it down. So great witness for Johnny on that element. Horrible cross.
Yeah.
Just
I still
horrible.
don't think they sort out 2018 strongly enough as between the sun and the time of the op-ed. But yeah, I think this was good. Hi, by the way. Sorry I was late.
Yeah, no worries. And by the way, so there was a super chat just up for it, and I need to do a better job of talking about the likes and whatnot. First, I'm going to talk about how you guys, if you are enjoying this stream, like the video. That is the easiest thing that you can do to help us grow, so that we get more people in here joining the fun, joining the whole party, right? Through this whole experience, getting more people in here. But also on top of that, so let's see if we can get it to 10K. Oh, look, 8K. Awesome. If we can get it to 10K likes, that'll make me happy at this point. But also more important than that, I'm getting in front of you, Rick. See, I'm taking your job. But more important than that, every single person that's on this panel right here is, except for Purveyor Fine Muffins to be excluded, who is a dummy account. Everyone here on this panel.
Oh my God. Okay.
But everyone here is volunteering their time very graciously, their time, their brains, their commentary, and talking about what they see. And we're discussing this. We're having really great conversations about this, throwing things back and forth, what we see. People have different perspectives on this stuff. And we're, if you are liking the dialogue, if you're liking the commentary, please do go and check out every single one of these people that is on this panel, that shows up on this panel throughout the day, because that's the best way that you can really benefit me and them at the same time. Because then they see more people getting their content. Everyone is linked in the description below. So just click into the description. You can see their channels in there. You can go right in there, watch their stuff, subscribe to their channels. Let's get this whole community growing so that we get more people watching, eyeballs on this kind of commentary, on these kinds of cases, so that we can have some kind of a voice be heard that is in contrary to or in contradiction to Law and Crime, Court TV, all these other big name folks that people automatically go to just because they know who they are. Let's grow this whole community so that we can make a stand against those folks.
What? Like Elaine Bredehoft, I find this entire approach objectionable.
Why?
Because you know what? First of all, you're going to get to 10,000 likes, so that's fantastic. But you barely even pitched yourself there. You got to pitch yourself. This is fantastic stuff. All right. My goodness. I'm going to just have to think about this in my position in this whole hype business. Yeah, no, absolutely. Everything you said is correct.
Quick legal question for you guys.
Yeah.
I'm looking through all the court documents, and I saw he alleged defamation per se in his complaint, but I'm looking at the judge's opinion letter. they are trying to prove a defamation case. They're not proving defamation per se. Well, from everything I'm seeing, I remember someone had said there was an opinion that said it was defamation, that they were doing defamation per se. But the opinion I'm reading, it's clear that they're trying to prove defamation, and I think it's important because then it makes this reputation and damages piece important for the liability phase of the trial, right? Because it's a liability and then there's a punishment phase. So, right now, if they have to prove regular defamation, then I think all this becomes more important. So are we clear, or are we sure about if it's defamation per se or is it defamation?
It is. So here's my thought. I think so. The court has said in an opinion letter that they both have defamation per se cases. My thought is that either this is a strategy of alternative legal arguments, where the two sides will say, even if you don't agree that this is defamation per se, this is at the very least basic defamation. You have the damages, you have this, you have that, so that it's an alternative legal argument to say like this is so bad that anyone would know that this would impact their career. But just in case you had any doubt, here are the actual damages to show that yes, it did in fact damage their reputation. It did in fact harm them financially. And I think for people that are like I mentioned before, $50 million is an incredible amount of money to anyone on that jury. So to be able to say, yes, this is worthy of $50 million is something that, you've got to kind of put that number in front of them so that they can understand it and they can digest it and they can say, yeah, you've been harmed by 50 million.
All right. Cause I'm sharing the opinion that I'm sharing here, which because I've been trying to scour, because somebody only reason why, because somebody challenged me on it the other day and they were like, this is not defamation. I'm like, yeah, but I'm like, I've read it. I thought it. So even in the opinion letter, they talk about defamation, but they don't talk about defamation per se. They're strictly on defamation. So again, everything there's
a number of opinion letters in this case. Yeah. So there's quite a few. I think it may have been a 2020 opinion letter.
All right. Well, I'm thinking, until something more definitive, I think it's probably just safe if we treat it as regular defamation. Because if he wins defamation, he wins defamation per se. But it may just be safer to treat it as defamation.
It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to treat it like a regular defamation case, even if it is defamation per se. Because then, if you can show that, it's even stronger.
It's even stronger. Yeah.
Colonel, I can't hear you.
Yeah, Colonel, I think you're muted.
Oh yeah, you may be muted.
You're muted. We can't.
You're
hear
muted.
Maybe with your mic in your own, like you're at the mic instead of not through StreamYard.
But that's a great cushion behind you.
She's trapped in the camera. Help her out the camera.
The mic issues. They're real.
Blink twice if you need us to call the cops. Blink twice. Help me. Help me.
Okay, well. She'll be back, hopefully.
She'll be back, yeah. Alita, you're muted too. It's manpower. We're muting all the women today.
So Evie Warner wanted to know, I can't figure out, does Depp have any witnesses left to testify? Yeah, so we've so far seen a couple witnesses here, and of course, I think we've got a couple more today as well. So we're probably gonna see this day rounded out for Johnny, and then maybe tomorrow Amber will testify, and maybe my next door neighbors will stop hammering at some point.
Like my upstairs neighbor will stop beating on the floor.
or stop dancing in clogs.
You say Amber's testifying, we think she's leading her case.
That's what has been reported.
The reports are she's going to start off with Amber. But I think the problem that we're coming to now is that I think we're starting to see the defense strategy appear a little bit more. Is that I think they figured out their better option is just hammering on the law. You haven't been defamed. You haven't been this versus trying to go the public relations piece of it, because they seem like, I think they've essentially conceded they've probably lost that, and the only way they can get it is on the law.
Well, I heard a trip to Tokyo this morning. Did we have a Tokyo incident before right now?
I've heard references to it, but that's it. We haven't gotten into the substance of it from what I remember. Sarah Ramos wants to know if anyone else thinks it was Amber Heard's idea to testify first. What do you guys think?
I told you last week I would have put a doctor. I would have put a doctor saying she's sane between her and her testimony.
And is she expected to testify today, or is that going to be another day?
She was supposed to be the first defense witness, so we're not sure if they close their case today, if
I
she's
think
going on today or not.
I think there are enough witnesses testifying today that they're going to round out his case, and that she'll start first thing tomorrow probably. Also, I just want to address this. Love you guys on the panel, but please don't speak while the witnesses are speaking. So we are here. I just want to give a reminder. If anybody does not want commentary, we can, there are other places to go that don't have commentary. We really, for the most part, we are not talking very much over the testimony. Oftentimes, when we do talk over, it's something that we understand what's going on. It's not completely necessary to hear it. We don't always do that, of course. We try to be mindful of what people are trying to pick up. But typically, what we are adding is our commentary to help people understand and whatnot. So, that's basically that. It's like a drum circle next door now. I don't know.
Go get the bongos.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yay.
Yes, we
I have a
can. Welcome
question.
back.
Yay. So during Travis McGivern's testimony, I noticed that, a couple of times when he said that the verbal abuse was mutual, and he used the term verbal abuse, a couple of you were groaning, saying that's bad. I'm not a lawyer, but I see a real distinction between physical violence and verbal abuse, and so I'm just wondering, for this defamation case, is verbal abuse, to say that Johnny Depp said some mean things to Amber Heard, is that significant? Really?
Well, I mean, he is his own doctor, Dr. Curry, is asked on cross, is domestic abuse, can you do that with emotional? Can you do that with verbal? She says, yes. That's his witness. So I mean, that's one of the weaknesses of his case. It's up to the jury, obviously, but I mean, that he said that in his own testimony on direct. Hey, yeah, emotional can be abuse, verbal can be abuse. Yeah. But
let me be even more specific, because I did a video and I researched the word abuse in Virginia. Virginia, domestic violence doesn't only mean physical; it can actually even mean verbal abuse. For instance, threats of violence. If you don't stop, I'm going to kick you behind. There may not be any violence. The person may have never committed any violence, but that threat in Virginia is also considered domestic violence. So here, what they're doing by her specific statements in that op-ed were about abuse. I was abused, or I'm a survivor of abuse. So what the defense is trying to say is abuse is not only physical, which Johnny has put a great case on, physical. They're also saying that you have this emotional component, which is also recognized in Virginia as domestic violence, of this emotional and verbal abuse. So if they can get that in, then what they're hoping is the jury saying, well, yeah, he may not have physically abused her, but if she's saying that she was an abuse victim, that then fits under what is recognized as abuse here in Virginia.
Interesting.
If she said specifically physical abuse, then you have a little bit less to work with. But since she just used the word abuse, now the jury's got to figure out, what does that mean in this particular context?
To them, right? Because Virginia is useful, but they're not going to get a jury instruction on the definition of domestic abuse, because that would be taking it out of their hands for what that statement is.
Is it relevant in examining? Is it relevant in thinking about her op-ed? Is it relevant to think about how most people would understand the term abuse? Because I guarantee you, most people, if they read an op-ed where a woman is accusing a man of abuse, they're not going to be thinking that he said some mean things to her. I mean, they're going to be thinking physical abuse. But
then that goes back into Johnny Depp's own doctor, his own psychiatrist came out and said people unfortunately believe abuse could only be this one thing, and then Amber Heard's attorney said, well, what are the other forms of abuse? And she specifically said physical abuse, and that's when we got that whole alleging that your spouse was committing adultery is also a form of abuse. Now, even though I think most people wouldn't consider that to be abuse, but if you have a professional saying, yes, in the field this is considered abuse from his side, then I think that gives her a real shot to say he did that to me, and that's why I was also abused. You may not be by the physical stuff, but there's a lot more here that could be considered abuse that I believe she can win. And again, she doesn't have to win. She just has to have the jury believe, well, he was abused too. Yeah. And that's
and we also got that a little bit from Johnny Depp himself on the stand when he was talking about his own mother. about how the verbal, psychological, emotional abuse was as bad, if not worse at times, than the physical abuse. We heard that from Johnny Depp about how those emotional scars run deep. Now, that being said, I also agree with you, Kurtz, that this is how a jury would read it. So there's this is the issue. Like, it's up to the jury to determine what that phrase domestic abuse means, and if we can tie her to the title, what sexual violence means. What does that mean? And so we have some evidence that would lend to the conclusion that abuse can mean the verbal. We have it from Johnny Depp, we have it from the psychologist, and we have some evidence on tape that could potentially be read that way, depending on your but what does that mean? That's a question of fact for the jury. What does that mean?
Right.
But that being said, I think your instinct is also right, Kurtz, where the natural instinct is to read it physical, that her abuse towards him with the physical component is much more egregious. And so, is the jury going to go back there on a technical and be like, well, this could be abuse, so I guess it's not a lie? Are they going to go back in the room and be like, she beat the shit out of him, he raised his voice once, who cares?
Right. Well,
that's one of the dynamics here.
It seems like too that if it's proven that she was not only just as, assuming that we count his verbal attacks as abuse, which I don't, but let's just say for the sake of argument we do, the fact that she not only met but she exceeded that kind of behavior, it seems like then she wouldn't have a leg to stand on in writing an op-ed where she claims to be the victim of abuse. Because how can you claim to be a victim if you're actually being the more abusive one, right?
And also, we're getting some comments in the chat and super chats too, like this one saying that she said sexual abuse. Now, of course, that's from the title,
She said
so
sexual violence.
Yeah.
a sexual violence, but still,
Yeah,
that seems very suggestive of something physically happening.
No, yes, I think this is the most damning problem for her. If we can tie her to the title, which we don't really have this far, we don't have it yet. We didn't get it from the ACLU. We don't have her tied to the title. But it says Amber Heard : which suggests it's a quote.
Yeah.
It certainly suggests her approval, but we don't know that yet. But if we can tie her to the title, how they're going to prove Johnny Depp committed sexual violence? Good luck.
Well,
because abuse might be able to be stretched, but sexual violence, I'm not so sure.
Well, let's not change the burden of proof, because it's on Johnny to prove it didn't happen, right? Because this is his case, right? He's on his case in chief. He's asked to prove that he didn't sexually abuse Amber Heard, which I think he's done a good job of showing that it's not that he's not the type of person to do it, but that's essentially his burden of proof, right? And I again, like I think you said, they haven't attached her to the headline because they're saying the Washington Post wrote it. But I think in of itself, Amber Heard has two lines of victory here. One, expand the definition of abuse as expansive as possible, right? And then on the back end, even if you lose here in court, you go to an appeals court and say, she abused me, and this statement is true because he did abuse me. I didn't say physical, I said abuse. And that's where I think she gets her second bite at the apple. Because again, I think as a matter of law, what is abuse? You could make the argument that the statement is true.
There might be a pure legal argument.
Verbal abuse is considered abuse.
Possible. Yeah. I'm less convinced of that proposition than I was when this trial started. When this trial started, I would have been much more on Nate's corner about the legal issues. As it goes on, I'm less convinced about the Court of Appeals possibilities. But Nate's right, at least to highlight the possibility.
Yeah. Jiling Chen says, is JD's team going to bring in someone to testify the DV incident that happened with Amber's ex-girlfriend? That should help JD's case a lot, right? It can only come in if it's impeachment for Amber.
They're going to get it out of Amber. There's no way they don't get it out of Amber.
Do you think
they don't ask her the question, hey, did you ever engage in domestic violence? Like, there's no way that they don't ask something like that. Right?
I don't know, but that could draw an objection, though, right? I mean, a valid one.
But it all depends. If it all depends on
what basis?
If they open the door on direct, have you ever been abusive in the past? And she says no, then that opens it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it is not within the
She has to first open that door.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, because it'll be propensity evidence, right? Once I'm an abuser, you're an abuser now.
Mr. Wigman, can you hear me okay?
It's going to be hard to get in.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we still haven't heard anything about that bottle.
She asked him his first question. He'll pop up there.
He'll come up then?
Yeah, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Whigham, you testified that you closed a deal for Mr. Depp for Pirate 6 with him acting as Jack Sparrow. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Whigham, could you do me a favor and just count from 1 to 5 for me so I can get you on my big screens here?
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Not getting on this. There he
There
is.
we go.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I'm sorry.
But in fact, Mr. Whigham, it's not true that Mr. Depp ever had a contract with Disney for Pirate 6. Isn't that correct?
Can you explain that question or that position?
Have you ever seen a contract that provides for Mr. Depp to play Pirate 6?
To the best of my knowledge, my memory, myself and my partner closed an optional picture deal for the amount of money of what that picture would be for Johnny.
And you would make sure to have that in writing, wouldn't you?
You know, that would normally go through legal counsel in terms of the codification of it.
Do you have any explanation for why there exists nothing, no piece of paper, nothing suggesting that Mr. Depp ever had a deal with Disney for Pirate 6?
Objection, lack of foundation, compound.
Okay, I'll allow it.
Very compound.
So I often close, when I was an agent, we would work on many deals where I actually wouldn't see contracts. They were verbal in nature. And then, you know, especially on optional pictures, just so there was an understanding of what the money would be.
So do you have an explanation why there is not even a piece of paper, not an email,
Literally
not
just
a
gave one.
text, not a
Objection
piece,
asked and
not a
answered.
document?
Yeah,
nothing
objection
that
asked and answered.
suggests that
Orally,
Mr.
which I
Depp
believe.
is going to be in
And
Pirate
compound.
6 as Jack Sparrow.
Objection, asked and answered.
I don't believe it was.
We're on
It
point
was.
today, guys.
Definitely.
I mean, if you're asking me my opinion, it wouldn't necessarily be alarming because that would be a conversation usually to understand. Disney's going to want to know, are we on the same page about what the money's going to be? And most of that conversation, if I remember correctly, was also with one of Johnny's lawyers at the time.
Okay, and so you had, so Johnny's lawyer was discussing this, but there's no document. Do you have an explanation for that?
You may,
He literally just gave
well,
one.
you may know better than me if there is a document, but that was Jake Bloom, you know, at the time, I believe, if memory serves me correct.
All right. But would it be fair to say that you have never seen a document
my God.
that provides that
Sometimes
Mr.
we wanna
Depp
ask
was
the same
going to be in
question.
Pirate 6?
It would be fair to say that it was consistent with a lot of the conversations that I would have on behalf of big stars, where it was verbal and there was an understanding of what the deal was going to be.
Mr. Whigham, if you could please answer my question.
He did.
Objection, harassment. He did answer the question.
Yes.
I'll allow you. Want to ask your question?
Come on.
Thank you.
Sure.
Judy,
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Judy, can you read that back? Thank you.
Oh, we're gonna have the clerk read it back.
She's
Oh,
so
you got-
detestable.
Okay.
I really dislike her at this point. All right. I try to be fair. I really try.
Document that provides that Mr. Depp was going to be in Pirate 6.
It would be fair to say that I have not seen a document on Pirates. Now, just so you know,
Mr. Whigham, Mr. Whigham, I don't need you to give me extra. I just want you to answer mine. I just want to know, have you ever seen a document that says Mr. Depp is going to be in Pirate 6?
I only to fully answer the question though, I think there's some context.
That's an easy yes or no. Have you seen a document?
Technically, I perhaps have, because it connects to all the other Pirates films. It's just a modification of a new document. So I have not seen 22.5 million written on a page. You're correct about that.
Okay. Now, you in fact had discussions back in 2016 and 2017 with Mr. Bailey, Sean Bailey. You talked about him a little bit ago, right? And you also had discussions with Jerry Bruckheimer in 2016 and 2017, correct?
Yes.
About Mr. Depp potentially being in Pirate 6, correct? And then you had discussions in 2018 with Mr. Bailey, and he was quite non-committal about whether Mr. Depp would be in Pirate 6, correct?
Objection, hearsay.
That's fine.
All right.
Okay, given that he was able to.
I'll sustain as to hearsay. It is hearsay.
Okay.
All right.
So you determined, Mr. Whigham, that by the fall of 2018, it was very likely that Mr. Depp was not going to be in Pirate 6. Is that correct?
It's a two-pronged answer from my perspective, because there was really two individuals involved in that decision. I would say Jerry Bruckheimer and Sean Bailey. Jerry Bruckheimer in the fall of 2018 really wanted Johnny in that next film, and Sean was non-committal, as you said.
And Mr. Bruckheimer made it clear to you that Mr. Bailey was the one who gets to decide because he's Disney, right?
Ultimately, and he also wanted to be the tip of the spear to really try to convince Sean.
Okay, now, do you recall?
Talking to the mic, Elaine. We can't hear you.
And nothing of value is lost.
Do you recall having your deposition taken on January 20, 2021? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, with you.
Okay, can you pull that up, Michelle, please?
Elaine is feisty.
I'm
right
going
now.
to ask you to
It's always
turn to
spicy.
page 44. And Mr. Whigham, you were under oath at the time of this deposition, correct?
She's like the Hulk. How do you live this way every
Correct.
day?
Yeah.
Some impeachment.
Line 10. This is page 44, line 10. The question,
she-
do you
she and
recall
Amber like each other?
approximately when in 2018 you inferred from your discussion with Mr. Bailey that the likelihood of Mr. Depp being in Pirate 6 was not high or was going away? And your answer at that time was, if memory serves me, the latter part of 2018, maybe. Question, when you say latter, is that any time from August to December, or what are you thinking? Answer, I would say fall, maybe, October, November,
Say what you will about
December, in
Eileen,
that
that's big.
area. Do you recall giving that testimony under oath at that time?
Elaine or Eileen.
I do now that I see it, yes.
Okay. And in fact, there were quite a few things going on earlier in 2018 that might have had a bit of an impact on Mr. Depp's reputation. Would you agree?
It might help if you
Refresh
I'm
your
not-
recollection? Sure.
I mean,
Sure.
maybe
but-
ask
and
a pointed
before I go
question
there, though, I
that someone
think
can
you
respond
said
to?
that the reason it was so catastrophic for Mr. Depp for the op-ed was because it was a first-person account of Johnny, right? Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't it a first-person account when Ms. Heard filed for the TRO in 2016?
So that would have predated any relationship I had to Johnny. So I had no knowledge of that.
Okay, so you don't know whether it was catastrophic then?
If you're asking me
She's
my
on point
opinion
today.
on
Said I have no
something I don't
knowledge of
know,
it.
I can form an opinion right now. It's a court document and probably a little different than an op-ed in the Washington Post. But I would agree it's not now that I'm forming an opinion, that it's not a great headline for sure.
When you read the op-ed, did you read it online or did you read it in the actual Post paper?
I don't remember.
Well, let's pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2.
That's got to be the print version, right?
That's probably the print version.
Does this refresh your recollection?
I'd like to see data on how many print versions there? Like how like what are their sales in print these
There-
days?
I was gonna say my instant answer is, does anybody read the Post?
We're going to
As
try
the
to
Post?
Yeah.
scroll in
Yeah.
a little bit more.
Like print doesn't exactly go viral, does it now?
But this is
Yeah.
because of the headline. They're trying to avoid that other headline.
Again,
course, of
if
course,
you
of
could help me,
course.
is that the paper? Is that
Yes.
the article?
Yes, that's the Washington
I mean,
Post.
they clearly don't have enough inches there to put their original
So-
title as well.
Yeah.
What's the question? Sorry.
Does this help refresh your recollection of whether you saw it in print or whether you saw it online?
It does not, but I'll tell you that I did not typically pick up the Washington Post,
Okay, and so while we're sitting, if you can, just for a second, you're saying that then 2 years ago, I became, oops, I better not do that.
There's a lot of
She's about to, but I became
Then
a
2
big. She's
years
about to
ago, I
read the
became a public
statement.
figure representing domestic abuse. That's
There it
this
is.
first person from Ms. Heard that's catastrophic for Mr. Depp. Is that your testimony?
Objection.
No, it's a good question.
My testimony is that it reads like a victim statement from someone involved and the recipient, and it became a bit of a death nail catastrophic thing for Mr. Depp in the Hollywood community.
All right, well, let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 99. Now, there was, in fact, an article published in the Sun newspaper by Dan Wooten, the editor-in-chief, on April 27, 2018. Do you recall that?
Now that I'm looking at it,
Does that refreshes your recollection? And in fact,
Yes.
this article calls Mr. Depp a wife beater, does it not?
Objection, hearsay.
Welcome to
The argument he's got no reputation to destroy by the time she publishes that, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's really
I can't-
interesting. I love this
can't see the
defense because
print.
if Amber
these
lied,
glasses,
it had
but,
already metastasized
all right.
by the time December
Well,
2018 rolls
I'll
around.
take your word.
Yeah, it's an interesting argument. It might,
Well,
might
the
work.
title here is How Can J.K. Rowling Be Genuinely Happy Casting Wife Beater Johnny Depp in the new Fantastic Beasts film?
Objection,
Oh,
do you see
hearsay,
that?
Your Honor.
controversy.
I'll allow that.
The reason why they're allowing this hearsay is because it's not for the truth. They're offering
Yeah.
about
Okay.
his opinion.
Your
What
Honor,
is
I'd
his
like to
opinion
move the
about this?
admission of this exhibit. I
It's a
think at this point,
beautiful
it's not
way to
offered to
bring
prove
that
the
in.
truth of the matter asserted, but
is.
it's going to offer, he's testified to comparisons of other articles.
Objection
He-
403.
He's testifying to the impact of the op-ed. I think
403 is
in
right.
fairness, we should be able to put this in and be able to make the comparisons.
It's clearly hearsay. Your Honor.
I'll sustain the
It's not
objection.
offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
It
Your
sure
Honor.
is.
Still arguing.
Sure it is.
Nobody believes you, Elaine.
Well, let's go
but no,
to
we all know this isn't for the truth, Elaine. Stop playing the games.
the
We
third
know what you're
page.
doing.
Let's go to the fourth
We
page.
see
So
you,
it
Elaine.
has.
We see you.
But for all you
A5,
wonderful
I
lawyers out
think is
there,
what I'm trying to
it's
get
already
to.
in.
So it
The
says
jury's already
paragraph
heard it,
7.
so the damage
Yeah.
is done.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
And she's pretty unflappable.
So do you
I have-
recall that it says in here,
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
She's just trying to
reproach.
backdoor your ruling.
See? But that's what she's
Yeah.
doing. Though we all know
Backdoor
what she's
your
doing.
ruling.
She
But
is.
also, just on a note of like the jury hearing these objections and the language that is used by counsel. I mean, him saying in front of the jury, she's trying to backdoor your ruling. She's trying to play dirty, Your Honor.
Yeah.
That's an interesting thing to put in front of the jury too. And,
But I
and
would've said
especially
that, though.
if he wins on this objection, that can be like,
But see,
dirty.
this is realistically
you're playing
why
dirty.
I dislike Elaine so much, right? Because I think this is an excellent line of cross-examination.
Yeah.
And like her persona and the way she treats it gives all this muddledness to the entirety of it. Because I think
Yeah.
you're right. I think she screwed up there. I think Ben Chu's doing a good job. But these are good questions that go to the statement of did December 2018 do anything? That's what we're
Yeah.
actually in this courtroom for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
at that
I
point, though,
think
you're just
it actually
fighting
is a
over the
legitimate
damages
line
number.
of cross-examination.
Right.
But she's muddying it is the problem.
She's giving too many opportunities for this disruption, and now the jury's forgotten
Yeah.
what she was just doing.
But
Terrible.
she did get
Mr. Whigham.
the son calling him a wife beater. And she did get that in, which I think
the
is
article
powerful.
also had pictures, did it not?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether it had a picture of Ms.
She won
Heard?
that objection.
Objection, hearsay, Your
I
Honor.
don't recall.
I'll allow that.
See, she
Do
won.
you,
I don't recall.
Can we go to the 8th page? I'm showing you the picture right now. Does that refresh your recollection?
Your Honor, hearsay, lack of foundation.
I'll allow it.
It doesn't speak to my impression of when I read it or how I read it, but I see the photo. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and in fact, it shows bruises on it, doesn't it? On Ms. Heard's face?
Objection, lack of foundation.
She set him up. She set the
Overruled.
witness up. She got him good. Elaine, this is why Elaine,
That
they
would
pay
be what I
Elaine.
see, yes.
She
Okay.
set him up.
Now, Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against the Sun newspaper and against Dan Wooten for this article, correct?
And he lost.
I believe so.
June 13,
fantastic. cross.
2018. Let's pull up 1599, defendants 1599.
Was this Sun article before or after?
Does this
Washington
refresh your
Post?
recollection?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Just checking.
Just for refreshing recollection, I'll allow.
We don't have those kind of controls on StreamYard. Sorry.
Just so I understand the question, you're asking, does it refresh a memory that Johnny filed suit against the Sun?
Yes, and Dan Wooten. On June 13, 2018.
Sure.
Okay.
Now that I'm looking at it, yeah.
All right, and he did so in the UK, in the High Court of Justice, correct?
I believe so. You would know better than I.
Okay, and if we can just turn to page 9, and do you recall that Mr. Depp alleged that that article had caused him serious harm to his personal and professional reputation?
Objection, hearsay, calls for speculation.
I'll allow the question.
Thank you.
Yeah, she.
No,
I'll explain how she got it in, but
I'm going to ask you to take a look at
she set the
paragraph
witness up,
11.
and she did it very nicely.
Oh, it's very clever.
I need new glasses.
Yeah.
Because she asked him what his
Okay.
opinion about other articles.
I'm gonna-
And did he read any other
Is there a way
articles?
to
He said yes.
even make that screen bigger on mine? I wish
This
I
is
was
where she's convincing me
had
that
better
she's.
glasses and more technologically savvy.
They can make
Yeah.
it a little bigger, but I think that's about as far as it can go.
I'm going to try to highlight it here so that
All
that
the
might
bad
help
things
you a
we've been
little
saying
bit.
about
Let me
Elaine,
switch
she knew what she was coming in for today. She got.
So,
she's
Yeah.
getting what she needs.
Do you
now.
recall that Mr. Depp alleged that the article in the Sun newspaper by Dan Wooten had caused serious harm to the claimant's personal and professional reputation?
If you're asking me, I don't recall it. I was not involved in that case at all. I'm able to read what's in front of me.
But you don't recall it, and you don't recall if that had any impact on Disney in 2018.
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. Do you recall that Mr. Depp also alleged that he was caused significant distress and embarrassment by the publication of that article?
No, that I don't recall that.
Okay.
I say that because I just was not involved in that case.
All right.
My memory of that was it was a tabloid, so and the lawyers were hidden.
All right. Michelle, you can take that down. Thank you.
Doesn't
Now,
matter
there
what
was a
his answer
trial
was.
in the UK. Was there not, on Mr. Depp's claims of libel against Dan Wooten and the Sun?
I believe so.
And it was in July of 2020, was it not?
I don't remember the date actually.
All right. And it lasted 3 weeks? Do you recall that?
I don't, but I'll take your word for
She's
it.
Do you
testified.
recall there being an enormous
Yeah.
amount of
Through
publicity surrounding that
I
trial?
think there needs to be an objection here because he
Objection,
he-
calls for speculation, lack
yes.
of foundation.
He said he did. Thank you.
Overruled.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, he
Mr.
said
Whigham,
he
you said
did.
you did.
She's got him.
Recall that?
She's got the witness in the
Wow.
vice, baby. She's not letting him
Allow
out. Yeah, the witness is in trouble for Johnny.
I remember there being press around it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in fact, do you recall that Mr. Depp gave testimony for 4 days?
It's a long time.
Not specifically. I don't.
Do you recall that Ms. Heard gave testimony for 4 days?
Objection, testifying at this point.
But that's what crosses the United States. She's testifying and he's just a prop. It doesn't even matter what his answers are. The information
So
that
long
she's
as he
saying
can
is
give
getting
enough information to
Do
give
you
a
recall there
response, though,
being
but if he
many,
doesn't
many
know,
witnesses testifying at that
then
case?
it's at a
on that
certain
case?
point it just becomes speculation.
Yeah, at a certain point where it becomes over the line.
Just now.
Yeah.
Okay. And
I
the
don't know.
press that surrounded that case, do you recall it being focusing on things like Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use?
Same answer.
Do you recall there being the video, the kitchen video being shown repeatedly?
Objection. Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah, she's getting into too much detail that he said that he doesn't really know. Like he knows
doesn't
about the
remember.
article, he knows about the lawsuit, but he doesn't know about the details of the lawsuit. And she's getting into too many details
But-
that she's just steamrolling him to try to get this. Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Yeah,
And
there's
so
this is how you do. This is a defense attorney's dream. He opened the door when she said, about articles, and she said this article. He said, were there any other articles? And he says yes. And that opened the door to the Sun article. That opened the door to all of this, and that's why all those hearsay objections went to the wayside, because he said that he was other articles that affected his career, and that gave for the chance to roll him like this, and now he's just being rolled.
Yeah, but the thing is like at a certain point he
I
only
think my
knows
last
so much.
question was, do you recall there being a lot of publicity surrounding Mr. Depp's
wasn't the last
alcohol and
question.
drug use?
That wasn't the last
I
question.
think I answered that.
Oh, that right. That's right. I was on the
don't
video,
recall.
the kitchen
That's
video.
right.
Do you recall there being the kitchen video being played pretty repeatedly in the press?
Repeatedly in the press.
No, I don't.
Do you recall a lot of pictures of Ms. Heard reflecting bruises,
Fine, a lot.
cuts, injuries?
Last question. Now the last question.
I think just to be clear, I don't recall anything that was going on within the case. I was always consumed with next film and TV opportunities, and that was being handled by the lawyers.
I wish
Do
you would
you-
have said that earlier.
That's
Do
what he
you
should have started with
recall-
to stop all this line of
I just have a
questioning.
couple more
Yep.
to ask you on this.
Rather
Do
than
you
knowing
recall
anything
there
about the
being
trial.
allegations of at least 14 incidents of domestic violence against Ms. Heard in that trial?
I do not, with specificity. Same answer.
Now, could we bring up exhibit number 1 again, plaintiffs?
Mr. Bites brought me a muffin, you guys.
Now, Mr.
Cross-examine her
Whigham,
on the muffin.
do you know who wrote Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath? This has to change.
You're talking about the title?
Yes.
Objection calls for speculation.
I wouldn't say that to me, I would have assumed it was Miss Heard.
You assumed, but you don't know, do you?
I do not.
Okay. And were you aware that there were also 3 pleaded incidents of sexual violence in the UK trial against Ms. Heard by Mr. Depp?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, your testimony is, you can take that down. No, thank you. Your testimony is that since some
Great question,
point
because either answer is bad
in
for him.
2020, Mr. Depp has not had any more movie opportunities. Is that correct?
Sorry, repeat the date.
When is the last time Mr. Depp had a movie opportunity?
The last film that he shot was Minamata, to the best of my memory.
All right. And in fact, do you know whether the article that was in the UK, the ensuing lawsuit that was brought by Mr. Depp, and the ensuing trial and all the publicity, do you know whether that had any impact on Mr. Depp's career?
Objection compound.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
He finally got one.
Do you know whether the collection of all of those items I just listed had an impact on Mr. Depp's career?
Same objection.
Same objection.
Remind
You
me
let
the
that
date
one go.
Come on.
you're asking about.
She literally said, just answer the last
So
question.
the answer, I take it, is no, you don't know, correct?
Ooh, no, that's
I'm just trying to make sure I give you a correct answer
Ay.
so I understand the question. You referenced after
I was risking
2020.
it.
Okay,
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
the article was April of 2018. The lawsuit was June of 2018. The trial was July of 2020. What opportunities has Mr. Depp had since July 2020?
Well, that's not a helpful question because that's in the land of both of them.
July 2020.
She's trying to say you don't know which affected
He has
it
not,
worse. Was it the
done a film.
article or was it her article?
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
It doesn't help
That's
if
what
they
he's trying to
find that
say.
Amber's a liar.
Yeah, but it didn't hurt because it was the other article. that
Sneaking
hurt
all those
more.
allegations from the UK.
You're going to grab everything that
Good
is
afternoon
after
again, Mr.
2018
Wiggum.
if they
All
find
right.
she's a
Do you
liar.
recall Ms. Bredehoft asked
Let's get some
you,
rehabilitation in here.
Yeah,
questions about
definitely.
whether you ever actually saw a document containing the $22.5 million deal for Mr. Depp for Pirate 6. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall when you were trying to answer her question, you said you needed a little more context? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And would you please now provide the jury that context so they can have a fuller understanding of what your
Good
what your
question.
testimony is?
Great
question.
rehabilitation. Yeah,
She
This
didn't
is
let
how
you answer.
rehabilitate.
On a franchise movie, when you're dealing with big stars and you're talking about future optional pictures, you engage at the high level, meaning the president or the top of the studio, to get an understanding of what that deal is going to be. They then get papered. Typically, when I say papered, amended, because it's based on the same contract usually that's been in existence, and it would get, sometimes we don't see paperwork or get paperwork until the film is happening.
And Mr. Wiggum, on a similar line, Ms. Bredehoft asked you some questions about whether after this deal was done, it was starting to trend badly with respect to Disney and not so, and still well with respect to Mr. Bruckheimer in the fall of 2018. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
When was it that Disney made the final decision as to whether Mr. Depp would be in Pirate 6?
I'll sustain the objection. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Wiggum, it may have been trending badly
when
as
did
of that
you-
time, but Disney had not gone in the other direction, correct?
No.
So the
Overruled,
email
I'll
you
allow
showed
it.
me earlier,
You may continue.
the email you showed me earlier was 2 days after the op-ed, and I was saying that Disney had never said that Johnny would not be in the film as of that date.
Overruled. Right.
And my testimony is the exact same as the deposition, which is it was trending badly in the late fall on behalf of Disney, but Jerry Bruckheimer and I were lobbying to make it happen. And so we had hope, and it became clear to me in early 2019 that it was over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiggum. No further questions.
All right. Thank you.
Great
Is this
job of
witness subject to
rehabilitating that
recall?
witness. Great job of rehabilitating
Yes, Your
that
Honor.
witness.
All right, Mr. Wiggum, since you're subject to recall, you're still subject to the rule on witnesses, so you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody and you cannot watch any of the trial. Okay, sir?
Okay.
All right, but you're free for today. Thank you.
Have a look at a whole
you.
bunch of guns. So
All right, your next witness.
I shall see
Your Honor,
everyone
before we
later.
call the next witness, may we approach
See you.
briefly for
Take
question?
care. Elaine, that was a masterstroke. She was able to get in all that hearsay. She got in
Yep.
all that stuff about the
the
UK
UK
trial.
stuff.
She got in all
That was
those
nice.
details, and on top of that, the pictures of Amber being hurt, all with this one witness. It
Yep.
was masterstroke of getting in a lot of hearsay testimony under the guise of, of it not being hearsay because of an opinion.
She certainly got the idea planted in the jury's mind at this point, so that's good for her.
And the fact that he lost a whole nother trial where they called him an abuser.
Yeah.
That's in now.
And the reason why that's damaging to Johnny is that it confuses the jury the causation for the damages. Were the damages caused by the op-ed, or were they caused by the Sun tabloid, or were they caused by the ultimate result in the trial after that tabloid came out? So it's if they can introduce enough confusion there, they can say, okay, well, maybe he was harmed, but it wasn't by her, it was by we would call that an intervening cause. Some other actor that's not involved in this suit.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case in penalty of the law?
Yes.
Good. How you doing, sir? Good afternoon.
Who's this?
Yeah, that's a person in the room.
You can sit down.
Oh, somebody's in the room. Somebody keeps saying I'm with Amber Heard. Are you? I think some people in the chat are just maybe dumb, because it's like we are looking at strategies. We are
Good afternoon,
doing a
Mr.
good
Marks.
job. Yes, Johnny Depp's
Good
doing a good job.
afternoon. Would you please state your full
People don't
name for the
understand.
record?
We're watching a trial.
Richard Edward Marks.
And Mr. Marks, where do you live?
I live in Hollywood.
Would you tell us a little bit about your educational background, sir?
I'm a product of the public school system in Los Angeles. And I went to UCLA undergraduate.
I like it.
And I'm a graduate of the UCLA School of Law.
When did you graduate from
another lawyer.
UCLA School of Law?
I graduated in 1973, and I've been an officer of the courts since then, almost 50 years.
Where do you work?
Good law school.
I work at my own law firm, Richard Marks and Associates.
What is Richard Marks and Associates?
It is a transactional entertainment law firm, and we represent individuals, writers, directors, actors,
damages.
books, but authors. But mainly we represent producers who are developing a product, if you will, to be produced and then exploited on television, features, streaming, things like that.
When you say a transactional law firm, what do you mean by that?
What I
explain it to
do
us, Hogue.
is
That's what
make
you
deals.
say.
All
They're
Richards are
transactions. I'm
transactional
a
attorneys.
deal
I don't know what to tell
So
you.
my whole practice,
Also,
all
he's
these
the inverse of
decades,
Mark
has been
Richards.
about getting to yes.
Oh, yeah.
How do you make a deal? And then how do you get it documented so people sign it and then are able, it's clear enough that it can be administered and people can know what to do after you've made the deal.
Specifically, what types of clients do you work with?
Well, as I said, I work with all kinds of clients, but my bigger clients and the bulk of my practice is representing producers who produce, they develop and they produce content for exploitation.
Are there any particular clients that you can identify?
Yeah, I've been working for a long time with ITV, which is a huge British company with worldwide reach in entertainment. They produce The Voice, Love Island, and right now I've done all the development legal work on a miniseries that's about to shoot in France and England, starring Michael Douglas as Benjamin Franklin. It's based on a novel that
shout
we
out.
optioned. I helped them option
That's
years
awesome.
ago. Then
This is like
scripts
him
were
asking
written
for likes and
8
subscribes.
hours.
Keep
Then Michael
context.
Douglas was engaged.
Promoting
the
his
director
work.
was engaged. And I
We got a
do
new
all
movie
those
out.
contracts, and that's
He's got
ITV.
millions of people watching, right?
I can't wait for Jack
Another
Nicholson
one
to
of
play
my,
this guy in the movie version of
big
this trial.
clients is Village Roadshow. They're an Australian
That's perfect. That'd
company.
be a perfect casting too.
They partner with Warner Brothers and they produce movies like Matrix, Aquaman, Scooby-Doo. Right now,
Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
I'm working on
You're right,
a
yeah.
television series for them, doing the legal production, and before that it was development, but the production legal work on a reboot of the old College Bowl show, where two colleges come together with teams and answer questions, and here they're going to win scholarships. And the hosts are Peyton Manning and Eli Manning. So that's currently what I'm working on for Bill's Roadshow.
Excuse me.
Any other clients?
And I would say my third big client is a company called Media Rights, MRC, and they produce movies and TV shows. Recently, I've done a lot of work for them. They are finishing up a mini series that I'm doing the legal work on for Apple, starring Billy Crudup. We just finished a mini series for them called Terminal List with Chris Pratt. That's for Amazon. And
He's throwing out his whole resume right now.
A mini
I mean,
series.
a big deal.
Foundation, but my God.
It is,
For
yeah.
MRC on a show called The Shrink Next Door, which is aired. It starred Will Ferrell and Paul Rudd. And then I can't leave out my longest client, which is the producers of Bosch for Amazon. It's got to be 9-10 years ago when we went into Amazon. They had never produced a series, and we negotiated
giving a
deal
full resume.
for,
Hire me, baby.
Michael Conley's book series.
I'm on global television.
And we cast Titus Welliver as Bosch. They wouldn't order a series. They would only.
So you know who
order
has as good a
pilot.
resume? Alita at
And
Legalbytes. If you're enjoying this
now,
promotional material,
in
please
the next
consider
few
liking and
days,
subscribing to Alita at
what I call the
Legalbytes.
8th season.
She doesn't
but which
have
is the
Chris
first
Pratt
season of the
or any of these
spinoff
other
will,
people on her book of business,
be
but
available on
she still deserves your
IMDb
like and
TV
subscribe.
instead of on Amazon.
Thank you, Rick.
But Amazon owns IMDb TV.
I just want somebody to yell at me for talking over
and
the
we're in
700
right now
Ah.
writing
TV
the
shows.
The only you have to do is
ninth
say something
season.
good
So
about Amber
I've
Heard's
had this
lawyers, and
long
they'll
run
scream at you.
with this,
Just say they did a good job
one
with that.
particular
Your
series.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about the types of deals that you work on for these clients?
Well, when you think of a series or a motion picture, and you see the credits, there's hundreds of credits there, and every one of those people, you have to make a deal with them, and you have to paper it so that they sign it, and you know what to pay them.
Bolstering
and
the papering idea.
Is there a guild involved, a union? What are their services?
I hate it when they say
And
papering a deal. I feel like my
what
work
I
is
do
devalued.
is all of that, soup to nuts.
I
Many
do say
times.
soup to nuts, though.
Sometimes
so
I
you might
work
be
with
me. I don't
in-house
know.
counsel or other attorneys, and we split up the work. But
But
basically,
he's not making deals with each one of those people. He makes sometimes he has
you wanna
firms
produce
that you
a
deal with, and
movie or a
they
show,
you know,
you
contract
might
people.
option a book. I do that.
The
deal.
gaffer needs a
You might
deal.
hire a writer. Then you might get a director, then a line producer, a UPM, first AD. Then you start hiring your cast. Then you start making location deals. Then you start renting equipment and props and getting releases for photos you might show or for people who might end up on camera. And then when you're done shooting, you're making deals for merchandising and deals with distributors. And in the old days, might have been for a DVD or for merchandising, a doll. And so it's really what I do is make deals. And all deals, I've been doing it for almost 50 years, but they're all the same. They have elements of time, money,
Almost 50 years. You look
credit,
good, man.
rights, and perks.
This guy's making some
I
good
have
deals.
approached deals
50
that
years of
way
working in law?
so that
Yeah, I was
I've
going to say.
made myself
Not a skeleton by
relevant.
now?
When I
Ooh,
started
I'm
out,
coming up on
there were
20. I
3
already feel the
networks and
age.
big studios. And an attorney said,
You make
well,
me
I'm a
feel like a
TV
baby
lawyer,
lawyer.
I'm a feature lawyer. I just
I'm
said,
older
I'm
than
a
you think.
transactional lawyer. And so I've been able to adapt and make deals with Netflix, Quibi, YouTube.
He just dropped Quibi in court. You know what,
you
Mike?
name it. I've made deals. I mean, I recently made a deal with Hellman's Mayonnaise for an actress who is going to be an influencer for them on the web. and it was it was a good payday for this actress, but that's
It
the
just made
way
me
I look at
reflect on my
deals. I'm
elevator
a deal
pitch.
maker, and that's my practice.
Mr. Marks,
Nice.
you testified that you have been working in the entertainment industry almost 50 years. How did you get started in the entertainment industry?
I got started in the entertainment industry by being born in Hollywood, and it's our town industry, if you will.
What a great answer.
And
So true.
I've always been interested in it.
Yeah.
And when I went to UCLA, I took all the film classes there were. And when I went to UCLA Law School, it was by design because number one, I couldn't afford the big law school, so UCLA was a public
top
school.
15.
It was virtually
It is.
free. I
It
went
also
to
costs
UCLA
as
Law
much as
School
other
because
law schools
if you
these
want to
days.
practice entertainment law in Hollywood,
You got to go to
you go to
UCLA.
UCLA or USC. Those are the
Yeah,
schools where
UCLA
you
is one of the top
kind of
schools. Though.
create your
It
contacts.
is. It's a top
and your-
15.
Your network.
Yeah.
And at UCLA, they had some of the best professors who taught entertainment law.
He's not wrong
related
about that, though.
subjects. So
UCLA is
took
known for its entertainment
copyright,
law
trademark,
classes and professors and stuff.
entertainment contracts, if you will. I took
Some of the best
everything
lawyers from in
entertainment
that area
related.
come out of you. Come out of school.
Yeah, I almost went there.
And that's how I kind of built the foundation.
Turned
for
it
them
down.
after law school.
Lita, you're pretty
career.
good. 15
Yeah,
on the
you're
dot.
What
good.
did you do after you graduated from law school?
Well, I wanted to do entertainment transaction law, but I realized I could earn a little bit more money if I went into entertainment litigation,
The
suing
fights.
over copyrights and trademarks. And so I took the highest paying job that I could get out of law school, and was in 1973. And I did IP litigation, disputes over copyrights, trademarks, disputes over rights, things like that. And I was a low-level litigator, doing depositions or motions, certainly not sitting at the, examining witnesses, except it might be in a deposition. And I did that for about, it was my first year out of law school.
What did you do after that?
Well, after that, I kind of made a decision that being a litigator wasn't for me, that I wanted to make deals, that I wanted my career to be about getting to yes. And that involved a lot of
This is your boy,
conflict
Richard.
sometimes.
I'm startled
but
at
the
how many of
goal
these
was
answers are the
to
answers
get
I
to
give,
yes,
give or take.
so that both parties could work together. Because the
That's
goal
exactly
was
why I say
working
I'm not a
together and
litigator, is I
creating the
like bringing
TV
people
show,
together instead of having them
not
fight.
making the deal. The deal makers had to step away so that you closed the deal and then people could live with that deal. And so I went to a transactional law firm, and I was there a couple years, and I made deals.
What kind of projects did you work on when you transitioned into that deal-making role?
Well, this is, mid 1970s, and this law firm was hot, if you will. And some of my classmates were there. That's how I got the job. I had to take a cut in pay to go there. I'll never forget, I'm the second chair attorney in a big conference
This is all
room with
foundational.
Fox,
35
and we're
Spice.
trying to close a deal.
All foundational for what he's going to get
young
into.
Client George Lucas.
Yeah, remember Dr.
to make
Curry?
a film
This is his Dr.
called
Curry
Star Wars,
CV.
a Western space movie.
He worked
And
on
Fox
the Star Wars
would not
deal.
give us the budget or the salary he wanted. And this is the God's honest truth. We said, okay, give us the merchandising. And famously, they gave us the merchandising because they didn't think there was value there.
Wow.
And that's how much our business has changed.
The Fox Lucasfilm
While I was at
merchandising deal on Star Wars is
my first
legend.
transactional firm, we also worked for a client. His name is Sylvester Stallone.
Oh, you may have heard of him.
His claim to fame
This
is
dude
that
likes to
he
name
was a,
drop.
character actor, but he had written a script that all the major
His daughters have a
stars
very funny
wanted to
podcast, by
play.
the way.
They wanted to play the role.
If you guys
Rocky.
haven't heard of it,
And he said,
what
"I
is
will
it?
not sell this
Unwaxed. That's
script
the
unless
podcast. It's really
I
funny.
play
They're
Rocky."
really funny.
And no one was happy about that. And the deal we made was he got to play the role.
He
But it
helped
was a
negotiate
very
the
low
Sly
budget,
Stars and
and
Rocky
he
deal.
hardly had a dressing room. He hardly had any perks. He wasn't happy about it.
Now I just
but
want to sit down
we
with
were
dinner
able to make up
with
for
him
that in
just to
deals
hear his
also
one,
stories.
2, 3.
Those are two legendary
And,
contract
and,
issues.
and that's the
in
type of deals.
transactional
It was,
law.
we, at that entertainment transactional firm, we weren't representing major companies, if you will. We were representing artists, writers, directors, talent, like individuals. We weren't representing the companies I do now, like ITV or Village Roadshow.
How long were you at that law firm?
I was at
These are
that
cool deals,
firm
folks.
for a couple years.
What did you do after that?
After that, I made a decision that I wanted to go in-house where the full-time business was making product, and it was very tied to production, and I wanted to move away from law firms at that moment. And my first in-house job was for the Ziegler Discount Agency, which was one of the premier literary agencies in town. We represented writers and books and estates of books. And at that time, in late 70s, early 80s, if you wanted to hire a writer or a book, or option a book, there were 3 places you went. You went to Swifty, which he's kind of famous, Swifty Lazar's Oscar parties, or you went to Swanee, H.L. Swanson, or you went to Ziggy, and I worked for Ziggy.
Did you work for any other companies in an in-house capacity as a deal maker?
Oh yeah. With Ziggy, we made deals for the book The Princess Bride. We did a lot of. We worked for William Goldman, that was his book and his screenplay, and it was a fabulous experience. But that firm was bought by ICM, a much bigger agency, and then I moved to Paramount. That's where I next went, and at Paramount, I was the attorney on the series Cheers, the series Family Ties, which was the break for the young son, Michael J. Fox.
You may have heard of him.
And then I did something, because I have never said I'm just a TV lawyer. I'm a deal maker. I get to yes. And it's sort of unheard of, but I moved from network television doing the deals for Cheers and Family Ties. I moved to features at Paramount because you can earn a little more money in features. And I was married, and I had a child. And in features, I was assigned to do the development and production work for a producer, who's in this case Jerry Bruckheimer.
We've gotten all the way there.
And I also,
This guy's dropping names like fire.
Served. They had an overall deal with Eddie Murphy, so I did the legal work on his films, like Beverly Hills Cop, Coming to America, things like that. And I was at Paramount
Amazing.
about 4 years.
Just those minor films, just in case you haven't heard of them.
Yeah.
After Paramount, I got this opportunity to head up business and legal affairs in the feature division for Jerry Weintraub's studio. Jerry was famous at the time for Karate Kid and Ocean's 11, and he represented, Elvis and Frank Sinatra in music, and John Denver. But this was his motion picture company, and I was in features, and we made a film called Troop Beverly Hills, which is starring
I
Shelley
remember
Long.
that. I loved that one.
We made another film, The Big Blue. We acquired a film library. He was positioning himself to be a major company until he went bankrupt. And that was one of his only failures.
Where'd you go after that?
After Jerry Weintraub, I went to Disney and I filled in for a year for the head of legal and features who was on maternity leave and taking a family leave. And so I headed up legal on films like Dick Tracy, Madonna was in that, Rocketeer, and other live action
My
films.
childhood.
But what I really remember about my time at Disney is they were revamping the animation department, and they wanted to make a different kind of Disney animated film. And part of it, in the old days, Disney animated films, the voices weren't advertised. They weren't the stars of the movie.
Aladdin,
Disney
probably.
was the star, or Dumbo was the star, but the
Aladdin would make
voices
sense for Robin
were hardly
Williams.
known. And we
'Cause he was the
broke
first
that
one.
mold, and it was the first deal where we paid real money to someone to do a voice. Was a deal I made with
Aladdin.
Robin Williams to
knew
voice Aladdin. And
Your
it changed
knowledge of the Disney
whole
Renaissance
history
knows no
of
bounds, Alita.
Disney and feature animation. I worked on Beauty and the Beast, and it was a tremendous.
I grew up in Southern
experience,
California, right by
to be
Disneyland. What can I
involved
say?
with them.
Yeah.
You worked at Disney. Did you continue to fill in-house deal-making roles?
Yeah, I continued my in-house road even in.
So he's going to
world
tell us why the
where
deal
things
between
consolidated.
Disney and Johnny Depp
It
fell
was
through. Is that the
more and more
reason?
difficult
What he's
to
here for?
stay in-house.
Maybe we're still
Maybe.
decades away.
After
Yeah.
Disney,
I don't know.
I went to a company called Media Home Entertainment, and
It's
they
Okay,
This is
I
a
trust
lot
you.
of
for
foundation.
films.
I trust your foundation, my
And
man.
for their investment, they got the VHS cassette
Super
rights.
chat.
So, Media Home Entertainment was one of the producers, investors in the Nightmare on Elm Street series, Blue
Ooh.
Velvet, and what they got was the right to sell video cassettes. They also manufactured and sold the Jane Fonda videos or the NFL videos, and it was a great business. Except the studios realized,
I'm sure he could
"Are
make
we
the deal
crazy?
work."
Why are we letting another company sell video? We should keep that in house." And so I was not only head of legal, but I was on the board of directors, and we sold the company to Fox so that they could take in the assets and eliminate a competitor.
Where'd you go after that?
After Media Home Entertainment, I went to a company called Kushner Lock. It was it was at a time in the business there was hundreds of independent producing companies because the networks couldn't produce for themselves. There were laws preventing it.
The Paramount
and
decrees.
Kushner
Hey,
Lock,
Alita, can you turn
we
my headphones,
produced,
my
Pinocchio
audio
with
down? 'Cause it's
Jonathan
blasting.
Taylor Thomas.
Even in
We
my own earphones.
produced a small movie called Freeway. It was Reese Witherspoon's one of her first roles, and it was. I was there for 8 years. It was a good long run until they, as all those independent companies ultimately did, not all, most, they went bankrupt after 8 years.
What did you do after that?
Now you can see I'm still chasing the in-house world. I went to a company, Nelvana. They were a Canadian animation company, but they had this big office in LA. I headed up business and legal. We manufactured, made, produced animated television series like Care Bears and merchandising also. Babar, Big Bear, Little Bear, all sorts of animated subjects.
Oh my God, I know all this stuff.
Merchandising deals and cartoons, if you
It's like
will.
going through my childhood too.
Yeah, right.
Then that Canadian company closed the LA office, moved back to Canada. I didn't want to move back to Canada. And so my last in-house situation, I went to Universal Network Television, and I did business and legal affairs on Just Shoot Me television series, a series starring Josh Brolin called Mr. Sterling. It was kind of patterned on Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. And at the same time, I was at Universal Network Television. I consulted with Nickelodeon Features, and I helped them.
He's definitely
sort
fewer
of
than
build
6
out
steps.
their
from Kevin
feature
Bacon.
products.
Oh yeah.
They were on the Paramount lot. I had been at Paramount for a long time, and we worked on films such as SpongeBob, the animated film. And then when
SpongeBob,
that
he's
consulting
shouting out
ended
SpongeBob.
and NBC came in and bought Universal, that ended my job at Universal, and I made the decision I would go back and be a lawyer at a law firm.
What types of work were you doing when you went back to the law firms?
When I went back to the law firm, I did a lot of I worked on their clients, and I helped a financier, Robert Sillerman, in effect buy the American Idol brand.
So I'm kind of a big deal.
I worked with Barry Gordy's company.
Simple transactional lawyer.
Trying to turn some of his world into theatrical plays. I worked with the Nat King Cole estate.
It's a life model for you, Rich. It's your new career path.
So it was a lot of reality. I remember I worked with J. Walter
And
Thompson,
I got out of Big Law. I'm not going back.
and they were
Most people that get out don't go back.
in effect creating advertising opportunity branding. And then the one that sticks in my mind is I helped George Foreman market things so that he made a deal.
George
to-
Foreman Grill?
For the George Foreman
called
Grill.
George Foreman
Rocky.
Grill. And it was a
Shout out to the George
good
Foreman Grill.
practice.
I'm with you guys. I have one right
Mr.
here.
Marks, you
too. I use it all
testified
the
that you
time.
now are at a law firm called Richard Marks and Associates. When did you start that firm?
Well, after the firm I just told you about was called Greenberg Traurig. It's a
Small
large
firm.
national firm.
Big
I
firm.
moved to a firm called The Point Media in 2006, and I was there for 14 years, doing much the same work that I do now. And then in 2020, right at the start of the pandemic, I went out on my own and formed Richard Marks and Associates.
Over the
I've seen
course of your
Hoglaw's older than
career,
that.
what, if any, changes have you observed in the deal-making space in the entertainment industry?
The super chat is too much.
Well, before I got involved in the business, most deals for writers were how much money per week and how many weeks.
No, not really.
When I got into the business, it was already more complicated. But through my decades, all that's happened is gotten more and more complicated. Still the essential elements of time, money, credit, perks, money, whatever. But it's gotten more complicated. You had to deal with
I do like the
merchandising.
Care
You had to deal
Bears.
with
Care Bear
sequels.
cousins.
You had to deal with all sorts of
Sure.
derivative works, video games, you name it.
Oh, I'm doing these
Publicity,
contracts.
promotion. It all expanded so that making a deal that might have been, simple
Let's talk about negotiating derivative
30
work.
years before now was a major production, and lawyers became integral. You couldn't do a deal without someone who was going to dive into the boilerplate and make sure that it was right.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch gears a little bit. I don't know if you would like to break now for lunch. Or...
I invented the concepts of contracts in the entertainment industry.
He's been
I
around for 50
revolutionized
years.
animation.
Contracts.
He looks good for being in the profession all that time too.
Do you guys think that he could be alienating the jury with all of his
Yes.
all of his name dropping?
A little bit.
It all depends on what he's there for.
A little bit.
It's what is he there to tell us? Because
You didn't need that to whatever he's going to
Yeah,
tell us.
what-
You didn't
yeah.
need what that was. Like, there's nothing he could possibly say that needed all that.
I wrote the scripts
Your Honor,
required to the
before we take
Caribbean.
lunch, plaintiff would move in Mr. Marks as an expert in the entertainment industry.
All right, any
He's an
objection?
expert witness, so that's
All
why
right,
they
so
give him
moved. All right,
testimony.
ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch
So this
then.
is an excellent.
Right.
It's
Please do
interesting.
not
There's
talk to
that
me.
entertainment industry.
Anybody, don't do any outside research. We'll see you back in an hour.
So he
okay?
might,
Thank you.
he doesn't have
Mr.
any
Marks, if you
personal
could just stay there
knowledge of
for a
this,
second.
right?
I guess he's there to
not sure.
talk more about the deals that Johnny Depp did and did not make, and more about damages elements. I
The
guess.
losses of this, I think, reputation and damages, because they kind of worked hand in hand. Reputation was killed, and that killed his businesses. They give you two elements for one.
God, I don't know if I even view if that's what they go with him. I don't even
Sir,
know if
since
I
you're in
view
the
him
middle
as
of
an
your
expert of,
testimony, you
like,
cannot talk to anybody about
public
your testimony at
opinion.
this time, including any lawyers or Mr. Depp. Okay, sir? All right. All right. We'll be back. And we'll be
Yeah, but
back
50
at,
years of
let's make it 2
experience,
o'clock, okay? All right,
you know, in
thank
the
Okay, but all
entertainment
right.
field.
Okay, but let me wind this back, right? So I do 20 years of venture capital and mergers, acquisitions, and putting companies together. And you put a fact pattern like this in front of me, I don't know that I would feel comfortable telling you what this did to that company's reputation or something along those lines. I mean, it's interesting. We don't know what they're going to ask him, right? So, yeah, I can only speak for myself. And I don't have, I didn't work on Cheers, folks. I'm sorry. But yeah, it'll be interesting.
See, the danger with witnesses is also on the opposite side, where what gave you this opinion that allows you to bring in all that other stuff, like we heard with the Sun newspaper and all that stuff that could be hurtful. So bringing in experts sometimes can be good, but sometimes can be an open door to a black box.
Also true. Also true. What do you say we get some super chats in here?
Lunch.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I've adjusted all of our. Oh, I haven't adjusted my own volume. Maybe I should adjust mine. Hang on.
Yeah, StreamYard's got to get better with this volume thing, because sometimes I come in and I'm just boom. I'm like, whoa. I'm
Yeah.
so
Well,
loud.
it also is that we are like, we also have our mic gains on it too, and that I don't know if your mic does this too, but like mine is like constantly adjusting to the
Yep.
room. So if I don't talk for a while, then it starts like getting as high as possible. So then when I do
Yeah.
say something, even if I'm whispering, it's like.
Yeah, I try to turn off all the auto adjust, but it never seems to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I turned off all the auto adjust, but I think when you come back in, you got to do it again too. So it's
I think
wild
Nate just
because-
always comes in like that. That's just Nate. He's trying to undersell himself.
He's
not.
You're gonna hear Nate when he comes in.
Let me grab some super chats here. See if we can get caught up on these. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so did I address this one? Is JD's team going to bring in someone to testify the DV incident that happened with Amber's ex-girlfriend? That should help JD's case a lot, right? Oh, right. We did talk about that, about how probably only if she opens the door, or if it's used to impeach, which is also opening the door.
Yeah, it's probably a bad axe.
Yeah. Random SUCC says, what is your opinion on Amber Heard's lawyer's performance? I think Rottenborn has been doing a decent job today. Elaine did a better job than she has done in the past. I still don't like it.
Sneaked in a lot of stuff.
The Sun stuff is so damn prejudicial and damning.
Yeah.
Getting it in however you get it in is a massive victory. And I don't think it's just on damages. I think it's on everything.
I agree.
So it's her squeezing that in. And honestly, I know Nate explained it to me, and this is where it comes out that I'm not a litigator. I'm just listening to this going like, how in the world is that not more prejudicial than useful? Like, oh, we're going to pull out this headline. We're going to talk about these accusations. It's like, well, it's a different legal system under different rules and different facts and different everything. But you just told the jury that this was what was said. He sued over it and he lost.
Yeah.
Right. And by the way, guys, once again, I just want to remind everyone that my lovely friends that are here joining me are doing this out of generosity for the commentary. They're having fun, of course. They're having fun. We're all having fun. But the way that they can possibly benefit from this, if you guys want to help us all out, because the more I can encourage my friends to continue to come onto my channel for commentary, the more likely they will be to come and join, right? And the way to do that. The way to do that to make sure that we still have people that want to come onto this channel for commentary is to go to their channels, go in the description below, click into, so you open another window. You don't exit out of this one, open another window. You go into each of their profiles, you check them out.
You don't have to check it out. Just hit the subscribe. Don't have to check it out. Just subscribe.
Yeah, subscribe to the channel and go and check out their stuff when you have time. Like their videos, share their videos. It's fantastic.
I'm
It's
going to
great
be
for the
doing
overall
one. I'm
community.
releasing a video today.
And you know what? And I decided I'm gonna continue on with this. Like let's make it our mission to make these streams bigger than Law and Crime, Court TV, all the other ones, because we are giving the commentary that they don't want you to see.
I'm such an asshole. I'm so sorry.
Oh my God. We're
What
having
did
a
you
lot of
say?
fun.
I'm
See,
such an asshole. I'm so
it feels
sorry.
like a Monday, doesn't it? It feels
Oh
like a
my
Monday.
God.
Monday.
All right.
I didn't
so
even hear what you said. I just kept talking over.
No,
I
I'm
don't
so
know.
sorry.
I feel like Alita decided this weekend that she's just going to take over and promote all of us instead of herself. But folks, I know we missed each other to start out this show. I know we did. And I wasn't able to tell you that our goal is still to see if we can't get Alita to 250,000 subscribers by the end of this trial. And tell your friends, talk about it in chat. Like, subscribe, get folks in here. Alita deserves it. We got her on a rocket ship to the moon. She's the one doing all this. She's jumped in front of me twice to promote our channels instead of hers, which I got to tell you, we're gonna have to get better on this, all of us, folks, us in chat, Kurt, Nate, everybody else. We got to get in front of Alita because that's super nice of her and everything, but it's not our channel. We're not doing the background stuff. We're not doing the updates, synopses, and everything else that she's doing until
The fact
4
that
in the
Alita's able
morning
to do
here.
this is amazing.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
well,
it's,
well,
I lost
well-
my voice this weekend. I don't know how you're going as much as you are. So I've been trying to play it, little
I put,
more.
you know what? I put some Amica cream on my neck. That's what I
It
did.
does
damn it.
work. It does the job, doesn't it?
Amica cream.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on.
It's
You
magical.
know what? But we are close to Kurt making 60 though, right? Kurt, you're at like
60. Are you close to
57.5.
60?
Oh yeah.
Go
Listen,
get it.
people, hold on. Let's see if we can at least get Kurt to the 60 mark because people, he's so close. And we got like, how
Yes.
many people we got inside here?
We got
Yeah.
26,000. We lost 4,000 when I started talking. I apologize,
Oh,
Alita.
it's your fault.
57.5,
They went
so,
to lunch.
yeah.
They went to
Come
lunch.
on, let's do it. Here's Kurt on civil law. 57.5.
Oh,
Can
let's
we-
do it. Let's get him to 60.
We gotta get him to
57.5.
60.
You're right on top
I'm
of it,
sharing.
Kurt.
I'm sharing it. I got the share screen up. If we want to click it, there he is.
Okay, yeah, let's
Thank you.
Look at this
let
man's
me-
beautiful face.
look at it. Look at it.
Boom! On civil law. 57.5.
Yeah, the Petito laundry lawsuit was interesting. Today, I'm dropping a video on the royal family, Samantha Markle versus Meghan Markle.
Woo.
Samantha Markle is the half sister of Meghan Markle. Yeah, they're not really
Boom.
besties. They're
They're
very
going
much
up.
the opposite of besties. Samantha is making all kinds of Meghan Markle said all kinds of things against Samantha. So defamation lawsuit against Meghan Markle, maybe bringing her down a peg or two. So that might be fun to watch.
I heard you
know how
like
we love
defamation
law,
lawsuits.
folks. Yeah. you know
All
how
right,
we
the
love
defamation law can be
lawsuits.
interesting.
I love these defamation cases. You know I do.
So
I've been
that'll be
talking about
dropping on
defamation
my
for a
channel.
while.
I believe it's 6 Central Time for those of you wanting
Oh
to
my
plan
gosh, you're
ahead.
scheduling
Can
videos.
anybody is there anybody in the chat that could put his link in the chat?
And,
Oh
Make it
yeah,
easier
yeah.
for
We got
people.
mods that can do it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Can the mods throw his link in the chat? Let's see if we can get him to 60. But before lunch, we can do it. Come
Yeah.
on.
Let's
Again,
let's
I
for
was
sure
just gonna say that I was gonna start reciting my entire life's history, starting with the first company I represented until we got to the present time, unless you subscribed and liked to Alita. So I started out. I was a young associate in a big law firm. No, I'm kidding.
I
But
want to go through each and every video you've posted to your channel one by one to show your cred.
Oh.
that's right.
What else?
I'll
700
be
or
expert
something.
testimony. I'll sit on the stand and be like, so virtual legality number one. This is a lighthearted little romp about Fallout 76. Yeah, no, so
You guys are crazy.
Yeah, but
Well,
but
you gotta ask for it. This is good work
Yeah.
Alita's doing. This is good work Kurt's doing. This is good work Nate's doing. This is good work everybody else that comes on the panel is doing. You do have to ask for it. I know people call it grift.
Hey,
you
58.
Oh, we're at 58. Here we go.
60. Let's go
We're
to
doing
60.
60.
Thank you.
my
I
God.
appreciate the love. And
Oh.
There
also,
you
I'm
go.
planning on covering the Daybell trial whenever that's going to be, and who knows? Because it's interesting because they've refused to sever between the two defendants. One has waived speedy trial, and one hasn't. They have a speedy trial deadline in October. The other one's currently scheduled for February, and also the state has refused to sever. So
Oh my God.
I don't know what's going on in terms of the deadlines or the times, because it'll be interesting. But that is a dumpster fire of a case involving cults and just all kinds of weirdness. And I'm planning on covering that gavel to gavel, try to unpack what happened, because it's just a nightmare of confusion.
if you dump tea on yourself live on stream, have you officially spilled the tea? I don't understand these idioms.
Yeah.
I got to get Emily
Well,
Baker in
well,
here.
we could say that you're definitely in some good drip, right?
I am. I'm in a good drip and I
Very
spilled the
good.
tea. I'm right on top of things.
Spill on the tea. You got the drip. What else can we say?
All good. What a day.
Oh my god.
Oh man. Well,
No,
Rick,
but
where are you at right now? Where are you
Well,
at in
I don't
subs?
know where I'm at.
Let
I
me
don't-
let me
that's
Where
what
are
Nate
you?
putting me
Rick
up.
will-
I'm at 66.7.
See, Rick
66.7.
Rick is all right. Rick is above the 60K monster mark right now. But
Well, let's
the
see if
more
we
the
can get him
merrier,
to
though.
70. Why not?
Yeah, 70. Let's move.
get him to
Let's
70.
let's move Rick to 70.
Yeah.
Boom.
Mark Ashman, thank you so much for the super chat, by the way. That's very generous. Yeah, but let's get him. Yeah, let's get Kurt to 60, get Rick to 70, get Nate to 200 because I feel like you're almost there, right?
Yeah. He's
Oh
getting close.
yeah. I'm pretty close, but I got some ways to go. So
Are you
but
over
I'll be
180
there.
yet?
Yeah, I'm at like 185, 186, something like that.
Nice.
So.
Okay.
Thank you.
But trust me, Alita's going to be past that in like 3 or 4 days.
She might
right?
well
So-
be at
I
this
don't
pace.
know.
Yeah, she
Boom.
might well pass you at this point, Nate. So
No,
yeah.
I want 250. I want 250. 250 will be amazing. That's what hopefully Alita will be 250 after this trial. Hopefully 300,000.
She's going to pass
Shut
Emily
us
D.
all up.
Baker. She's going to be the new leader of our crew.
I don't know.
No,
I don't
Viva's
know,
got
man.
like 500 though. So you got
Yeah,
a lot
he's got
to
over
but you could make
500.
it though, yeah.
And
Nick is
Nick's,
on- Nick is
Nick's
almost
got
like
like
400.
350 or something like that.
Yeah, Nick is
Yeah.
Leader of the
400.
crew that we care about.
No. We care about both. We care about all of them.
Yes.
We're all buddies. We're all friends. All brothers and sisters in law too. Let's get some super chats. Alrighty. Random suck. And what is your opinion on Amber Heard's lawyer's performance? Oh yeah, so we talked about this. Elaine was doing better today. She did get some stings in there that she hasn't been able to before. And but other than that, Rottenborn has done a generally good job. Ben Chu has done a good job. All the attorneys on JD's side seem like they've been doing a good job. What do you guys think? Anything different?
Oh, I mean, I continue to love Ben Chu's style.
Yeah, Ben
I think
Chu, I
he
like.
always looks calm. He lost some objections that maybe he shouldn't have. There was some fighting there that was interesting. But what I continue to like about his performance is that response to that. So I think he's probably my favorite attorney that I've seen work in this case. But yeah, I mean, like I said, to me, the big news item from this morning session was Elaine getting all the Sun stuff in. I mean,
Yeah.
I just think that's so, I say prejudicial because I mean it. Obviously, the court let it in, but I just think it's so key to a jury potentially interpreting the facts that are before them when at best they're going to be muddy.
Yeah, very true. Julie Christine says, do you think the jury being mostly male will help Johnny in his case? Good morning from Richmond, Virginia. I actually think that if there were more females, that would actually probably help him in the case. I don't know, but men and women can also be reasonable on either side of an issue also, right? Like here I am, the one woman on this panel with 3 dudes. And I feel like largely we're seeing a lot of this similar kind of stuff. We're seeing things move positively in the direction of Johnny Depp. So, demographics can make a difference, but not always. Alrighty. The Lost Penguin says, isn't that risky, Nate? This is from an earlier conversation. Since the court case is still ongoing, putting all the doctor info out in discussions could cause inconsistency. Oh, maybe talking about putting on an expert witness before Amber.
I don't think so, because you're introducing who Amber is. And why a lot of these things may have happened before she actually takes the stand to testify. And I think a lot of people don't understand that the strategy here is not don't put Amber on first because we're afraid of what she's going to say. It's don't put Amber on first before you introduce her to the jury, because she's been introduced by Depp's team as an abusive woman who's lies and makes up stories and who's histrionic and all this other stuff. That's not, I would rather us put on our, understand how we want to have our clients be introduced than her going in, understand that, because that jury, you're going to have a lot of questions. Why did you say that? Why did you do that? There's a lot of questions that we on this panel have, But so I think they should be answered in a way, maybe by some other people, and then have Amber come on and tell her story.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I would agree
Camille-
too. I would put the doctor
go ahead.
first. My only question would be, if you have some notion that your client, Amber Heard, might come across as insincere or have any amount of difficulty on the stand, that you don't want to save all your ammunition for what amounts to rehabilitation witnesses. And then you want to better explain, because you know what she just said, that you can get an explanation out of the doctor better than. I agree with you, Nate. I would have put a doctor between Curry and Heard. But if you're not going to do that, I wonder if you're not trying to say, well, the specifics of Amber Heard's testimony are going to fade by the time you're making your decision. And maybe we can put enough people in between whatever she said and the end to make a difference.
Yeah, I think if I'm Amber Heard's attorneys, my strategy is maybe changing a little bit. It's to really more or less stop focusing on this. Amber wasn't abusive. Amber was the victim. You can throw that out there, but you're really arguing the mutual abuse piece of it now, because I don't think you're going to convince anybody that Amber wasn't abusive to Johnny. So I think you're really arguing the mutual abuse thing now. They were both abusive and they are both responsible versus this. He's the bad guy, she's the good guy. I think that's the only way you can really realistically try to get through this with the win for your client. But
Yeah. Camille Lachlan says, if she's changed her PR team, does that prove that Amber is watching and listening to outside sources? Is that allowed / should this be challenged?
Did she change her PR team?
Yes. So she changed her PR team because of PR. Well, think about this, people. I would have fired my PR team if I was Amber Heard too. Before this case started, the PR was great for her. Johnny had lost the son case. Everybody's calling him an abuser. We didn't know any of these facts. There were facts sprinkled around social media, but nobody had really put them out to say Johnny. And then most people, if you were supporting Johnny, they said that you were supporting an abuser. And in 3 weeks, they went from that to now Johnny is the victim. And I think the PR team did a horrible job. And when they understand, the PR team knew these facts were coming out, right? This wasn't a surprise. They weren't just wake up one morning and say, hey, there's a whole bunch of bad facts. They knew these facts were coming out. They knew this trial was happening, and they didn't have a counter narrative in the public to stop the pain. What they did is kind of just let everything happen. And now at the end, it's like, oh, we'll do it now. At that point, it's too late. She's already killed in the public. Now it's time to try to rehabilitate her. And I always like to say this to my clients. If we're explaining, we're losing, right? You want the other side explaining. Because that when you have to kind of, well, you see here, this, you're already in a bad spot. And I think that's why she had to change PR teams. It's not because her reputation is horrible, which it already is, but I just don't think they combated what had already come out in the past 3 weeks well enough to at least give her a chance in the PR realm.
Fair. By the way, I wanted to show you guys something you might get a kick out of. Give me 1 second. I probably should have teed this up while he was still talking.
We can wait for the share screen.
Here we go. Let's do some stream inception.
Oh no. What is happening?
So Joe asked me if he could stream my stream. And because he wanted to I don't know, it was just an idea. Add some commentary on top of our commentary.
Joe. He's like, oh my God, they're looking at me, looking at them. Oh my God.
Now we've got streamception. I wanted to show you guys. I think this is hilarious. This is a fantastic idea. So if people want to see Joe's coverage of our coverage, it's kind of funny. So anyhow, I just wanted to share that really quick. I have no idea what he's saying because it's all. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should turn on the sound. Maybe that would.
I
help.
assume he's just
fun house going on here. I don't even know. It's like
no, we're probably going to hear some echoes too from us
Joe's
talking.
coverage of our coverage.
It is my coverage of their coverage. Yes.
Okay.
You're
well,
going crazy.
I have no idea what he's saying.
She's hilarious.
I assume it's just a stream of him complaining about us.
Oh, that's an idea. I'm going to.
That's true.
Oh my God, because then we start seeing conversations on top of conversations on top of conversations. That's hilarious.
Well,
okay, anyway, that's enough of that. I just thought that was funny.
So in a way, the purveyor of fine muffins was Joe all along.
It was him. It was always him.
I will say, somebody asked about earlier when I said Elaine set up the witness. And what I mean by that is because this witness was talking about how the article hurt Johnny's reputation and damaged his credibility. The issue was that she asked him a question about other articles and stuff that could have damaged it, and he said yes, he had seen other articles. That opened the door to the Sun article, because by him saying he saw other articles and other things, that opened the door. So it was like, oh, so you must have seen this article. Yes, I did. And that then gave him all that. Okay, so you saw what this happened. You know that this happened, and that's why you saw she states directly on the Sun article, and all those objection hearsays that were coming in were nonsense, because the now it's like, well, I'm not bringing in for the truth. He said he heard other articles that could have affected his reputation, and this is another article. So I want to make sure that this article isn't the one that affected it over what they're trying to allege. So that's why a lot of that hearsay evidence came in.
Help me out here, because I fundamentally don't understand. So I get the article, I get what you just said, and then he says, that's what I know. I know the article. I don't know anything else about the specifics of the court case.
He didn't say that till later. He didn't say that till the end.
He says, no, I don't know any of the specifics early. He gives you the longer version of that at the end. She still asks 3 questions about the court case after. Why is the underlying substance, the court case that comes out of the article, how is that brought in by knowledge of the article in April?
Oh, you're muted.
I think that's where they may have missed the objections. I think you're right. Okay. I think the underlying facts of the court case shouldn't have come in, because he only talked about the article. Okay. But I think she snuck it in by saying, well, this was on this. Did you hear about the court case? That would have been my objection. The court case is not the article, but they let that go through, and then she ran with the court case. And then when she was already in it, then she started to talk about objections again. But at that point, you're too late, because you're talking about the article. I mean,
okay, well, maybe I'm misremembering, because I thought Chu jumps up when she goes into court case land, says objection hearsay, and
she was asking about details already.
Yeah,
she's asking very detailed questions after a few questions in,
and the judge is allowing it all in at that point, and so he stops jumping up because she's already said, overruled. So it's just one of those things for me, and I know rules of evidence, all this good stuff, where it's like that. The specifics of the Sun case are so tangentially related, but apparently to a layperson and to anybody intimately related to what we're talking about here, that it's just so much more problematic than useful on like a fundamental basis to me, to a jury hearing those things. That it's great that you get it in if you're on Amber Heard's team. I'm not disagreeing with you that at all. It's just as a person hearing that, how can that not affect how you think about this other case that you ostensibly shouldn't be thinking about in the way that you will be?
Yeah. And the thing is, I kind of wish that the witness had just been more prepared for that possibility, that because they know that he's talking about articles, they know that he was paying attention to what was being put out in the press about him, that they would know that the Sun article might come up. And then, to try to limit that, to be like, look, if you don't know what happened in the trial because you weren't there, you can say, I don't know what happened in the trial. I wasn't there.
And that kills all those questions.
Exactly. But the problem was that he was still trying to be, he did what a lot of witnesses want to do, is they want to be considered reasonable and understandable and as open and honest as possible. And so he was volunteering information that he really didn't have reason to volunteer because he wasn't there. It would have been a perfectly legitimate response to say, I don't know, I wasn't there.
Okay.
And think about it. And we're going into the weeds about this. We're looking at jury instructions. We're going so deep into this.
To answer this super chat, we are looking at this as lawyers. We try to also pick our lawyer brains out and look at it as normal people sometimes too. Sorry, go ahead.
And I think what Hogue said is so on point, is that the jury's just heard that Johnny Depp lost another case where they called him a wife abuser. There were pictures of Amber Heard being abused, and there was no rebuttal of that, right? It was just like, here it all is. He lost it.
I consider wife beater a stronger statement than what we've got in the Washington Post.
Yes.
And he lost that case.
And on top of it, and let's not forget, she also snuck in the whole look at these pictures because they was refreshing the recollection, but didn't show the jury. Showed them.
I'm just kidding. Not going to run the nickel back.
But the jury didn't see those photographs. The jury didn't see them. It was only him to refresh his recollection. And are those bruises on there? They don't know what bruises we're talking about, a black eye or whatever. They just know he looking at a picture of Amber Heard abused from this case. So so when people understand, when we were talking earlier about how well Elaine had done in that cross-examination, it wasn't really a style that we were talking about. It was the evidence that she was able to get in front of this jury to show that, hey, this is mutual abuse. And I think she did, and I think that was effective. Now, her style and everything, it's left to be desired. But there's no way you could deny the facts that she got in today are damning to Depp's case, at least to Depp's defamation case.
Yeah. And just to clarify, Danny JM, it's timing wise, it's not exactly correct. The op-ed came out after the Sun trial. Well, after the Sun article came out, but before the Sun trial actually ended. So it's the op-ed. It still followed the Sun article, so it's problematic to his case. It is problematic. It's a reality. Like, as much as I am at this point very pro JD in this case, that is an unfortunate reality that he really has to deal with, and the jury's going to have to contend with in order to come to his side on this one.
And this entire sequence of discussion isn't pro or anti JD. I mean, as I said when we were streaming it live, the fundamental issue with this defense, which I think is a valid legal defense, is, well, effectively, if she lied in 2016, it had already been working its magic until you get to December 2018. So now you can't prove that you got damaged in December 2018, which I think is a valid legal defense, and it might well work for them. It doesn't change the fact of, did she lie in 2016? It doesn't. So you can still think however you want about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, but you start to have issues with elements of the case.
Yeah. And then to answer this, how can the Sun judgment be rehabbed for the jury? I mean, what you do is you say, okay, but let's look back at the numbers. Let's look back at the numbers here and say like, okay, yeah, it was bad, but kind of what they did in their redirect was, okay, let's talk about 2019, early 2019, when all of a sudden Disney went away. That was a pretty strong point to end on, to be like, okay, there's this and that and this and that. Okay, yes, maybe this had an impact, this had an impact, this had an impact. But let's look at this big one, the one where he created the role for it. He is Captain Jack Sparrow. And 2 days after the op-ed, he's gone. He's out. That was a pretty strong point to
Captain
try
Jack
to
is so
rehabilitate him.
hard for them because of the October stuff. Oh my God, Joe, are you appearing as a restream on your own channel as well?
Yes.
What's going on your channel? Did you tell them like you'll be back and then
They told me. They said come over here. That's what they said. They said come check this out over here. So
oh man, that's funny.
Here.
That's funny. You're like hopping through the multiverse right now.
Yeah,
that's right. You call out his name 3 times, he comes.
I don't know if there's an echo though. I'm not sure if there's I think they might have an echo. Because I'm hearing echo.
Not for us on here.
We're good.
No, not for
maybe
you.
On your channel.
On my channel. I think they're gonna hear an echo.
Okay.
So RSLA, we're not saying that Johnny won't win. We're just saying that this is potentially problematic and they have to deal with it. This is a blow to his case. It doesn't mean it's over, but it's just it's damaging to his case overall.
Yeah, you got to keep score.
Yeah. So you may be getting an echo on your own channel, but if you're listening here and then also listening to the stream over there, then you probably have a 10-second echo.
Okay. Wow, this is
oh my
new
gosh
for us here in week 4.
This is blowing my mind. I feel like I'm Johnny Depp on detox right now. It's like I don't know what's happening. My brain is exploding in 6 directions.
Oh my God.
But I appreciate Richard Herg referring to me as the purveyor of muffins earlier. Thank you very much. And I just want to tell you that
you can't keep talking. I love it. It's too much. If he crosses the 10-second threshold, he starts talking to himself. This is fantastic.
I am talking to myself. Stop
this
it.
This is the very first time we've ever gotten a Joe Screed to stop at like the 10-second mark. He called me. He called me Heard.
Oh.
Okay. Camille Laughlin said if she changed her PR team. Oh yeah.
The voices in my head stop. Oh God.
Ladies and gentlemen, LawTube.
Hey Joe, what did you think about this morning? What did you think about
I thought the best question was how do you know what role he was going to play in Pirates? That was my favorite question.
That was so crazy.
Well, the best part of that is objection speculation, right? Yeah. Oh my God.
Exactly.
He was going to play Elizabeth Swann.
I gotta bust out of here. Seriously.
Yeah, I bet.
If I put a bullet in my brain, it would be so much less painful.
All right, guys, go check out Good Logic. He's doing some funny stuff over there if you want to be entertained.
You know what,
Carly? Carly
would it
Cena
be-
says, is there a reason they haven't mentioned reactive abuse in relation to JD shouting back?
They don't want to
Reactive
use the word
abuse.
abuse
as
to talk about JD at all.
They
Yeah.
generally don't want to excise that from their vocabulary entirely.
Their vernacular.
See, people have to understand, and I think that's the problem. People have to understand Johnny to win has to be no abuse on Johnny's side. Absolutely no abuse.
Yeah.
Right. So you have to frame reactivity to the extent it exists as non-abusive, which
Yeah.
they will undoubtedly try to do. They've got Amber's direct coming up, but they also don't want to ever use a phrase that includes the word abuse.
Yeah. This one's for you, Nate.
Nate, you think Amber is a logical person? I have just one thing to remind you: she is. Why do people? All right, let me make this very clear. I don't care who wins this case. I don't care about Johnny Depp. I'm not friends with John. I don't care about Amber Heard.
This is
Now,
news to me.
If you guys personally ask me what I believe Amber Heard's an effing liar. I believe she's made all this stuff up. I believe she tried to kill the guy's career. And I believe Johnny Depp should find justice, right? That is what I believe. I've been saying that since the 11 or 12 days we've been doing this.
Yeah.
But as a professional, I want to see a good fight. I don't want to see a blowout. So I like the fact that there's a back and forth, and I like to try to figure out strategies. And that's why when Elaine did what she did today, I thought that was an excellent strategy to try to win. That doesn't mean I want Amber to win. I thought it was an excellent strategy to win. So that's essentially what it is. Now, if some people just want us to say, go Johnny, and everything that I'm not doing that because I don't believe that. And we all had questions about how Johnny could win this case. And now we're all seeing that he can win, and we're seeing the evidence come out. But I am still not there with I believe Johnny is going to win. I think Johnny has a good chance, but I don't believe I don't believe that it's an obvious thing he's going to win, because I think Amber's team, as of today, has put some really great evidence in front to say, hey, no matter how bad you think Amber is, Johnny was abusive too. And he's saying that he wasn't.
And to remind people, this is what they are saying. Nate is not, he's not like taking their words for himself. He's just relaying what they are saying. I feel like people sometimes lose that.
Yeah, I mean, he's giving an honest assessment, which I also have the same problem on my channel when I try to give an honest assessment. And I'd largely say the same thing. I think the best point for them, it's not really strictly speaking evidence at this point, but they've sowed the idea in the jury's mind about there's a possibility of sexual violence that's been documented. I mean, it went to court, so that there was an allegation. There's an idea of abuse that's been documented. It went to court in the UK. So they've at least seeded that idea for the jury. That now that that's going to help them when it comes out later to whatever they're going to say, to be able to try to justify the headlines by their own terms. So you'd be a fool not to take a notice of that and say, well, when the jury goes into the back room and trying to decide what's true, here is now some evidence that would have potentially allowed them to form these kinds of conclusions. So, I mean, if you're not taking notice of that, you're just not paying attention.
You don't think a jury member is going to be like, why the hell did he lose the defamation case in the UK when they called him a wife beater? Why the hell didn't he lose? Why the hell did he lose that case? And he's in here saying he's not a wife beater?
Sure. Yeah.
Well, is there any reasonable evidence that would lead me to believe that this is untrue? The fact that he lost the case. So, if people who think that Johnny Depp has an easy win, they're just not looking at the same case we're looking at. But I understand. Factually, he's got a good case, but reality, it's not as great as I think people want it to be.
Well, like I said, what I think he absolutely 100% won is that Amber Heard is not as she portrayed as a white knight type person in the Washington Post or elsewhere. I don't know anybody that could actually disagree with that, with what has been presented in the audio that has come out. But that is not necessarily a winning stroke to the defamation claim that's before us today. And that's why you hear us lawyers talk about that kind of stuff, is that the elements matter, the damages matter, muddy middle matters. Like I said, he's got the burden of proof, and that means muddy middle goes to Amber. It does.
It may be. Yeah, very well.
That's all part of the story.
Yeah. Yep. J Phillips 4400 says, when you saw Amber Heard's hair on Joe's show, you didn't mention it's short hair. If it was pulled out, it would be longer, and there were no roots. Important. Yes. So we're referring to. Hey, Peter.
How's
it going? Just answering the super chat here. So the photo, we haven't seen this in evidence yet in court, but there is an allegation that at one point he pulled her hair out because he was pulling her by the scalp of her head and like taking her from room to room in the penthouse and all kinds of like very, very strong, serious allegations on that. And so she alleges that there's like a clump that was taken out, and it looks, I don't know. I'm not a clump of hair expert, but to me it also looked a bit like what you could find off a hairbrush. You know, like that's I understand what that looks like. It just that was my impression. But you're right. There also were no roots from what we could see based on the quality of the photo. Yeah, it's an interesting point. Okay. Gromax says, what is the link to the Purveyor Fine Muffins channel? Is that ASDF movie? No. Also, our Legalbytes reached 100 biters. Let the memeing commence. Yeah,
you have 100 members.
I've got folks that are making memes for me. I need to. Yeah, that's awesome. That makes me really happy, guys. So yeah, go ahead and check out our Legalbytes on Reddit and throw some memes at me and let's see if we can do a good meme review after this trial is done.
Memes are the best.
So
you just asked Reddit for memes of you.
Yeah.
No, not of me. No.
That's what I heard.
Case.
I thought she asked for memes of her.
I thought specifically her. That's what I definitely heard. Do that.
Caitlin says we need your hat as merch. Are you still selling that hat for merch?
I never sold this hat. These were prototypes back from 2016. So I'll have to see if I can reassemble it.
Sounds like you need to. So lawyer, have you been watching today? What do you think? What are your thoughts?
I have. So I think it's kind of an interesting lineup of professional witness types. But I thought that the Wickman, what was that guy's name with the glasses that went to Florida? Shocker, the worst witness for Johnny went to UF. I think that was a bit of a struggle for Johnny Depp's team. I think that the worst thing in this case has felt to me like the UK trial. If they can get into the UK trial, because for lay people, honestly, that's what I want to focus on. Because for us sitting here, not that we're so smart, but we understand one trial in one jurisdiction, if it's not res judicata, meaning if it's not the same thing that's going to apply here, we don't really care what happened in that trial. Let's hear what happens in this trial. Let's listen to this evidence. Let's make a decision here. But if a lay person, a juror, hears that a judge in another jurisdiction said, no good here, that could sway their opinion. And they want to make sure they do the right thing as jurors. So if they start to think the right thing is to rule against Johnny Depp, that's not good for Johnny Depp and his legal team. So that's what would scare me the most if I was Johnny Depp's lawyer, where they just keep talking. And that's why I mentioned from Rottenborn, every time it's impeachment, it's from the UK trial. You remember your statement in the UK trial? Do you remember your deposition in the UK trial? Remember your testimony? Do you remember your written statement? He always references the UK trial. Now you have Elaine saying it's very high profile and publicity, and everybody went and looked at it. If you're a normal person and curiosity kills the cat, what are you going to do when you go home today? Google that high profile UK trial. I hope they don't. I'm just saying they're giving them, they're putting gas on that fire at this point, hoping they go home and Google what happened in that UK trial. And if someone, God forbid, would do that and see that they lost, now they're thinking, all these are the same witnesses from the UK trial. Johnny said the same thing for some other article. How can we really connect this to Amber? And that's what I'd be worried about if I was Johnny Depp's legal team. I think that they did get some good rehab with him, at least for the pirate stuff. In my opinion, as I listen to this, I feel pretty confident he lost Pirates because of the op-ed. I don't know if the jury's going to feel the same. Some of the other stuff I think we're still kind of sorting out. But to me, that's rough. And I actually think Rottenborn did an okay job with the other security guy on that cross as well. I think he got some good. He crossed him, I think, right?
Yes,
seems
he
like
did.
3 days ago. I felt like the cross today has been better for Amber Heard's team. Maybe they talked to her new PR people and they told them, you got to talk UK trial. And I liked how they dumbed it down a little bit and said, this statement, do you think this is what caused all Johnny Depp's damages? This statement, do you think? And I think they're doing a good job kind of playing it down. And I think I wrote in all caps when I was taking notes during the security guy that he said they were mutually verbally abusing each other. Again, not a good thing for Johnny's team. So I think this has been the biggest struggle of a day at trial so far. Unfortunately for Johnny Depp, and his team's going to have to regroup. I actually thought Chu did a good job on his direct today. I thought it was strong. So, I mean, I think that they've got their work cut out for them now. And it's, what do they say? You've got a plan. Mike Tyson said you got a plan until you get punched in the face.
Yes.
Well, they got punched
Everybody's
in the
got
face
a
today,
plan
so we'll
until-
see what
yeah.
their plan is. You know, I think this is what trial lawyers do. You got to react, you got to bounce around, and see what happens, you know? So I think it's been interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was your
agree.
guys' thoughts on it? What was your guys? I was listening to testimony on 2 times speed, so I couldn't really get much of what you guys were saying. I've had a day today. I've had a day.
I thought that was a great summary. Yeah, no, I think the son getting put in was a big deal. You know, getting to read the headline, I thought was a big deal. I thought they actually, to be honest with you, I thought they implied that he lost that case. I'd have to look back at the framing of the questions, but I remember thinking that she was saying he lost. So I agree with you entirely, which is, I think that that's much more important than the specifics and the laws and everything else we talk about, is the jury sitting there going, wife beater is worse than what we're looking at. Like, it is worse.
Yeah.
And if he lost that case, well, what are we doing here? And yeah, we know it's all different facts. It's all a bunch of different stuff that's at play here. But what are we doing here if he lost the wife beater case?
Because I know, and people in the chat are probably saying, yes, it was different. It was different. If it was different, of course. Yeah, we know that, we understand that. But the problem is now Johnny's team has to figure out, do we talk more about the Sun trial because to try to explain the differences, or do we try to just leave it where it is? Like it's kind of one of those, like,
you lost, because it's like claiming injuries twice. You know, maybe they're thinking, and if they think he won, maybe it still cuts to Amber Heard's side, because if he won and got his money there, why would we give him any money? But then they go find that he lost. You know, Amber Heard, I feel like, can use that either way, which is why I thought it was so important that it stays out. And I thought the judge said it was going to stay out. And so I'd be pretty ticked if it came in at this point, if I'm Johnny's lawyers, because now we're litigating 2 cases at one, when that's not really fair and that's not how it's supposed to be under this jurisdiction. So that's a really tough one, man, that I'd be pretty pissed about.
But it's kind of their fault, right? They didn't prep this witness not to open that door, and they walked them right down. Elaine walked them right into it and walked them right to the door and asked them the question, you know, is there anything else that opinion? Yes, there's other articles that led you right into the Sun article. And then Johnny's their team failed, because then when they started getting into the details of the trial, they didn't object right off the bat. They kind of let them get into those details.
That
and
was...
then they started objecting after you were too far in. So
yeah,
it's kind of like,
I agree with that.
What do you do at that point in time? You've now, the jury's heard wife beater. You've lost that case, and now it's kind of like, are these just desserts because you've lost there? Now you're back for more.
And the speaking objections are horrible by Elaine. I mean, it's so bad.
Yeah.
She's saying way too much in front of this jury. Like, you've got to clamp that from the beginning if you're Johnny's lawyers, because if you let her, it seems like she is going to walk through every door she possibly can at this point if you let her.
Well, I don't believe I don't believe the Pirates' testimony directly to the judge in open court. Man, I thought she was getting a full sidebar from that, because that was ridiculous.
Yeah, that was bad. But Johnny's Depp should have. But that's where his lawyers got to protect that. No, I believe, you know, because if she's saying something like that, then you got to say something to counteract that. You're sitting there quiet like a mouse. Okay, she said it, but we're just going to ignore it. No,
he objected. I mean, they're in the middle of an
did.
objection counter when they're talking about it. But I think I like Chu's style. I've said that. I think he's a very effective attorney. And if I were a litigator, that's how I would like to look. But I do think against Elaine, who has this kind of feral quality, he tends to go by the book as an approach. And so she sneaks that in, and she doesn't immediately get hit on the nose by the judge. It's like, oh my God. And that's the lawyer just straight up saying, I don't believe this witness. So, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
She's not a witness. She can't testify to that. She's not testifying to anything. She's a lawyer. She's an advocate.
But today's biggest hits against Team Depp were the abuse, the security guy. They were the mutual abuse thing, I think, is devastating. And the whole Sun article thing, and the whole wife beater, and the timeline, I think they also threw a nice monkey wrench in too, where the Sun article calling you a wife beater came out. Then this op-ed under their opinion came out. Which one really hurt your career more? Was it the wife beater, or was this the opinion article which you weren't named in? I think that was a beautiful way to then attack both the reputational harm and the damages, because then it kind of lets you know, well, which one was it? You know, it could it be both, or could it be one or the other? So, you know,
they put the TRO there in the timeline as well. TRO, Sun Times. I agree. That's the whole point of why, you've got to have this causal connection all the time. It can't just be, I was damaged at some point in my life. It has to be because of this.
Yeah, and you gotta, if you're Johnny Depp's team, you gotta frame the 2018 article as the straw that broke the camel's back, the megaphone that gave it another leap forward from what happened earlier in the year.
Exactly.
And Elaine was being a little bit stupid by drawing in 2020, because I think once you get past December 2018, it's all a mishmash, and you can claim all your damages regardless there. But that's what I would do if I were them. Is you have to essentially say, sure, the Sun article exists, sure, the lawsuit exists, sure, all this stuff was happening the same year, but we hadn't officially lost Pirates yet, and it wasn't until after when we did. That was what the final multiplier was, where the studios paid attention, and that's why we're here in court today.
What's the name
Logic is back.
dropping Nelly gonna testify about? Sly Stallone's buddy, Eddie Murphy's buddy.
Oh,
well, he's an
man.
expert witness on like media and entertainment, so he's just gonna say this really hurt him.
I think it was hilarious. So he's like, I would never want to be a litigator, as we have like 15 litigator lawyers in the room. It's like, and they're all like stressed out of their mind. Like, yeah, you're right, dude. You're right.
I think most of my friends that are litigators would say this was the wrong move. No,
It's the life, baby. It's the life we live. There's a good way to do it. There's a good way to do it.
And here's a fun little thing we can do. Well, I was thinking about doing this after they close, but we can do this now just as a preliminary thing. Look, this is the jury instructions for the model jury instructions in Virginia for defamation of a public figure, where it's the long defamation. So here are the questions that the jury's going to have to answer. Did the defendant make the following statement? And then they're going to have the statements of abuse. Is the statement about the plaintiff? Was the statement heard or seen by? So I think these first three, you kind of are getting it. But then, is the statement false? I think that's where you're going to have the argument. Did the defendant make the statement knowing it to be false, or did the defendant make the statement recklessly? But I think you have that, because if she made it up, then obviously she knew it was false. So did the statement tend to harm the reputation of the plaintiff as to lower him in esteem in the community, to deter others from associating with him or dealing with him? I think Johnny has proven that too. And was the plaintiff damaged as a result of the statement? So I think Johnny is winning on these things. But the only issue with this is going to be, for me, is that he has to prove it by clear and convincing evidence, which is a higher burden than the whole preponderance.
Scroll back up a little bit.
So
scroll back up a little bit.
When's the
So
court
to
coming
number
back
7.
at the top of the hour?
I mean, to number 7. Wait. No,
Number 7? Sorry.
Yeah, number 7.
7.
Yeah. Was the plaintiff damaged as a result of as a result of the statement? The jury can also look at that and say, okay, well, he was damaged by this other stuff too, but he was also damaged by the op-ed.
Yes, I think yes.
As a result of this testimony today. So it may not be as damaging as what we think right now.
Could be an exacerbation of a previous injury. That's what
Exactly. To say, like, eggshell skull rule.
Exactly.
in a kind of a weird way.
Don't put your finger quotes. We use that all the time.
No. But I mean, in this context, it's funny to use it. So
Correct.
to anybody that is unfamiliar, the eggshell skull rule basically refers to, in criminal law and in civil law, but like personal injury cases, that it's the concept of you take your victim as they come. Basically, like, you can have the most vulnerable victim in the world, either through a criminal case or a personal injury or whatever, and to say that like this could be, grandma's 99 years old. She's got weak hip, weak bones. She's, got heart disease, has had multiple strokes, and she has COVID, and she's walking down the street and somebody, knocked into her and she died. You could say, okay, but she probably died from all of these other things, but if they were in any way responsible, then they're responsible for the damages, regardless of how weak that victim was going into that incident. So I put it in quotes here because it's kind of funny to use it in this kind of a context. It's not normally how you would use it,
for sure.
But it kind of, the concept could kind of apply though at the same time, that like, yeah, his reputation was a little bit weakened by this other stuff going on, but this still very much weakened it, because this is a statement made by the alleged victim, by the woman who alleges that this was about her, because the Sun article was by somebody else who was taking somebody else's word for it. Anybody can also kind of understand that they are reporting on someone else said. It's very different than having someone come forward and say, this happened to me. You know what I mean? So the jury could make a distinction along those lines and say, you know what? He was still very much harmed by the article, even if he was also harmed by the other
context
stuff.
coming from your wife. Big
Yeah,
difference.
this is the stuff
Oh,
that
yeah.
comes out of the per se jury instructions as well, which should be right around here. I was looking at these too, Nate. But it's as you said, it makes sense to prove damages either way.
Yeah, I think well, Johnny, I think has answered all these questions, because these are obviously written as open questions, right? Not open-ended questions. I mean, as direct questions. Yes, no, so forth, so forth. Did the defendant make the following statement? Yes, no, so forth, so forth. I think though, what the legal team has done is that they've spoken to each element, because it seems like they've just taken and spoken to each element. But I think the issues is going to be whether, again, if the falsity of the statement is really going to hinge on abuse, and is the jury going to take the more narrow view of abuse that we've all been saying, or is it really going to be the more expansive view? And I think that's going to be the crux of this case.
Well, I think it's worse than that. I mean, you have to do one step before that. You have to do that implication thing that Salita been talking about from the start,
That's
right?
true,
Because
too, yeah.
the technical statements are still, I'm a representative of someone who talked about domestic abuse, and I saw the institutions cover for somebody who was accused of domestic abuse. And I know those are paraphrases. I apologize. But like, those are the main statements. Again, I'm assuming that we get sexual violence kicked out, because Depp's team has produced nothing so far to suggest it wasn't the Washington Post on that title. So if those are the two statements and they just got written in there, I don't know that I could write that those are false. So somehow you have to get to Johnny Depp committed domestic abuse against me, which isn't a statement in writing. So I don't know how that looks in the instructions as would come out of the jury.
Can I talk about a different legal issue altogether without breaking the flow too much?
Why not?
I also still want to get. I do want to get to some more super chats, because I know
I
people
just
are
wanted to
throwing
let
money at it.
Legalbytes know that the case where I lost my mind on the oral arguments because they were so bad, City
Yes.
of Boston Christian flag thing,
Yeah.
it came down today from the U.S. Supreme Court. So yeah, there was a question there. There was a group who wanted to fly the Christian flag at Boston Town Hall, which, if those of you who are not familiar with what the Christian flag looks like, it's a white flag. In the top left corner, it's blue, and then there's a red cross within the blue. So that's what the Christian flag looks like, or at least the one they want to fly. And the city wouldn't let them do it. And the Supreme Court said, yeah, you have to let them fly the flag. And what's even more hilarious, 9-0, unanimous.
Sure.
So I guess the
Fantastic.
Supreme Court had the same reaction I did to the oral arguments. Just total destruction. Boston loses in every way. 9-0. Go fly the Christian flag, you bigots. It was a great oral argument. I lost my mind.
Well,
I'll
they
talk
didn't
about
say
this
go
tonight.
fly the Christian flag, but they said you need to allow
Yeah.
them to fly it, despite the fact that they
Yeah.
are of a particular
Yeah.
viewpoint. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kurt was just anticipating the headlines. That's all.
Yeah. So I'm going to try to do a stream in it, I guess, at 7 o'clock tonight. Then I'll do
Nice.
Johnny Depp roundup at like 8:30 or something, and that'll be a nice
Awesome.
day.
Awesome. Rain D says, read please. Am I the only one noticing the sudden symbol messages between JD and AH? JD book, JD white person, day 11, suitcase behind AH, her dressing. Why do the things always have to be bad people? I wouldn't put too much attention into these other items being placed around the room, around these people. You know, with I know Spidey pointed out a handle that looked like it was a suitcase handle. That is a roller bag that the litigation team uses to bring a bunch of stuff, you know, into the courtroom. They're lugging all kinds of materials in and out. And so it's just, there's a lot of stuff that they use, that they have to use. They need all kinds of materials for their work. You know, you've seen a lot of Post-it notes on Elaine's papers. They need papers, they need Post-it notes, they need pens, they need scissors, they need all kinds of stuff, you know, for all of their stuff. So I wouldn't put too much thought into these other details around the room that are going on for some kind of like subtle messaging. Dave says, is it possible for the court to utilize people like behavioral body language experts to analyze JD and AH throughout trial? No. Spidey has also said that he's like, this would never be allowed in court. This is a starting point for understanding, for maybe asking more questions into this. So yeah, it would be incredibly prejudicial to the, I mean, they trust, you know, like they trust the jurors as experts in being human and reading humans. So there's not going to be any experts to come in to tell them how to read another person. That's not what's going to happen here.
I think one thing a lot of people don't realize is that why lie detectors aren't allowed in court, and that's a simple reason is because even though you may believe you're telling the truth, that doesn't mean it is actually the truth. People believe things that are not true because of facts and circumstances. So even so, sometimes jurors will believe that somebody who's telling the truth, who would come off from a lie detector as telling the truth, that actually be truth, where it doesn't mean that. It just means the person believes it themselves. So it's lie detectors don't tell you if it's actually true. It just tells you if the person believes it's true.
Well, there's wild scientific discussions about whether even that's accurate, Nate. I mean, like that's part of the reason they get kept out.
For sure. What is your opinion on Amber Heard's lawyer's performance? Oh, we answered this one earlier. All righty. Anthony to 1993 says, is Amber Heard's lawyer's attitude and questioning going to affect the jury's decision? It could. If you decide that you don't like someone, you don't like their way of being, that you just don't want to listen to anything that an attorney says, you could totally feel that way and just decide, nope, I don't like you.
So I feel like this question gets asked a ton, and the simple answer is anything that the jury sees in the courtroom can affect their decision. You know, whether or not it should, and that's what they should be deciding the case on, is no. They should be deciding it on the evidence, not whether or not they like the way the lawyer's asking the questions. But can it? Sure. What Amber's wearing, how her hair is done, how her lawyers act, what kind of suitcase she brings in or her lawyers bring in with stuff. I mean, anything can affect their decision. It's like, can I sue someone for that?
Yeah, sure you can. You might not win.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Streaming for Addict says, Twitter not opening JD an account and shutting down his lawyer's account. Any thoughts? I mean, a lot of people have dealt with similar issues, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Other than it sucks. I know he's got a pretty strong Instagram account. He's got almost like 15 million people following him now, or 18 million at this point, I think. Something like that. Janine Bryce says, have you seen the text to JD from AH's parents swearing to him it was the lawyers who made her file the restraining order? Do you think those will come in? Probably to JD from her parents. Oh, I don't know. It's
already come in that the lawyers wanted her to file this.
We got audio with her saying that.
Yeah, so I don't think we need
that being said.
And it's not any more helpful to get it from her parents, because that's like double hearsay at that point. If they say she told me that her lawyers were making her do it, that's double hearsay. Demetrius Paris. Oh, Peter, maybe you can read this better. This name. Help me out.
Paraskevopoulos.
Paraskevopoulos.
Paraskevopoulos, probably.
Okay. Yeah, it looks Greek. That's why
the poulos at the end for sure makes it Greek.
Yeah. It's like there are actually a lot of names that people might think would be Greek but are actually Lithuanian and vice versa. There's a weird connection there. It's funny. But anyhow, do you think ACLU was involved in running the hoax against Johnny Depp? It seems like they were an active partner in getting the narrative out. I don't know that we've seen anything that would suggest that they were part of the hoax that is alleged here. I think that there's a good possibility that they just were like, yeah, like our benefits align right now, our interests align right now, and I don't really care why it is that you're doing what you're doing, but you are putting yourself out there as a DV survivor, and that benefits us. So let's just go with it. Let's not ask any more questions and just go with it. I can see that happening too.
And you're giving us $3.5 million.
Exactly.
Right. I mean, that helps grease the wheels, right? But I mean, looking at it from just an objective perspective, she did file a restraining order request. They did go through all these things. If you're the ACLU, I don't know what else you want a nonprofit organization to do in terms of looking at the background and saying, this is the person that was ostensibly in that relationship that wants to write this for us. And I can understand, in retrospect, hindsight, you can have an evaluation of these things that differ entirely. And I don't particularly like or hate the ACLU one way or the other. I haven't looked into their mission or anything else. I'm sure Kirk can speak on it more. But I hear this a lot. Is the ACLU are they responsible for this? Should they have done more? I really don't know what that should have looked like. You don't want nonprofit organizations running detective stings on everybody that possibly wants to do something with them or give them money.
Yeah.
We would all have to agree that they had enough here to believe, or at least to that a reasonable person would believe the statements have some veracity of truth to them, right? They have the restraining order, they have her statement, they have all the pictures and stuff, and they have the son stuff. So I don't think he has any issue with the ACLU. I think the only issue is with Amber.
Yeah, I think so. Christy Kimbrell 67 says, do you think Turd's new PR company has found out where you live in and sent construction workers? Could very well be. Stop her commentary. Do you know when AH will be testifying? It's probably tomorrow, is my guess. Tomorrow.
I saw a report of Wednesday. I don't know how they
Wednesday.
found that out, but I
That could
saw
make sense.
multiple places reporting Wednesday. I have no idea how they know that.
All right, cool.
All right, are we ready for the
Sophisticated
jury?
guesswork.
This judge is
James.
on time. 2:01.
She's always perfectly.
She looks like she's
like a
sprinted
true
there.
Marine. She's like a true Marine. James says, if JD wins, will he get the full 50 million, or can the judge adjust the amount won? The judge can adjust. Zoe Sanders says, what is Amber asking for in her countersuit? $100 million. So she wants twice what he asked for.
The Dr. Evil $100
million.
Wow. You've been working on that one.
I sometimes pull out random impressions. I don't know where they come from. Could you explain how Amber Heard was a witness at the UK trial? Well, they kind of needed her to testify to the issue of whether or not he was a wife beater. So even though she wasn't a party, they brought her for that, basically. Even not even necessarily for whether he was a wife beater, but whether they had a reason to believe it, right?
Yeah.
Brienne Neodane says,
Okay.
do you think
Your
there's a
next
real
question.
possibility
Thank
that
you, Hunter.
okay, never mind. I'll come back to this one.
Yes, I think she's going to crack.
Mr. Marks,
I
what
believe
work
you.
were you asked to do in this case?
I was asked to bring my years of experience in the entertainment industry and look at the damage that the op-ed of 2018 created in Johnny Depp's career and his life and his reputation.
He's an expert.
What work did you do to determine whether Mr. Depp's reputation had been damaged by the op-ed?
Well, again, I view the op-ed and the fallout through almost 50 years in the business. And what I did was I read the pleadings in the case, the deposition transcripts, the articles, the pleadings, all of the paperwork in this case, which is voluminous.
Based on the analysis you've done and your expertise in the entertainment industry, have you formed any opinions in this case?
Yes.
What, generally speaking, what is your opinion?
My general opinion is that the op-ed damaged Mr. Depp, created a cancel situation, if you will, harmed his reputation and his ability to get work in Hollywood industry.
Yeah, hold on, sir. Yes.
I thought that could we approach?
Sure.
He's starting right out the gate with hammering him with the great opinion. This is great.
Mhm. Yep. This is why maybe that last witness is not going to be so bad, because this is a guy who's being set up as an expert in this business to understand exactly what happened with the op-ed. You know, Elaine is totally. I'm excited for Elaine to cross him, to say like, oh well, what about the Sun trial? What about this? What about that? And I feel like he's going to be prepared for it.
He knows
He's
the
a
answer to
lawyer.
that question.
He used
He
to
knows
be
the
a
answer to that
litigator.
question.
He used to be a
Yeah.
litigator. He knows how to handle that, I think.
Mr. Marks, do you have experience working
And this
with
is an opinion
companies
witness, so he
looking
could
to
watch the
engage
other
actors
witnesses
to
too, then,
market
so.
or advertise their products?
Yes.
And what's that experience?
Well, virtually every company I work for, they are engaging actors to advertise their products. Most of the time, those products are TV shows or streaming series or feature films that all involve product spin-offs and derivatives. And sometimes they are just products and spokespeople getting together. But yes, I have experience in hiring a star to be the face of your product.
What types of things do companies consider when they're looking at using actors in their marketing or advertising?
Well, as you can imagine, they consider reputation. This is a capitalist society, and they're looking to make money. They want to add value to their investment. They want actors who have reputations that will bring eyeballs to the screen, bodies in the seats, They're looking for added value, not negativity.
Do you have experience negotiating agreements for actors to play a certain role in a film?
Oh yes, as I explained, I negotiate deals with actors to
Only the big
play
ones.
roles in films, and
What's the significance of the actor in the starring role in the context of a feature film?
the actor in the starring role becomes the face of the film, the product, the series. That actor is synonymous with the product. And again, in hiring that actor or actress, you want a reputation that supports the value that you've spent on creating the product. You might say that Pirates of the Caribbean is Johnny Depp and vice versa. That's this importance of hiring a star.
What aspects of an actor's reputation might impact their ability to get hired by brands or studios?
Well, again, on the other side of the coin, you wouldn't want to hire an actor who has negativity following them. You wouldn't want to pay to actually bring your brand down, your movie. And so that's very important, and especially in the last 5 years with the Me Too movement, you wouldn't want negativity hiring an actor who, quote unquote, had been canceled.
Are there, is there anything in particular that might prevent an actor from getting hired by a brand or a studio?
Well, I mean, we're talking about illegal activity, a criminal record, but right now, the pinnacle of negativity in Hollywood is being accused of domestic abuse, sexual abuse, violence, and what we've seen is almost immediately terminations and cancellations for the investors, to the people who create that product, to move away from that negativity.
I think you mentioned the Me Too movement. What's your understanding of what the Me Too movement is?
My understanding of the Me Too movement is that finally society is listening to the victim, giving the victim of domestic abuse, sexual abuse, the benefit of the doubt. And there has been a shift in our society from not doing that to now the victim gets the benefit of the doubt until there's too much doubt. And to me, that's the Me Too movement. One person can come forward and accuse Harvey Weinstein, and another person can come forward and another and another. That's the Me Too part of it. But they get the benefit of the doubt. Whereas in the past, the victim didn't have that benefit.
What impact has the Me Too movement had on how Hollywood conducts business?
It, in my many decades in the business, Hollywood has changed and morphed, but never as quickly as to respond to the Me Too movement that started in 2017. When I started in the business, every contract for an actor or someone involved in a movie had a morals clause that you did certain things and you could be fired for it. They wanted to protect their brand. Before the Me Too movement, that morals clause was fading out. People with leverage, people said, wait a second, you just can't get rid of us because you think this or that. With the Me Too movement, Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby, if you will, the morals clause has come back, and it is a demanded feature in every entertainment employment agreement, because the studios want that verbiage. They want those rights so that they can act quickly and decisively when there is a claim.
Mr. Marks, do you have any experience working on a project where an actor was accused of domestic abuse or sexual violence?
Yes.
What was that experience?
I did some of the production legal work on a film called All the Money in the World. It was about the life of the Gettys, J. Paul Getty. And J. Paul Getty was played by Kevin Spacey. He acted in the part. He finished his role. He was paid. And then these Me Too accusations came out. And immediately, my client, in conjunction with Sony, they made a decision to take him out of the movie. And Christopher Plummer was hired. They reshot all his scenes and seamlessly cut them in to the movie. And if you see All the Money in the World, you won't know that Kevin Spacey was ever in it. So I had that personal experience. And then coincidentally, when that happened, I was also doing work for MRC, which produces House of Cards, and a very successful series. And he was the star of it. And he was immediately cut out, and everything was redone to get rid of the notion that Hollywood would support an abuser after the Me Too movement. And then because I was in the mix of all of it, I also know that Kevin Spacey had completed another movie for Netflix. And unlike All the Money in the World, they couldn't reshoot it. And it sits on the shelf, a movie about Gore Vidal that was finished, but has never seen the light of day.
What's your understanding of why these companies wanted Kevin Spacey removed from those projects?
Can you repeat the question?
What's your understanding of why these companies wanted Kevin Spacey removed from those projects?
These companies, as I've said, they wanted Kevin Spacey removed because they didn't want the negativity. They want anyone removed so that they can get a return on their investment in our society, so that they are not seen as being in the old generation where women were not given the benefit of the doubt, where victims were not given the benefit of the doubt. And a switch has been turned, and certainly by 2017.
Are there certain types of companies that are particularly sensitive to these kinds of allegations made by women in light of the Me Too movement?
Well, I would say the bigger the company, the bigger the budgets, they're all sensitive. But at the pinnacle of sensitivity are the family-friendly companies like Disney. They're particularly sensitive, not in a general way, but in a very specific way.
Mr. Marks, are you familiar with the op-ed Ms. Heard published in the Washington Post on December 18th, 2018?
Yes.
What's your understanding of how that op-ed was received in Hollywood?
My understanding of how that op-ed was received in Hollywood.
Oh, is there objection? I'm sorry, sir. Yes.
Is this his personal understanding, his expert understanding? It seems like if it's his personal understanding, it's not relevant.
I'm asking Mr. Marks based on his.
Everything's his
nearly 50
expert
years in the
understanding. I can take
entertainment
that one
industry.
for you.
Dumb objection.
As I've said before, I am a member of the Hollywood community.
But he just reminded the jury he's an expert.
Op-ed, for the first time, is in.
I think he's going to remind him one or two more
mainstream
times.
Publication called the Washington Post. This is a flagship journal, if you will, of American news. We're not talking about a trade paper. We're not talking about a rag.
There you go.
We're talking about the Washington Post. And it is geared to Hollywood. It says 2 years ago, when I was getting my divorce, Amber Heard is saying, was the abuser, and you didn't. Hollywood, you stood up for my abuser, not for
Objection,
me,
Your
the
Honor.
victim.
Objection. Now he's mischaracterizing the document.
Yeah, he
I think
did. He made a
he's
mistake.
expressing his understanding of how that was perceived.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Ooh.
It's fine. He'll correct it.
What I'm saying is Hollywood got the subject matter of the op-ed loud and clear. Amber Heard was calling out Hollywood for supporting since 2016, supporting her abuser, and she felt the wrath of Hollywood. She was calling them out to do something. In the Washington Post, and on the eve of her biggest film, a big film for Hollywood, the publicity machine was in high gear. There was lots of publicity and news out there. This was the height of her fame, and she used it at that moment to call Hollywood out. They, in my opinion, as a member of Hollywood, they heard that plea loud and clear, and it also got her publicity for her movie. I don't think that in my perception, and people in Hollywood didn't see that as a coincidence, that date. So yeah, in Hollywood, I think the message was received that she was sending.
Mr. Marks, do you have an understanding of Mr. Depp's reputation in Hollywood with respect to whether or not he's on time to his film sets?
Yes.
What's your understanding?
Hollywood has a history of putting up with major artists and major stars' idiosyncratic behaviors. We've always
Yeah, but
had,
also their domestic abuse. I don't know if I like
Marilyn
that.
Monroe, who would stay in her trailer for half a day. Johnny Depp has a reputation of being Johnny Depp.
Yeah, but there's no Me
You
Too
hire
on
Johnny
showing
Depp,
up to set late.
you get
Yeah.
all of Johnny Depp, and that includes being late. And fortunately, in Hollywood, because of the budgets and the box office, you can budget for lateness. You can have second unit. You can have other shots. You have padding in budgets.
Interesting.
You have insurance for accidents, but Hollywood knows Mr. Depp's reputation, and I heard someone say Hollywood puts up with diva and drugs. They only do that when money's involved and big stars are involved and artistry is involved.
Mr. Marks, did you have an understanding of Mr. Depp's overall reputation in Hollywood prior to the publication of the December 2018 op-ed?
I would say that Johnny Depp was one of the few major actors in Hollywood who managed to keep most of his personal life personal, kept himself shrouded, if you will, a bit. And his reputation, preceded him as a major artist in Hollywood. But what also marked him in this business is that he was congruent. He was likable. He was one of the guys, and I never heard.
You think this is good? I don't know how much I think this is good. They're like, they'll put up with it if it's Johnny Depp and he's one of the boys.
If you will.
It's just a
Do you have
fact
an
of life,
opinion
right?
about the impact of
Thank
the
you for the
publication
super
of the
chat. That's very
op-ed on
kind of you.
Mr. Depp's reputation in Hollywood?
It's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse, that has canceled a list of actors. Chris Noth recently. I just read something about Frank Langella. We know newscasters, Les Moonves, head of CBS. Now Johnny Depp is in their ranks. It's devastating.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination, Mr.
Good job.
Nadelhoff.
Good
Right,
afternoon.
Elaine, bring it.
Your rate in
Leave
this
her
case
unborn.
is $975 per hour. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you've never
How
charged
much?
that higher rate in any other cases, isn't that right?
$975 an
I've
hour.
charged near that amount, but
But never that high, correct?
that's correct.
How much have you received for this case?
I'd have to look at my billing. During my deposition, the attorney who deposed me asked me the same question. I said I would look it up. I did during lunch, and then she never got back to it again. I don't remember
When
how
people
much
say
it
you
was
should go to
then,
law school,
and
this
I
is
don't have
who
the
they imagine you
figures,
should be.
now.
And you don't know how many hours you worked on this case?
I would get, again, I'd be guessing, and I don't know if you want me to guess. I have a full-time transactional practice. This is a very small part of my practice.
Now, you said you worked for Disney for less than a year, right?
I worked for Disney about a year.
Yeah, and that was in
Bad job by
1990,
the
right?
defense lawyers. You can get that
yes.
exact
So
number.
that was
Force
about-
him
that
to
was
tell you.
32 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. And you worked at Greenberg Trowering from 2004 to 2006, is that right?
That's correct.
Your leaving was a mutual decision, was it not?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Depp still has an endorsement deal with Dior, correct?
I understand that, yes.
Okay. And he's had that endorsement deal since 2015, isn't that right?
I believe he's had the endorsement deal for a while, and I think he still has it.
Right. And Dior hasn't dropped Mr. Depp, correct?
As far as I know, Dior has not dropped him.
And Mr. Depp did not have a contract for Pirate 6, isn't that right?
As far as I know, there is no contract for Pirate 6.
Right. And all the documents you've looked at, you looked at all the documents in this case, and you've not seen a contract for Pirate 6, right?
That's my memory of the documents. There was no contract for Pirate 6.
And in all the documents you looked at, you didn't see a text saying Mr. Depp got the contract for Pirate 6 for $22.5 million, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
I didn't see paperwork on an agreement for Pirates of the Caribbean 6.
So not an email, not a text, not any written document about Pirate 6, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain that objection. Next question.
And you don't know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp will be in Pirates of Caribbean 6. You don't have a crystal ball, is that right?
Objection, speculation.
He's an expert.
Allow it. Go ahead. Overruled. Go ahead. You can answer, sir.
Well, as an expert, of course, I don't have a crystal ball, but as an expert, I think Disney will do everything possible to try to put him back in Pirates, but not under this cloud.
Okay. You would agree that there was negative publicity about Mr. Depp before the op-ed, correct?
Yes.
You know that Ms. Heard made her accusations public starting in May of 2016, right?
Yes.
And Hollywood knew about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Depp still had movies after May of 2016, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree that there was negative publicity about Mr. Depp being publicly drunk before the op-ed, correct?
There was, I agree with the proposition that there was negative publicity before the op-ed. The op-ed was something different.
And you agree, in 2014, there was an article in The Guardian that said apparently drunk Johnny Depp cut off at Hollywood Film Awards ceremony. Would you agree with that?
Again, I don't remember reading the Guardian, and I don't remember that particular incident, but I'll take you at your word.
And you remember in looking through all the documents that you saw an article that Johnny Depp allegedly showed up drunk to movie premiere, reports say, right? That was in 2017.
I think I've testified that there is certainly Johnny Depp behavior and negativity out there. Yes.
And that a family production studio like Disney wouldn't want to be associated with, correct?
Again, you're talking about a very specific, series of 5 films that earn billions of dollars. And there is a line in Hollywood, as I've said, they'll put up with divas and drugs to make money. But now we've drawn a line in Hollywood at the domestic and sexual abuse.
And in looking through the documents, you saw articles in June of 2018 that said vodka for breakfast, 72-hour drug binges, and spending sprees that beggar belief. You saw that?
Again, I know these articles exist. I know they're not in the Washington Post. I don't know what article you're referring to, who wrote it, what publication it was in, but I know that those articles exist.
And you'd agree that before the op-ed, Mr. Depp had a run of movie flops, wouldn't you agree?
Every actor has, ups and downs. Mr. Depp, his career's been decades long.
You would agree that in January of
Whoa.
2015, there was an article that said Johnny Depp is on his way to becoming the most overpaid actor in Hollywood.
Again, you'd have to show me the article, but I
That
don't
sounds like a
doubt
great
that
thing for
some
damages.
commentator
I know.
trying to
Also,
trade
Robert Downey
on
Jr. says
being,
hello.
a smarty pants wrote that.
And you'd agree that there was another article in 2015 that says, quote, has Johnny Depp become Hollywood's biggest joke?
I don't know. Netflix has a whole festival going now. Netflix is a joke.
Oh,
And you'd agree that there is an article in Business Insider from 2015 that says Johnny Depp has his 5th box office bomb in a row.
this is like the most annoying line question.
If that's what it said, it said. Are you just going to keep reading this?
Nice. This is Mr. Depp's reputation. That's what you're talking about in terms of Hollywood, correct? And in 2016, December of 2016, there's an article that says, quote, Johnny Depp is Hollywood's most overpaid actor for the 2nd year in a row. Did you recall reading that?
I mean, aren't you accidentally
Was that
establishing
written
that
by
the
the
studios
second
didn't give a shit about these headlines?
underpaid
Yes.
actor? Or
And
who
you
was
would
that
agree
written by?
that before the op-ed, there was negative publicity for Mr. Depp about assassinating President Trump. Would you agree?
No, I missed that one.
You didn't see an article in the New York Times that said Johnny Depp flirts with idea of
Does
Trump
that change your
assassination
assessment?
and apologizes?
Relevant.
Change your assessment.
I guess that he
Again,
had publicity before this.
Johnny
read it or
Depp
not?
talks with irony and panache, and I don't
Panache.
particularly remember that. I have a lot of stuff in front of me.
Disney wouldn't want to be involved with somebody who's calling for the assassination of the president, would it?
When it's Trump?
I'm sure after those articles,
Hollywood's
Johnny
pretty
Depp
liberal.
was
I don't know
involved
about
in major
I don't think
studio
that's going to be a big
projects.
issue.
Do you know
Josh.
one way or the other whether Mr.
Rehabilitation
Depp
should
was
just be
involved
a
in
number
major
of
studio
actors who've
projects
said similar
after
things.
June 23rd,
Yeah.
2017?
I think again, I haven't quoted his IMDb page to memory, but he was in an animated film called Sherlock Gnomes. I think it was released. Paramount is one of the producers. I think it was released in 2017.
Would you agree that before the op-ed, there was negative publicity for Mr. Depp about punching a crew member on a film set?
I heard about that.
So that's people who work in Hollywood that Mr. Depp had an accusation of assault, correct?
I heard about it. Yes.
And would you agree that there were stories about Mr. Depp drinking heavily on the set of Pirates 5?
There were lots of stories that came out, and I'm sure that was one of them.
And those stories came out in 2016 and 2017 before the op-ed, right?
Again, you'd have to show me a timeline, but I'll take your word that there were articles written in various rags or trade public.
Is the New York Times a rag? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying the New York Times is a rag. What I'm saying is,
Argumentative.
at the height of the Me Too movement, we have this op-ed
Imagine having an expert
directed
opinion
at
on stuff like
Hollywood.
this.
And in the Hollywood
go on
I
your
know,
975.
the rest of the stuff is background noise.
Now, and Pirates 5 did not make as much money in the box office as the prior Pirates movies did.
That would be
true?
pretty hard.
That's
Pirates
true.
5
It
didn't make
only
as much money as
made
Pirates 1.
about $800 million.
It made less though than the first four, correct?
It only made
Yeah,
about $800
and any company would want to have a box office hit that made $800 million.
Now can you put up exhibit
That's
defendants
true. Yeah, it
exhibit
only made
99,
800
please?
million. Disney was sad.
Oh, we just made $800 million off this movie. It was a
Technically,
nonsense.
doesn't
How will we get
$9.75 an
by?
hour
Now, you said the Me Too movement
mean he's
started
not
in
biased?
2017. Is that what you're saying?
It actually
biased, he should
started
do it for free
long
or for
before
cheap for
that, but
Johnny.
it picked up steam to the what we
I like his
now
answer that said, I make a lot
call
more
the
doing
Me
the
Too
other stuff
movement
I do.
in 2017.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recognize this article from Dan Wooten that says, "How can J.K. Rowling be genuinely happy casting wife beater Johnny Depp in the new Fantastic Beasts film?"
Yes, this article is in the UK Sun, which came to prominence by publishing topless women on page 3.
And the article came out in April 27th,
That's
2018.
That's good.
He hooked
He's
it
gonna
up.
pull Johnny Depp.
I haven't skimmed through this, but I'll take your word for it.
And I think what you're trying to say was that the Sun was a rag, so no one would pay any attention to it. Is that what you're trying to say?
Sun is a rag.
I'm saying the Sun is the Sun, and it's in the UK. And what this article is repeating stuff from 2016, repeating all the stuff that you might say should be all past history after the divorce. It's one Wooten's opinion in a newspaper that's claimed to fame as page 3 women topless, and yeah.
And Mr. Depp sued the Sun over this, right?
What's that?
Mr. Depp sued the Sun in the UK about this article, right?
This is what they
as
don't.
far as I know, he wanted to clear his name. That's right.
I can't
And
imagine.
Mr. Depp, that lawsuit occurred in 2020, correct? It was tried in 2020.
Here we go. He wants to get in. He lost that lawsuit.
So. Yeah.
And there were accusations of abuse that came out based on that lawsuit, correct?
That's what we're building up to, guys.
As far as I know, the accusations were all old news and predated much. Yeah, I mean, this is a 2018 article, and in 2020, they probably were rehashing it.
And the old news that was coming out in 2018, that would also affect Mr. Depp's reputation, correct?
Again, I've tried to draw a line, the line that Hollywood draws between the Me Too movement and starting in 2017 and the gossip and the claims back and forth. I mean, there was also press about Amber Heard being an abuser in those years. There was also the other side of the coin.
But the op-ed that didn't mention Mr. Depp at all and didn't mention any accusations that what happened to her, that's what caused Mr. Depp all his reputational harm. That's what you're saying?
Well, I don't agree that this article was not about.
Did it mention Mr. Depp? That's what I asked you.
Well, does she have another husband who abused her?
But did it talk about it? Did it talk at all about Mr. Depp's abuse?
Objection, Your Honor. He's tried to answer the first question, which was not exactly what the second question was that he re-asked. The audacity to be permitted to finish.
He had the audacity. The audacity.
The op-ed
I mean, she's
article
not
didn't
wrong, but
mention any specific abuse by Mr. Depp towards Amber Heard, correct?
The only name is this is Amber Heard telling her story that started in 2016 when she was domestically abused and ignored.
Now,
probably don't want
there were headlines about
Yeah.
the UK trial,
she was
correct?
allegedly.
I'm sure there were, yes.
Like, let's burn Amber text allegedly sent by Johnny Depp about ex read in court.
I didn't hear you.
Let's burn Amber text allegedly sent
How
by
was he an
Johnny
expert
Depp
on
about
that?
ex read in court.
What informs his
Yeah.
opinion? That's how they get
And
it.
there's a headline from July 19th, 2020 that said, quote, Hollywood nervously awaits fallout from explosive Johnny Depp trial. So Hollywood was following the case, correct?
Yeah. When was that headline?
In 2020.
2020. Yeah, look, Johnny Depp is a decades-long fixture in Hollywood, and people were following something across the pond. You know, we thought we kind of got rid of the UK in 1776, but they were still following it. Absolutely.
He's an
I
American.
mean, Mr. Depp thought enough about this article to
What a
have a
Red-blooded
3-week
American.
trial in the UK, correct?
Objection calls for speculation about what Mr. Depp thought.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There was a
Good
3-week
objection.
trial in the UK based on this article by Dan Wooten, correct?
I think I've said Mr.
Asked and
Depp
answered.
finally had enough, and he sued to clear his name.
Okay, could I approach, Your Honor?
All right.
He's doing
Am
a
I
pretty
allowed
good
to say
job
how
on
that
cross.
went, Your Honor?
I mean, the
Now,
witnesses.
now he's asking to approach because he wants to get in. Well, now I got to
Open the
ask
door.
the last question.
Open the door.
Johnny Depp lost that suit. That's what he wants to ask.
That's exactly what he's asking for. Can I tell him what
Yep.
happened when he sought to clear
Can
his
I
name?
ask him about?
You
yes.
can't force your own door open. That's the problem. Is he's
Yeah.
forcing his own door open. So if I'm the
Yeah.
judge, I say no. You knew you couldn't get into this. You asked these questions. You live with the answer.
Yeah. Yeah.
But who knows what
Yeah.
this judge is going to do?
But
Yeah,
he's kicked it open as wide as possible. Though.
But
He's
this
just like,
is what
I
you're
need
supposed
the
to
one
do.
question.
Unlike Binger, you're supposed to ask for permission when you know you're
Yes.
going into shaky ground.
You don't
Not
you
just
don't
Well,
say things.
They
Well,
also
we all
got the
know
full
you're going to
argument
shake
at
it
the
down.
opening statement. They got the full. They got yelled at for bringing on the Sun UK case directly. So I suspect they're on eggshells.
Yeah.
Well, most of this cross was about the Sun UK case, right? Because he wanted to get on all those facts. But the payoff question is, Johnny Depp lost that case. That's where he wants to go.
What's interesting to me is why.
But like it would be the best thing though, because he is an expert witness, is if he could say, yeah, but Hollywood understood that was a different set of laws in the United States. That was a different kind of situation than this case here. You know what I mean? Like
Now that would be great prep, Alita. That would be
that
great
would be
prep if he said,
fantastic.
oh, that would be great. If you were the lawyer there and that you prep this witness, that's a home run. If he says
Especially
that,
because
just
he himself is a lawyer as well.
He seems to know what he wants. He seems to know what the Depp team needs him to say. He's done it a couple of times.
he's an expert in
Yeah.
whatever they need him to be in this trial. That's what it feels like.
But the fear
He's
is
their
though,
utility guy.
But if I'm Depp's team, no, I don't want that coming in at all because him explaining it makes it even worse. If the jury hears he lost that case, that's
They've already
damaging.
heard though. They've already heard
but
that he lost.
Directly though, I think
Why
this
not
is
hear it
that
again?
direct. This is that direct. He lost the Sun case. That's what they're afraid of. I
Well,
would be
if it's
afraid
going
of
to come in anyway, which it might, I think at this
Then
point
get
it
an
is.
explanation.
Why? Yeah, they might need to get some kind of, what do you call him, a utility man? At least a
Yeah.
single out of the
Yeah.
response.
Yeah, move him to second base, maybe third base, maybe shortstop. You know.
I'm interested to see if they hold him for potential recall or not.
Oh, he's stretching. Little stretch from the witness.
Ooh.
All right. Fired up. Mr. Marks, you testified that in the UK case, Mr. Depp was looking to clear his name, correct? Here we go. Do you think he succeeded?
That's my assumption, yes.
And yes or no, did Mr. Depp clear his name through that lawsuit?
I wasn't in the UK, and I'm
He tried to talk around it.
not going to opine on that. That's not what I've been engaged to talk about.
Ooh.
You don't know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp cleared his name through that
Not a
lawsuit?
good answer.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
That's all he was allowed to ask. Basically, is what they agreed
That
on.
was yep.
So he didn't have
That's
to
how
say
he
it.
tried to get it in.
Yeah,
You
he didn't have-
understand? Can you please put up?
So for everybody in the
Exhibit-
audience, he couldn't
Defendant's
ask did he
Exhibit
win the
115.
case, just did he clear his name. That's the way they got
Yeah.
around it.
And while that was a terrible answer for any witness,
Yeah.
it didn't give away the game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They avoided
Could have been
it.
worse.
In looking through the documents, did you see headlines from October 25th, 2018, almost 2 months before the op-ed, that Mr. Depp would not be in Pirate 6?
Pirates.
I saw that there was speculation in different publications, none quoting a Disney executive, if you will, none being definitive.
And
by the way, I can't see where's this article from? I just see the headline.
thedailymail.com.
So the Daily Mail is a UK publication?
All right, let's move. I mean,
Uh,
do you know or not?
Do I know what?
Do you know if it's a UK publication or not?
I think that the Daily Mail is, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, did you review the deposition
That's not
testimony in this
Hollywood.
case
That was
of
weird.
That's
the
not
Walt Disney
Hollywood.
corporate designee?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall that the corporate designee testified that
Disney produced all documents related to its business relationship with Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney or future Pirates films, and she did not recall seeing the op-ed or any documents referring to the op-ed in that production of documents?
I read the deposition. I don't recall seeing the op-ed in what Disney produced. What I do recall is that the person giving that deposition for Disney really had no contact with Jerry Bruckheimer or Sean Bailey. Just was someone that Disney put up who didn't know anything, is what I.
And you understand, you're a lawyer, right? You understand that a corporate designee is supposed to be in the shoes of the corporation talking for Disney, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that's outside the scope of his expertise in this case.
No.
I understand
It would be
that's
outside of
what
mine.
Yeah, but you're not
designee is supposed to be, but
Hollywood
when I read
everything expert.
that they are not
That's
in
what
touch with,
that was the
when they're not
question.
in touch with the
It's a
president
litigation
of the
procedure
company,
question. I couldn't answer that in court.
The answer is
it gives
yes.
me pause.
So Disney itself represented through this witness that it did not have the op-ed in any of its files, correct?
I don't remember that passage in the deposition, but I can't remember. She certainly did not quote the op-ed or produce the op-ed or talk about the op-ed.
Now,
but in Hollywood, actions sometimes speak much louder than words.
I was going to
and
say,
did you recall
you don't
that
write things
that
down.
same corporate designee said that Pirate 6 is still possibly in development?
Until Disney says it's not in development, it's in development.
Okay. And can we put up Defendants Exhibit 134?
I think there were a lot more points to be scored with this guy.
Can you see
than
this
they
is
got
from November
across.
5th, 2020?
And where's this from? Some rogue website? Where's this from?
This guy.
This guy is great.
Inside the magic.
He's great at being aloof.
Okay.
Okay. And this says Disney reportedly scraps plans for
Fighting.
Depp's Pirates of the Caribbean 6 return, and that was on November 5th, 2020, correct?
Assuming that this is a correct copy of this random
As a
website,
layperson.
that's what it says.
What was it?
They're not
Magic.com?
quoting the head of production. It's not a statement by Disney, but that's what this woman, Rebecca Barton, says.
Well, 2 years after the op-ed, it was still a question as to whether Mr. Depp was going to be in Pirate 6.
There was no contract for Mr. Depp to be in Pirates 6, but he was Pirates. And there would always be that question until Pirates is produced or until Disney says otherwise.
And November 2020 was at the same time as all the publicity surrounding the UK case, correct?
I think the UK judgment came out in November 2020.
And this article came out 3 days after the judgment, correct?
If the judgment came out
They're tiptoeing around
on
this.
the 2nd, this is
Very
3
much
days
so.
later.
So
I'm getting
And,
nervous.
what's this again? Moviemagic.com.
Correct.
Moviemagic.com.
You know.
By the way, Jack
Barton.
Nicholson is still alive, last I heard.
Could I approach, Your Honor?
All right.
He's going to ask it
Jack
again.
Nicholson vibes. I
It's
see
the
it.
next one. He's talking about the judgment. We
Some
have to be
Anthony
able to ask
Hopkins
him.
vibes.
Yeah,
I get a little Anthony Hopkins in there.
He's opened the
Yeah.
door. He said he knows about the judgment. I want to ask him about the judgment.
Yeah. But I love his like what is this? What is this? Moviemagic.com?
Yes,
Hollywood
definitely a
doesn't read
reputable
this.
website.
Hollywood
He does a
doesn't
great
read
job
this.
with it.
Daily
Blogger.
Mail. Daily Mail, that's back in the colonizers' land. We're the colonies. We're independent now. We don't listen to them. And then, of course, he's like, well, yeah, there was interest in what was going on with him in the UK. That was
Are
the
you
only
calling
thing.
the
I
New
was-
York
Now,
Times
isn't it
around?
true that you don't recall when you first read the op-ed?
So
Like
he
he got
got
booted on
shut
that.
down.
As I sit here
He got
today,
shut
I
down
don't
again,
recall
yeah.
when I first read it.
I mean, it wasn't a big deal to you. You didn't read it in 2018, correct?
I have a wife, 2 kids, a full-time job. I don't remember.
And
Reasonable answer.
You have no
But
idea.
I don't
when
like
you
it
first
for an
read it. I just wanna
expert
make
that's
sure I
supposed to know
understand that.
everything about this
Objection,
case.
ask and
Personally.
answer. I sustain the
Look,
objection.
I
I'll
wasn't
sustain- I'll
at this.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
I sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, you, as an expert in the entertainment field, do you know any actresses whose careers have gotten better after making accusations of a domestic abuse against an actor in Hollywood?
That's a damn good
I
question.
think that the taint sticks and to both sides, and I can't think of any actresses who have prevailed and who've been canceled.
Have you thought, do you know of any actresses whose careers have gotten better after making accusations of domestic abuse against a man in Hollywood?
I haven't been asked to opine on that, but I certainly will look into it. I don't think that this is something.
The answer is no, right? You don't know.
Again, I assume that.
So yes or no? Do you know or not?
Thought her career would get better by bringing this out. I don't know.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Yeah, let's get some rehabilitation in
He
here.
got stepped on though at the
Not
last
bad.
question there. The witness stepped on the
Mr.
lawyer.
Marks, you were asked a series of questions about a number of publications and publicity related to Mr. Depp by Mr. Nadelhoff. Do you recall those questions?
He asked a lot of questions about a lot of articles.
And sir, based on your experience in the entertainment industry, do you have an understanding of what types of publications carry the most weight in Hollywood?
There you go.
The publications that carry the most weight in Hollywood, in my opinion, after all these decades, are Variety, Hollywood Reporter, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, New York Times. Those are the publications.
And Mr. Nadelhoff asked you a number of questions about certain headlines related to Mr. Depp and various
Did it
news
feel like he
coverage
had to
related
remember to say
Mr.
the
Depp.
Post?
Do you have an opinion about the impact of those articles that you looked at with Mr. Nadelhoff on cross-examination on Mr. Depp's reputation in Hollywood?
Again, I don't remember all the articles, but what I do know is that Johnny Depp had always had articles about him, and that didn't change the baseline. If you had a big project and it had a role for Johnny Depp, that didn't change the baseline.
It's exactly what we said when they started talking about him.
Op-ed misheard author different than that.
My opinion about the op-ed in the Washington Post was a different. That was had a different quality of headline and article.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further
All
questions.
right, is this witness subject to recall?
He is, Your Honor.
All right, sir, since you're subject to
Yeah.
recall, the rule
Yeah,
witness
he's gonna be
doesn't apply for
rebuttal
you,
if
so you
they
cannot
need it.
discuss your testimony and did not watch
Yeah.
any of the
He was
case.
good, though.
Okay,
He
sir?
was good.
He was good.
But you're free to go today, sir. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Cross-examination was
they-
pretty good.
Yeah, it's
Cross-examination was
not the most perfect expert witness
All right,
because
your
there was a
next
lot that he didn't know that I feel like he should maybe
Plaintiff calls
could have
Douglas
known,
Bania,
should have
Your Honor.
known.
Okay, can you spell that last name for me?
Yeah, it's funny. In terms of disagreeing with the panel, I thought he was awful.
Thank you.
So I apologize there.
No, he had some huge misses.
Yeah,
He had some
he had some
huge
misses.
misses, but he made some huge points for them that they needed to get and only could get
Yeah.
through someone like him. But
Yeah.
I have a full-time job and a wife and kids. It's like you're being paid $975 an hour to know every document in this case and be an expert in this case. What are you talking about? This is your job, dude.
Yeah.
Well,
that
no,
would've
they
been
didn't
my
engage
question.
him to answer those questions.
Well, and how much he's been paid? He didn't even get that. How do you not get
Yeah.
that out of an expert?
I'm sure
No,
it's a
I
big
thought-
number.
Well, I mean, he did get his hourly rate.
He seemed the most hired guns of the hired guns we have yet seen.
I
The
agree,
attorneys
but
aren't making that
he
much.
did
The
get
attorneys are
points
thinking to
across.
themselves they went into the wrong profession right about now.
I thought he was good under cross. I thought he had an exasperated sort of tone that worked, but
Yeah.
who is this?
Good point.
I didn't hear the spelling, so.
B-A-N-I-A.
B-A-N-I, I think they said.
Bania.
Yes, ma'am.
Bania.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bania.
Bania.
Will you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, Douglas Bania.
And Mr. Bania, what do you do for work?
I am an intellectual property damages and valuation expert.
Do you have any particular specialty in your line of work?
Yes, my specialty is using internet and social media analysis when I'm quantifying value, or I'm calculating damages, or if I'm analyzing the impact of social media or internet events.
That's a job that's not going away anytime soon.
Where do you work?
I work at Nevium, which is located in San Diego, California.
How long have you worked there?
10 years.
What's your position?
I'm a founding principal and an analyst.
He analyzes.
I'd like to talk a little bit about your educational background for a moment. Where did you attend college?
I received my bachelor's degree in cinema from San Diego State University. I graduated in 1997.
And after you graduated in 1997, did you pursue another degree?
Yes, I went directly to San Diego State University, got a master's degree in television, film, new media production.
Was there any particular reason you chose to go to San Diego State for that?
The new media production side of that program I really liked. I graduated from there in 2000, so this is even before YouTube was found. So the whole idea of putting film on the internet and kind of analyzing the internet and using analytic tools to see how things are doing on the internet is that's what attracted me, and that's what I learned there as well.
It's also the party school in San Diego.
What did you do after you got your master's degree?
San Diego.
After the master's degree, I moved to Los Angeles.
I went to the nerd school there.
And I was an independent filmmaker
San
for a
Diegans?
while. Then I got introduced to intellectual property, and I started working for a small boutique IP firm back in San Diego.
What was the boutique firm you went to?
Johnny's joining.
What was the name of the firm?
Yes.
The name of the firm was Consor.
And what did Consor do?
Consor values intellectual property for various business reasons. They do litigation support services as well.
And when you say intellectual property, what do you mean?
When I talk about intellectual property, I'm mostly talking about copyrights, patents, and trademarks. I might include related intangible assets such as domain names, websites, internet accounts. But IP for me is mostly brands, publicity rights, copyrights, trademarks.
What type of work did you do while you were at Consor?
I have various positions there, but I was a research analyst, as a financial analyst. I was a director of business development. My last position there was a principal.
And what kinds of things did you work on?
We worked on, valuation. Our clients, they needed a valuation of their IP portfolio for maybe tax or estate reasons. A lot of litigation support like I'm doing now. Somebody infringes on a trademark or publicity rights. That's actually the place I got my first expert witness job. I was a named expert on a right of publicity case representing the retired players of the NFL against the NFL. They're using their name and likeness without permission. So services such as that.
Did he represent Vanna White and White v. Samsung?
I was at Consor for 10 years.
You really love
And
that
after Consor, where did you work?
Then at Nevium, where I am now.
And did you found Nevium?
Yes.
What kind of work does Nevium do?
What does it mean?
Nevium does several things, provides several services. We value intellectual property for various reasons: tax, estate, M&A, business transactions. We not only provide the value of a business, but we can break that value. What percent of the value is this trademark portfolio or this patent portfolio? We do litigation support. So like I'm here, I testify in cases, maybe a false endorsement case. Somebody uses a celebrity's name and likeness without permission. Maybe there's a trademark infringement case. You used a brand without permission. A defamation case such as this. What's the impact of something that was posted online? So the third kind of bucket of services we offer is brand monetization strategies. So I think the best way to explain that is companies have business plans, they have marketing plans, they don't have IP plans. So we come in and work with with customers, with our clients, understand their business and their marketing plans, and help them build an IP plan that fits in with those two, so they can essentially make more money off their branded products and services. And I think what's important with all that is, what differentiates us with competitors is we use internet and website analytic tools and everything we do. Everything is online now, and understanding those tools when calculating value or calculating damages is important.
Do you have any professional certifications?
I am a certified licensing professional. That is a designation given by the Licensing Executive Society, LES. LES is a not-for-profit organization that supports professionals like me who deal with a lot of licensing. I'm a Google Analytics individual. I have a Google Analytics individual qualification. That is a test given by Google for those that understand and pass a test related to internet analytics.
Can you explain a little bit about what Google Analytics is?
Please do.
Yeah, so Google Analytics is a web service provided by Google, and it's used by business owners and website owners to understand the traffic that comes to their websites. So essentially, once you sign up for your Google Analytics account, you're given a bit of code, and you embed that code into various your web pages. Then you can log in and you can see like who's coming to my website, what are they doing, and really it's essentially a tool for search engine optimization. The goal of the web is to show up #1 in Google organic. So then you'll tweak your website a bit. You'll look at your analytics, see if you're showing up on the first page of Google. If not, you can use those analytics to keep playing around and try to end up on the first page.
You can try.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
I'm a member of the International Trademark Association. That is an organization. They're actually having their annual conference here in DC, so I'm popping back and forth to that. I'm on their right of publicity panel. I just gave a presentation on Monday. I'm a non-attorney member of the American Bar Association. I'm on their copyright and social media committee.
Your Honor, at this
That's
point,
pretty
plaintiff
impressive.
would,
That's how he
offer
gets
Mr.
these
Bania
gigs.
as an expert
I was gonna
in
say.
internet and social media analytics.
All right, any objection? All right, so moved. Thank you.
Mr. Bania, what were you asked to do in this case?
I was asked to analyze the impact of the allegations of domestic abuse made by Ms. Heard as it relates to her 2016 restraining order, and then asked to also analyze the republication of that alleged abuse in her 2018 Washington Post op-ed.
What work have you done in connection with forming your opinions relative to that?
So I identified the best tools to use in this case, which are Q-scores, Google Trends, and historic Google search results.
You used a few terms in there. I just want to break them down a little bit. What's a Q-score?
A Q-score is, there's a Q-score company that's been around for about 50 years. And what they do is they measure how well a brand or a celebrity or sports character is known and how much they're liked. And they also measure how much they're disliked.
Who else besides you uses
And
Q-scores?
Legalbytes have a great Q-score.
Q-scores are used by, any company.
I don't know about that, but we'll see.
Organizations that license
I was just thinking,
a
how well known is
celebrity or
Amber Heard?
brand to endorse their product or service.
They might.
Do they have data on that?
The PGA Golf
Is he
Tour
gonna
is
get into
actually
that is
using
my question.
Q-scores right now. They're using Q-scores and Google search results. They have a pool of $40 million that they're doling out to their players. So depending on their Google search results and their Q-scores and other metrics, I'm sure they're using those to divide up that pool of money.
But really, that is
And I
why
think you also
liking and
mentioned
subscribing
Google
is so
Trends.
important.
What's
It helps
that?
all of that.
Yeah, Google Trends is another
just saying.
service offered by Google.
It's very true.
As we know, everything starts with a Google search these days. There's 5 billion daily searches on Google. And Google Trends allows a user like me or you to go into Google Trends and analyze search traffic for various key terms, anything you really want. Maybe there's a new football player and you want to see how that football player is trending compared to the team over time, or maybe something related to, you know, Ukraine, or maybe a celebrity. So Google Trends just shows you what kind of search volume is happening during various points of time.
What are historical Google search results?
So historical Google search results are using Google. There's actually an area where you can go back in time and see what was showing up in Google during that time. And it's really the best indication of what websites would have appeared back in time. Oftentimes, you know, working with my monetization clients, we want to know, hey, how were you ranking years ago for your branded service or your branded company? It will go back in time and look, and then in litigation, you know, we're always going back in time, you know, so we want to figure out what was most likely happening, what websites were served back then. And when you know what websites were served back then, you typically know what people were reading and thinking about.
Why did you choose these particular tools for your analysis in this case?
Well, the Q scores, I really thought it was the best idea to understand Mr. Depp's Q scores right before 2016, before the abuse allegations, just to see where he was at. Then I wanted to see his Q scores right after the 2016 alleged abuse allegations. And then I wanted to see his Q scores after the 2018 Washington Post op-ed, just to see if there was any changes during that period of time.
And what about your decision to use Google Trends and historical Google search results?
Yeah, I mean, I felt that like those two tools together were perfect, because what I wanted to do is understand, you know, as I mentioned, everyone's going to Google to figure things out. You know, what were people when people Googled Johnny Depp prior to these alleged abuse allegations, what websites were coming up and what was the public consuming about him? Then I wanted to know that after, and then after the op-ed. So I used Google Trends just to identify the dates in time, in which then I went into the historic Google search results. I searched for Mr. Depp, and then I changed those dates to go back in time. And then I analyzed the top 3 websites of each search.
This is going to be such good testimony for him.
It is cool how you can do this by the date.
Yes.
Yeah,
so they can get very
my
precise
analysis
information to
shows
show
that prior
not because
to-
of this, because of this,
Prior
not because
to
of this, because of this.
2016 and the allegations.
Very good.
The
No
abuse
muddy middle with this
allegations,
guy, it seems.
Mr. Depp was not portrayed
That's what I'm
in a negative
expecting.
connotation.
Since we've already
that's
heard
the
the
first
bad
thing
articles
that
1,000 times, they should ask him, what about this
identified.
article? Did that change
Did you
his
form
Google
any other
score?
conclusions?
I realized that those websites that were coming up were mostly about his career, his characters, Johnny Depp as the individual, you know, his interests. Then after the 2016 mark, you know, the majority of those results turned into negative things about the abuse allegations. And then even more so after the op-ed, there seemed to be kind of a theme or a flavor of not only the abuse allegations, but his drinking and drug use. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Bania, have you prepared a demonstrative that depicts how you used Google Trends in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like permission to approach. I have hard copies.
So he stated his overall conclusion that there is evidence to suggest that in 2016 things changed, which is not bad for Johnny's side. It's not bad, but and what makes that better is that he says after the op-ed there was even more of that. Plus, people were asking about the drinking and the drug abuse and stuff. So her attorneys asking about the drugs and the lateness and all this other stuff, that didn't matter to anybody. It didn't matter. No one was asking about that. No one was looking at it until after the op-ed. That's when all of a sudden everyone was looking into every detail of his character.
Well,
got
then
a
I'll
little
definitely
bit of
ask this
that.
guy about the effect of the sun case. We know that.
Of course, but it would
What's the-
be it would be great though if they could. It would be great though if they could if he could say, yeah, I looked at that and actually it didn't do a dent because the flip happened right in December 2018. That's when it happened immediately. That would be
If he
stellar
can say that.
testimony. If you can say that, yes, exactly.
Yeah, it might be. We don't know.
So, yep.
This
yep,
stuff
yep,
is
yep,
cool
yep.
though.
Yep. But if you
It
guys,
seems like from
oh, go ahead.
good. I was just going to
Banya
say, it
demonstrative
seems like
A. And just
a
for the
layperson's
record, we've marked these
perspective,
as plaintiffs 1236 for identification.
1236 for identification.
Amber's allegations had to have
You want
done big
published to the
damage to
jury?
him. Though.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And Mr. Banya, can you explain for the jury what is depicted in this demonstrative that you prepared?
Yes. So this is the Google Trends data. You're going to see that it runs from 2004 into 2020. And you're going to notice the different spikes. Those spikes represent when people were searching for Mr. Depp. You're going to also notice here, I've got the red line just showing the date when Ms. Heard filed the restraining order. Oh, can I write on this thing?
You can touch the screen. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Yeah, so here I'm talking about, in this line here, is just the date and time in which Ms. Heard alleged the abuse and filed the restraining order. And then this line here is the December 18th, 2018 op-ed. And what I wanted to do is identify the peaks of interest in Mr. Depp. And you're going to notice here, I found 17 spikes of interest that I analyzed. And then the 51 key web pages we're going to get into later, I've analyzed the top 3 search results for each spike. And then here I analyzed the 7 spikes after, the 2016 allegations of abuse. And then again, after the December 18th, 2018 op-ed.
Once you determined these spikes, the periods of significant interest in searches for Johnny Depp on Google, what did you do with that information?
So again, the purpose of using Google Trends was just to understand when there's the most interest in Johnny Depp, because for some reason, something was going on in the news, in the media. People are turning to Google to search for Mr. Depp. So then I went to my web browser and then I searched for Johnny Depp in Google. But before I did so, I have a separate web browser. I call it my Workbench browser. I don't log into anything. It's important to be logged out of Google because Google keeps a profile on you and your search results could be biased based on that profile. Then also when you go into a web browser, you have to clear your cache, you have to clear your history, clear all your data, and make sure you can get the most unbiased search results as possible. So I went into Google, I typed in Johnny Depp, and then I searched and set the time periods for the various points here that you see labeled with letters.
Do you have a demonstrative that shows an example of one of those points that you examined?
Yes.
Okay. Tom, could we go to the second Banya demonstrative, please?
Yeah, so this is an example of, I believe it was spike or 0.0 in the Google Trends. So what I did is I went into Google, I cleared everything as I told you, made sure I was logged out of Google. And here you're going to see I typed in Johnny Depp, I hit the search. And then what I did is went to this tool area, which pulls a drop-down area for the date. And I set the date to match the Google Trends spike of November of 2004. Then we had these top 3 websites that came up. I downloaded those websites and then I analyzed them.
So did you undertake this analysis for each of the 17 points on the prior slide that we looked at?
Yes, correct.
And what did you do once you had your web page results, such as on this demonstrative?
You mean when I reviewed each web page?
Yes.
Yeah, so what I was looking for is, were these web pages or articles, did they have anything to do with the alleged abuse? Did they have anything to do with his alcohol, drug use? Did they have anything to do with his work ethic? So I basically, tried to understand, the content and of each website or article.
Did you look at all of the results that turned up when you ran these historical searches?
I only reviewed the top three.
Why did you choose the top three?
So I reviewed the top three because research shows that about 50 to 75% of the people only click on the top three. So I wanted to get the majority of the searches.
Wow.
Tom, I think we can take that down for now. Thank you.
That's depressing.
Yep.
I'm surprised.
What did you determine about the results that you found for the period prior to Ms. Heard's first allegations of abuse?
So I determined that, Mr. Depp was not portrayed in any negative connotation. The web results were about his life and his career, his acting, his, pictures of him, relationships he was in,
This particular one is
pretty
04.
normal stuff.
Before 2016.
And what did you determine about
Prior
the
to
top results after Ms. Heard's initial allegations in 2016 and then the republication in the op-ed in 2018?
Okay.
They requested
It
a
just seems like
sidebar.
such a no-brainer that it hurt him. But,
So
but
he
I
sees
can approve it.
Spike's being searches, and then he goes in and he looks to see whether they're positive, negative, what they're about. I mean,
Yeah.
that all makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Brain the 89 says, do you think there's a real possibility that Amber will crack during cross and end up blowing up her own story? It's possible. Don't know if she will, but she might actually hold it together. She is an actress after all.
How often, as attorneys, do you see people crack up?
Mr. Bania, what did you find about the results?
Fairly
the top web pages that you determined after Ms. Heard's initial allegations and then again after the publication of the op-ed?
Yeah, so after the initial allegations in 2016, I found that the majority of them had to do with the alleged abuse. And then after I realized that the web pages that were dealing with the alleged abuse then started talking about is drinking and drinking and doing drugs. So it appeared to me that they became negative after 2016, but then after 2018, they even included, the alleged abuse, but also included the drinking and drug use.
Did you form any opinions about the results that didn't refer to the allegations of abuse?
That didn't, I formed an opinion that, I'm not following your question, I'm sorry.
That's all right, we can move on. Did any of the results that you analyzed refer to Mr. Depp's work ethic?
No.
Did you form any overall opinions about the results in the web pages that you looked at following Ms. Heard's accusations of abuse?
Yes, as I stated, prior to 2016, the web pages were just about his daily life and career. After the 2016 marker point, they tended to include, the majority of them included, the allegations of abuse. And then after the 2018 op-ed, the ones that included the allegations of abuse were also talking about drinking and drug use.
What was your overall view of the connotation of those results then?
Yeah, so Mr. Depp was portrayed in a negative connotation after the 2016 allegations of abuse, and even more so after the 2018.
I'd offer his expertise.
You mentioned you also
he's
looked
going to
at
put a
Q
dollar on
scores
this.
as part of your analysis. How are Q scores calculated?
Yeah, so Q scores, it's a survey of 1,800 people that happens twice a year. What they do is it's internet based, and they measure how well a celebrity or a brand is known, how much they're liked and how much they're disliked. Q scores, include sports figures, celebrities, even cartoon characters, brands. So that's how the scoring system works.
Do you have a demonstrative that reflects the Q score analysis that you prepared?
Yes.
Tom, could we have demonstrative C, please? And Mr. Bania, what does this tell us about the Q-score analysis that you completed?
Yeah, so what this is saying, again, these spikes are the Google trends that you've already seen, but what I've overlaid are his Q-scores shown in the red, green, and purple area. And as you recall, I wanted to find out his Q-score prior to the allegations of abuse in 2016, where he had a positive Q-score of 11 and a negative Q-score, I'm sorry, a positive Q-score of 35 and a negative Q-score of 11.
That doesn't look like much of a drop.
Q-scores after, and then after the op-ed.
And what did you determine about those Q-scores?
Yeah, so what you can see here, his positive Q-score, which is represented in red, was a 35, and that was prior to the alleged abuse and the restraining order. Then after that, his Q-score, positive Q-score dropped to a 31. And what that's saying is less people liked him after the date of the 2016 alleged abuse. And then his negative Q-score went up from an 11 to a 16, which is telling you that more people disliked him during that time frame.
And what did you find about the final Q-scores that you looked at for Mr. Depp?
Yeah, then you can see the Q-score C that I have there in purple. His positive Q-score went from a 31 to a 29. His negative Q-score went from a 16 to a 15. So now his positive Q-score dropped again from a 31 to a 29, meaning less people had a positive impression of Mr. Depp. And then his negative Q-score did go from a 16 to a 15. So not as many people disliked Johnny during that time frame.
What are your overall opinions about the Q-scores that you analyzed?
So my overall opinions are, as I mentioned earlier, I wanted to analyze the Q-scores during this snapshot of time. I wanted to understand what they were before, during, and after the op-ed. And what this tells me is his positive Q-score went from a 35 to a 29, and then his negative went from an 11 to a 15. So what the Q-scores is telling me is the public perception of Mr. Depp has been damaged. They like him less and they dislike him more.
Based on all of the analyses that you completed in this case, what are your final opinions about Mr. Depp's reputation over this period of time?
Yeah, so my opinions are that, Mr. Depp was not portrayed in a negative connotation prior to the 2016 allegations of abuse. And then Mr. Depp's image, he was portrayed in a negative connotation after the 2016 allegations of abuse, and then more so after the 2018 Washington Post op-ed. And then the Q-scores represent that, the public thinks he's damaged. They think less likely of him. His positive Q-score has gone down, and they don't like him even more because his negative Q-score went from the 11 to the 15.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess of 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research. Just stay right there for a second, sir.
I don't think that was particularly strong at all.
I agree with you.
Well-
It didn't seem like there was a big variance in that Q-score unless
does he need to show it? All he needs to show is damages according to the jury instructions. It needs to show that he was damaged by it.
Well,
And
he's
they
either
do
sitting
show
in
that.
front of us talking
Even if
for
it's-
so long or not for a reason, right? I mean, like, as a
Sir,
witness,
since you're in the middle of your testimony, do not discuss your case even with the attorneys at this point or your
they
testimony.
bring
Okay,
up
sir?
those Q scores at the end, and I say, the cross-ex question is, well, if you didn't have an intervening event in December of 2018, would you expect the trend line to be any different than what you're showing from the 2016 event? It goes down in negative reviews between 2016 and 2018. That's unusual for an event that defamed the person that hired you, isn't it? I mean, you spent all that time, and that last demonstrative was so. I was waiting for a bomb to drop. I was, and that was not there for me if I'm sitting in the jury. That I look at that and say, well, that doesn't look like 2018 did a damn thing.
Yeah, I tend to agree. What was most notable for me was that left-hand line where it's the filing of the DV, and on the graph you see there's a huge uptick, but that uptick starts before the DV is filed.
Did we look at that right, Kurt? Were we seeing that right? Because that's what it looked like to me. I know, but sometimes I can't tell if I'm looking at it right.
I'm just saying, man, that's what it looked like to me when it was on screen. You know, we see this line of the day of the DV. There's a huge spike up in searches for Johnny Depp, but that spike starts before the DV, which suggests, or at least could suggest, the search is not responsive to the DV. It's responsive. I mean, it must be responsive to something else. So it has nothing to do with Amber Heard filing a DV, that people were interested in Johnny Depp at that time. That's a possible conclusion from that data. And if you discount that and you look at like the rest of the graph and you look at the date between when the DV was filed and the article came out, you look at those kind of peaks, and then you look at the peaks after the article came out, I'm like, I'm not seeing a lot of difference between these two compared to the period before, the DV was filed, which suggests to me that, that there's arguably no relation between the article and the harm.
If I understand his testimony correctly, though, a spike doesn't necessarily mean that it's a negative spike.
No.
A spike just means that that's interest in him. And there are a number of spikes before this point that exist on that chart. So the spike that exists just before that could be something having to do with Pirates of the Caribbean. So
and I'm not even sure, right? Like if they're just dots, right? I mean, if they're just drawing a line between points in time, then that interpolation of those two dots actually isn't a time-based data point. But I mean, again, he didn't explain this to us, so we're just talking about it.
It's his graph.
That's what I'm saying. That's the problem.
If the graph is misleading, it's his problem, not mine.
He is supposed to make this
Kurt,
easy.
I agree with you. You can read it as, okay, we're following it through time, but obviously you can also read it as dot was here, so we made a line. But this is the spike after the TRO, which is what he attests to.
So but my overall point is that I expect on cross-examination for this to all be brought out. For them to poke and prod at a lot of these different spikes to show what things mean. And he may explain all of these things on cross-examination, or if not there, then maybe they're saving it for redirect.
I mean, I 100% agree with what you said, Legalbytes, that the spikes don't indicate negative sentiment. They just indicate that people are searching for Johnny Depp for whatever reason. The most logical reason, of course, would be that it's related to a movie that is about to come out, just came out. Right, those are all movie-related searches. I mean, I don't know that for certain, but I'm just going to take a wild guess that pretty much all those peaks respond to a movie, because what else could it be, right? Then we have this spike, which he testifies is responsive to the DV.
Yeah,
you see this low point, and it's just a straight line up to this very huge peak. The peak comes after the DV, but again, maybe it's his fault, but it's his graph, so this falls into the not my problem category. That line starts before the DV was filed. And
I'm willing to bet it's just the
most logical conclusion is, well, okay, if the spikes are not necessarily related to anything bad, they're just related to general interest in Johnny Depp for whatever reason, and we have a spike that is starting before the DV starting, and we see this upward trend, then it must be due to something other than the DV. It must be due to some other reason people are interested.
He did attest to that point spike, as you say, being responsive to DV. So he goes in, he looks at the 3 articles. Those are the domestic abuse articles.
Well, his graph belies that testimony, in my opinion. There's a problem.
I think his graph sucks. I mean, I started there, right?
Then I, with all due respect, I find that piece of testimony non-credible, and I find it non-credible for that reason. Because
I can't
you're
believe
the one who
did
produced
not
the
put a
graph.
dollar
The
figure.
graph doesn't reflect that. I can look at it.
Well, again, I think that the lines are just taking you on a pathway between the points.
Yeah.
But I came in saying, if the only way you're going to actually talk to me is the Q score at the end, that's your bomb drop. That was terrible. It was terrible.
Yeah, did he define what the numbers even mean? Like, what is the difference?
He did, but he skipped. I mean, you want to talk about incredible. He starts saying, well, it went from 11 to 15. I was like, jackass, you just read it was 16 on the last test.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we doing here?
Yeah. No, I think.
Well,
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, well, and not to knock his credentials too much, but a degree in cinema studies might be a little less impressive than it's being billed to us. I say as somebody with a degree.
I know Nevian. I've heard of his company, in terms of valuing things. That's why he's a valuation expert. I mean, that's what he is. So that's why I was sure that the end was okay when this kind of thing happens, and that your IP brand portfolio has been reduced in value by 23% or whatever, and then you have that expert witness doing that. He didn't do that. He didn't do that. I mean, that was a Google Trends line. Okay, great.
When he was explaining it, I guess I just thought it was going to be a lot cooler and a lot cleaner.
I thought it would be a bit
home
stronger.
run.
It would be more
Yeah,
dramatic.
I thought so too. But you know what? We still have cross-examination and redirect, and there may be more. Who knows? Who knows? We'll find out soon. Let me get another super chat question because I know we're a little bit behind here. American B Savage says, "Will they ask AH why she dropped a crumpy on the bed?" I don't know if anybody's going to ask her because usually why questions don't come up on cross-examination. Foxy Crow says, yeah. Foxy Crow says, "Doesn't Johnny's team have to show that Amber Heard's op-ed is the direct cause of whatever defamation he's experienced?"
Yep.
Yeah. They have to show that it was a cause of his reputational harm, and that even if there are other causes, they have to show that his reputation was harmed. So I mean, I think that we also are focusing very hard on like what would be the ideal thing to see. Whoops, excuse me. Like what would be the ideal thing to see here? And it would have been nice for that to look much stronger coming from him. However, he did show that there were damages. Either way.
How?
Because his reputational score went down overall. His positive score went down after
not
2018.
from 2018.
I didn't really buy it in the data.
Yeah,
I didn't buy it in the data.
He did. He said it went from 31 to 29. 31 was in 2016.
Okay. What is the difference between 31 and 29 when it comes to friends? Because that just sounds like noise.
I think the numbers are positive people out of 100 and negative people out of 100. I believe is how Q scores work. But don't call me on that.
If it's people out of 100, I'm going to suggest that there's no difference between 31 and 29. That's probably just the difference you get on any given day. It's like a polling average error, like plus or minus 3%. I don't know if that's the number exactly here.
That's a good question. How much does it vary every day? How much does it vary every day is a good question.
I mean, I think it's probably useful. I mean, in terms of the numbers. But if I'm looking at that as a juror, and I mean this sincerely, what I see is that TRO caused a hell of amount of damage. The trend line followed right from there, and you didn't show me 2018 did anything.
Do you think maybe there's just a really low threshold, though, a low bar that they have to cross to prove this? Because there's a certain degree, again, as a layperson, of sort of a common sense element to this, that if the ex-wife is going all over town or all over the world trashing this guy, even insinuating, it's got to have an effect. Do you think maybe there's a pretty low bar for this for the jury? They just
I have no problem with intuition. I have no problem with intuition here, saying, "Hey, that looks like that would damage me." I just didn't like this witness trying to establish it scientifically.
Yeah. No.
Yep, agreed.
The non-scientific guy from beforehand was great. With his testimony was fantastic. This guy, I don't know what he's doing on direct so far because he's not. I don't know. Someone tell me I'm massively wrong and this guy's doing a lot for you.
I'm just saying. I'm waiting for cross-examination to see what comes up there, and I'm waiting for redirect. I think that there's a possibility that he ends up coming okay out of this. I do see a negative, a negative result coming out of 2018, which is what he needs. Even if it's not the only reputational harm, and he doesn't have to show that. He just has to show that there was reputational harm.
He has a lower negative score in the test after the 2018 than he does in the test before it.
Sorry, one more time.
Some people are saying it's like some people are saying someone said 35 to 29.
It's 35 before the TRO.
Yeah, 35 before the TRO. But
did anybody screen cap the thing?
So 35 before the TRO. After the TRO, it was at 31, and then after 2018, it was at 29.
Which is positives, and which follows a trend line from a reduction from the TRO. And if you look at the negatives, which again, I would argue are not statistically significant, he has fewer negatives in that last test than he did in the test before it.
Yeah, I would want to see an explanation from him on why there are fewer negatives on there. Why is there one fewer negative?
I want to know why that's statistically significant. That's what I want to know.
Because people don't believe Amber.
How significant is it?
It's Q score. It's already kind of
pseudoscience.
I'm sorry, calling it a Q score is not magic.
No, that's why
I need to know from him
why
that's a significant
this
number.
This is my little ambiguity dance. We don't do that. All right, I'll try to introduce that in future.
I know a lot about QAnon, but that doesn't help me either.
What do you think, Peter?
I got to be honest. I think that I like, so what I bring to the table, I think of this discussion, I'm not as smart as all of you guys. I make arguments in the courtroom based off what witnesses say on the stand. I don't know what I'd argue. If he gave me this, I'd say, I guess you saw from the Q score, it went down. And everybody's on Google and Google has everything. So we can really tell if he was damaged, it shows here. And we have statistical evidence. It went from 31 to 29, which shows there is damage. It did go down. That's about all I can do from listening to what that was. I'd much rather cross this guy. And I think, again, you can make it seem like, so did you look into every single thing that happened on that day? Was there a negative review of one of his old movies? Did you look at every single thing that happened while it was going? That's what I would cross him on, and just talk about how there's a billion variables to this. And with all these variables, maybe going down 2 is not that big of a deal. And I would definitely correlate the negatives going down 2 as much as I could, but I would rather cross this guy than try to use his direct in a closing argument. That's basically what's going through my head while you guys are discussing what the graphs mean and stuff. Like I probably read it wrong. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be much help if I was sitting on this jury, but that's how I look at it. That's kind of my position as somebody who would try to use this in a trial.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask you guys this question? Is it me or did that last witness was like just a disaster for them? It's like,
that's
what
what
the
I
hell is he
was
doing? Huh?
He's not doing anything for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we open with,
like
Nate. You clearly didn't hear our break introduction here.
No, I'm fucking sitting here with my maintenance man fixing my stove, but I was like, I'm listening to it, and I'm like, this what's like the 29 and 31? I'm like, what is it, 2 points?
Well,
that's
here's
real
another
damage. Like, what's going on here?
Here's another way of looking at it. So Zach Russell says he went from a net positive 24 to 14. It's a bigger statistical difference than it looks on its face. So maybe we should be looking at the delta between the positive and the negative.
That'll make it worse because the negative went down. See, this is what this expert tried to do, which was complete bullshit. He brought in the test before the TRO and then said that was the difference for 2018. It's not. The test before 2018 and the test after 2018 is the closest we have to anything of value from this. And the negatives go down as the positives go down. So I think it's a difference of like, what, 1 or 2? I'd have to see the thing.
And is Zach going to be on the jury to explain that to them?
Yeah,
that's what I worry
sure,
about.
yeah.
Because I'm thinking about, as I'm explaining this to a jury, it's up to the lawyers pretty much. If the expert doesn't do a good job, the lawyers have to explain what Zach explained. And then is somebody going to look at me like Hogue and say, now I'm not going to believe anything you say the rest of the trial?
Well, we got chat here saying, well, you're not statisticians and you're not understanding everything. Fine.
Neither's the jury.
That is fine.
Not.
Explain
Neither's
it
the
to me,
jury.
but
Yeah,
neither are
exactly.
the jurors.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
Yeah, I'm not a statistician. You're 100% right. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, I don't know what's going on, and it can't be just me.
They put in too many witnesses on. They didn't need this stat guy. They could have ended with the last guy.
Yeah,
to
no,
try
the
to
stat-
prove some.
no,
The
stat
stat,
guy's not
guy
helping.
has actually hurt them because from what it again, I want to ask you guys because listening to it, it seemed like it almost came off that the DV the order gave him more. It affected his reputation more than the op-ed. Was that kind of?
I think that's what. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's
right?
kind of what I was getting. And if that's the case, then it's like they're shortcutting their own self. Because don't get me wrong, it doesn't have to be either or. But if you're saying this thing was such a huge issue where we're suing her over it now,
Right. The issue
the
is
DV
the
thing. Yeah, was it the DV or was it really this?
You don't have the granularity in 2018, right? I mean, you don't because of the way the tests are timed. That's why I'm saying it's useless. I'm not trying to throw the guy under the bus. I'm not also saying that it doesn't make Amber Heard's case. It just did absolutely nothing for me in Johnny Depp proving his case. Nothing.
It almost hurt, to be honest.
I think you could argue that it does because what it shows is a giant drop from 2016. And you come in and you say, look, you didn't sue then. In fact, you have a settlement agreement that says we're all friends and buddies after this. And now you're taking a second bite at the apple when you can't prove damn thing, Johnny Depp.
Yep.
But you're making that statement as a lawyer. not as
course
a
I
juror. Like a juror would be, because that's essentially what Johnny Depp is trying to do. He's actually trying to sue her over stuff from 2016, and that but 2018 is when the damn article broke. So that gave him the so he's within the statute of limitations to be able to sue. But really, his issue is that in 2016 she started making these things, and it's been like this snowball effect on his career.
But we know that Heard's defense team, we now know that one of their philosophies here in week 4 is we're going to say that we're not going to call it the lie, but the lie metastasized in 2016, and you can't separate it from the Sun, and you can't separate it from the TRO, and you can't separate
Ready
it
for
from
the jury?
lawsuit.
Okay.
Maybe it gets
Sorry I
better.
yelled so much
Okay,
during that
one
part.
exhibit. Oh, good.
Quick 5-second explanation of
This means you're only
how
down
Amber
one,
Heard can
right?
win this legally.
Okay, perfect. This is
Nate, how about you?
16:39. All right, thank you.
Say it again?
Quick 5
I didn't
seconds.
hear
All
you.
right. Go ahead and get the
She can settle.
Force majeure.
Focus on constitutionally protected opinion speech and what those actual statements are. That's what she has to do, is just focus it down, stop the mudslinging, but it's kind of too late for that.
Yeah, I would concede that we're both horrible people, but legally this isn't enough for defamation. That's where I would go if I was the legal team.
Mm-hmm.
Mutual abuse. Everybody's saying we both abused each other. We're abusers. Why should I have to pay? Because I'm a woman, and the man doesn't have to pay.
I just don't
throw it right
see
back to me too, baby.
I don't see the jury buying into the idea that that Depp being mean to her verbally at times after she's instigated it is on par with the level with the real abuse that she enacted against him. But I guess we'll see.
I think that's a great point, Colonel. I think you're right.
Is Amber up tomorrow, you guys?
Maybe Wednesday.
They're saying Wednesday because right
Oh.
now somebody's been lighting us up on Twitter that they're going to have 2 witnesses before Amber. It's like they've been listening to our commentary. One of them is supposed to be the doctor. So
It's like waiting for
and
Santa.
so the folks in the chat know I'm.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bania.
If you have a question in a
Mr.
super
Bania,
chat, it's
you
saved.
understand
Okay,
that this case
I
is
have
about
not
the
been able to get
op-ed
to
in
all the
December
super chats. It's going to
2018,
take a
correct?
while until the end of the
I
stream. I'm
understand
not
this
going to end
case
until
to
we
be
do.
about
So I will get to all of them.
allegations of domestic abuse, both as it relates to the 2016 and the republication of that in the 2018 Washington Post op-ed.
You understand that Mr. Depp is only suing Amber about the op-ed from December 2018, correct?
Exactly what you said, lawyer. Exactly what you said. Limited. Right.
My understanding is
2018.
I can base my understanding on my analysis, which includes the 2016 allegations of
That's your
abuse.
analysis, but do you understand what Mr. Depp is suing Amber for in this case?
Why is he asking him, do you understand? Just tell him.
Calls for a legal
I'll
conclusion.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Here's
Did
the
you read
complaint, dude.
in this case?
Yes.
Did you understand that Mr. Depp was only suing for the op-ed, about the op-ed?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Depp was not suing Amber in this case from his complaint about the accusation she made in 2016, correct?
That is my understanding.
And you're not able to separate out how Mr. Depp's reputation was impacted from the op-ed in 2018 versus how it was impacted when Ms. Heard filed for divorce in 2016.
Exactly what we were all saying. Exactly what we were all saying.
That is not correct.
Okay, here we go.
You can't just ask him how.
No.
No, you definitely don't want to ask that next question.
Yeah, saying how was just like saying, give me a speech.
Nope, right.
No
Yeah.
speeches.
Explain your expertise to the whole room. Is this his report?
You didn't say the line, I can't separate them, did you?
Oh, that'd be good.
Mr. Bania, you took a deposition in this case?
Yes, I did.
And I was asking you the questions in that case, is that right?
That's correct.
And you took that deposition on March 21st, 2022?
That is correct.
And you were under oath at the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're under oath to tell the truth, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you turn to page 83 of your transcript, which is on the 21st page of the.
I'm here.
Okay, and you see line 9?
Yes.
And I ask you, are you able to separate out how Mr. Depp's reputation was impacted from the op-ed versus how it was impacted by when Ms. Heard filed for divorce? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Damn.
My God. You're not able to separate out how Mr. Depp's
That's a
reputation
good
was
impeachment.
impacted from the op-ed in 2018
It was actually improper
versus
impeachment
the
because he said the
publicity
TRO
surrounding
not
when Mr.
divorced at
Depp
trial,
sued
I
the
think.
Sun newspaper
Fair
in
enough.
the United Kingdom when a Sun writer called Mr. Depp a wife beater, correct?
Are you still reading from my deposition?
No, I'm asking you a question now.
Please repeat that.
You're not able to separate out how Mr. Depp's reputation was impacted from the op-ed in 2018 versus the publicity surrounding when Mr. Depp sued the Sun newspaper in the United Kingdom when a Sun writer called Mr. Depp a wife beater.
Objection compound, Your Honor.
No, it's not.
Was it?
Sustained.
No.
You're not
No.
able to separate
Because
out
of
how
all the
Mr. Depp's
variables.
reputation
That's
was
the point.
impacted from the op-ed in 2018 versus the publicity surrounding when Mr. Depp sued the Sun newspaper in the United Kingdom, correct?
My analysis shows that the web documents that I reviewed after the 2018 allegations.
Respectfully, this is a yes or
got
no.
worse.
This is a yes or no question.
Please repeat the question.
You're not able to separate out how Mr. Depp's reputation was impacted from the op-ed in 2018 versus the publicity surrounding when Mr. Depp sued the Sun newspaper in the United Kingdom.
That was not part of my analysis to carve that out.
And you didn't. You wouldn't. You were not able to separate it, correct?
I didn't try to.
Okay. And so you don't. You couldn't.
I didn't try it.
Okay. And you understand
That was like your sole job,
that
man.
the article Mr. Depp sued the Sun
Yeah.
over had the headline that said, "How can J.K. Rowling be
Try
genuinely
it.
happy casting wife beater Johnny Depp in the new Fantastic Beasts film?" Correct?
I don't recall if that's one of the articles I reviewed.
Do you know if that article came out before Ms. Heard's op-ed?
I don't know.
Now,
Yeah, that's what this is
Doesn't
going
sound
down.
well
you're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Heard in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's career, correct?
Repeat that, please.
You're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Heard in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's career.
Correct.
Okay. And you're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Heard in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's reputation.
What I'm doing is
It's a yes or no. Are you offering an opinion to that or not?
My opinion is related to his public image.
You're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Heard in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's reputation, correct?
I'm not talking exactly about his reputation, correct?
Ouch.
Sometimes
And you're
it's
not
good to
offering an
write down
opinion as to
questions
how the
for
op-ed
this
from Ms.
reason.
Heard in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's public image, correct?
I mean, I'm offering an opinion that after the 2018.
It's a yes or
his
no,
public
sir.
image-
It's a yes or no. You're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Heard in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's public image.
I am.
Oh.
Turn to your deposition transcript, please.
Oh dear.
This guy's good. This
You
question
write
is
down the
good.
questions so you make
74,
sure you're
which
asking
is on
them
page
verbatim
19.
to the depo.
Got it.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that
He's
makes
writing
sense.
it down and it sounds robotic, but you have to sometimes. So it's not like some other op-ed. It's the op-ed from Ms. Heard in December of 2018.
Yeah.
You have to say it the same way.
And you see line,
Yeah.
are you there?
Yes.
But this guy is
You
seeing
see line 1.
Oh,
every
he's not great.
litigation.
He's
Starting on
not
line
great,
1,
I'm
I
just
asked you, and you're not going to testify how the December 2018 op-ed impacted Mr. Depp's public image. Answer, that's correct. That was your testimony at the time,
Okay.
correct?
This
Well,
is
well,
what this
the-
gotta get
That was
into.
your
Johnny
answer at
Depp's
the time, correct?
perception is a
Sir, that was
negative
your answer at the
perception.
time, correct?
Okay. Yes.
And that was your answer on March 21st, 2022,
Why did they put
correct?
this witness on?
Never should have called
Yes,
him.
the date of the deposition.
It was your
So that was
report 2 months
a month and
ago.
a half
Well
ago,
prepared.
correct? Okay. And you're not offering an opinion as to whether the op-ed from Ms. Heard made Mr. Depp more hireable or less hireable, correct?
Correct.
As to the articles that came up in the Google searches that you spoke about, it was you made the determination whether the articles had a quote negative connotation or not, right?
Correct.
And so that's just your view if an article had a negative connotation about Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, that's my opinion that they had a negative connotation.
Right. So if an article criticizes Mr. Depp's acting, for example, you're not considering that article as having a negative connotation about Mr. Depp, correct?
Repeat that, please.
So if an article criticizes Mr. Depp's acting, you're not considering that article as having a negative connotation about Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Ouch.
Yikes.
Now, in your analysis of Google spikes, the highest spike in searches for Mr. Depp was in January 2004, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I guess you guys have it. Can you put up the demonstrative 1236?
Is this the graph? Yeah, let's look at the graph again.
This feels like it's on
you wanna
Johnny
see it on
Depp's
the
legal
graph?
team.
So far,
Yeah.
Look into these
Robin's crushing it
variables.
on Cross, by the way.
Yeah.
This guy is seeing
Crushing
every
it.
litigation in the future
Cross-
go
Cross-
away. Whatever he's getting
Cross
paid.
today has been good. They've
Can you
gotten
see
It's
that?
just his
Yeah. Can we-
persona,
can
the
we
way
make
he
it just a
does
little
it,
bigger?
like nasty. I think his questions are good. He could be a little nicer, I think.
It's the Amber Heard legal team style. It's the house style.
Yeah.
But this may play well there because they're,
Yeah,
they're,
see,
they're
So
that spike
if I'm
starts
understanding
G.
you correctly,
Starts beforehand.
A is where the most searches were conducted for Johnny Depp, correct?
Correct.
And that's from January 2004, correct?
Correct.
So that was 18 years ago?
Correct.
Okay. And that was when Ms. Heard was 18 years old?
I don't know.
Okay. The top spike you mark as 100, correct?
I did not mark that,
Google
but
did that.
Google Trends identified that spike as
the
100.
trends did it.
And where it says 100, you don't know how many people actually searched for Johnny Depp at that point, correct?
Well, the Google Trends algorithm marks the highest point of search as 100,
said
and then
true.
everything is compared
So
to
you
that
don't know
as a
how many
ratio
people that
or
is,
a
do you?
percent. So if you notice that A is 100, everything else is lower than that because everything is being
But you
compared
don't
to
know how
that
many
highest
people.
point.
Right, so you don't know how many people actually did the search for Johnny Depp in January 2004, correct?
Correct.
It could be 100 or it could be 1 million, right?
I don't know.
And you don't know if it's actually human beings doing these searches, correct?
As opposed to
bots or something like that.
I did not do an analysis
this
to
is-
determine if there's a bot or a human being, but Google Trends is a tool that's going to show you during a time frame the highest point of search interest as 100.
Okay,
I don't think you actually.
but you don't know if
can do
you don't know if
a
it's
clean all of
humans,
Google Trends.
bots,
You
my
got
cat
him
doing
already.
the searches, correct?
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor. Sustained. Next question.
Now,
This is the one witness
in
too
all
many.
of these Google spikes,
Yep.
Ms. Heard's op-ed never came up as one of the top 3 searches in any of the Google spikes, correct?
Well, that is correct because Google Trends is based on a search of a word or a name. And because Mr. Depp's name was not mentioned in that op-ed, Google Trends did not pick that up.
So a person does a search for Johnny Depp and the op-ed doesn't come up, correct?
In my analysis, the op-ed did not come up.
Oh, that's the wrong
And
answer.
in
but it's
fact,
a
You couldn't
devastating
even
answer.
Google it.
The red line, the red dotted line all the way to the right, that shows when the op-ed was published on December 18th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the searches are actually going down right after the red line, correct?
As opposed to the searches in 2004?
Look at the red line, look at the red dotted line, and you have two points here, right there. Those go down from the time of the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it true that the next, I guess, spike happens in March of 2019, correct?
Conveniently without a label.
There.
Yes.
And do you know that it was March of 2019 when Mr. Depp sued Amber Heard in this case?
Oh, it was not, was it?
No, I didn't look at that date.
Right. You didn't look at any articles.
I got smacked.
for
Oh
that
my
for this
God.
bullet, correct?
That's correct.
Is this as bad as it seems?
Is
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
It is
And-
really
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah. This is the
Since
worst.
Ms. Heard's
That's the day he filed
op-ed
the
came
case.
out on December 18th, 2018.
He did it to himself. They just got into
You would
testimony.
agree with me that by definition, all the spikes you analyzed before December 2018 could not have been caused by the op-ed, right?
Correct.
So articles about Mr. Depp's drug use before December 2018 could not have been caused by the op-ed.
Why did
correct?
they put him on?
Correct.
So Amber
And
can win.
You,
I don't know.
in this chart, analyzed
Jesus.
only 2 spikes after the op-ed. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And the first spike you analyzed after December 2018 is V, correct?
Yes.
And is that January 2020?
How did he not know that spike was when he filed the
Roughly,
case? That's
yes.
a big miss.
So that's January 2020 is over a year after the op-ed by Ms. Hurd, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And then the next spike you analyzed was T, correct?
Yes.
And that was in approximately July 2020?
Correct.
Okay, so that was a year.
Do you
And
think
again,
this
none
has
of
been
the articles, and then
so far?
for V and T, if I understand it, you then analyze the top 3 searches that came up, or the top 3 websites that came up after a search?
Correct.
Okay. And none of the articles you analyzed in those Google spikes after the op-ed were the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it true that the headlines of the articles over a year after the op-ed that you analyzed were about Mr. Depp suing the Sun in the UK for a Sun writer calling Mr. Depp a wife beater?
You did it to
You
yourself,
have to
Johnny.
pull those articles back up. I don't have those in front of me.
Isn't it true that the article, and just so I understand it, V and T, that would mean there were 6 articles, correct, that you analyzed?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that the article on February 26, 2020, the headline was, quote, Johnny Depp's disturbing alleged text messages read aloud in court as libel lawsuit begins?
Again, I don't have that article in front of me. I did produce those as part of my analysis. I don't have that in front of me if you'd like to show it to me.
And you understand that that was about the lawsuit against the Sun in the UK, not about the op-ed, correct?
Again, I do not have that in front of me.
Yeah, he
And
didn't make it.
another article that came up on February 27th, 2020 is one of the top
Might be
3
able to
hits
fix this
when you
on
search for
Redact. I
Johnny
don't know.
Depp. Was
There's
the
a lot of
headline was,
damage.
quote,
Is
let's
bad
burn
with
Amber text allegedly sent by Johnny
I might
Depp
honestly
about
just say,
X
no,
read
we're
in
not
court.
interested in redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
I mean, if you want to talk about these articles, but we need to bring them up.
This is your opinion.
really
You don't
hope Johnny
you don't
Depp has
recall what
witnesses after
articles
this at this
you
point.
analyzed?
I mean, there's a lot of articles here. I didn't memorize each title.
There were 6 articles that you
Okay.
analyzed in the almost 2 years after the op-ed.
All right, can you bring those up and we can talk about them?
And on July 19th, 2020, the headline was, quote, Hollywood nervously awaits fallout from explosive Johnny Depp trial. You don't recall one way or the other whether that was one of the articles in either V or T?
Again, I know if you want to bring up my documents, I know document 9J, 9O, 9K, and 9M are mentioning the op-ed. Again, I don't have those in front of me.
And when you say mentioning the op-ed, does that mean that it just references that Mr. Depp sued Amber Heard in Fairfax?
No, it talks about how he's alleged to have abused her as it relates to the op-ed.
Doesn't it say, I mean, another headline from July 19th, 2020, the headline was, quote, Hollywood nervously awaits fallout from explosive Johnny Depp trial?
Objection, asked and answered.
Ben Chu just
You
turns
understood
around
that
and
was
says,
about the
asked and
lawsuit against
answered.
the Sun in the UK,
Yeah.
correct?
Objection, asked and
I
answered.
didn't ask about that.
Overruled.
He's
Again,
telling her to keep objecting.
I'd like to talk
and then he
about
just
these
said
articles,
sorry.
but I need to see them.
He did.
And on July 19th, 2020, the headline was, quote, Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, all the nasty bits of the UK trial, and it's all nasty.
Good point, Steph.
That was in
Steph.
point T, correct?
Good point.
Again, I do not have that list in front of me. If you'd like to bring that up, we could talk about it.
And you understood that was about the lawsuit against the Sun in the UK, correct?
I do not.
And on July 19th, 2020, the headline was, quote, Johnny Depp claims in the Sun he beat ex-wife, complete lies, court told. That was the quote, correct?
It's quite the
I
headline.
don't see that here.
That was in your report, correct?
I would have to look at the documents again. I would be happy to discuss them if you would bring those up.
And then you previously had a chart that had articles from November
He looks at the
2020.
jury
correct?
like he won't show me the documents.
I'm sorry.
He's trying.
Say that.
You previously had a chart that included articles from November
Rob said he
2020.
couldn't make it in the
correct?
courtroom,
Objection,
guys.
Your
So
Honor. May we approach?
he might be,
Oh,
he might be
no.
back here too.
Jesus.
Oh boy.
This is going so bad for Johnny Depp
Yeah,
right
let's get
now.
some. Let's get some super
We need
chats
to,
here.
we need to
Cross-examination is
approach because he's
devastating.
killing our case. He's killing our case.
Yikes! Yeah, this is. This is really bad. This is very, very uncomfortable right now.
You understood it was Mr. Depp's decision to sue the Sun, correct?
I
she got shut
don't know.
down.
That's not part of my analysis.
Now,
Outside the scope.
you talked about Q scores in your direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
And you testified about 3 particular Q scores for Mr. Depp, right?
3 periods of time are the Q scores that I analyzed.
And you're not offering an opinion as to why Mr. Depp's Q scores changed, correct?
That's correct.
And Q scores can go up and down for actors for any sort of reason, correct?
That's possible.
You recall testifying that they could go up and down for any sort of reason in your deposition.
Yeah, he's not going to
Yeah,
object
it can go
himself
up and
today.
down for many different reasons.
So you're not offering
Oh,
an
no,
opinion that
he's
Mr.
on fire
Depp's
today.
Q scores were damaged because of Ms. Heard's op-ed, correct?
That's correct.
Yep.
And in
Yikes.
comparing the Q scores from before the op-ed to the Q scores after the op-ed, Mr. Depp's Q scores dropped by 2 points, correct?
I don't have those Q scores in front of me, but if you're looking at them, I believe
We can show the 3rd page of this demonstrative.
We're happy to look at this demonstrative again, witness.
Oh boy.
What was your question, please?
Mr. Depp's positive Q scores from B to C dropped by 2 points, correct?
Yes.
You're not an expert on statistics, correct?
Correct.
And even though you're not an expert, you have an idea about what the term statistically significant means, correct?
Yes.
And statistical significance is a measure of whether your findings are meaningful, right?
Yes, I don't think you need statistics to understand Q scores.
And you don't know if there's any significance to a drop in 2 points in positive Q score, correct?
Well, there absolutely is. When you're ordering Q scores on points in time.
Mr. Bania, go to your
He has no
deposition,
clue.
page 113.
Oh no!
Oh, and he says so as much on his
Oh
testimony.
no!
Oh,
This witness
boy.
is
This
Why
guy
did
is
they
never
call
getting
this
paid again.
witness?
He is never getting paid as an
You-
expert
this is
witness
his
again.
last
The chat made fun of me when I talked about statistical significance, and the numbers weren't that different.
Kurt,
Now
the
look where
chat-
we are.
The break
Yeah.
chat on us
At
needs to
10,
take a walk.
At line,
Yeah,
page
the-
113, line 10, it
we're all
says,
the
so you're
Amber
not
Heard
offering an
lawyers
opinion
we've
as
ever
to the
heard.
significance of a change in Q score, correct? Answer, correct.
Well, you're talking about statistically a difference. What I'm talking about is how we use Q scores in the industry. When you see a Q score from dropping from a 31 to a 29, there's an issue. Is this somebody you really want to hire to endorse your products or your service? No, you probably not. You want to look into why, what is going on in the public to make these Q scores drop like that.
And you don't know exactly the significance between 5 or 6 points of drop
This
in
is
Q
where I
score,
bring up
correct?
about 100 stars that have had a 2-point drop at some point.
Now,
Yeah, but he just admitted he did. If it was 100 points, he really didn't know. What 5?
and
to
it
10
shows
points, he didn't
here
know
that
significance.
Mr. Depp's negative Q score actually got better from point B to point C, correct?
Yep.
Correct.
So that's actually better for Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you understood,
Q score got
you understand that Dr. Alan Jacobs reviewed your opinions in this case?
Yes.
And you understand that Dr. Jacobs reviewed additional Q score data, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can we please put up plaintiff's exhibit 889?
Oh dear God! Did they put him
At
up even though they
117?
have evidence that it doesn't mean a damn
Let's bring in
thing?
the other experts' testimony now just to beat
So-
you up some more.
Impeachment doesn't mean that everything that he said got tossed. Impeachment just means that he's been caught making a statement that he had a previous statement that was different before. So it's just showing the jury the inconsistency of his statements. That's what impeachment means.
Straight
Mr.
up.
Bania, do you understand this as a chart of Mr. Depp's Q scores from winter 2012 through summer of
This
2021?
individual? Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have any reason to question the Q scores that are shown in this chart?
Like I said in my deposition, I've not received the actual data to build this chart, but I don't have any reason to not believe that this is accurate.
As I understand it, Q scores are performed on a celebrity like Mr. Depp twice a year, correct?
Yes,
So there's winter of a particular year, and then there's summer of a particular year?
yes.
And the winter scores come out around February, is that right?
I don't have that information in front of me, but it sounds right.
And so would you know when the summer scores come out?
I don't.
Okay. And this chart shows, well, permission to publish this chart as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection?
I don't think this witness has laid an appropriate foundation for it, Your Honor.
Yeah,
He
what
said
the hell
he
is
has
this?
no
He's a
reason
real
to
chart.
question the Q scores.
I'll allow it as a demonstrative.
Yep.
Oh,
She's
okay,
like,
all right.
please don't show his stuff.
Is this? Oh God, what does this say?
No.
And so this chart shows Mr. Depp's positive and negative Q scores, correct?
Correct.
And the positive Q scores are in blue.
That's correct.
Can you blow it up a little bit, Michelle?
To some extent, that seems better than what he testified to.
Yep.
And the negative Q
What
scores
the hell are they
are
doing
in
in
red.
Cross?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Objection,
Actually,
Your
yeah,
Honor,
you're
may we
right.
switch for a
Yes.
moment?
This is actually
Good
pretty
job,
good.
Cross X.
Everybody's lost their mind.
We flipped teams for this afternoon's testimony.
Oh no, even on that one, I mean, the negatives go down and the positives go up after the article comes out, according to those.
Yeah, but way after. I mean, that's after you start to get justice for Johnny type stuff.
Yeah, be that as it may, be that as it may. If we're going off Q scores as God, which apparently we are because of this witness, they went up though.
I'm just
Mr.
saying,
Bania,
immediately
the
after the op-ed,
positive
they're stronger
Q
on
score
this
for
new-
Mr.
on
Depp
this new
in
document
the
for Johnny.
winter of 2012 is 42, correct?
It's in between. Yeah, it's in between 40 and
Rule, this is
45.
the expert witness from hell.
And if
This is the one witness.
did you
too
check
many.
the actual
Yeah,
Q
what,
scores
one
that
witness too many.
Mr. Jacobs demonstrated in his report?
No, my analysis was a snapshot of time. I wanted to know Johnny Depp's Q scores directly before the 2012 allegations, the 2016 allegations of abuse, and after.
Okay. And you see here that the positive Q scores for Mr. Depp dropped from 42 in the winter of 2012 to 35 in the summer of 2016, correct?
Yes.
That's a 7-point drop, correct?
Yes.
And that's before Ms. Heard had her divorce filing, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And
that's
that
a problem.
drop in Mr. Depp's positive Q scores could have nothing to do with Ms. Heard's op-ed, correct?
Yep.
Correct.
And that drop could have nothing to do with
long as you
the
believe time is a
allegations
linear
Ms. Heard
construct.
made after the divorce filing, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that
maybe
the positive
Maybe.
Q scores actually start to show an increase for Mr. Depp after the op-ed? There's a decrease and then there's an increase?
Yep.
And the same for the negative Depp Q scores. There's a bit of a positive and then it goes down, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
So really the
you're talking
op-ed had no
causation.
effect on Mr. Depp's Q scores, correct?
As I mentioned, my analysis looked at the snapshot of time, and it shows that he was harmed, from before the allegations of abuse in 16 to after.
But we don't
the
live in a
op-ed
snapshot of time,
2018.
correct?
You looked at
From
3
before.
Q scores and you could have looked at 1, 2, 3, 4,
You cherry
5,
picked 'em.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I won't even count the 2021 scores. 18 Q scores, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And you looked at 3, right?
That's correct.
And that's what you're basing your opinion on, that the op-ed damaged Mr. Depp's Q scores?
Yeah, so what we need to
That's my,
understand is Q scores
my question is a
do
yes or
go
no.
up
Your
and
counsel
down.
can come back and
And
ask
what
you
I
whatever you
wanted
want.
to do
Your
is
Honor.
I wanted to
Sir,
analyze.
sir, if you could just answer his yes or no
Oh,
question,
sorry.
that's fine.
The answer is yes.
I didn't hear your question.
What were you answering?
You looked at 3 Q scores instead of 18 Q scores, correct?
That's correct.
This witness is gone. He's totally
And
gone.
did you look at the Q scores at all after the Dan Wooten article
Someone
that came out in
put us
April
all out of this mystery.
of 2018?
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
I don't think I asked that.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
No.
Thank you. I have nothing there.
All right, read your right.
Oh God.
Good luck.
Can we do a miracle here?
Yeah, this witness.
All I need is
Mr. Bania, on cross-examination, you were asked some questions about the fact that you made a determination about which of these articles had a negative connotation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that something that you do in situations other than in your analysis in this case?
Yeah. So in non-litigation, when we're building brand monetization strategies,
important part.
especially if you're going to work with a celebrity or an athlete, you want to look at what's going on out there, about that personality. Because celebrities and athletes, Q scores can go up and down. You want to analyze the time and see what's going on out in the media. Do I really want my client to license in a celebrity that there's problems out there, or an athlete? So yes, it's important to look at this.
And I believe you were asked whether you're offering an opinion in this case about the impact of op-ed on Mr. Depp's public image. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I believe you testified that you are offering an opinion on that. Is that right?
Yes.
What's that opinion?
Well, the opinion is that he's portrayed in a negative connotation after that date.
And with respect to the Q scores that you analyzed, Mr. Nadelhoff was asking you about the 3 points in time that you looked at. Why, in your opinion, was it appropriate to look at just those 3 Q scores?
Yeah, as I was trying to explain, Q scores do go up and down. We're analyzing a period of time. We want to see what's happening right before an event, during that event, and if there's another event after that event. And that is our area of analysis. So that's why just these 3 sets of Q scores are the appropriate way to analyze this.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
What a
He is.
horrible
All right.
witness for Johnny
Sir, do
Depp.
not discuss your testimony with anybody since you are subject to recall, but since you are an expert, you are allowed to stay in the courtroom if you wish, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you,
Your
sir.
Honor.
I don't
All right, you
understand
can
why
sit
they
down.
brought
He's
him
not
on.
an expert. You should kick him out the courtroom. Like this is
What
no
a
expert.
horrible
Get him
witness.
out of
And
here.
this is why Amber Heard's side
Your
may
Honor,
have
I believe we're
decided.
calling Erin Falati by deposition.
Oh, thank
Oh,
God they have
okay.
at least one more witness so we can wash the bad taste out of our mouth a little. It's like if that's their last witness, if we're going after this, just Amber Heard.
Well,
Thank
yeah,
God
the
they have at least one
deposition,
more
so
I'm
witness.
sorry, could you put your
Try to wash it out of our
but-
mouth.
but
Leave
this
them
is-
strong,
Okay,
man.
But hang,
All right, well, we're
But this is also an example of why Amber Heard's team would want to, despite having issues with this man being an expert, you could look at it as like this is junk science. It kind of looks like it. But the reason why they wouldn't want to object to him as an expert is because they can just pick him apart in front of the jury and just destroy him and make Johnny's team look foolish.
Oh, when they called him, I bet they were licking their lips, man. Are you kidding me? They're like, "Oh, we got this one," because if people don't know, they get to see what his report is. They get to see what exactly his demonstratives are going to be. They got to depose him. My God in heaven.
I wasn't trying to measure the impact of the article. I didn't even attempt to separate out the impact of the article.
Oh no!
People's
First, I have
scores
to say
go
I
up and down
can,
for all
and we
kinds
got
of
to pull out the
reasons.
depo.
I need a mega pint.
But I will also say, as bad as this witness was, I don't think it negatively affected the case where it's like it's a total loser. I think this is just a bad witness, but I think he's done enough where this witness will be forgotten after they put on their case.
I hope so.
I don't know, Nate, because I read that as not only can I not show that this op-ed did anything, there's actual confusion about whether it did the opposite or that anything else happened from here or that the stuff happening before it did all the damage before you get to this point. And that's their expert on this.
Yep.
Yeah.
It wasn't
They're
helpful, but
experts
you
to show
can
damages.
save it. You can argue at the end. There's no doubt that this op-ed hurt his reputation, and the jury's going to
Apparently
feel
there is.
that, and they're going to forget about this nonsense.
I
But
got
it's
plenty
not
of doubt,
helpful.
Mike. I got
It's
plenty
not
of doubt.
helpful, but I don't think it's the end.
No, I'm not calling it. I mean, like that's totally fair. But people always ask me about my percentages. They went down today.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Where no
What
one's
are your
calling anything, but in the same way we give praise to Johnny Depp and their witnesses when they're really good for Johnny Depp, and like that witness was great, this witness is great testimony, great for Johnny Depp. If
Baby
we see
Rottenborn
crap,
killed it.
we're like, yeah, not so much.
Yeah, Baby Rottenborn definitely redeemed himself today.
Yeah, Rottenborn had a fantastic cross.
After objecting to his own question.
He had no fluff in there. I think there was zero fluff. It was tight.
Actually,
it was effective. It was devastating.
He should take Elaine Bredehoft's place as second chair.
I'm willing to go one further, Kurt. I think he put in the junk about the articles just so that they would have something to waste their time rehabilitating, because that was the weakest part of his cross-ex, and she went right for it and skipped the entire front end of that cross-examination.
Nice.
Smart move, yeah.
He earned his money today.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was,
Oh,
that
oh,
was
yeah.
the best
Oh, yeah,
cross-ex he's had in 4 weeks.
Matter of fact,
Well-
I'll even say, I think that's the best cross that they've had on the defense side.
Yeah, I was
of the
gonna say
trial.
for the entire team, I think. That's why I'm like, he should take Elaine Bredehoft's place as second chair.
To a layperson, it seemed impressive, or more impressive. But I do agree. Like, I feel like on a gut level, people are gonna inherently understand that this damaged him, and so I mean, but again, I could be wrong. But that's my gut feeling. That Amber Heard damaged him. I don't know.
But this
It's
is
a long trial, and I
expect-
think I stand by
Yeah.
what I said originally. There's so much stuff. The jury's ability to remember anything in particular, who knows? It might just be an overall sentimentality by the time they're done. But we would be fools not to take note of the damage that there is for the jury to use if they are trying to find a reason, or there is something there now. So be fools not to take note of it. Maybe they'll go back and they'll forget all about it, and
Your
all
next
they'll do is
witness
talk
then?
about the poop on the bed.
Thank
Who
you, Your
knows?
Honor. Plaintiff calls Erin Falati, also known as Erin Boerum Falati, and
Boerum.
Ms. Heard's
Ooh,
counsel
is she their
begins the
closer?
questioning.
Interesting.
Who is this?
This is
Erin
Amber Heard's
Boerum,
nurse.
the nurse.
Oh, okay.
Amber Heard's
Ooh,
counsel
this is
begins
gonna be-
questioning.
this is
I'm
gonna be
confused.
juicy.
Depp's team isn't going to rest on a deposition video, are they?
Oh,
It
apparently
all
it
depends
is.
on how
Is
explosive
Boerum
it
your-
is.
your maiden name?
hopefully.
Correct. Okay, so Boerum was your name, your last name in the 2014 to 2016 timeframe, correct?
That's correct.
Have you communicated with anybody else from Mr. Depp's counsel other than Ms. Vasquez?
Not that I recall. Oh, excuse me, I do. I don't remember his name. I'm so sorry. I feel like I spoke with him. I don't know his last name.
Did you speak to or communicate with Adam Waldman?
Perhaps. I don't recall his last name.
And do you recall when that occurred?
That would have been 2019 because I had a newborn at that time. So maybe May, June, July, something like that, 2019.
So this is a text exchange between you and Mr. Waldman?
It appears so.
Okay. And do you recall speaking to Mr. Waldman at all?
Yes.
And do you recall that when you were communicating with Mr. Waldman was Mr. Depp's attorney?
Yes.
Ms. Falati, you're a trained nurse, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any specialties?
Well, I haven't been working, like I used to, but previously I was trained in addictions and mental health.
And when you say addictions, are there specific type of addictions you were trained in?
All but I primarily worked with chemical dependency.
And where did you receive training for addiction and mental health?
Different employment places, and then I became a certified registered addictions nurse.
You know who Dr. David Kipper is, correct?
Correct.
Did you work for Dr. Kipper?
Not directly, but he would hire the agency I provided nursing services for, which was Turning Point, I believe. So I worked under his guidance, but not specifically for him. Most of the time. There have been times where I've worked specifically for him.
Yeah, I think that business model went bye-bye in California when they changed their employment laws.
Okay. When did you start working for Turning Point Nursing Services, or whatever the name of that company was?
I don't recall. My best guess would be somewhere between 2007 or 8.
And when did you start to begin to do any work for Dr. Kipper?
I believe 2014.
What were the circumstances that started you working for Dr. Kipper in 2014?
If I recall correctly, it would be for services for Ms. Heard.
Were you ever responsible for Mr. Depp's nursing care while he was under the treatment of Dr. Kipper?
I provided him with nursing care. Exhibit 2.
So, Ms. Falati, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 2 to your deposition. And these are AHTPD 16929 through 16959. And is that the paper documents you have, a set of the paper documents you have in front of you?
Part of it. The first page.
And the first page might have said at the bottom also K182.
Yes, I have that.
Okay. Do you recognize these as your, what are these?
These are my nursing notes kept for Ms. Heard. Yes.
And these are notes you created?
Yes.
Did you create these notes in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Okay. Were you trained in how to prepare these notes?
That ordinary course of
Yes.
business is important.
Would you write these, how long after the visit would you write up these notes?
Would depend. Sometimes I would keep notes on my phone that I would transfer to the Word document when I was in front of my laptop. And if not possible, I would do it as soon as feasible.
And how often would you show these notes to Dr. Kipper?
I don't recall, at intervals, but I don't recall.
So if you look at the first page of the notes, the first entry is August 27th, 2014, correct?
Yes.
And you wrote RN has been hired to provide private nursing care for client Amber Heard, right?
Correct.
Right. And RN refers to you, correct? And an RN means registered nurse, correct? And throughout the notes, and you say this here, Amber Heard would be referred to as client or AH, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And Johnny Depp would be referred to as JD.
That's correct.
Would you agree that Mr. Depp and Amber would get into verbal arguments?
I recall a general sense of discord in the relationship.
And what do you mean by general sense of discord?
I just recall there being disagreements, reconciliation, and kind of that repeating pattern.
And would you be at times taking care of Amber because of this, the disagreements between Mr. Depp and Amber?
I provided emotional support. I was not present with her often, but was available over the phone, via text, and sometimes in person.
Do you recall that in March 2015, Amber went to Australia to be with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I remember she went to Australia. As to the dates, I would have to look through documentation to ascertain the exact dates.
Okay. And on Exhibit 2, this is your note of March 7th, 2015?
That's correct.
And you wrote, client notifies RN via text of increasing anxiety?
Yes, I wrote that.
And then on 3/8/15, you wrote, RN received report from Debbie RN. Debbie being Debbie Lloyd, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall what the report you received was on March 8th, 2015 from Debbie?
I mean, I'm just reading my notes.
Sure.
So to answer your question, no, I don't recall specifics of what the report would have been. I assume, based on this note, that would have been a phone call.
Okay. And it says, client will be returning to Los Angeles on March 9th, 2015, accompanied by house manager Ben. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Did you have an understanding as to why Amber was leaving Australia in March of 2015?
Yes. I don't know if this is the exact timing, but you know better than I, there was an incident in Australia and they had to be, Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp had to be separated. So Ms. Heard returned to Los Angeles for my nursing notes, and I believe Mr. Depp must have stayed in Australia.
What was your understanding as to why Mr. Depp and Amber had to be separated?
It's hard to recall specifics because I wasn't there or involved at the time, but became involved again. I remember hearing from other people that there was quite an argument between the two in Australia.
Do you have any understanding if anyone was injured during the argument between Amber and Mr. Depp?
Physically injured?
Physically, yeah.
Again, I wasn't present, so I'm only speaking as to what I recall during that time period and what I sort of remember hearing from others. And also, I just remember Mr. Depp's finger was injured. I can't tell you specifically which one, but I remember there was an injury to his finger.
Do you have any understanding as to how his finger was injured?
No.
And then, Erin, you wrote the next note on March 9th, 2015 that says RN and CT in touch via text and phone calls after client arrived at 1500?
Yes, I wrote that.
And 1500, you're using military time, correct?
That's correct.
So that would be 3 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. And you wrote client expressed feeling, quote, sad, right?
Yes, I wrote that.
So do you recall what Amber was sad about at approximately March 9th, 2015?
I can't speak to the, I don't remember specifically, but I would assume based on my March 8th note, I would make the assumption that those feelings were in relation to the relationship issues.
You wrote client states she would like to discuss recent events between her and husband with RN in private tomorrow. Plans are made for RN to visit client at her home tomorrow.
Yes, I wrote that.
Do you recall all the conversation you had with Amber regarding the events between her and Mr. Depp at around this March 9th, 2015 timeframe?
No, I don't recall specifics.
You recall anything in general?
I really don't, I'm sorry.
Did Amber express any fear of Mr. Depp at this time?
Don't recall. I don't see that in this note, so I can't speak to that.
And then the note for March 10th, 2015, you see that note?
I do.
We can take this down. We put up attachment 25, please.
Stand by. Exhibit 4.
Ms. Falati, I'm showing you a text chain between you and Whitney Hurd on March 23rd, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And on March 23rd, 2015, you texted to Whitney Hurd, Debbie just told me what's going on and to check with you, is Amber awake or fall asleep? Do you see that?
I do.
And then Ms. Hurd wrote she finally fell asleep. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Then you wrote, thank goodness, she must be
Sorry.
exhausted.
I'm sorry, just to confirm, this is from Whitney Hurd, not Amber Hurd, correct?
As I understand it, it says Whit Hurd. Is that your understanding?
I assume. Thank you.
And then do you recall ever communicating with Whitney Hurd via text or chat?
That sounds familiar.
Okay. And you wrote, thank goodness, she must be exhausted. You want me to come to the loft, or is she safe and sound asleep? You see that?
I do see that.
Okay. And then Whitney wrote, safe, question mark? No, she's not. Kept saying she wants to kill herself. You see that?
See that?
Were you ever concerned about Ms. Hurd's safety as it relates to Mr. Depp?
So if she made comments to me that she was not safe, I would be concerned about her to ensure that she was safe. Yes.
Do you recall Ms. Hurd making comments to you about her safety?
I remember a general sense when they, meaning Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp, would have arguments. She would often have her friends around her for support, but from a general, physical sense, she was always in a safe place.
And you mean in a general physical sense, she was always in a safe place? What do you mean by that?
Meaning she was always not always, I should say, often home, often surrounded with friends. She had friends that lived right down the hallway from her, so she was always supported.
Was Mr. Depp friends with Marilyn Manson?
Yes, I believe.
Ms. Falati, I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 7, and these are texts that Mr. Depp produced between you and him. And I'm focusing on this text message of October 31st, 2015. You see that? Well, so this text message between you and Whitney is on March 23rd, 2015. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And if we go back to Exhibit 2, and I'll go back. There's no entry for March 23rd, 2015.
Yeah.
You see that? Not everything you did for Miss Heard as a nurse is reflected in these notes, correct? And the next notes we have are November 25th, 2015. Do you know why there's a long period where there's no notes?
Yes. Perhaps I can shed some light for you and everyone on the relationship. When I was first hired to care for Ms. Heard, I worked full-time. You know, I was assigned 24/7 basically. And after a period of time, I became more part-time and on call. And I was working with different clients at the time. So I would, how to put it, I would not be working regularly, but would also be available if an issue arose or a medication change needed or things like that. So I would assume that would account for this gap.
Why did you move from full-time to part-time?
I don't know the exact answer, but I assume that's not my decision to make. That's usually the client and or treating physician.
Okay, so that's the first page of Exhibit 2.
Yes, thank you. So if you can you go down to, it's about the third paragraph, a little bit, yes. Her report from JD, which refers to Mr. Depp, Debbie, RN, and Dr. Kipper. Client AH, which is Ms. Heard, has reportedly been experiencing increased anxiety and agitation recently and has had several outbursts of anger and rage. From what I remember, when I was involved in the case, it was to help assist Ms. Heard with some emotional issues, anxiety issues, in attempts to assist, in layman's term, kind of calming things down a bit.
Do you recall any examples that you knew of anger and rage showed by Amber?
I do recall seeing her very angry. I have to refer to my notes. It was in London, so that would have been 2014. And I believe it was in reference to a violating incident where her phone had been hacked and she was quite upset. I saw her angry at that time, and other times I don't recall.
Were you in London with Amber at the time?
Yes.
And how was Amber showing her anger?
I recall loud, kind of elevated voice, yelling, crying, quite a bit.
Do you recall receiving a call from Amber around December 16th, 2015 regarding this argument between Mr. Depp and Amber?
I don't recall a specific phone call.
Would you doubt that a phone call occurred if you wrote it down in your notes?
If I wrote it, I don't doubt that it occurred. I just don't have memory of it.
And now you see the note on December 17th, 2015?
Yes.
And you wrote RN in contact with client to notify her that she'd be able to deliver medications to her home. RN waited at door for several minutes after knocking. Client greeted RN at door looking disheveled. Hair appeared unbrushed. Client appeared weepy and sad. Posture is slouched. Client told RN about argument with husband. RN offered emotional support, but reminded client that RN could not stay as was on duty with another client and was only visiting in order to deliver medication. Per client, she had not had contact with husband since altercation. Client had visible bright red blood appearing at center of lower lip. When RN made client aware that she was actively bleeding on her lip, client stated it was from injury sustained in the, and then it's blank, you see that? And then we can keep going down in the argument between her and her husband and that it continues to bleed actively. You wrote that?
Yes.
And then you also wrote clients also states that her head is bruised and that she lost clumps of hair in altercation. You wrote that?
I assume so. It's in my notes.
Okay. And then you wrote, RN briefly looked at client's scalp but was unable to visualize the hematomas client had described. You wrote that?
This is all hearsay. It's just stated over the phone.
And then you wrote RN encouraged client to be seen by physician Dr. Kipper or go to emergency urgent care for thorough assessment. You see that?
I do.
And then you wrote client states she will contact Dr. Kipper tomorrow. Client is supported by friends Rocky and IO who will be staying in client's home with her. You wrote that?
I agree, yes.
Okay. And then on December 18th, 2015, you wrote client states she went to Dr. Kipper's office and was assessed by NP Monroe T.
Client
as
was
Dr.
consuming
Kipper was out
red
of the
wine
office.
with RN.
You wrote that?
That's interesting.
Yes,
And NP stands for nurse practitioner.
that's correct.
And you understand Monroe T stood for Monroe Tinker.
Yes.
You recall if Mr. Depp ever forgot to take any of his medication?
At a specific time or ever?
In any time where you were working with him?
I would say vaguely, yes.
Ms. Falati, I'm showing it's been marked as Exhibit 11 to your deposition, which is Falati 96 through 106. You see that?
Yes.
You recall receiving this text message, right?
I have a vague memory of this.
Do you recall if you spoke to Amber after you received this text message? Or at any time after you received this text message around May 21st, May 22nd, 2016?
Are you saying a phone call or just?
Phone call.
I don't really recall.
It could have happened, you just don't recall one way or the other.
I would agree with that.
And you received this picture from Amber?
That's correct.
What is this picture of?
I was just asking if you could scroll down. Could you rewind it just a little?
Ms. Heard.
And does the picture show redness under Miss Heard's eyes?
You can answer as a lay person if she has such an opinion. If you have an opinion one way or the other, you can let them know.
I'm not an expert, so I mean, there's color on her face in different areas. I don't know what's what.
And you received this first picture of Amber at 12:36 a.m., correct?
That's the timestamp there.
And you received another picture at 12:36 a.m.?
It appears so.
And who do you see in that picture?
Also misheard.
And you received a third picture of Amber at 12:36 a.m.?
Yes, it appears so.
And is that third picture of Amber?
Yes, that's misheard.
And you received the fourth picture of Amber at 12:36 a.m.?
Then yes.
And this fourth, I think just so it's clear, the fourth picture is of Amber, correct?
That's correct.
And you received that at 12:36 a.m.?
Yes, that's the timestamp.
And these are pictures of Amber's face, correct?
Yes, that's a picture of her face and neck.
Do you recall do you recall receiving those pictures?
Like I said, I have a vague memory of this, but I don't specifically remember receiving it.
Okay. Do you know if you reported these pictures or what Ms. Heard reported to you to Dr. Kipper?
I would assume that if any information was presented to me, I would have contacted Dr. Kipper.
And do you know how you would have contacted Dr. Kipper?
No, I depending on the date, time, I would sometimes call, email, text.
Semaphore.
Do you recall if you wrote nurse notes for this incident?
I don't recall.
Do you want us to look at Exhibit 2?
That's the nursing notes?
Yeah. Why don't we do that? So there's notes for May 11th, 2016. You see that?
Yeah.
And then the next notes for May 26th, 2016.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you didn't include notes for May 21st, 2016?
I don't know.
Why didn't you write something?
And on May 26th, you wrote
part-time
client
and on
texted
call, and I
RN
wasn't called.
requesting Ambien as she states she's suffering from
It's just a tough one to
insomnia
answer.
due to stress and
Yeah.
anxiety. Client reports, quote, having the hardest week of my life.
Keep detailed
End
notes.
quote. You wrote that?
Notes.
And you wrote, client states she cannot deal with the negative media publicity she has received surrounding the divorce she requested from her husband, JD. Dr. Kipper notified Ambien 10 milligrams, QHS PRN 14 ordered. Per Dr. Kipper, client is encouraged to make appointment with Dr. Kipper in office to be assessed. Client did not respond. You wrote that?
Yes.
Ms. Falati, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 12 to your deposition, which is Falati 114 through 119. You can take a look through them. It appears to be notes of when you were Mr. Depp's nurse, as opposed to Ms. Heard. But feel free to take a look.
That's correct. I think these are my nursing notes in relation to Mr. Depp.
So client now is Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct, because these nursing notes are in reference to Mr. Depp. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in the nursing note for April 23rd, 2015, you wrote that Dr. Kipper will introduce Rosalind Phillip to Debbie RN and clients Amber H. and Johnny Depp. Debbie RN will assist in coordinating session appointments between clients and Ms. Phillips. Do you know if Mr. Depp and Amber ever saw Rosalind Phillip?
I don't know.
At Falati 117, it shows notes for June 7th, 2016, correct?
That is correct.
You wrote the following medications were approved per Dr. Kipper to be given to the client, and then there's a list of medications. You wrote these notes, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you understand that Mr. Depp was taking those medications as of June 7th, 2016?
Per this nursing note, it appears that he was taking these medications listed.
And then there's a nursing note for June 26, 2016. You see that?
Yes.
And it says, you wrote, client is going through divorce with wife Amber H. and is dealing with the loss of his mother, passed away 1 month ago. Client was provided with the divorce request from wife AH 3 days after mother passed away. You see that?
Yes.
You wrote that?
Yes.
So was it your understanding that Amber asked for a divorce?
This note says that Mr. Depp was provided with divorce request from Ms. Heard, so it appears she was the one requesting the divorce.
Right, and you wrote next, client states he was not aware AH wanted divorce and expresses confusion regarding AH's desire to terminate marriage. You wrote that?
Yes.
Is that what Mr. Depp told you?
I would assume if I wrote it in my notes.
Then you wrote, client's divorce has been highly publicized and wife AH has been accused him of several character damaging allegations, including domestic violence. You wrote that, correct?
Correct.
Was this on did you write this based on information Mr. Depp provided you?
I don't know. I would assume that I've had discussions with him regarding this, considering that this is a nursing note for Mr. Depp.
Did Mr. Depp tell you his character had been damaged as of June 2016?
I don't recall. I have to go by what my note says here. So it alludes to that's something that he had discussed.
And you see where you wrote, client states he felt helpless previously, but is now angry at AH and wants to clear his name. Mr. Depp told you that?
Again, I don't recall for sure, but I would go back to my nursing notes because those were written more at the time. So I would assume that he and I discussed that.
Okay, farther down, you wrote RN assisted client in processing feelings and encouraged client to continue utilizing individual therapy as he responded well to RN's use of therapeutic communication. You see that?
Yes.
And you wrote that, correct?
Yes.
Then you wrote client is resistant, stating, quote, I don't want anyone like Amber's wife therapist. He has only made things worse, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
And you wrote that?
Yes.
And where it's quotes, I don't want anyone like Amber's therapist. He's only made things worse. That was something that Mr. Depp told you?
Again, as I have it in quotations, I assume he made that statement.
A little farther down, you wrote, throughout RN's visit, client maintains attention and is actively participating in conversation. Client consumed 3 vodka drinks during RN's seven-hour visit. Client did not eat during visit and drank water only with several prompts from RN. RN educated client on possible interactions between prescribed medication and alcohol. Client verbalized understanding but stated, quote, right now I need a little alcohol for all the bad things I'm going through, end quote. You wrote those lines?
Yes.
Say the document speaks best as to how many drinks Mr. Depp had?
Correct.
And that Mr. Depp drank 3 vodka drinks during your visit?
That's what my note says.
Then you said RN provided one-on-one emotional support and encouraged clients to limit and or abstain from alcohol and illicit drugs. You wrote that?
Yes.
Do you recall why you told Mr. Depp to abstain from illicit drugs?
No, but I did, and not just with Mr. Depp, but in my line of nursing, provide education always with any medication clients are on and contraindications.
Do you know if Mr. Depp ever took any illicit drugs during the 2014 to 2016 timeframe?
I don't know. I didn't witness him using any illicit drugs, so I can't speak to that.
Your Honor, at this point, the questioning switches over to questions for by counsel for Mr. Depp. That's all right with us, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, let's go ahead and break for the evening. We will see you in the morning. Just do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, all right? And we'll have the rest of this tomorrow morning, okay? Thank you.
That's close enough to 5.
So someone please help me out. Why do I care about anything she's testifying about?
I think you're waiting for Johnny Depp's side, right?
I think it's helpful to Johnny.
I mean, there's nothing in there that we hadn't
All right,
really
so
heard.
we'll see everybody at 10 o'clock tomorrow,
We didn't get
okay?
anything new,
Thank
really.
you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, not new isn't a problem necessarily, because sometimes you want more
Well,
sources.
let's see. We have a really bad witness for Johnny Depp, and then we're going to follow that by a witness that bores everybody to death towards the tail end of our case. This is going really, really great towards the end of our case here. That's just what's going on now.
She was
Well, it is Amber Heard's nurse.
early morning witness.
Well, that was
Yeah.
her being examined by her own attorney. I mean, Amber's attorneys.
Right.
Yeah. I
And
didn't
they
hear
wanted
anything
to-
in there from that questioning that really did anything for me for Johnny Depp. I mean, didn't really hurt him, but it didn't help him. It's just kind of old news.
Mm-hmm.
I do suspect that video was introduced primarily for whatever Johnny Depp's counsel is going to ask her.
Then why not just start with that? Why not just bring in the stuff that you want? Why start with Amber Heard's side?
Because it's a stipulated deposition, right? So they went through these fights on a Friday, and it looks like Amber Heard's team wanted something out of that.
You can also frame it that we like it. It sends a message. The medium's the message. We're calling this in our case because we think it's helpful to us.
Fair enough.
It may be sort of neutral, but that's the implicit message to the jury.
Someone says they have to show both. Unless you guys know something I don't. No, they don't. They don't have to show both. They can show any portion of any deposition that they want. There's no particular requirement to show, unless there's some sort of stipulation to the contrary. There's no particular requirement to show a deposition in full. They can show any portion of the deposition they want.
I'm going to yield to you and folks like Rob on stuff like that.
If the other side has a problem with that, they can bring in other parts of the deposition they want to talk about.
Yep,
there's no particular obligation on you in the first instance to bring it in. So
this is how they've been doing it.
I know, but why though?
They might have an agreement.
That's the only thing that makes any sense.
In this case, with Amber Heard's attorneys questioning this nurse, they show her a picture and they want her to get all excited about it. She doesn't remember it. She's like, I don't have any recollection of this. And they're showing pictures. I don't think it's good for Amber. And then she gives this dramatic story associated with it, and they want for all the world to say, well, this and the little pinkness is clear sign of abuse, and the nurse is just not going there. It's not huge, but I think it's helpful to Johnny.
And we already know in our heads, we've got the Monroe report from that December that talks about not seeing anything. How you doing, Rob?
Oh, I can't believe I watched that thing alone. I was yelling at the screen while Mr. Expert was being cross-examined.
Data guy?
Yeah, it just the wheels just completely fell off. And it's one of those things where as an attorney, when you're seeing that happen, it's got to be the most frustrating thing in the entire, well, it is, because your witness goes sideways on you. You can't do anything to bring it back. You're
No.
completely helpless. And they've taken all the rope that opposing counsel gave them, tied a lovely noose, threw it around their neck, and they're proceeding to jump off the ledge while you're sitting there helpless.
Yep.
And you
You're
gotta sit there and
rocking.
hold a brave face, like it's cool. Like
Yep.
you're dying inside, but you gotta sit there and like, yeah, no problem, no problem.
Death, death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, well, you saw Ben Chu start kind of rolling his neck around. He's just sitting, he's just checking out the chairs at the Sharper Image. It is what it is.
I mean, I thought originally that Depp was planning to end his case in chief today, but those were nightmare witnesses. You don't end a case in chief like that. That was horrible.
Nah,
They better have
they have
somebody
Amber
coming
Heard.
in.
They're going to call her as an adverse, and I would think you would hold back one witness that is good to just go out on a bang, because you don't know what Amber Heard's going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need a witness that's going to get up there and be able to summarize the case pretty briefly, pretty succinctly, and leave the jury sitting there with, okay, we heard a lot of stuff the last 2 days, but let's remember this is what it's all about.
You want a ringer like the first witness. You want to bookend your case with that, and then if you're getting out some gunk in the middle, everyone forgets about it.
Yeah. I'm happy I did not make it into the courtroom today. I might have thrown something at the witness on the stand.
Oh, there we go. Must be the end of the day.
Yep, that's the confirmation. You guys can hear me, right? Because people are saying that I'm muted. It did mute me for a second.
Were you trying to
but
talk? I'm sorry, Alita.
Okay.
No, were you real? That wasn't me joking. If you tried to talk after the court stuff, I didn't hear you.
I started to say something, and then it suddenly popped up that I was muted, and out of nowhere, and then people were like, "Yeah, you're muted," and I'm like, "Oh, I don't think I still am," but okay. Anyhow, that's all. Yeah, it was not good. It was not good. Today's testimony for Johnny overall, not the best. However, do we think that it sinks his case?
No.
Okay.
It was an off day.
Why not?
Today was damages, and honestly, I don't think Johnny really cares about damages.
Yep.
I mean,
someone's got to care about it. It's part of the case.
I know.
But they're trying to quantify damages. That's tough. It's a good illustration of what we're dealing with. I'm a plaintiff's attorney. I deal with this, and you sit there and you have the burden of proof, and you're trying to prove these really complex things, and the defense can just sit there and throw bombs at you. I mean, that's the fun part of being a defense attorney.
No, the first guy with the damages was great. I made a point of it. He was great because we didn't really have much great on damages. The first guy who was talking about damages was fantastic. He was able to talk about the numbers and movies in more detail than we've ever heard from anyone. Talk about the difference between indie and production movies. Talk about numbers of he was great. And then we followed it with Graph Guy.
Yeah.
Now wait a minute. Indie movie guy is Whigham. So what did we see today? Let's go back over the day, right?
Let me see. Whigham may have been indie movie guy. And then after him was
I produced everything in the world guy.
Yeah,
not Mark Richards. Richard Marks.
I'm responsible for the George Foreman grill, don't you know?
Yeah. Richard Marks, who produced everything, all of our childhoods.
So it's security guy, it's indie guy, it's I produced everything guy, it's data guy, it's half of a nurse deposition.
Yeah.
You know, I think a lot of the chat was on board with it because I got caught in the moment too. But I think that Data Guy was bad, undeniably bad for the case, but not nearly as bad as we think because we're attorneys and we get too involved in the moment. I think mostly they slept through it.
That's true. Remember during the Rittenhouse when I can't remember exactly what was going on, but there was one point where we felt like we were getting blackpilled on the case towards the end. And it was like, it was Jeremy Quartering. He came in, he was like, you guys, you don't understand. Like, this is Wisconsin. These are Wisconsin jurors. I understand Wisconsin people. And he's like, I'm just gonna come in here and sprinkle a little white pill for everybody. And then he ended up being right. So I mean, we also can sometimes get into a doomsday mentality when we see things going wrong. And you know, and it's just because, like, for us, it's like we want to see that perfect game, you know, like we want to see a no-hitter if we can. But yeah,
I mean, they were throwing junk out there. I mean, we're leagues away from a no-hitter.
That's true.
So, I mean, I agree with you that we have a tendency to look microscopically at whatever's happening in front of us and whatever happened that day. You know, you've watched me in chat, you've watched me panel and react to audios. Think that's a big win for Johnny Depp and things. I thought that was an awful, awful day. And I thought that the data guy that they're using is one of their ringers. This is how this article hurt us. Forget damages, forget a dollar amount. And we're having a hell of a time showing that the article did anything. That matters to me. And it might not matter to a juror. I can only speak for myself.
Yeah.
But that mattered to me today. And it's not just data guy, because I thought I produced everything in the world guy was awful. I thought he was catty to the cross-ex. I thought he didn't seem like an expert at all. He wanted to talk about the many things he'd done in 50 years in Hollywood, and didn't seem that prepared for talking about the Johnny Depp case to me, just sitting here watching him. And so, you know, that's a sequence of events that I saw today.
Data guy could have fixed half his testimony because they brought up the 3 points. And what he needed to say was, those are the statistically significant time periods, right before, right after. And he sort of did it at the end, but he did it really bad. He said he should have said, that's just what's relevant. There's the whole world is going on. And if you start going farther than that, there are a bunch of other factors.
Yeah, but the problem is his direct sucked, right? Like, so the cross-ex sucked, but his ultimate conclusion with his deliverable sucked. Like the Q scores don't move a lot. He's entirely appropriate to be asked about statistical significance at the end. He can't frame out the things. He didn't know that the first spike after that date was Johnny Depp actually suing Amber Heard. I mean, they had win after win after win on that cross-section.
Well, Rick, speaking to your point on this one, I mean, Mr. I object to myself totally redeemed himself today. That was a textbook cross. I mean, he had that expert witness looking like a child up on the stand, and he was the one that came across as the expert. I mean, any believability that expert had was shot, and the expert, you could tell towards the end, he started getting combative, not a good look, and then also, it was clear the attorney knew the material better than the expert did. And when that happens, that jury is looking at the attorney going, what the heck?
And that goes back to Depp's team a little bit too. He was totally unprepared. For instance, he's like, I want to refresh my recollection with notes and all this stuff. Well, you don't get that. It's his cross. He can do whatever he wants. He can help you or not help you. He's only going to show you something if it helps his cause. If not, he's going to let you flounder.
Yeah, no, it's not my job to have an intellectual debate with you, witness.
It's well, there's a lot of blame actually to be put at Johnny's attorney's feet here, I think, because, you know, people said, well, and there will be super chats later that we'll get to, you know, where I think there were some people that were like, well, maybe it was because, you know, they didn't want Amber Heard's team to call him instead of for them to call him. However, in order for him to end up on any kind of a list, they first pick an expert, and they go through his resume. They go through like the kind of stuff that he's going to talk about. They basically vet this guy for what it is that he's going to do and what he's probably going to say before they proffer him as an expert, before they put him on any kind of expert designation list, before the other side even sees him. So I really want to know what they were thinking in putting him on anywhere near any kind of expert designation list with the testimony that he gave that was very thin to begin with, that I was thinking maybe would be bolstered through cross-examination and redirect, maybe, because maybe there were just some questions that were left behind that would help to clarify, but it just looked like it was thin, and then it got very feeble and it died. So yeah,
exactly. But once they had it, once they've offered him, once he's been deposed, it's out there. Once you've turned over the report, then the other side can call him as a witness, everything. So once you're there, even if it's bad, I do think you front it. You just front it like a bad fact.
Yeah, but that's why you don't offer him for a deposition even. Like you've got to vet your experts first. Yeah.
You
Yeah,
don't make that disclosure. I have experts. And in fact, I just had one on a case I'm doing right now. And the expert called me, and this is more inside baseball, but they called me and literally read their whole report to me, because you don't even want to generate paperwork between the two of you.
Right.
And saying, do you want this or not? We're going to have this verbal I don't have to turn that over. But if you write me a report and then we think about it, I have to turn it over.
Yeah. Yeah. This is fun stuff in litigation, fun times in litigation. Like what would you have to report? What would you have to turn over? And then trying to work within the lines so that you're working ethically, but also that you don't have to give up information that it's going to be disadvantage to your case. Anyhow, but yeah, it was rough. Should we get some super chats? I feel like we should. We are very behind. As usual. This is always what happens when we get to this time. Okay. KTB says, I've been trying to be a member of this YouTube channel for a week. I see people joining now. I see buttons on other channels. I've joined. Kurtz, please help. There should be, you could even go to my main channel page. I can't tell you exactly where it is on the page right now, but on my main channel page, probably on the home page, there's got to be a button, a box that says join. Also underneath the video here, it should say join.
Video.
Yeah, it should be on the video. And if not, at the very least, you should be able to see it on my channel or maybe under another video.
Yeah, I mean, everybody go over there and hit like and join Kurt. Who is it? Or Rick? Who did they say? Kurt?
What did I do?
This is Kurt. Yeah.
I doubt there's anything different. I mean, he's got the same join button that she's got. Okay.
Yeah. It should look the same. If for some reason it's not, I mean, yeah. Well, Johan V. Bronx found it. I don't know why it's looking different for them. So Jack Frost says, why does it have to be unanimous verdict in this case? I know some cases are majority. It's just the way that federal or the Virginia rules are
people of the
designed.
Commonwealth of Virginia have decided so.
Take it easy on us.
Yeah. Michael Demers says, legally, what do you think Mr. Depp's legal team would have to prove to win? They've got to show that not only did Amber lie, but she lied with actual malice, and that lie actually caused him damages. Actual malice means, of course, that she lied knowing that what she said was false, or was reckless as to the truth or falsity of that statement. And the lie that we are talking about here is the several statements in the op-ed from 2018. There are several statements, including the title of the thing. So, in this kind of a case, what we're talking about is a defamation by implication. So basically, they are alleging that even though it doesn't name him specifically, that it's it implies that it's him, and people would understand that it's him. So that was one thing that was good with today's earlier witnesses. That the two first expert witnesses was that they basically said, like, hey, I read this and I understood this to be about Johnny Depp. This is just kind of what people in Hollywood understood. That was what the second witness, Richard Marks, what he testified to that was pretty good in this kind of a case, is because he said, look, this is articles being posted on the internet are one thing, but articles posted that are recognized and read by Hollywood is completely different. This is what we need to pay attention to. Don't pay attention to any of the other articles out there. That's noise, because that's not what Hollywood's looking at, and that's who decides whether or not this is defamation. That's who decides whether or not there are damages in this case.
I did think that was super strong. The fact that Cross had to bring in InsideTheMagic.com was freaking crazy. Why don't you start bringing in Reddit posts, my man? What are you doing?
I know.
He was on top of his game, though, because he was looking at every single point. Did they open the door? Did they open the door?
Yeah.
Did they open the door? I mean, he was waiting in the wings. He had that right there.
Yeah.
Glad for him.
But there was a trial in Canada where somebody tried to do just that. Didn't work for them.
Well, he was certainly working to get the Sun stuff in against Richard Marks. There's no question. They had like 3 separate sidebars on it.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, how's it going?
You're in pain.
You're in pain? Let me boost your volume up a little bit.
What's that, Joe? Known for his quietness.
I'm in pain.
Yeah.
Pull
Oh,
it.
that was much louder.
Yeah. If you can, here, take away this
Back down.
super chat for a minute, and it explains everything. Just take it away for a second. The super. There you go.
Courtroom bloodbath by Ben Chu.
That
You think it was by Ben Chu?
His whole legal team destroyed it.
Well, he called that witness, right? I mean, like he's in charge.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. That was disastrous.
Fair.
That was as I tweeted about it. That was a clusterfuck before cross-examination on direct. That was a disaster. There was no benefit to it. All you're talking about is his stupid Q rating. I want to explain to your audience here. The damage that Johnny sustained is because this piece was directed at a select minority demographic of the population of the world at large. It was not designed to hurt his overall Q rating, which is why it didn't have very much impact on his Q rating, because most of the people don't really care that much about Me Too. But a very small demographic who wields way too much influence in Hollywood and convinces Hollywood this is how everyone thinks. They are the ones it was targeted at, so that they would rile them up and trigger them into screaming at Hollywood, you have to cancel them. And that's why it was particularly damaging to him, more so than an attorney even. I mean, some attorneys would get it if they were in a big firm or something like that. But in general, this is not going to be nearly as damaging to someone as they would be in the environment that Johnny Depp has been accustomed to swimming in the last 4 decades. And that's why it's not affecting his overall Q rating, because most of the billions of people on the planet don't really care. So it goes down from 31 to 29. No one cares. But you put your own witness on the stand, your own freaking expert, and he paints a portrayal as if, like, I don't know, maybe he lost a little popularity that year. I mean, I can't even pin down whether it was this or the Sun article, but his numbers went down a little bit. Even before cross-examination, you and me, the 7 of us were sitting here, and we're like, what the hell did we just get out of this guy? And not only what the hell did we get out of it, if anything, you might draw something negative. And Alita, you might not recall what you said. You said something someone in my audience said, which is like, maybe if you can show, because I'm thinking like this, best case scenario, they're thinking, here's statistical proof that his numbers went down. We don't care how much it went down, but at least we know for sure it went down, so you have to give him the win. But coming up with the prior expert witness, I'm thinking, after Richard Marks is there, I'm thinking this guy's getting tens of millions of dollars to spend this. The other guy, he lost $13 million. I'm thinking he's getting tens of millions. After he was done with it, I'm thinking, okay, maybe give him a win and he gets a couple $100,000, because it seems like it's not that significant damages. It's really not that significant. So I was like, this is a disaster before cross-examination. And then that cross-examination comes up there, and they're just like butchering. I mean, the guy looked like he wanted to swallow his own chin, and probably did. I mean, it was so terrible. And I'm screaming, like, why is he up there on the stand? Why would you put him up? This sounds like Amber Heard's expert witness that you have up here on the stand. That was so utterly terrible. You called it, Alita. You said one expert too many. Yeah, I mean, they should have just closed on Richard Marks. Boom, we're done. Amber, take your best shot at this point. But they didn't do that. And I was screaming in outrage and so frustrated. And the only positive that came out of it was the defense shooting himself in the foot. You guys were saying Ron Bourne did a great job. I think no. I think that was a T-ball. That guy's face was sitting there on a T-ball thing like this. Right up there in his thing for him to just whack it out of the park. And instead he brings up at the end 40 minutes doing great, and then at the end he brings up a graph, which actually I was like, oh, okay, maybe on Resurrect we could bring up this graph. It looks like it's sort of working, negative working going up and positive going down. At least we could show something good. No, but even on Redirect, this rookie attorney working behind Ben Chu has to be told when she's supposed to object and when she should remain silent. She's sitting there, she comes up there. I was like, you know what, ask one question. Just ask one question. This is a simple one question. Let's just end this bloodbath now and end it like this. You say, is it not, in your experience, it's not possible that even a slight dip in Q rating can affect someone's damages by tens of millions of dollars? And then have him say, what? I mean, it's a leading question. You have to ask in a non-leading way. But I fine. You want to be technical. But I'm saying is, and that's it. It's like, I don't want to go into anything else. Maybe you go into that graph and say, hey, let's talk about that graph there, because that kind of is the only first thing that everyone could look at and understand. Because everything else he was saying that was supposedly positive, me, I'm looking at Alita, I'm looking at Kurt, I'm looking at everyone in this thing, and you were all looking at this saying, I don't know what the hell this graph says. What the hell is it saying that's positive? Like, I want to see a bar graph. Show me a bar graph. He was all the way up here, and now he's all the way down here. Papa. That's all we all thought we were going to see. We've got none of that. Anyway, I'm so furious because you basically snatch from the jaws of victory. You snatching a loss. It's like it's like there's no time left on the clock.
Snatching
We're
defeat
running
from the
down. We're
jaws of
holding the
victory.
ball.
That's right.
Yeah, we're standing on the 50-yard line here. We got the ball. We got a 5-point lead, and there's 10 seconds left. Instead of just kneeling, it's like, no, let's try a Hail Mary here or something. What are you thinking? What's this?
But hold on. Joe, this wasn't an interception.
Very, but mostly peaceful Joe, guys.
Yeah,
I love it.
In your football analogy, I don't think this was an interception. I don't think they turned the ball over.
You're right. The case is not over.
I think this is like a sack on the second down. They got
okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Fine, you're right. And I tried to reassure my audience. I'm sure you guys have been talking about it. I haven't really been listening here the last 10, 15 minutes or so, but I tried reassuring them and saying, people are going to forget about this guy. It's not that significant a thing. That there's all these different things in the closing. They're not going to be talking about this guy. They're going to be talking about Richard Marx and be talking about how this article, as Richard Marx, the expert in the industry, says it was definitely this article which caused him to lose all these millions of dollars. And we'll focus on the Amber Turd. We'll focus on how violent and crazy she was. And the one thing I argued with you guys about, which I didn't have a chance to tell you, that you guys were saying.
You
this
did.
morning,
We just couldn't hear you.
Yeah. But you were saying this morning, you were saying mutual domestic abuse is still abuse, so that would lend truth towards what she's saying. I disagree with you on this because she's saying she's a survivor, a victim of abuse. That means there's a bully and there's a victim. Not that, well, I'm a bully also sometimes, and I'm also a victim. When you're a survivor and a victim, you cannot be someone who's a bully who's a victim. So that whole tone of that article, everything about that article is that she's a survivor, she's a victim. You cannot be both a bully and a victim. That's just two people sparring. And when he sits there, and that testimony from the guy who's like, look, even when he gets hit, somebody throwing his face, he yells back. That's nothing. I mean, you would expect him to yell back. I don't think that's anything that any reasonable jury would hold against him. If anything, if even in that context, something hits him in the face, his woman throws something in his face, if he's hitting her in the back room, and then in front of everyone, she throws something at him in the face, he'd hit her right there. Because it's there, it could be, maybe, in front of his own people, from his own circle of trusted people, his security, he might. I'm just saying, if he's gonna hit in front of anyone ever, it's gonna be a situation where he's defending himself from someone who's throwing things at him. And even in that context, the level of violence or abuse that he brought up was that he yelled back at her. When they talk about verbal domestic abuse, they mean years. What does that really mean? It means years and years and years of just putting someone down, making them feel terrible, making them feel like they're worthless. That's what verbal abuse is. Not you're yelling at me and I yell back at you. That's verbal abuse. I don't really think anyone takes it that way. True. Anyway, I just vomited it up. And I just vomited up basically my thoughts about the trial for the day. I appreciate you giving my 8 minutes of like just venting time. I apologize to you guys. You have been very patient,
bro. They were good thoughts.
Yeah,
all the stuff that you said, I think we all kind of said. Except that I don't get that whole the whole you can only be an abuser or an abuser. I don't agree with that at all. I think you can abuse someone and you can be abused. And the argument here is, yes, we were both abusing each other. I think that's total. I've seen DV cases where that has totally happened, where the wife is the abuser and the husband's the abuser, and you have to separate the two. And I'm not sure if anybody else has worked with DV cases before, but then you have cross complaints on DV. So it's 100% possible that an abuser can also be a victim of DV in that same relationship.
Absolutely. And I can respect your opinion, even though I disagree. I don't think that. I think you have to be. I don't think a bully can be a victim. And to me, an abuser implies that someone who's bullying someone else. So that's why I disagree. But I can understand if you tell me that you've seen it happen. Okay, so like I would disagree with those juries, but that doesn't mean there aren't juries that find the way you're saying. And I respect your insight and experience on that.
Sure. Alrighty. So we should probably get some super chats.
It's like the alrighty response to Joe. Okay.
And next topic. So we've got some super chats to catch up on. So I'll try to get through these relatively quickly. And also capturing these at the same time. Okay, cool. Running in September says, when did Amber Heard fall out with her, or when did she fall out with her crew? Seems like none of them are friends anymore. It was sometime along during this litigation process. I think it was when the audio tapes were leaked to the public, actually, come to think of it. The ones that we heard on his redirect, the closing audio clips, I think that was about when that started to happen, or around that time. King of Class says, can Amber Heard and JD look up the trial headlines as normal? I think so, right? They can, because they're the parties in the case. Yeah, yeah. Danilo M says, do the witnesses know the questions in advance? If they are the deposition testimony, no. If they are sitting on the stand, yes, most likely, because they've already sat for a deposition before. So they know the topics that have been discussed. Generally speaking, they're going to hit the same kind of topics. Maybe not necessarily the specific questions that are asked, but they at least know the topics. Wendy's Cafe says, has any of the legal experts on the panel ever used body language experts to evaluate? No. No. You can't use it. Or wait, to evaluate witnesses or potential jury members. Oh, maybe. Yeah. I mean, people have used body language people to evaluate jurors and whatnot. I mean, have you guys seen that? I feel like I've heard of that.
Where I am, you can't have an expert witness into another witness's credibility.
But just for analysis for the team. Like nothing that gets read into testimony or gets testified to, but just for purposes of the team's own analysis of like how things are going.
I mean, I've not necessarily used experts, but just having a second person whose job it is to get a second look at it. I mean, sometimes that can. I've brought people in to just watch the jurors and just watch, what they're thinking, because sometimes you can't pay attention to their expressions and just somebody going, when you said that, they made the stink face. Don't do that. But they like this other thing.
Yeah.
But I should out here and.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining us, Ian. It was great having you again. And
Good
by the
seeing
way,
you, Rocco.
everybody,
Okay, Ian.
before he leaves, he is also listed in the description below, just like everyone else who is on here with our lovely panel. All of these friendly folks are joining us because they want to and they have fun and they otherwise I don't know why.
It is fun.
It is fun. It's because it's fun, but they don't really get anything out of it other than that. I'm the one that benefits from everybody being here on my channel. So, if you guys do want to benefit them, go into the description below, click through into everybody's channels, subscribe to their channels, watch their stuff, like their videos, all that kind of stuff. The one exception is Rob, who does not have a channel. Maybe we'll start trying to convince him to start a YouTube channel as well, just like we've been doing with Mark. But his I think your Instagram or your firm page should be listed there as well. If you are in Northern Virginia and need some legal counsel, he is probably a great person to go to.
Did you say probably?
Probably.
Might be.
Depending on the area of law, right? Maybe not for all cases.
No, I thought it was entirely lawyerly referral. Look, I've never worked with him, but he seems like a cool cat. Check him out.
No, his commentary so far has been fantastic.
I love it.
So,
And okay, since you've done that like 600 times, folks, there's still 20,000 of you left. We've got 14,000 likes. Subscribe. Alita's already at almost 8 hours today. She's got 3, probably 4 days she's looking at for the rest of just this week 4. Please do check it out. This is a fantastic stream, and LawTube's a fantastic community. And I haven't gotten to do this today, so I've really been feeling outside myself for the entire day. So please do subscribe, check out everything that everybody's putting on, of course, but mostly Alita and Legalbytes.
Oh, thank you, Rick. That's very kind of you. Green Owl wants to know, Amber Heard can win legally, but aren't emails with the ACLU proof of intent and malice? First lives, I'm in the UK. I'm baking muffins while watching. Hey, awesome. So welcome. And I hope those muffins taste delicious. Yes. So those emails with the ACLU are bad for Amber. They definitely are bad for Amber. And what they do is they do tend to show evidence towards the actual malice that is required to prove this case. And also they tend to disprove her also counterclaim that it is a lie, that the statement about her alleged hoax situation is a lie. It's I have to go back and reverse my brain to say that last sentence. But basically it goes against her anti-hoax claim as well. So yeah. Yep. Next one. Kaya K says, for these live witnesses, do they do a video depo as well? And can both sides see it? Yes. In fact, both sides are present for it, because you have one that is asking questions on one side, and then kind of like what we see in court of a witness sitting sitting at the witness stand, that you have one that does a direct and then cross-examination, then a redirect. You do the same kind of thing with a deposition, except usually it's the opposing attorney that starts off asking on a direct. It's reversed. It's kind of weird, but it is what it is. Sandy Cal says, or Kai says, does this witness's testimony help the jury think that this guy is not entirely biased, or no? It is basically bad for JD's part. Watching from the Philippines, love the coverage and the comments from the panel. I think this was talking about Travis McGivern. I actually thought that as far as bias was concerned, he seemed relatively reasonable, because some of the stuff that he talked about, like, for example, the fact that he was like, you know, she had some choice words about the fact that you know, the fact that my job is like intimately involved in someone else's personal life, which is understandable, but this is the job I was hired to do, so I don't know what to
No,
tell
I
her,
thought he was very credible. He did the whole, yes, he does. I've seen him do drugs. He just seemed very, very reasonable all the way through. Certainly biased, but like in a reasonable way, and a good witness.
Yeah, exactly. And another point that I thought was really good for him too, or coming out of him, was that he was like, yeah, and the boss or the client was of course not exactly happy with me with how I performed my job duties after letting him get hit by a Red Bull can and get punched in the face. So, and then seeing Johnny's reaction too, he kind of like smirks or smiles, you know, because he's like, I was mad at him. Connor says, sorry if this. Yeah. Sorry if this
His job there, that guy with the big thick beard, is to basically stand in front of Amber and say, "You shall not pass."
There you go. Connor says, sorry if this is already answered, but why is Amber always writing when the camera pans to her? Is it common for a defendant to take copious notes? It helps to distract them, and it helps to keep them from making weird faces. So it's a perfectly reasonable distraction for a lot of people. And often quite recommended, because it's something that is gonna keep them from doing funky things.
Johnny's got like a whole arts gallery going over there. He's got pictures of all the attorneys and everything. They told about his last picture. What's the picture they said they could go for something like $1 million because people were wanting to buy it? It's crazy.
Probably. Wendy's Cafe says, how would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when using marijuana? A, he got the munchies and wanted muffins. Exactly. Very good point. Her Excellency says, do you feel that it would be a positive that Travis said he gave as good as he got as strictly verbal to help combat the previous use with the couple's therapist? Yeah, I mean, it would have been better if he had said, you know, when they're in an argument, when they're in a verbal argument, he gave as good as he got, because it does without any kind of context, that can be interpreted as physical, which is dangerous for him.
Yeah, I think Johnny's side is the one that's brought up mutual abuse. She gave as good as she got. They were both crazy at each other. Like we've gotten all that from Johnny's side. So I think it's, you know, they kind of put that up out of there, and it's just like now we're trying to explain it away, you know?
The first gave as good as she got, though, was actually from Dr. Anderson, who I mean, she was a mixed witness between the two. So that testimony could be in because of the fact that Amber's side wanted it in rather than Johnny's. Steve Cass says, can Amber testify that by sexual abuse she means her dad, thus she did not lie? No, because the implication is that it's Johnny based on what we've seen so far. I mean, they can still say, like, Johnny's team can still say, well, any reasonable person would read this as it's about Johnny. And if what she actually means behind this whole thing is that she was abused by her dad, it's still that knowledge, that intimate knowledge, still doesn't impact the fact that a reasonable person would think that it was Johnny, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's the 2 years ago, like you were mentioning before. The 2 years ago, I think, limits it to Johnny. She can't be like, 2 years ago, my father. She's talking about Johnny.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Eric, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
Have you been watching today at all?
I've gone in and out. I did manage to record a video doing a face reading on Amber Heard, which would be interesting.
Nice.
Okay, nice.
How'd the muffin make it up so high? The muffin's like about to be on the top row here.
Oh, I have no idea what's going on here. There we go. It's because the Muffin Man.
The Muffin Man is our placeholder.
What does he do? What does he do? What does having it there do?
So when we're I'm not sharing a screen right now, but if I were to, I'll show you. I'll share a screen.
Joe,
here.
Alita did that because of you. You were the one. Remember when you said that all the super chats were coming up and your beautiful mug was being blocked?
Yeah, yeah. You
Oh, is that
complained,
really
you
why?
complainer.
Is that why?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but now
no,
you're
block
here
her.
so she can take it
See, I'll
off
show
again.
you. I'll
There you
show
go.
you. See,
Beautiful.
see with
That
this.
is, it's way better
Although
that way.
there are quite a few people here now, so there we go. There we go. So
You're a smart woman. That is
Yeah.
a smart move.
yeah,
Very
you
intelligent.
know.
Very creative.
Thank you. So Litha says, has anyone else noted Amber Heard's reaction to the witnesses that make her the most uncomfortable? This man now and Ben King. Others have witnessed her hit JD. It makes her smirk. The jury most definitely is going to be watching her and Johnny for their reactions during these times, for sure. Absolutely.
Who was it that made her nervous? I'm not sure.
I think maybe talking about Travis McGivern, because he was the one that saw her punch
The beard?
Johnny. Yeah.
Throw a Red
Santa.
Bull and punch him. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to say something that I know is going to make the chat angry today, but I'm going to say it. Amber Heard's team, I think, won today. I think they had the better day today.
I
the
think
other
so.
days they lost. I think today they won.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Unfortunately, but it doesn't mean that the case is lost, guys. JC Edgar says, do you think they will have a female lawyer to do cross on Amber to counter the harshness of her team's cross, or do you think it matters? I still think it could be Ben Chu. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I still think it could be.
Somebody in the chat who's Elaine Bredehoft, or
Oh,
claim
yeah,
that she
yeah.
is. That's
Yep.
funny.
I've also seen a Mr. Rottenborn in the chat. It's very funny. I think honestly, more important is who is going to be the best lawyer for the job, regardless of if it's a man or a woman. But I do understand that those kind of optics can matter as well. It really kind of depends more on tone, because it still could look bad for her to fly off the handle against a man. If he is keeping his cool and he's being calm and he's just asking questions that are making her uncomfortable, and then she flies off the handle at him, that is pretty bad for her, in my opinion, because it looks like it could be similar to her relationship with Johnny Depp, potentially.
If I'm lead counsel in this case, no one else is getting that cross.
I'm willing to bet
care.
Ben
It's
Chu.
my pure ego. I don't care. No way.
Yeah.
I'll bet whatever anybody wants.
I might go too far, but I couldn't stop myself.
Didn't Ben Chu do her deposition?
By the way, and that's
it was a woman, actually.
That's Mike. That's the alpha mentality of like a strong litigator. It's like, look, I love you guys. I respect you, tremendous respect. But you always feel you want to be the one that's like, okay, when the game's on the line, I want to be the one staying at the plate, trying to save the day. And
I think of it as, if this ship's going down, it's because of me.
Yeah.
I mean, not even that. She sets herself up for a great cross. She can get condescending with you. She can make herself look combative. I mean, I think a guy going against her, as long as the guy remains composed and respectful, that's a great look.
And so far, Ben Chu has shown that he can do that. Like, he's not once shown any poor attitude or tone or anything. Yeah.
He
exactly.
got aggressive with the ACLU guy, and it was still kind of your grandpa doing it. It was good.
Yeah, it was just and I would say it's more assertive than aggressive. So that's how I would distinguish between them, because aggressive is much more like there's a certain tone, there's a certain attitude that's implied with that, at least in my opinion. Maybe I'm splitting hairs, but it's there's a way to be assertive and to ask pointed questions that are going to get the adverse information that you need out of them, but without doing it, without becoming an a-hole in the process.
Mm-hmm.
So, yep. Kaya K says, do you think the fact that she is writing everything down is concerning, helps her better to make up her lies? No, I don't think so. I think she knows what she's going to say. She's already said a deposition. So, she has a record of information that she has given that will be compared to today. So if she changes her testimony from her deposition at all, you better believe she's going to be impeached on that.
Yeah. Every question they're asking her, they're going to have a little line right under it from where it's found in the deposition. So did you say this? What? Okay, let's go to line 10, page, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So they're literally probably going to ask her all the same questions in the deposition and see if there's any difference.
Yeah. Sandy Kai says, both verbally abusive, but only Amber Heard physically abusive as testified so far. Does this have any effect on both sides? Better or worse for either of them or one of them? I mean, ideally, you don't want Johnny to be abusive at all, verbally or otherwise.
But I disagree with the premise of this because we do have him testimony of the headbutt, whether it was accidental or not, whether it was to the head or to the nose, but he has admitted to accidental headbutt. Is that abuse? So whatever. But I think the jury's going to have to figure that out. But you do have some back and forth. Even the security guard today was talking about a little tussle and stuff like that. So, I just don't know how the jury's going to see it, though.
Yeah.
So did they arrest? I'm sorry, I didn't see the last.
Not yet.
Okay.
They're in the middle of a video deposition of Nurse Erin Boerum, who is Amber Heard's nurse.
Okay.
Just a Name says they proved that the op-ed was about JD, that he lost work and the police saw no DV on the day she claimed. Isn't that enough proof?
No.
Not really. No. I mean, you still need it. You still need to show it with as much evidence as you can, reasonably speaking.
See, I think people are under the impression that she said something false, or like this is one thing that's going to break the case and make Johnny win. No, you got to look at everything contextualized and understand there are 5 or 6 elements, and they all have to work together. One thing is not going to make the case for Johnny.
Isn't he kind of proving a negative though? That's a really difficult thing. So he's literally using the cops to prove, no, what you said is not there.
He has to disprove domestic abuse, which can be read to imply all domestic abuse. So that's proving it didn't happen one incident doesn't prove it didn't happen ever.
Yeah.
So,
Yes. They have to keep going through. They have to keep going through all of the different incidents that are alleged here, and the police were only there for one of those. Right. That was May 21st, 2016. There's December 15th, 2015. There are all kinds of different allegations, and so they have to disprove each one that comes up, or at least show enough that it looks reasonable that they're not true.
It ultimately boils down to he said, she said in a few private moments. That's the thing. And that's why they keep excluding every witness. You weren't on this plane. You weren't here. You weren't there. So there are a few incidences where it's just going to be what she says versus what he says. The end. There were the only 2 people there.
Yep. Just a Name says they proved. Oh, wait. I just did that one. Kaya K says, why do Amber's lawyers keep bringing up Adam Waldman? And that is because he's Johnny's attorney. He used to be an attorney of record here, but he was removed as attorney of record because he came in through Amber Heard's counterclaims. Amber Heard claimed in her counterclaims that Adam Waldman made several statements to the press about her, alleging that she set up a grand, massive hoax about the DV claims. And so that's her counterclaim. So that's how he's involved. He is, at the time he was acting as Johnny's lawyer. So they are using what's called vicarious liability, which is basically one of those ways to spread Adam Waldman's liability to Johnny's liability, link it to him by basically saying Adam Waldman is Johnny's attorney. He's therefore his agent. He's acting in his benefit. And so therefore the things that he does, that he says on behalf of Johnny as his lawyer, can be attributed to him. So that's basically why they keep bringing him up. Venus says, is the sole purpose for impeachment to let the jury know they just lied, and or do their new words get stricken from what the jury can rewatch? It's just to show that they, I mean, not even necessarily that they lied, but just to show that their statement today is inconsistent from what they said in the past. So that can be interpreted as a lie, depending on how far the deviation is,
So more reliability than deceit necessarily, just to say, you can't completely rely on everything they say.
Yeah, exactly. So there's nothing, unless the judge actually says we'll strike that from the record. There's all of their testimony is coming in. David says, per last witness, Amber and Johnny were equally verbally abusive with each other. This ends his case now. No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, it's we're talking about one person who he's giving his interpretations. And the audio that we've also heard of Johnny screaming at Amber is like the worst one of him screaming at her. I didn't realize until I think it was Wednesday or Thursday of last week that it was right after she had chopped his finger off. So in context, when we first heard that, I was like, that sounds really bad. It sounds really bad. But then in context of oh, okay, he's just lost a part of his finger. I mean, it kind of makes sense that someone would react that way to losing a portion of a limb.
I'm not sure that people are appreciating just how much latitude there is for the jury here to decide what these terms mean in terms of what the article does or does not convey. Because, as I've said before, on the one hand, we've had testimony that the verbal can be abusive. So on the one extreme, the jury could find, well, the mere words are sufficient. From Johnny Depp, this is abuse. But on the exact opposite extreme, even if we could prove a specific incident where Johnny Depp punched Amber Heard, if we could prove that happened maybe once, on the exact opposite extreme, a jury could say, well, that doesn't qualify as abuse. It's a one-time thing. That's not abuse. I think there's a lot of latitude here for the jury to decide, what does that term mean? What does it imply? What does it suggest to a person who's reading that? So I don't think you seeing one thing or the other necessarily forecloses any potential result, unless I'm out of my mind.
No, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely correct. And that's a really good point, is that this is all going to come down to their overall impressionistic view of what happened in their relationship. Like, really, one instance of yelling, how many instances of yelling happen in a normal marriage that aren't abusive? Do you have sometimes where you a couple that's fighting gets into there's what we would call in law, a touching of some sort, some kind of physical altercation that results. I don't know. I mean, that's ultimately up to the jury to decide that. We can try to guide as best we can based on what we know of the law, but at the end of the day, that's for the jury to decide.
Aren't they trying to work it to get the jury annoyed enough with her where they feel like slapping her themselves?
Could be.
I'm sorry to say, but
yeah, it could be to be like, I understand why someone would do this, because they're being worn down for so long, so over so much time, and in such a terrible way. I don't know, maybe it could be. I'm not, and of course, not saying that I condone any kind of physical violence because of my response there. But it could be the kind of strategy that they're going for.
We already
but
we're good.
Not saying I condone, but
it's like sometimes I'll say something as a lawyer, like analyzing something, and then I'll get to like the very end of the sentence and I'll be like, wait a minute, this can be misinterpreted. Alex says, are witnesses prepped for cross-examination or cross-Q in any way? Yes, they are supposed to be. They are supposed to have conversations with the lawyers at some point. They usually set up an appointment that's like one-on-one with one of the lawyers to kind of go over what to expect. And generally speaking, the topics that they'll probably discuss, how to be prepared for the day overall, everything down to courtroom attire, to what time to be in what place, and then what's going to happen. Ferdad Hakemzadeh says, if Amber Heard fired her PR team in the middle of the trial, can we speculate that she's been in contact with people outside of court? Is that allowed?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know where she's constrained.
Hey, Alita,
Subject
you have
to
a
it, I mean,
mod.
you can't talk to the press, but that doesn't mean she can't talk to everybody else.
No, you have a mod
All
who's
the
saying
witness-
that to
all
go
the
to
witnesses
30
have a motion
seconds.
to
no mod.
exclude, and the witnesses can't check the testimony of
15.
everybody else. But the parties are in the court the entire time, and they're just not subject to that restriction.
Yeah.
Can we just make note of the fact that she just hired a new PR team, and they dressed her up as Ava Braun today?
I wasn't getting that.
Is that an
today.
endorsement?
I wasn't quite getting that.
I kind of thought the same
I
thing.
wasn't getting the Ava Braun look, but I
didn't see that at all, Joe. I thought she
Joe.
actually followed my
That's
advice from last Friday,
I don't
or
think
whenever
she
it
looked
was.
very
Did she look
approachable.
more like Johnny's lawyer?
I didn't think she looked approachable at all. But
Brown shirt.
All right,
with
I got to step
Look
out,
like-
but I got to know: are we getting Amber Heard tomorrow? I'm back either way.
I think probably Wednesday at this point, actually.
Wednesday.
When we'll get
Are
her.
they
That's
calling her
what's
as
gonna
an
be.
adverse, or are they going to wait to call, or they're going
they're going to call her as an adverse.
That
You
makes
think
sense.
so? I don't.
No.
I don't think that's a fantastic idea.
No.
They're gonna arrest?
Yeah.
I think.
Well,
I don't know if they.
direct
I don't know if they
her
have any
and
other.
sit
I don't know
there
if they have any other witnesses though. They might.
Yeah.
They might have one after Nurse Boerum. Perhaps.
It'd be malpractice not call her as an adverse, in my opinion.
I mean, Mike, this has also happened to me.
Absolute insanity.
You think
Mike,
so?
I've had this in other trials as well, where the parties in a pretrial conference will agree. They will stipulate that to only call the parties once. So they'll basically say, "Look, I'll call Johnny Depp in my case in chief, and you have free reign. You call Amber in your case in chief, and I have free reign." That's a possibility. I also just think that she's only a liability when you throw her on the stand in your case in chief.
Yeah.
I want the first thing out of her mouth, her explaining, threatening Johnny Depp, and that no one will believe you. I want her sitting there listening to that tape. I want her credibility absolutely destroyed. I want that entire jury hating her before her attorneys get a chance to ask her one question.
I think you're kind of already there. The jury kind of already hates her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. A
Nails in the
lot
coffin.
of that job has been done.
Yeah, but I mean, how does that work then when on cross-examination, her attorneys can cross-examine her and just give her exactly the testimony that they want out of her?
It doesn't
I
matter.
don't know that.
It's already over at that point. If you did it right.
I don't know.
not
I don't
buying
know.
this.
Maybe. Felicia.
You'll see.
Okay.
They're calling her adverse. I'm saying it here. Okay.
I feel like it's a
I
risk.
think he's right. I think they might go
All right.
think
I'll see you
so.
guys tomorrow either way.
Later,
Mike.
Later.
Yeah. Felicia Nolby says, would it be possible to increase the volume from the courtroom? No, I unfortunately can't. I'm still looking at plugins. I know there's some super chats that came into talking about plugins. Star Shimmer Moonlight says, is there any legal repercussion to using objections too much if the court keeps overruling the objections? Not so much a legal repercussion, but it could be. Oops, excuse me.
The court might whack you around after a while if it's getting excessive.
Yeah, but more likely though is that you start to annoy the jurors, because if it's a situation where the testimony is getting very interesting and you're just objecting up and down and left and right because you don't want it to come in, because it's like you just want to interrupt the flow, the jury can get annoyed at you for it, because if they're like, no, this is keenly interesting, I want to see I want to hear what it is that they have to say. So there's that kind of stuff could happen, but not so much a legal repercussion. Zoe says, why wasn't the email allowed? It looks like amazing evidence for JD. Oh, I can't remember which email this is talking about. Do you guys remember? By any chance? From here today? No? Okay. Sorry. Tora Rosengren says, what happens if a witness or on purpose watches clips from the trial, including testimonies, to get out of testifying by subpoena? I could see Elon Musk doing this. If you were subpoenaed, to be like, yep, I watched all of Legalbytes.
That'd be great. That'd be amazing.
I don't think there's anything that could happen. Right?
On the last
Like,
super chat, I don't think you'd be punished for that. I'd be like, oh, I wasn't supposed to watch. Oh.
I'm so sorry.
You can still throw him up on the stand. I mean, there's a good cause exception to anything. I mean, you basically say, look, he watched this just to get out of this. Let me at him.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point, Rob. On the last one, maybe that email is a reference to the emails about the upcoming Pirates 6. That I think.
From Disney?
Yeah, that he said that there was like an offers, but they had offers and conversation, but no actual contract. And Rottenborn and Elaine kept hitting on nothing in writing, and perhaps there was emails talking about the numbers, but nothing contractual ever proposed. Maybe that's what she was. I don't know. Maybe that's what Leslie.
Yeah, I can't remember what the reason was for keeping it out.
I don't know either. Probably hearsay.
Because I mean, that could be a business record though. If it's for the.
I don't think that'd be a business record, just because normal course of business is not contemporaneous.
In that kind of work, in that line of work. I mean, it sounds like that's how business is done. Like you would have to lay a foundation for it, but I feel like you could potentially get it in between him and Disney.
Potentially, yeah.
The agent and Disney.
No, I understand it. When you think of normal business record, you think of like QuickBooks. You think of a receipt issued at the time of the sale. You don't think of an individualized contract that's created for one person. But you're technically correct that the technical definition, I would agree with you, it could theoretically apply. It's certainly an argument to be made.
I kind of disagree with the business record thing. It wouldn't fall into that exception because it has to be done in a normal course of business. So in other words, like say if somebody slips and falls, then you write a report. That's what we'd always do when something like that happens. So you'd have to kind of work that up to make sure this is done in the normal course of business.
But he had testified that this is how things are done, that they're done very informally, and then they get papered, quote unquote. So like they could lay the foundation for it.
And not maintained. I mean, they talk about maintaining records. It's like you're sort of going through old records, not a one-time, one-off thing. I don't know.
Do you ever delete the emails from your work, corresponding with Disney on these kinds of things? And
Probably
before an agreement is reduced to writing, you could still lay a foundation for it. Come at me. Come at me.
Alita.
Yeah, I think you can lay a foundation, but you'd have to show it's done in the normal course of business, because that's usually how these emails get kicked out, is because you're doing it just for this particular event. Then that's not in the normal course of business. So,
hey, Rick Hogue needs less or fewer than 100 subs for 67K, folks.
Oh shoot, let's get into 67K. Hey guys, if you're watching and you have not yet subscribed to Rick, what are you doing with your life? What are you doing with your life?
Better stop than watching my channel.
He seriously takes the most complex and boring law and somehow makes it simple and interesting. I don't know how he does it. To me, it's like magic, because these are courses I studiously avoided taking in law school. Antitrust. The word antitrust just made my spine chill. And he makes it like, wow, that's actually pretty cool. It's very interesting.
It is very cool.
I like your Elon Musk stuff a lot. I mean, that's been really, really cool.
There will be more of Elon Musk. Right now, I'm busy fending off attacks from Bloomberg tech reporters, so it is what it is.
Yeah, at least you don't have Taylor Lorenz after you.
I might when all this is done.
He's got it. 67, folks.
Oh, do I? Well, thank you. Rick.
Congratulations, brother.
That's very nice.
Two-thirds of the way. Two-thirds of the way to 100,000.
There you
That
go.
is 2/3 of the way. That's nice. We'll get a 2/3 of a cake together.
There we go. Dirk
you,
sent 2 super chats here asking, when will Amber Heard testify? Probably going to be Wednesday. It looks like maybe Wednesday. Anthony 2 1993 says, how are Amber's team allowed to read news articles about JD's attorneys are continuously objected to? Well, there's objections on both sides. It's a matter of
the expert said that he was aware of the articles. He's an expert on how the article in question impacted Johnny Depp's career. He's also aware of other articles and how they've impacted the career. So now you're not offering those articles for the truth of them, but rather how it went to form his opinion. These slight differences is why one is admitted and one not the other. So good job on Amber's side for sneaking it through the back door.
Yeah, very much.
You hate when they sneak in the hearsay. Kurt is always upset. It's for the truth. They know it's a lie. It's a lie.
They really did. They absolutely did. And honestly, it was because of the fact that this is an expert, that they could do it, because he could testify to like what the whole environment looked like. And in order to know that, you have to be scanning for the articles in that environment, right? So it makes sense, because then it's like he's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't, right? Because then if he testifies that like, no, I didn't read this thing, then it's like, well, then your analysis may be incomplete, Mr. Expert Witness. So what are you doing with your time? Why are you getting paid for all this money? And there were already issues to that as well, with these expert witnesses today, that they either knew or didn't know certain things. It seemed like that was one thing that they weren't exactly prepared for today, by Johnny Depp's team, for these experts to say like, okay, you're going to be asked about, undoubtedly you'll be asked about the Sun article. Undoubtedly that could lead to questions about the UK trial. This is how we think it should probably be approached. Not to say that should be, that testimony should be fed to these experts, but like, this is how this could be approached, so that you still look credible. We still maintain our credibility as well. And that Johnny comes out of it relatively unscathed. But it seems like, I don't know if there was that conversation. Maybe there was, and it was just one of those that they're like, we'll just deal with it. We'll do it live. I don't know. But
we'll do it live. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. But it didn't quite play out as well as maybe it could have, should have.
But they prepped them for the Sun stuff, because they didn't get they opened the door enough, but they couldn't get the ultimate question out. He lost the Sun trial. Remember, because they kept trying to get it. Okay, did he open the door more? All right, we're gonna go back, and he tried it again. Did he open the door enough? So they got most of the evidence in and what happened, but they didn't get the ultimate question that he lost the Sun trial, which I think was a win for Johnny's team today. I think that was the win today.
I'll tell you this much. I think that it's possible, if the jury does become pro Johnny, that if they find out he lost the Sun trial, they may not necessarily hold it that much against him and feel like, look, between everything that happened here, she put all these things in motion to cause him all these massive damages. So he didn't get it out of the Sun. We don't want to get double dip where if he got it out of the Sun. If he lost the Sun trial, you know what? Maybe we should be the ones to compensate him. I mean, I can understand your point. I understand the alternate perspective, which is like, well, if he lost Sun, why we win here? But I could see that. I could really see that playing, in either direction. So I don't know that it was such a necessity.
The one witness would have said, The son distracted the judge with topless women on page 30.
Yeah,
that was great. Richard, yeah,
So
who was it?
good.
It was Richard Marks who was talking
Yeah.
about like.
Yeah, I keep in my brain, I
Yeah.
keep getting
Page
Mark
3.
Richards in my brain, but his name is Richard Marks. So
Listen,
I'm like,
right
he's
here
not the
waiting for
musician?
you. How do you
Isn't
come
there
up
a
with
singer?
Mark Richards
but Joe-
when Richard Marks was a singer? Yeah, right here waiting for you. Oh, you're not Boomer. You're not a Boomer.
But Joe,
no,
I-
I'm thinking of the
I-
Rittenhouse trial.
I know.
Oh,
but
Mark Richards. You're talking about Richard.
No,
this is
Richard Marks, the rock
not
star.
Mark
There's
Richards.
a
yeah.
rock star, Richard Marks.
That's with an X, though, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah,
it is.
yeah,
It
not-
is, but
not
still
gay-ass.
close enough.
Joe, I do want to ask you. So you're saying if you were counsel for Johnny Depp's team, you wouldn't mind getting in the fact that he lost the Sun trial for defamation, that because they called him a wife beater and he lost that? I don't want the jury to hear that at all.
I would bring a motion in limine to try and keep out all reference to that because the term wife beater there would be highly prejudicial.
They do.
I mean,
have
you don't
that.
you don't think
have-
they did?
That's what happened today.
Yeah, they
That's what
absolutely
happened
Yeah,
have.
I mean, you don't think they
no,
did?
and once you lose that motion, which I imagine they brought and lost, so at that point,
No.
I feel like I would err towards the side of keeping out keeping it out, but I don't know that it's a terrible thing for him if his loss comes out there, because you can basically plant the seed in their minds that all these things happen and this is their way of getting him retribution, which he hasn't been able to get yet because he hasn't had real justice, as opposed to them thinking he's double dipping on the Sun and on Amber for his losses.
I mean, but Joe, to go to your point of like planting a seed in their mind, I hated every single reference to Marilyn Manson and the Sun, all of them.
Yeah.
They're not relevant to this
Yeah.
case.
I
They
agree
shouldn't
with
be
you.
there. They're there for no other than prejudicial effect. What it does, though, you now have jurors that are basically operating on their own good conscience, right? I'm not going to read it. But the more times you say the Sun article in court and you're not explaining it, that juror is more and more tempted to look at their phone and look at that Sun article. And if the juror goes down that road, they're not supposed to, but jurors do a lot of things they're not supposed to do.
Yep.
That really hurts Johnny. Like that, the fact that they're
Potentially.
allowed to mention that kills me.
I agree with you. I think it's so much more prejudicial than it is probative that it's disappointing that the judge allows them to do it. I agree with you. And I'm the one who's saying I think only 4% of all jurors actually listen to those instructions, and most of them probably Googling online to see what people are saying.
Half
Well,
of them
reference
read it
to-
already.
I think the judge didn't have any choice but to allow it in because of the back and forth with the expert. The expert is saying he's looked at everything, and then it's like, okay, then how did not this affect his reputation? And the fact that they got in the pictures, right? Hey, isn't Amber Heard's face bruised because they didn't show him, but they got it in. They got in the fact that about the fight. They've gotten so much in that trial in, except for the ultimate conclusion. And that's what I think is the only win they can really come out of it. They would say the jury doesn't know that he lost, but they know all this other stuff was in it. And I think just like Rob was saying, if they go home and find out he did lose that case, I think that is a horror show for Johnny's team. I don't know how you can recover from that, knowing that hey, he's already been found to have beat his wife. Now he's back again. He's obviously double dipping.
But kudos for the judge for putting those attorneys in a box. It was really clear. Those attorneys knew what they could say, could not say, and they were very, very clear about going up to the bench before they did it. I bet that was a very
That's
long discussion
what you're
beforehand.
supposed to do. Don't pull a binger. Ask for permission.
By the way,
we
did lose out on fireworks because that would have been
By the-
some fireworks if they went right over her head.
Rob, that is a great point you made, and that's something that only litigators or attorneys would notice. If someone watching the trial can't appreciate the fine tuning as to how those litigators are forced to walk that line, the jury has no clue as to what's happening there, why there's all this hubbub about this. But we as litigators can explain to an audience and say, hey, this is what this whole thing is about, and why this argument is unfolding, and the basis for the plaintiff and the defense. And this is the area where I think we actually add more value perhaps than any other, where we're explaining the behind the scenes thinking as to what's happening in the trial in a way that you really can't find anywhere else. So
I
kudos to
love
you, Rob, on
if
that.
you say he cleared his name, and then the
Oh, yeah.
answer was complete crap.
yeah.
But I did love. Would you say he cleared his name?
Yeah, it was like, it kind of reminded me of playing what's the one where like you can't use the exact word on the card, and you can't exactly use a synonym,
Taboo.
but like you can
Taboo.
yes,
Yeah.
but you could like describe around it. Like it felt like he was playing Taboo.
That was you know what though? He could have answered the question and said, essentially yes.
Yeah, he could have.
Because after that trial, many people raged and went to the defense of Johnny Depp. So
I mean, I don't know
But
because
that
any.
But I don't know that that
thing
helps
that
him.
hurts.
I don't know that helps
hurts a
him
lot.
because that means he has
That
no
hurts because-
damages now.
Yeah, and,
That's
and,
what
and
I'm
the
saying.
defamation
Well,
of
that's-
the article
So
came after.
if you're saying that hurts, if you're saying that hurts, in that case, you're agreeing with to some degree. You're agreeing with me that them
We
finding
do.
out because if you're telling me that them hearing he lost is bad for them, then if them thinking he won, how could that be bad for him? That would be good for him.
No, Joe. It's if he responded by saying, "Do you think he cleared his name?" and the guy said anything other than what he did was a complete dodge of the question.
Yeah, he
Complete
dodged.
dodge.
Right.
It was awesome. I loved watching that period. But if the guy goes back and says, "Yes, he cleared his name," he has just opened himself up to be impeached. You can then say basically, then you can go back and say, so you would say that losing this trial in the Sun is clearing his name. And
Kick
at that
the door
point in
wide
time,
open.
if I'm the judge, I'm kind of going, well, that question kind of opened the door. So kudos to that attorney for crafting that question that way, and kudos for the witness for avoiding it that way.
Yeah.
Which that was Richard
It
Marks
was
again,
good
right?
because
It was.
Because he's an attorney. This guy he knew what was coming. He looked so seasoned and so ready. And even that on direct, he's giving answers that I think he's preparing for. Where will they try to come after me on cross?
He started to look a little
They
loosey
felt
goosey on
slippery.
cross-examination.
Yeah,
though.
he
He
was-
was,
I didn't
he
like
was
him
getting
at
he was
all,
humming
Joe.
and hawing a
Really?
lot. And,
I didn't like
yeah.
him at all. I didn't feel like he was
yeah,
a real
I
expert.
didn't really-
You didn't feel he was
Yeah,
a real
yeah.
expert? This guy basically made every movie ever made.
Right,
He's
but I don't
making
think he's
Rocky.
testifying as
He's
an
making
expert.
Rocky.
And every
Every
merchandise
you were
ever
sitting
big
there,
deal ever made,
you were
and
saying
the
like,
George
oh my
Foreman
God.
grill.
You don't watch Eric's show because Eric has Mark. Mark that's Mark. He was Mark. He was Mark except not a lawyer.
I'm not
Mark Gobert
suggesting that he doesn't have
Yeah,
a great
yeah,
foundation
so true.
or credentials. I'm saying when he's sitting there and he's being asked questions about this and he knows like 2 of the 1,500 specifics and he just refuses to answer everything else and he gets snarky. I just didn't find the witness effective. And I also, I do. There was a question during that break that said, is this guy alienating the jury? When he goes on and on and on and on and on about all these shows he made, I didn't find that useful.
I
to
will
me,
tell you the foundation
You know what?
for his expertise.
I will rebut that, Rick. I will rebut that because I think that he didn't need to be completely likable because he is an expert. Number one. Number two, his testimony was about how Hollywood is a different world than the rest of the world. And so it's okay for him to be completely different than everybody else, for him to live this crazy life where he's crafted all of our childhoods. And, like he's the reason why Disney does animation with big names now, or at least he was a part of that anyhow. It's okay to have all of that because his testimony is Hollywood is a different world. Hollywood doesn't care about, bringing the magic.com or whatever the website is called, about the Daily Mail, a UK, journal or whatever publication. You know what they care about? Washington Post. Number one, they care about Washington Post. They care about Hollywood Reporter. They care about New York Times. Like these are the ones that they care about. So to me, it still fit within his testimony for him to be like this crazy guy that's name dropping everything all over the place.
Also, the drugs. He could speak to the industry and how they don't give a damn about drugs or being late or anything else, but they do care about this. And how do I know it? I've been doing it for 50 years, and I know that the drugs are irrelevant. Nobody cares. Everybody does it. But if it comes to hitting women, things like that, now things have changed. So all that long legacy, he's seen the casting couch. He's seen every element and every way it's gone up and down. And I think that is very helpful for that.
By far his best testimony. I will grant you that 100% because they've been trying to lay this. Johnny shows up late and that's killing productions. And Johnny was doing all this stuff reputationally to himself. That was very effective. Totally will grant you that. The stuff that's more related to the 2016 through 2018, I just didn't find very useful.
I honestly agree with you, Hogue. I think when you look at his testimony in a box, maybe you can get some good out of it. But I think when you look at him and then the analytical guy right after it, the analytical guy destroyed what he just said. Yeah, when you look at it as a package, he did all right. But then the next guy right behind it just kind of destroyed everything he said. He's like, oh, you got to look at it only in this box. The next guy came in and you saw no real change. So defamation isn't just about that small, defamation is about, did it harm your reputation? So I don't know.
But which reputation matters though? For him, the reputation that matters is his reputation in Hollywood, which is why I almost wish that with the question about the Trump assassination comment, I kind of wish that he would have responded, do you understand the political climate of Hollywood? Something like that, to be like, they don't care. They don't care. So I don't know. I mean, that's
But that's
just,
what the
those are my thoughts on
the
it.
Q score guy should have did. When he said this is how his Q score went down. This one, and then you have a real. But he was trying to cherry pick the data. He got caught out there. The Q score guy got caught out there. I'm gonna call him
Been
Q
put up
from
there.
now on.
That's all.
I mean, my hope is
about as much
80
credibility
degrees.
as
If you say
so,
Q,
yeah, why not?
And Nate, if you say Q, they're gonna think QAnon.
Yeah, well, they're
His testimony was QAnon like.
Yeah, about as much
Oh,
credibility.
no.
That guy had about as much credibility as talking about a child trafficking ring in a basement of a pizza shop in DC.
Rob isn't used to fighting for talking time. Rob, what were you saying?
No, I was just saying my only hope was it was 80 degrees in Fairfax today. The courthouse when I was in there was hotter than all H. Hopefully the jury was just asleep.
And that's
Well,
what
it's
I'm
funny.
thinking too.
I thought that witness was trying to eat his water bottle as he was changing his entire body position in his chair. I agree with y'all. The case didn't die, but I will tell you what did die in that testimony is his future expert witness career.
It's gone. It's gone. He's finished. Yeah. Ain't nobody paying him the $900 to go to sit down on the trial again.
They didn't even the cross examination of that guy went so well. They didn't even ask how much you're getting paid.
The bias question didn't even come in. The normal bias question, right? They didn't care. It's
Yeah.
We should have paid you for this testimony.
Liz Bots, I'll look out for your DM and then I'll put you in touch for that. Okay. Let's get on to the next super chat question here. Carrie says, is it possible Elaine's constant objections are somewhat a tactic to disrupt flow and distract jury from what they're being told? Yes. There's always that possibility.
Possible. Definite.
That's what you do. If
She
you got
had
a nice
spring
flow,
under her
sometimes
chair.
you
Flailing
just
about. Basically, sorry.
as long as you have a good what is it called good faith objection, but sometimes you just want to throw something out there just to mess up the flow.
What is it they always say on Beaver and Barnes? If you have the law, pound the law. If you have the facts, pound the facts. Or if you have nothing, pound the table. Something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, unless the jury doesn't like tables to be pounded. There's also that possibility. Sandra Zapata says, can the agents in studios sue Amber Heard for damages? No.
No.
For what? On what basis? That's what I want to know. I don't think so.
What, you want to do some sort of backhand fraud in the inducement thing? We would have never given her those contracts for the movies if we knew the horrible truth.
No,
Maybe.
or opposite as
tortious interference.
Yeah, tortious interference in a business relationship.
I doubt it though.
That's a toughie.
That would be
That's
tough.
tough,
That would be
too.
tough to prove. That would be tough to prove. And then it would probably be realistically, it would probably be Johnny to be suing for that rather than the studios and the agents. Well, maybe the agents they might
the
profit,
studios
but
had a
still.
contract with them.
Got to go
then
get your
maybe you can,
10%.
right?
I understand. It's an interesting question because you sort of, if on a law test, that's the sort of thing they want to see you throw out there and Iraq that issue. Does he also have damages because of the fact that because there's a foreseeable damage to him? If you're hurting his career, that you're gonna be hurting her through a hoax. You're hurting the agent's career as well. So that's an interesting.
And when Joe
go ahead.
And when Joe says IRAC, he's referring to IRAC, which means issue, rule, analysis, conclusion. That's the typical format for legal analysis and that you learn in law school.
You see, you just worded that the same way that Nick Recato worded it, which is analysis. And I always heard it as application.
Yeah, we call it application too. It's a New York thing, Joe.
Is that a New York thing?
Same.
No, it is the same.
It's like a Northeast thing.
If we could do a quick thing, how did you guys hear it? Analysis or application? Kurt, analysis or
Analysis.
Application? What about you, Rich?
Application.
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 Rob?
Yeah.
I never want to think about that time in my life again.
Rob's done.
There you go.
What about you, Emily? Analysis or application?
I came in the middle. Are we talking about Iraq?
Yeah.
Analysis.
No, it's so interesting.
See, the farther west you go, the more analysis you get.
Yeah, I was in Seattle.
You're applying the rule to the facts. It makes more sense as application. I don't know what to tell you. Analysis doesn't inform.
I don't know. Or maybe it was application. I don't know.
I always thought of it as argument. Like in my brain.
Yeah, I thought of it as argument too. Yeah.
Argument.
This conversation has gone
It's
off
where I
the
have to
rails
write
with
all
this
this crap.
legal team.
The Purple Brigade is here. Look at the
I
chat.
know. Purple love for you.
Hello, Purple Heart.
Emily, you were watching today? You were live streaming, right?
I did. I streamed today. I just got back from a friend's conference. I was in Dallas. And just got back, and I was yes, today was interesting for like the
Yeah,
nerds.
that's one
Like,
way
the
to put
nerds
it.
were thrilled. The nerds were thrilled today with the, I was very sucked into the guy who was like, but I got the merchandising rights for Star Wars. I was screaming.
Yes, we were in love with that too.
He
I
did a
love
merchandising contract for Star Wars, which is a legend. He did Sly negotiating his own starring role in Rocky, which is legend. I mean, he just went down the line of things like, oh, I know of these because they're contractual legend stories, not just entertainment stories.
Yes, it was really like for the nerds today was like a big win. We got analysis, we got Google analysis, we got charts. I liked it. We got some sassy cross-examination. It had a little bit of everything. And then that video Depo at the end just killed all of the momentum today. And it was like,
oh
ooh.
God.
Did you not think Chart Guy was a complete disaster?
I didn't think Chart Guy was a complete disaster.
Okay, tell us. Give us some white pills here, because we're all black pilling.
I don't think he was a complete disaster. He looked at a narrow question. That's what he was asked to look at. He stood his ground on what he looked at and why. I think he's like, look, there's a lot of things to quantify reputation, but this is what we saw. And the jury saw the numbers going down. Interestingly enough, when they broadened out the chart, the numbers started going down when he started dating Amber Heard. So maybe it was just her that ruined him at the beginning anyway. When he started going down is when they started going public. So
yeah.
So you thought you thought his final deliverable showed that they went down somewhat in response to the op-ed.
I think they showed it went down in the allegations in 2016 and then down worse in 2018. I think he focused on 2016 way too much. I think that was clearly the most damaging part. And I think they can argue 2016 was more damaging, sure. But I think it showed after 2018 that the stories trended, and this is what I hope that Depp's team argues with, the stories trended with his alcohol and drug use and the abuse after 2018, so that that was really what everybody was hammering on then. And that's what her team's been hammering on this whole time in trial too. Those stories weren't really out there. This has been their focus since 2018, trying to prove that alcohol and drug use is the problem here. And so I think it gave them some nuggets to argue. I mean, I think it gave Heard's team some nuggets to argue too, as this is all irrelevant. Who cares? You can make numbers say anything.
The reason I thought it was a disaster is I thought the numbers didn't say anything at all. The reduction was so small, the negatives go down. They aren't attached to the 2018 op-ed at all. You can argue it's a trend line from 2016, which their own witness practically does.
Yeah.
And then you get to cross, which I thought was very effective. So, I mean, I can't speak for the whole panel. I thought that was the worst witness that we had seen in the trial so far.
The panel was blackpilling hard.
I hope there's a golfer on that jury.
I mean,
the PGA put so much focus on Q score this year. And if you're a golfer and watch PGA, which a lot of people in Northern Virginia kind of are, if there's one golfer on that jury and he can kind of say, this is what Q score is. PGA did it to track all their players. They did a massive award at the end of the year. It really does track reputation.
I think that's an interesting point. I mean, I think he made some interesting points. It's going to depend on how the jury takes it away. I think the cross lost some of its effectiveness because, again, the talking over the witness and the shouting, you start to get more distracted by the style of cross than the actual questions that are happening at points. And I worry that the jury is just like la, 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 whatever at this point.
Maybe that. I did think the cross effect was very effective today. I thought that was Baby Rottenborn's best job.
Yeah, I think it was too. He had some very, very good questions, but then his style starts to just overtake, and it's just.
It is the Amber Heard legal team house style.
Yeah,
it's true. Her apparently.
It's very true. Very true. I mean, so Emily, what I was saying earlier was that it doesn't matter if he also had damages from the 2016 DVRO. But that all they need to show is that there were some kind of damages to his reputation because of this. It doesn't have to be massive. They just have to show some.
Yep.
So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that data really showed what I was hoping it was going to show.
I mean, did it show some damage? I think it did. I think it did show some damage.
I think so too. It just wasn't as clear as I would have liked it to be.
Well, neither sticks with the wink and a nod contract, like we're at 25 million. Like you would like that to be cleaner too, but it just isn't.
Yeah.
I think law school in the 70s did a great job of saying Hollywood changed, and Johnny Depp caught in the change. Sorry, Nate.
It's with damages though. I've always thought, let's say if I'm a dentist and somebody says I'm a bad dentist or something, those statements about that. But damages, if you've already had a bad reputation, then you can't defame someone who's already has a horrible reputation. I'm thinking that's kind of what Amber's play is here. He's had a bad reputation. His reputation was bad before the op-ed, and now the op-ed comes out. His reputation was already destroyed. So now it was almost non-existent, any damages that this could have caused.
Nate, they're different reputations,
isn't that the way the defamation kind of works out at the end? If you can prove the person's reputation was already done.
You're going with you lost it for yourself.
Before the op-ed.
I think they showed that though with the articles. They're saying, look, the articles before 2016 were about this. The articles after 2016 were about this, and after 2018 they shifted a lot. I think they showed some of that.
Well, Nate, speaking of reputation, I mean, nobody had a quote worse reputation. He came out of it fine than Iron Man himself, right? Robert Downey Jr. Look at all the drugs, but that was okay. That was recoverable, and I think that's what their expert was kind of talking about. Like it was drug problems and things like that. Now, if Robert Downey Jr. was Kevin Spacey, do you see Kevin Spacey coming back now?
That's true.
No, not for a while. So they are completely different things, and I think that might be a matter. Yes, you might have a bad reputation, but is that a relevant bad reputation to whatever's at hand? Or am I off base here?
No, I think you're right, but I'm thinking that their team is playing the whole. His reputation was destroyed before it, based on all the other stuff, and the op-ed really didn't move the needle, and that's kind of what they were trying to do with the Q score. But eventually, even Q score guy had to admit it was a move, but it wasn't really that big of a move. So
and I think,
but again, it's a question of fact for the jury. So
the most damaging part of the Q score guy was when he said, "Yeah, I'm not here to analyze the damage from the 2018 op-ed," which to me was like, what are you doing here? She doesn't even go here.
That's all you're supposed
like,
to be doing.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Rick, that was for you.
He's like, you're not doing this, are you? And I'm sitting there going, isn't that what he just testified to? And he's like, no. And I'm like, wait, what? I agree with you. Rick, have you just discovered Mean Girls, or is this new to you?
No, he just appreciates my random, movie references.
No, Alita makes me laugh. She does these references throughout her show. We haven't had a Harry Potter reference in like 3 episodes, so we'll work on that.
I know. Well, I think probably on Thursday we did.
Emily, aren't you always one of your things is to say something about fetch, right?
Yeah, they are trying to make it happen in this case. I say it a lot because they are on cross half the time. They keep trying to make fetch happen. They're like, isn't it true this? And the witness is like, what the fuck, man? Over and over and over.
But that's the unedited Mean Girls.
I agree that Cross is very, very brash, but if their local counsel, like Rob was saying before, their local counsel, it might just play well in that local jurisdiction. Like a guy from New York is not going to go in an Alabama court, right? And I'm assuming that if these are all local counsel, like we've heard, then this is they know their juries, they know how to play, and this may work well for that type of jury and that type of system.
Nate, it could be 2 Utes. You never know. You could be talking about 2 Utes down there.
Yeah, I did
2 Utes.
I did work in a firm that was in DC, but service clients in Virginia and Maryland, and the style of the attorneys that were my bosses was a little bit more aggressive than what I was used to. I wasn't doing litigation when I was there, but it's there was a different style, I think, at least in the local, very small portion that I was interacting with. But yeah, I mean, you can see people that are more aggressive than what I would normally find in California.
The scream at you is interesting. The thing I hate the most, it's not the tone and the condescension. It's the, isn't it true that blah, 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 blah. It's like, what are you asking? Are you asking, is it true? Are you asking, is it not true? What the fuck what are you trying to get at? I hate the, isn't it true that your testimony is this and that? Ask, is it true? Stop asking, is it not true? I hate it. I hate the, isn't it so much.
Did I read that right?
Yeah,
I mean, but that's I don't know. To me, that's kind of normal, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe I'm
Emily. See, it's the grammar in her. She's like, all right. So if it is not,
I never really thought about.
I understand that.
Think about this.
Yeah,
I do understand that.
I think it's a great
For
point.
trying to trip up the witnesses, I think it's lazy, but also I didn't get to do cross a lot as a prosecutor. So when I did, I felt like I got to shine. Cross is the most fun. Defense attorneys have such an opportunity to narrowly craft questions, and then they get up there and do it all terribly, and it makes me mad. I'm like deeply offended. So I want to do better. They lose their good points because they have good points. They lose them in their tone, and that's difficult to watch too.
I thought that's what happened to Elaine today, because I thought Elaine did great in pulling out a lot of good stuff and interesting stuff, and it's still Elaine at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Viva.
Viva.
Hello, everybody. My
Your
wife
hair
might kill
grows
me.
so much
I-
since the last time I saw you.
Well, my wife might kill me if she finds out I snuck into the basement to join the Law Tubes crowd. How is everybody doing?
We're doing great.
Good,
Viva. How are
man.
you?
We're doing all right. Although today was rough.
Surviving.
Today was a little rough, in my opinion.
Am I look? I saw the critique of the Q score guy whose testimony it wasn't as devastating as many said, but that will only play to. I don't know if you guys said this already, but that would play to damages and not to defamation. So it's not the end of the world, but I still don't think it was as devastating as everyone thought it was.
Well, if you have proving damages as part of your defamation claim, then yes, it is damaging because it kills you. But I'm not sure if he's doing. We're not sure if he's doing per se or regular defamation. But if he has to prove damages, then yeah, this was devastating to the defamation claim.
I think they're going to argue both defamation and defamation per se, both theories. But the chat keeps
it's
sharing,
an alternative theory. Yeah.
the chat keeps sharing that Amber Heard's going to file a motion to dismiss. Y'all, we know at the end of
That's
the
like everybody. Yeah.
everyone says, Your Honor, we would move to dismiss, and the court goes no, and then they move on. It's not a revelation. This is very standard practice. The plaintiff or the prosecution rests, then there's a motion to dismiss, then it's denied, and then they move on. Unless it's the Kardashian Black China case, when Kim Kardashian brought a motion to dismiss the defamation, and they're like, yeah, you didn't admit any statements by her. So, and then she got dismissed. But it very
Yeah, I've long thought that it should be automatic, honestly, that there should just be a dice check in Dungeons and Dragons and just say, okay, you've got elements. Let's go to defense.
Yep. That's exactly what it is. So chat, I know that's going out in the world, but it's not.
Emily, is it irresponsible for them to not do that?
I think it would probably be malpractice for them not to do that.
Yeah, I think so.
In a case of this magnitude, yeah.
You have to bring it.
So let me get the super chat because I want to make sure Rob sees it before he has to leave. Dwani Prabhu says, if the jury is pro JD and they Google the articles on the UK case, won't they conclude that it was an unfair trial? As a layperson, that judgment looks pretty unfair to me. You'd have to really investigate that, is my thought. I'm not Rob, but I'll let Rob talk.
Here's my thing on this one is they get to investigate it, and I don't get to tell them or know what they feel about it. You know, attorneys, we thrive and we need control over what gets said in that courtroom. If they are looking at an article, I have no idea how they feel about it. I don't know what they've read, what they haven't read. I haven't had the opportunity to feed it to them the way that I want them to understand it or comprehend it and digest it. And if you've got a wild card on that jury who then brings that information into the jury deliberation room, because that's the real risk, is that one person in that deliberation room has looked up that Sun article and has this big opinion about, you know, Johnny was a wife beater, or actually uses the word wife beater in their deliberations. They can screw up the entire case.
Is today your birthday, Emily?
No, I was my birthday is this week, so it had come up earlier.
Oh, happy birthday this week.
Happy birthday, especially if we don't see you.
Thank you. So it's my husband and my birthday are both this week, so it gets.
Aw, yay.
Thank you all.
Orange says 3 million plus have signed petition for Amber Heard's removal from Aquaman 2. Will this realistically have any effect?
Ask
What's
Warner
your Q score?
I feel like we should ask Richard Marks. We should ask him. He can probably tell us about whether or not that's possible.
They can digitally replace her face. We've learned all about that today. They can digitally replace her with like Amelia Clark, like the internet's already decided that they're going to do.
Or with Amelia Clark?
Yeah. The internet's already decided they want Khaleesi to be Kira.
Do any of you find a sense of irony?
strongest.
Any of you find a sense of irony that Amber Heard was whining about domestic abuse, and so much so that she made 3 million people want to punch her in the face? I don't know. I'm just saying. I mean, they literally want to get rid of her. They want to get rid of her.
Joe just made his first and last attempt at stand-up comedy. Joe, it might be your second time.
Yeah, good thing you got the law degree.
No, okay, so the definition.
Don't quit your day job.
There was a sense of irony. That wasn't even a joke.
I don't share the sentiment, but she certainly has killed her own career through the allegations ultimately. Because whether or not Johnny Depp wins, she's definitely maybe not removed from Aquaman 2, but she'll be untouchable.
On the Hallmark Channel.
Yeah, I think Johnny's already won by getting the story out, the way it's gotten out, the way the evidence is. I think Johnny's already won the PR battle.
Yeah, but I think he still wants that piece of paper that says you won.
Oh yeah,
he can take to Hollywood. The Hollywood big companies, the big studios, they want to see that piece of paper saying you won. That's why he wasn't Oh, okay. Well, thanks for joining us, Eric.
Thank you.
No, wait. Look, Emily, your hair matches the tie, like right underneath it.
Nice. No, but I mean, he was saying that the I mean, just like how the studios were Warner Brothers was waiting until the end of that trial, until the end of the trial to fire him from Fantastic Beasts 3 or whatever, right? Like they were waiting until the end of that because they wanted to see confirmation of it. This is going to be something similar, probably. They want to wait until the end of this trial to confirm whether or not they can rehire Johnny, whether or not they can fire Amber Heard. All of those decisions will probably be made afterwards. Dirk, when will Amber Heard testify? Also, is there any reason to not lie about doing cocaine? I've been clean for 10 months.
To not lie.
Is there any reason that she should be upfront about her drug use? I think it's undeniable. So there's no point in denying that which can't be denied.
Yeah, she'll just look shady.
They had 2 wedding receptions that had dinner, dancing, and drugs on the schedule. She can't.
Yeah. And there have been so many people that have testified too.
And remember the whole mushrooms and when she got sick and everything, and they had the whole so they
Who
already know she's
mixes mushrooms and red wine on an empty stomach at Coachella? What kind of
Amber Heard?
That good God.
But that's kind of gangster though. That's kind of gangster. Give me the mushrooms and the red wine. I'm gonna go hard tonight.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna need my sister to buy me some freaking Pedialyte. No thanks.
When is Amber Heard scheduled to take the stand? It's not. Depp's not done yet, so it's not going to be tomorrow.
They keep saying
probably Wednesday,
but probably
they're saying tomorrow or Wednesday. They're not sure.
Speculation is that the rumors are that she's going to testify first. So whenever he rests, you would expect.
Well, no. The argument is: are they going to call her as the adverse witness on this case in chief, or are they going to wait for the other side to call? But we don't know what's the because sometimes, like Rob said, they have deals and they can go ahead and say, hey, you'll call your witness and I'll go so forth and so forth.
I have probably the most important question. Emily, did you just have a lightsaber on your lip gloss?
Oh yeah, I did.
I love it.
It's a long story, but these are Gerard Cosmetics. It's a woman-owned cosmetic company, but they have a light on it and a mirror so that when it's dark at a restaurant, you can fix your lip gloss. I call them the lightsaber lip glosses, but obviously for IP reasons, they are not called that. So
I had no idea you actually called them that.
Because Richard Marx would say, I own the merchandise rights for that.
Yeah, Marx would say,
if they're smart, they should merchandise more Star Wars makeup, but that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, I mean, I think the actress that does Ahsoka has a whole line of stuff, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm. The voice actor for Ahsoka.
Yes.
Her universe stuff. Yeah.
Yes.
Has anyone addressed the legal argument that maybe it's an absurd defense to say it wasn't the allegations of domestic violence that hurt your reputation, Johnny? It was when you sued for damages. I mean, that to me is like saying that it wasn't the statements themselves, but the fact that you tried to avail yourself of your rights that made it worse. To me, that's intrinsically related to the statements themselves, and I'd be curious to know if everyone thinks that's a legit defense.
It's an interesting defense because if your reputation, if you're already out there that your reputation, everything is harmed because you filed this lawsuit, and then somebody does something afterwards. If you could point back to the lawsuit and say, well, I didn't harm the reputation. He already did that himself by putting this already out there and losing. So I think that's what Amber and them are saying. They're saying he's already hurt his reputation by losing that case. This is just a double dip.
But isn't it a variation on the publication kind of concept, right? Like if you make it on a leaflet somewhere and it's on a college campus that nobody's ever heard of, and then you take that and you elevate it and you push it out, then you're responsible for how that got perceived by everyone else if it was otherwise trying to stay local. So, I mean, I think to me, if they could show, if Q Score guy had all the information in the world, I think it'd be like, to the penny, this is what this did, and your lawsuit elevated it. I don't think that your lawsuit is actually eligible for the damages that spring out of your lawsuit. So I mean, like if we had perfect information, I think it's a worthwhile defense. But since we don't, I take your point under well advisement because it's very difficult to say you should be punished for bringing a suit that otherwise defends yourself.
But sometimes we get into the nuance too much because I don't really think any of those jurors.
I went to law school.
He's not damaged by this thing, right?
Well, but
all those jurors, no juror in there is going to say his reputation wasn't harmed or he wasn't damaged, right? Yeah, I think we all know. But I think we're nitpicking this. But I think when it comes to the end of the day, those regular people sitting there be like, of course he's damaged, of course reputation. But is it true?
But see, this is the lawyer side and this is the real politics side. That's how I tend to define it, right? And we've got two jobs here. The one is to talk about all those specifics and that fun stuff, which is why I went to law school, so we could argue about I's and T's and semicolons and commas and all the rest. And then you guys come in and say, a juror fell asleep during that testimony, Rick, and ultimately they decided based on the hairstyle that Amber wore on day 6. Okay.
And they do that.
Did you see what she was wearing on day 6? Good God.
No, the things that jurors, and it's after talking, I mean, to the jurors I've spoken with after jury trials I've done, the things that they find significant are sometimes so outside of what I thought was significant. I'm just like, wait, what? What? And one of them was like, I had cross-examined a defendant who was calling me all kinds of names. And at the end I'd just done something with my hands and was like, I'm just going to stop. Like literally that's what I was doing on cross-exam of this defendant. I'm like, I'm going to stop. And the jury's like, when you punched your hand, we knew you thought like, yeah, I've got him. And I'm like, no, I was so frustrated. I was about to start yelling in court. And I was like, I'm just going to sit down now. This is when I sit down now. And it's the way they interpret things is just so different. And it's fascinating to see. So yes, the jury could already be done. They heard Johnny Depp's testimony and they're like, screw it, we're already out, we're done. Or they're trying to figure out what his medication list today goes to. And they're trying to be like, I see Adderall and I see, Xanax and I see Ambien. They're trying to figure out and diagnose them themselves because they've stopped listening to that video, Depo.
Yeah, could
those drugs are stuff that like everyone's on. Members of the jury probably are using those drugs.
Could be. Maybe, possibly, some of them anyway.
Maybe not.
Time. Sorry, let me get some more super chats because I've got over 200 left here.
humble flex. That is a discreet flex right there. I've got 200.
No, it's sorry.
200
super
chats.
Just
adding Alita to the screen.
Not how I intended that.
What's the average price of those super chats that you have? Okay, sorry. No, you brought this on yourself, Alita.
Apparently, there's you can check. There's a place I didn't know that.
There's dude, it's all well. Okay, no, I won't say it. Okay.
I had no idea. I didn't. Oh,
on StreamYard you can check them.
No, I was talking about on Playbook. I didn't know you could go and look. I didn't know there
Playboard.
was
The Playboard.co. Yeah,
that
you can see everybody's super chats.
Playboy.
Yeah,
really.
Board.
No, that's what it's called. Playboard.co. You can check any YouTuber and see how much they make in super chat.
What I like is that Alita trying to get to the super chat has
Hold on,
Alita,
what's the difference between defamation and defamation per se?
I'm glad you asked
defamation
that.
per se is
Jen
when the
Manning
statements,
also wants to know.
Defamation per se is when the statement alone, standing on its face individually, would clearly harms the reputation of the subject of the talk, as opposed to standard defamation, or what is archaically known as defamation per quad. Thank you. You and I are the only two attorneys apparently who still use that term.
All my videos say per quad.
Yeah, dude, I only know it from Nate.
I don't know. The other day I'm talking per quad here, and the rest of this panel is like, "What the hell? You just made that statement."
This is defamation.
As a constant user of archaic language, I've never used that in my life.
No.
Okay.
And we say
defamation per quad means only in context, meaning like if you say, the example I gave the other day is if someone says that guy owns 10 books. Well, that might not be so bad about many people, so it's not necessarily bad. But if you know that he's supposed to be the most well-read person on earth and he only owns 10 books, and you have context, in that case, that would be defamation per quad. So defamation per se is considered more heinous because you don't have to prove that this is harming the reputation. It's assumed that it's harming the reputation.
It's so bad that it's assumed. And particularly in Virginia, the court has decided that for both Amber and for Johnny, that their allegations of defamation do fit within defamation per se because of the fact that their allegations, if true, would be the kind of thing that would seriously impact their career and their ability to work in their chosen industry.
And I'm not wrong in thinking, I think I understood this from the States, but it's the same Canada, accuse someone of a crime, it's defamation per se, because you don't have to show that being accused of a criminal infraction is itself defamatory, and domestic violence is a criminal infraction.
I wonder if that applies to misdemeanors as well as to, and not just felonies. Felonies, certainly, I agree.
Virginia has it as crimes of moral turpitude.
No, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Ricky L. Hendricks says if a witness is frustrated and with the demand of just yes or no, can the witness remind the court that they swore to tell the all truth, the whole truth?
Well, apparently they didn't, because their oath
is there?
Their oath in Virginia is just promise not to tell. You promise to tell the truth, or it's like so short.
Under
That's it?
penalty of law. It's just you
Under
promise to tell the
penalty of
truth
law.
under penalty of law.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that's the kind of thing that would be very dramatic for the jury, but I don't know if that would actually play well, because it's like it feels like more of a Hollywood kind of moment that you would expect on like a
You want
TV
me
show
on
rather
that
than
wall?
in real life.
Very doable.
Yeah. Zach Frisch says, if Amber Heard loses, she obviously can't pay $50 million. Would the court garnish her wages for the rest of her life, or how does that work?
Garnish her
They
salary.
could try. Yeah.
You win the suit, you got to go. The judgment guy, Joe is the one that gets the judgments. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I owned a company once that did judgment execution for third parties, so I actually spent some time on this. Yeah, it's very rare for me to be able to flex that. So,
well, no, I mean,
it varies significantly from one state to another. Like very significantly from one jurisdiction to another. Florida and Texas are notoriously bad. California is so, but a little better. New York is considered much better. If you're looking to execute on a judgment, some places allow you to garnish wages. Florida won't allow you to garnish wages as someone who's the primary income earner. Wage garnishment in New York, for example, only one person can garnish. Whoever jumps on it first, whoever defines where the employment is and jumps on it first will get it. It varies so significantly from one jurisdiction to another. I will point out that if a judgment is entered in the state of Virginia, if you want to try and use it to execute against her in other states, he would have to domesticate that judgment in each state that he wants to go after her, and then follow the local rules for execution in that jurisdiction.
Which leads me to one of my favorite geeky law jokes. In the federal system, what is the key to 69? It's all about the execution, baby.
That's going to take a lot of people a long time to get. I'll just do a simple reference.
I'm looking up the federal rules now. What's going on?
And second, Rule 59 in the federal rules?
FRCP 69 is about execution. That's why the joke. Okay. All right. Never mind.
I love it, Kurt.
Anna D says, will the lawyers do a defense speech at some point? There will be closing arguments on both sides to argue for just wrapping up all of the evidence that they've seen in the previous 6 weeks. There will definitely be one of those if that's what
Solid
you mean.
interpretation. I thought that was just Elaine's standard objection style was a defense speech.
Yeah, she's flailing about constantly for that. Yeah, that's true.
There's lots of from her. It's funny because she doesn't get to the legal grounds. She gets to her feelings first.
Yes, she does.
I was so mad about the whatever. I don't believe the witness on this. It's like, oh, come on now.
Like, you're not a witness, Elaine. Sit down. Remember who you are. Dominic says, what's that?
Yeah, she has been patient.
The judge has been very patient with that.
Yeah,
she has.
This judge has been fantastic, though. We don't really give this judge enough credit. This judge, with this monster case, with these crazy lawyers, she's kept it extremely tight.
Yep.
And there's some minor things that I can beef with. But this judge has been excellent in this case.
I haven't agreed with all of her decisions on objections, but I think as far as being fair and impartial and being on time, I love it.
Her broad definition of hearsay applies equally on all sides. Yeah, she's been
and compound.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, compound I'm okay with, because that's I don't know. I feel like I've lined up more with her on compound objections, but her foundation objections and her hearsay objections are the two that I typally disagree with the most.
For those who may not be familiar, what was the compound objection again? That's when you ask two questions in one.
Well, what's funny about that is compound as fetch became a thing sometime during week 2, and now you see them trying to trot it out there when they just hear the word and it's like, and you go, well, that's not compound. That's like the title of what they asked about.
Yeah, no, they had it today where the guy said, "What's the difference between?" I'm sorry. You want Rob? You were going?
No, I was just saying, what's the phrase? Shoot your shot if you got it.
Yeah, but I'm saying is he was like, what was the difference between this and that? And he's like, compound. You're like, what? How would you?
Like
they heard the word
Quebec.
Oh shit!
Wakes him up.
I'm just amazed to see objections actually get maintained, because like in Quebec, the general rule is you don't want to maintain an objection and not allow a party to adduce evidence because it might make for an appealable decision. So they typically, you have to be egregiously over the top typically in order to have an objection get maintained. Here there's a lot to get maintained. It's kind of it's interesting.
But nobody moves to strike the answer afterwards. She'll sustain the objection. The answer's already in, and nobody moves to strike it. It just is left in there. It's very odd to me that nobody's moving to strike things after the answer has come in and the objection's been sustained. They just all leave it. I'm like, these
They've done it a couple times.
I've heard them say
not much.
strike the answer.
This is why when people ask the question, who would you want to represent you in a trial? I say lead attorney Emily Baker right there, because she hits, no offense to anyone else. I don't, but I'm
You
just
don't want me
saying
in a
she
courtroom
hits
with
on
you.
key essential things. It's really great to have an objection after everything, but if you don't move to strike, you basically wasted your time. You wasted your breath to show, oh, I wanted the objection, but everyone's heard it, and it's still there on the record. You have to move to strike. And thank you. God bless
Marion
you,
doesn't
Emily.
know. Marion doesn't know that we're live right now, by the way.
Oh no!
I do now because we're in the show.
She said, "Dave, you're in the show." Okay. She came to say hi. I think I'm being summoned for dinner.
Yeah, I think he snuck out, right? Like he got busted. We're watching.
I think I was supposed to actually.
Busted.
I was supposed to do something, and she texted me. She says, "Do we have dinner?" And I said, "For whom?" And she said, "Everyone." And I said, "I'll be up in 5 minutes." Anyways, it was great to watch it. I've been bouncing back between Rakeda and the lead, and my problem is I watch this and I want to intervene or I want to comment every time. It's like there's too much of it, but it's
I feel the same way. I want to comment all the time, also, which is why I restream Alita, so that I
He
can
left and
comment
went off into his
my
own
heart
corner.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, I'll be tuning in tomorrow, but keep up the good stuff, everyone.
Sounds great. Thank
I'm
you.
gonna go make dinner.
See you, Viva. G Minnick says, do you think Amber Heard was writing down / inventing a story of JD shoving her sis when Santa Security was testifying? She seemed very angry. I mean, it absolutely could be. Who knows what she's writing over there?
That seemed fake. It seemed like she was just making it up. That was
the story about Whitney.
Yeah, about she saw Johnny about to push him. That's why she punched him. I'm like, this is so fake. This is like the worst thing ever.
Just trying to make fetch happen.
Worst acting ever.
Monica says, Monica says, question regarding verbal abuse. Don't they have to prove the case made in opening arguments, which was specifically DV and SA? If so, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Opening statements are a bunch of promises that you're making to the jury. You're telling them, we're promised that you will see this. Just wait, you'll see. Just wait, you'll see. And the problem is if they don't see, then they're going to come around back to you and be like, you said we were going to see this.
They didn't show you. See? And maybe they're counting on this trial will be so long that they'll forget, but the closing arguments are there. And the benefit that Depp's team has that most lawyers don't get is they can go back onto the internet and rewatch opening. Normally, you don't get to go and look other than your own notes at what the other counsel said during opening. And they've got the live feed from the court reporter in court, which I never had in criminal court in California. They can see what's happening in real time. And they can also go back and just play the tape. Nobody has that. Their closing should be so freaking dialed in because they have so much available to them to literally go back and watch the replay. I mean, that's a very unique thing in this trial.
I don't even know where in the timeline that I've ever seen there is SA. I don't even understand what the heck they're talking about. That there's
it was in the title. It was in the title.
It was supposed to be in Australia.
Yeah, she didn't write it was the title, but she didn't write the title and all the whole bunch of stuff.
Horrific promises about that in opening, though. They talked about debasing acts with the beer bottle. It's like
my guess is it's going to come up when Amber takes the stand.
Yep.
So like that's when they'll be hearing about it for the first time. But it's like the fact that they didn't even ask Johnny about it is very strange.
Yeah.
Well,
It
it's
is
weird,
very
right?
strange.
Because they're just abusing the entire title. Like they're trying to get rid of sexual violence on their ledger. Period. So I know you want to argue your multiple ways, but it's a little bit odd.
Alita, I got to bust out of here. But I just
All righty, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah,
Joe's gonna leave to go restream this.
All righty, see you, Joe.
Thank you so much.
Christian O says, is it possible that Johnny's team is focusing more on clearing his name as opposed to proving defamation? It will be difficult to win regardless, right? Could be. It could be. Although I will say that for purposes of professional responsibility, they do also have an obligation to try to win the case. So they do have both goals, is my guess, but it's probably tiered goals, and a super win would be if they get to win everything. So. Sebastian Topping says, stupid question. No stupid questions exist here. If someone gets punched, he has the right to retaliate to defend himself. Is it same for verbal abuse? I mean, if you use the word abuse, I don't know.
And a lot of times people talk about this whole punch, like you punch someone and then they wait like an hour and they come and punch you back. that's not.
Yeah.
You know, it's got to be kind of an immediate thing. So
Yeah,
a lot
yeah.
of
You
people
have
think
you have
that
a
you
right
can
to
just-
self-defense, and the self-defense
Yeah.
is it has to be within proportion of the initial attack. Like, you know, like you can't it's like bringing a gun to a knife fight, right? It's like that kind of an analogy. It has to be an equal kind of response. But yeah,
And I don't know.
it would depend on the circumstances.
And maybe the jury will start comparing you, like, oh, this abuse is worse than this abuse, or that abuse is worse than that abuse. But if the claim is I was abused, then it's kind of like the jury's got to unpack. Does that just mean, does verbal abuse count? Because if it does, she wins. If it doesn't, and we're only talking about physical abuse, she loses.
And that's where they bring up the headline again. But what about the headline? Because 2 of the counts go just to the online version.
Mm-hmm.
What
Tyler
are the
Dinger
counts?
said-
Just the headline
yeah.
is the online, right?
Yeah, the headline is different in the online. So 2 counts go to the online version, 1 goes to the print. So
wait. I just want to make sure I'm right. On
No,
this.
it's in
That's the
reverse. In
of that.
reverse. Yes,
No,
the reverse of
it's
that. The headline's in the online version.
Two of them are in both versions. One is only in the online version.
Yeah, the headline's the online version, and the other 2 statements are in the print version.
They sued for the online version, for her retweeting the online version, and then for the print version. So 2 counts go to that headline in the online.
I see what you're saying. All
and
right.
only 1 count goes to
Thank
the
you.
print version that doesn't have the sexual violence headline. So even if they try to say, hey, abuse is this, you still have the argument about the headline with sexual violence, and they're going to argue she didn't write the headline. And that's where that's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tyler Dinger says, if JD has to prove he lost at least $50 million, does that mean Amber Heard has to prove she lost $100 million from the things that were said about her? Well, she's asking for compensatory damages, which compensatory damages mean you are getting compensated for something that you have been harmed by. So yeah, you to say you're entitled to that much in compensatory means that you've lost out on that amount.
Aquaman. She's talking about Aquaman.
Yep. Yam4 says, if a verbal bad words has been done to reply a verbal bad words that someone throw, is it still an abuse? Like if J only throw back because of A. In other words, if you're only saying things in response to abuse that you're getting. I mean, this is kind of something that the jury's got to figure out, right? Like this is not for us. It's not so much of a legal argument. It's more of a factual argument for the jury to pick through.
And they are the
people for me, people are trying to hold abuse to this physical notion, but I've had cases where people have been threatened, right? I'm gonna kick her behind, I'm gonna kill her, right? If she stays here, and then the cops come in, and guess what? That's assault, right? You're threatening to harm somebody and stuff. So that also runs into the realm of domestic abuse. So I do understand the nature of saying the person hit the other person, but domestic abuse does encompass more things. Even criminal domestic abuse, you can only be in situations where you only have verbal threats.
And the forensic psychologist testified to that. Does this count as abuse? Yes. Does this count as abuse? Yes. Does this and on and on. So they're helping the finders of fact define that, and they're going to argue it for sure.
Just a name says, but Amber Heard is accusing him of physical assault throughout this case. If she won on verbal abuse, JD will still win by the public. Maybe. Possibly. Maybe. Marissa Bell says, if verbal abuse, apart from threats / bullying, is saying bad, dumb words when you're angry, wouldn't that make all humans abusers? Make it make sense. If I get very provoked, I'll yell at that person. I mean, it's one of those things that probably is gonna turn into what's the pattern of behavior over time, right? Like, is this something that is a regular occurrence over time between these two? That one person that Johnny is doing this on a regular basis. I mean, we do have testimony from today that after Australia, they would get into regular arguments, maybe every other day, several times a week. So that's could tend towards showing a pattern of abuse, rather than just like one instance where they were arguing or something like that. I don't know. Do you guys have more thoughts on that?
I think his expert, Johnny Depp's expert, needed to expand on this verbal abuse thing, because I think by just saying, when she asked verbal abuse and she said yes, that leaves it open so much. And questions like this, just imagine if we're struggling with it, just imagine that poor jury. Right? Yep. Verbal abuse, she said, and then it's just open. So it all depends on what they think at this point in time.
I think it's interesting just to compare the verbal to the physical, because I think if you ask the questions, like in a marriage, would a single sufficiently aggressive verbal act qualify as abuse versus would a single sufficiently violent physical act be abuse, I think you might come up with different answers, which is interesting as part of the dynamics.
Yeah. Celine Anderson says, is it verbal abuse if it's response to someone verbally attacking you? JD's bodyguard said he was responding to Amber Heard, not the other way around. Again, jury's got to figure that out. They've got to draw that line somewhere.
The Johnny
really,
Depp
really,
defense team
really
right
on
here.
it.
No abuse, no abuse.
Yeah, and I anticipate that that's what Johnny's lawyers are going to be arguing, right? Is that he's not the abuser, he's the abused here, and all he's doing is responding to her abuse. What do you expect of a person that is put in his position? What more could you expect of him? Mikkel Nino says, if JD is yelling at Amber Heard in response to her abuse, is that verbal abuse or self-defense? Also, is she actually cheating? How is that abuse to bring it up? Yelling at her in response to her abuse, is that verbal? I mean, again, jury's got to figure that out. That's a line.
These are all factual questions for the jury.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah, and the thing is, like, I mean, the question of actually cheating, that comes into whether or not he's making unfounded accusations of infidelity against her, right? Because that is also a form of abuse under Virginia law. So that's if Amber can successfully tell the jury, hey, look, I've never cheated a day in my life. I was faithful to him until the end. And he kept
rebuttal time.
Elon.
Yeah. Like we were just friends. We were just besties. That's all. It's normal. This is normal.
If you can somehow ask her the question, have you ever committed domestic violence against anyone? Which I know it's a difficult question to get, but if you can somehow get that question on and get her to deny it, so many rebuttal witnesses come into the picture, and Amber Heard's case looks like trash.
Well, you know what you need? You need the whole she's a law-abiding, something like she's a law-abiding citizen or something crazy like that. Like she's always been a good person. She's never had any problems in the past. Okay. All right. Now we got something.
Yep. Tina Miller says, I feel bad for her lawyers because it seems like a lot of her argument for abuse was based on lies. What do you do if you think your client lied? Well,
represent them.
Yeah, most attorneys understand that their client is probably well, let's just be charitable. Most clients are probably in some form or another representing the facts to be as most beneficial to them as possible when they walk in the door and say, can you represent me? So especially if you've been practicing for long enough, you start to kind of see that sort of a pattern. So if and when it turns out that the facts as your client has revealed them to you are not exactly as they are, it depends on how bad of a misrepresentation that was, right? Like if it's so bad that you're like this, there's absolutely no way that this case can be won. Several things you could do: try to settle it as soon as possible before the other side figures it out. Number two, maybe withdraw from the case, because you don't know if this is a total losing case, you may not end up getting paid for all the work and the cost that you're putting into that case, and that can sink a law firm sometimes, depending on how big a case is. So anyhow,
different answer in criminal, but this is different in civil, and we're just have different answer in criminal.
The Bedford Unicorn says, is the definition of abuse different in different states? Could this then be used in future cases to support a definition of what abuse is? It is different in different states. Oh, excuse me. It is different in different states. However, this is a little bit different from a normal like domestic violence case, because we're not using normal jury instructions for what is domestic violence defined as. It's we are in loosey-goosey land with this case, because it's kind of up to them to figure out how you define domestic violence, which is not normal for most lawsuits that involve this kind of a thing.
Yep.
This is a very unique kind of case because of that. For crying out loud, it says, but can they then bring in Evie that said in public the type of abuse it was, i.e. physical / SA, not verbal, excuse me, to point out them changing the story now? Not really. I'm not sure yet. I think that the change in the overall story, the change in the overall narrative, what matters for that is, have they changed it from the opening statement? Have these lawyers changed it from the opening statement, or does this fit within the body of information that they have maintained from the beginning? That's really most important.
Testimony change. Does Amber's statement about what the abuse was change? If that changes, they can ask her about it.
That's also a good point. Very good point.
People keep asking about whether she's writing notes. If I'm her attorney, I have her sitting there staring at the deposition transcript and reading it over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good idea.
And maybe even transcribing it in handwriting,
That'd be
so it's
good.
like penciled into your brain.
Why write
Yeah,
this
like
down?
write your lines 100 times.
You're saying
Just
that
do that the
gonna
entire
make
trial.
sit and write lines. Fascinating.
She's got to learn her lines like
I
an
will not
actress. She's
tell
got to really
lies.
act.
I will not tell lies. I will not
Yep.
tell lies.
Yep. There you go. There
There's
you
the
go.
Harry Potter reference.
There you go. Yeah. Jennifer Ellsworth says, explain trial time. How much time has been Amber heard so far with sidebar objections? Whose time does that count against? Thank you. Here's to an exciting week. I don't think sidebar time counts at all for either side because they're arguing, in front of the judge. This is outside of the presence of the jury. I don't think that counts for anything. How much has been Amber so far? I don't know exactly, but think of all the times that they have their lawyer questioning the witness in the courtroom. All of that time is Amber's time. The times when Johnny's attorney is questioning the witness in the courtroom, that is all Johnny's time. The one part that is a little bit unclear to us is the video depositions. How much of that is Johnny's time versus Amber's time? My guess is each one of those is some mix between the two.
A caveat on the trial time. Judicial conference is next week. So there shouldn't be any trial next week.
Hold on.
Right.
We got breaking news. Is the verdict is reached in the Black China Kim Kardashian lawsuit. They're about to read it out.
Yeah.
I thought it got thrown out.
Mine yet. No, only only for defamation. There's a lot of
what's left.
There's a lot of other counts. There's a bunch of tortious interference. There's multiple counts of defamation. It was a pretty thick complaint. I think there were 17 counts going in. So it's not just defamation to Kim, and it's as to Kim, Kylie, Chloe, and Chris, and Rob. So it's the 5, and there's also the revenge porn stuff in there. It's a lot. There was a lot going on in that trial.
Oh wow. Okay.
So, unless they narrowed it right before trial and they're doing it in 2 parts, which I don't think they are, but not everything's public. A lot of stuff is sealed in that case.
All righty. Muffin Diver says, when people change their names to appear more favorable, writers, news anchors, etc., do lawyers do this? Potential case rotten board.
Alita rolled right through it. You know what? That's a professional right there, folks. That is a professional that deserves to like and subscribe. She just rolled right through it.
I didn't even see. You know what it is? I don't look at the end of the. I'm what's his name? Ron Burgundy. I don't even read it until I'm reading it, and half the time I have to read it a second time because I'm reading it out loud for everyone else, and then I'm like, wait, let's read it for myself now.
I love it.
I've gotten in trouble on my stream before by reading things for the first time out loud without realizing what I was reading.
I will say there are bad actors.
Maybe a naughty word or two has escaped my
maybe
mouth
I shouldn't
as a
have
result.
revealed that. I probably shouldn't have revealed
that.
that.
That's a pro.
Thank you. But Rottenborn does sound like a very Harry Potter name, doesn't it?
It does.
It very much does. It's like an Umbridge, Rottenborn.
It's the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher for
It
the
is.
year.
I haven't seen a lot of lawyers pick stage names. Like I haven't.
No. Yeah, no. I mean, because think about it, because then you've also got all this licensing that you've got behind your name too. You've got to change all of that. I don't know. Yeah. I've had friends go through like multiple bar licenses with changing their last name when they get married, and they're just like, bah. Faces.
Married before I took the bar. I was so glad I didn't have to deal with that. I got married before I started law school, so I was
keep maybe the maiden name for the bar license because you can't just be bothered to change it all.
It's a lot. Faces says we've all. What's that?
I said I was excited to change my name. I was ready, but also my married name, Emily D. Baker. I mean, I didn't use the D as much. It was just Emily Baker. It's so anonymous. So as a DA, it's a pretty easy name. You Google it. There's just so many options for such a bland name. So when I started working on social media, then I was like, oh shit, there's a million Emily Baker. When I was a DA.
It's so true. I do not have that blessing. Faces says we've all been a victim and perpetrator of verbal abuse at some time. Does that make us all of us chronic abusers? No, violence is a particularly bad kind of abuse, and you might have people on the jury that feel that same way, that physical violence is still worse than emotional and mental violence. Jane Stone 206 says, do you think her demeanor would alienate the jury? I think we're talking about Elaine, Professor Umbridge. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Laura Segovia says, will Paul Bettany testify regarding Amber making Paul's son cry? Perhaps it has come up. I don't know how relevant it is for that to be a central part of his testimony, but he apparently is set up to be a rebuttal witness after her case in chief. So that's very interesting. I'm very curious about what that's going to be. Viking Reacts says Elaine is as likable as Dolores Umbridge right now. There you go. We got an Umbridge reference. Raquel says, can one be impeached if they now recall differently? If they previously said I don't recall and then now they recall, yes. And if they say, well, although if they now say they don't recall but they previously remembered, then that's a little bit different, right?
Well, impeachments aren't slam dunks, right? People keep asking about what's the effect. It's all for evaluating the jury's is the evaluator of that. So it's if you've changed it because you recall differently now, they could say, well, is this a real thing that you're recalling now? And that's their job.
Also, Rob, Shucky Ducky wants to know if you're basically Drew McIntyre's doppelganger.
I am going to see 7 o'clock. I'm got to see you guys a little later.
All right, thanks for joining us.
Oh, well, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Kardashians won on all counts.
Yeah,
by the way.
sounds good.
Oh,
what's that?
Kardashians win.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Like Kardashians
won.
on all
All right,
counts.
go make some content.
Content. All right, y'all. That's
See
exactly
ya.
what he's doing too. Just Lights
See?
crew. Bye, guys.
Yeah, see ya. Big Mike says, do actors have insurance for cases like this? I don't know if they have insurance. Yeah, not something like this. Maybe for particular set things that happen on set, maybe. But
I'm not
yeah,
sure how you insure it. I'd love to talk to the underwriter that decided to take it on.
yeah, very true. Also, like, what kind of conversation would that have entailed too? Like, I think I might be worried about a liability about DV claims. Why would you be worried about that specifically? Anyhow, Zach Frisch says, are lawyers able to gauge how they're affecting the jury? Shouldn't Elaine realize that she's coming off as aggressive / unlikable? Well, they can tell by having somebody watch the jury, right? Getting somebody with that's watching their impressions, and it kind of, although this jury apparently has been stone-faced so far. So
well, and she's not trying to convince us, as Rob has rightly pointed out. So
I mean, maybe it's playing really well to the jury. Maybe they love it.
For me to show up at court at 4 a.m. to get in that line.
Let's do it.
What are we willing to pay Rob to go stand in line for us, folks?
Chelsea D says, are these pictures not the ones without metadata? Why would they be allowed to testify about them in any capacity, whether in an article or not? It's because they're technically not using them for the truth of the matter asserted. It's just so, like, the pictures, I guess at this point, I mean, these were not when, I mean, this is earlier in the day. This is not Nurse Boerum, but this is when I remember that coming up, and it was just, she had been shown these photos by Amber, and this was her impressions or whatever. Or at least this is her impressions of the photos being presented now. I don't know. I'm not entirely certain as to why these are, especially without being able to remember exactly when these photos came up from what you were saying. Do you guys remember? No? Okay.
No.
Catastrophe says, up till now, UK trans have been
litigation, right?
Yeah, transcript. I'm thinking
transcripts.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Have been referenced. Transcripts have been referenced. Is the UK trial result itself fair game to reference?
No.
It's so out of bounds that it's been sneakily snuck in today, in a very, very most devious way.
This is our ode to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. We'll just be doing different Johnny Depp movies each day of the trial now.
Let's do it.
We'll
Let's
talk
do it.
like pirates on Thursday. Tune in.
Yar. Sorry. I'm getting to the slap happy land. Capricorn Prime says, if Amber Heard takes the stand, can they ask her to cover up real bruises to other people to show how effective she is with the Milani makeup kit that didn't exist in 2016 to prove a point that she can't? There's so many issues with that. There are a lot of
being allowed.
Yeah, because it's incredibly prejudicial. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's how she actually wore her makeup on the day. And I just so many issues with trying to make that recreate how she did her makeup then, not necessarily probative. Joshua Frost says, can the attorney point to Amber Heard and say, do Amber Heard's cheeks appear as if they could be bruised right now? Their normal appearance looks almost swollen. on closing, I guess. Maybe you could possibly.
She better be really careful with her makeup on the day she testifies, because she does have those cheek lifts.
Yeah.
And you've seen she's been putting that like darker makeup right around here.
Yeah. No, she's been doing that all the time. I fully expect the women on the jury to be looking at her and analyzing how she does her makeup. And sorry if that sounds sexist, but maybe the men too. But seriously, I very much expect that, because there's been so much talk about her makeup that it's like, if I were on the jury, I would be like, how is she doing her makeup? Like, okay, she's got some weird shadows going on here. You know, like this looks kind of similar to the way that she has these photos, you know, in the case. So anyhow, let's see. Okay, we got that one. Lynn 2574 says, "Is this a defense of I may have shot you, but you were already stabbed?" Kind of sounds like it, right? Yeah. Yeah, it kind of sounds like it. Zivi says, "How likely is it that the jury looks beyond the scope of the WAPO article for defamation? If I were on the jury, it'd be hard for me to just hone in on that when there's so much surrounding it."
Yeah, that's the real politique problem, right?
That's the danger of this structure of the trial. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Archmage Raven, or Archmage. Okay, sorry. It says, "Are we really arguing that JD emotionally abused Amber Heard because they both shouted at each other? It's not like JD was pounding insults and AH was sitting crying in the corner and she hit him, not him."
I haven't heard anyone argue that JD in fact emotionally abused Amber Heard. What I have said, and what Nate the lawyer said, and what anyone else has said on this panel that I've heard, is we're all talking about what is possible for a jury to potentially conclude. We're not saying that this in fact happened. We're saying that the jury has to determine whether this statement is true or false. For example, we'll just take the domestic abuse statement by itself just to make it easy for the moment. Is domestic abuse true or false? Okay. Johnny Depp testified that the verbal can be abusive. His own psychologist testified that he has been abusive. There are tapes of Johnny Depp saying and doing things that could be construed by somebody to be verbally abusive if you were so inclined to construe it. So what we're saying, or what at least I've been saying, is look, the jury's trying to find whether this is true. Here's some things that would allow them to find this is true. Here's some evidence that would allow them to find this is true. Therefore, there is this possibility we have to acknowledge. But I haven't heard anyone in this panel say that they think that JD in fact emotionally abused Amber Heard. We're trying to assess what the jury's thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
So I hope that helps a little bit.
Yeah, very, very well put.
Possibilities.
Yeah.
Possibilities.
Exactly. Haiti says the Sun article wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Amber's claims. How is it relevant if he lost jobs after that particular article? But that the Sun case happened before her Washington Post article, though. Like that's the thing. That's the issue. That's why that becomes a hang up for him. Taylor Cavender says, "Can they tell if a witness has watched the case?" They can't really tell unless they
say something that would only come up in this particular testimony. Then maybe.
If they pull a Gina Duders and say, "I've watched some clips." Natalia Vertigo says, "Who will play you guys on American Crime Story? Depp v. Heard?" I have no idea. I don't even want to volunteer someone to play me because I have no idea who that would be.
Yeah, they won't need the rest of the panel, but they will need an Alita figure. Send in your thoughts in chat, or preferably super chat.
I think Alita could play herself.
Yeah,
I think she could also play Heard if that was the question. That'd be good.
Oh, like in Free Guy, how they have like Twitch streamers like commenting on like what's going on with them. They could have us
part of that movie. Oh my god. Yes, you're right though. It is like Free Guy.
Lauren B says op-ed started a ripple effect causing other articles in the case in UK. So would that be included in the damages done to JD? Yes, but again, there's a timing issue that the UK the Sun article came out before the Washington Post. When you have a sec, would you speculate as to why this witness is appearing in person as opposed to other California-based witnesses who have testified digitally? He is an expert. And experts can already be there's the money. He's
Rob's
paid to
been
be there.
stellar today. Can I say I don't have anything to pitch for him, but Rob has been hitting you with these great
quick with the answer though, and it was the right one too.
Quick with the answer. He's got great finishers for whatever our questions are for the day. Rob, you've been real good today.
And here's another one for Rob. Are you trying to join the audience when Amber testifies, or?
Ooh, that line was nuts. I mean, there were at least 3 people dressed up like Captain Jack Sparrow. The age range went
There
from,
were not.
I mean, yes, there were. And there was hair dyed any number of colors. The conversations were the most hilarious things I've ever seen. There was a set of kids up front of the line that were in picnic chairs, massive blankets, watching movies on their iPad. I mean, if I'm supposed to get in there to see Amber Heard testify, I'm going to have to get there at like 4:15, 4:30.
They don't have a
just
special
sit there
lawyers
with an
line
iPad
like they
and
do
watch a
at the
movie.
Supreme Court, do they? That'd be good.
That's unbelievable.
Oh man.
Can you imagine
Yeah.
if you went and waited in that line and it just happened to be one of the days where you get like 4 depositions?
You mean, or like today where you get the experts that just expert on top of expert and you want to just.
Wendy's Cafe says, how come you didn't mention Keystone Cops and Buster Keaton? I was sure he'd bring those up too. Oh, we're talking about the expert and the Hollywood expert. Renarage says, question for witness. Could you repeat for the jury your credentials, please? Yeah. Let's go through the whole laundry list again, right? Wendy's Cafe says, yeah, I would have choked to death laughing if he had said he worked on the animated film The Muffin Man. Rahali Danubian says, question, is it possible that he may be there to talk about the impact that a DV claim can have on an artist's career? I mean, he kind of did. He did. He talked. He went through Kevin Spacey as an example of somebody who's just gone away completely. Paulette Poirier says, do you think that Amber has a team of doctors watching over her because she must be having a nervous breakdown? Maybe. Could be. Zach Frisch says, since the last witness is clearly a vampire who has been single-handedly shaping modern media for generations, is he subject to the same laws as the rest of us? That's
Good
funny.
question. Not sure about the equal protection arguments as to vampires.
It's true. OC 5150 says, what is the over-under that Amber self-admits herself to a 72-hour psych eval to avoid cross?
0.
No way. That wouldn't look good.
It would look horrible, and then her depositions come in anyway, so what's the point?
Yeah. Ooh, that's even worse. That's so true. Marianne Talbot says, if defense is allowed to bring in UK case, are Johnny's team able to bring in that the judge said one of the main reasons he ruled against Johnny was because Amber was not financially motivated because supposedly donated $7 million?
Did the judge say that in an opinion?
That is what he said. Yeah.
My.
I mean, that would be interesting though, right? That would be an interesting point to bring in, like, oh, by the way, yeah, okay, fine. He lost, but by the way, this is what the judge said. What do you think about that? I don't know. I still don't think that's a good road. It's still so incredibly risky. Fraught with so many issues. Paula Poirier says, what do you think Amber has a team of doctors? Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry, we already got that. Razwirl says, I think some of these sometimes come in through twice. Razwirl says, what do they eat lunch with, and can they go out in public for lunch? So that I think maybe the jurors. I guess my guess is probably not, though. I think that they're probably eating lunch in a separate area to maintain their confidentiality.
Yeah,
that's my guess.
Plus time issues. It's just like not really enough time to get out, go somewhere, come back.
You're supposed to know the people that are there. You know.
Well, there's usually a courthouse cafeteria, right? There's got to be one in Fairfax.
I mean, in regular jury trials, the jury goes down to the cafeteria. You always see them down there, but in this one, I mean, they have the entire 5th floor basically kind of blocked off. Like you have to have a reason to be up on the 5th floor. So I don't know.
My guess is they probably have some kind of a snack room set up for them to sit, and then maybe there's a bailiff to ensure that nobody talks about the case. Who knows? Astro Underground says, does it take much brain cells after the recordings? I'm not sure what this is asking. Amy W says, can you save these as podcasts we can listen on the go? I am hooked. Thanks for introducing me to LawTube and these legends. I have a new obsession. Well, interesting that you asked that, Amy, because most of my live streams, actually all of my live streams before this case, are also up in podcast form. These trials are very, very, very long. So I haven't been uploading these but I don't even know if like Spotify or any of these others will allow that. But
I think
if
you'd
they
have
do,
to check the max and like cut them into parts.
oh, probably. Oh, I don't have time for that quite yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, not with the schedule that I've got with my daily rotation Monday through Thursday.
But definitely, if anybody's watching your podcast content and it's on a service that allows you to leave a review and maybe give it a 5-star rating, you should do that because
Yeah.
you're already there listening to the podcast.
Yeah, exactly. Allison Laurie says, who do you think is the best person on Depp's team for Amber's cross? Probably Ben Chu. That's my opinion. Sierra B says, why are AH lawyers so aggressive and rude? That's just the style they decided to go with.
Maybe who they are.
Maybe. Could be. Pool Life says, who do you think will cross-examine Amber? I think Ben Chu. Gigi Bunny says, can JD's lawyers tell the jury the fact that the UK judge's son is employed at the Sun during the trial? Possible conflict of interest.
That can't possibly be true. All of these chats about this trial, is that a true fact?
That's my
I've heard it
understanding.
before. I don't know whether it's true. I haven't independently.
I haven't
verified it.
independently confirmed or denied, but this is what I have heard.
My goodness. And somebody else said that that judge went to dinner with Amber Heard the night before the trial or something.
Supposedly, yeah.
All right, so I got a lot to look into on this trial when this is all said and done.
Yeah. The Styling Pooch by Rachel says, is it possible for Amber Heard to charm or swindle the jury her way into her favor without facts adding up? Thank you for a great channel.
Yeah,
it's always
absolutely.
possible to charm or swindle.
It's always possible that she could come off as unbelievably charming and swoon the jury off their feet. That is a possibility in a universe.
The last 3
somewhere.
weeks of watching her, yeah.
Well, you never know. In the moment, you never know. She could be the best actress on earth.
Yeah, well, I guess we're gonna find out.
Colonel Xanders, reach out to me by DM or email, and I'll try to get you a name on that.
Okay.
Tara says, for lunch, where do they go? Do they eat with their legal team? Also, in these long trials, what do you do if you have to use the bathroom? I think the jurors can ask for a recess.
Call the stewardess. I think if it's a real emergency.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they can pause it, but I think that they probably tell them, try to go to the bathroom every time we go to recess, every time we go to lunch, please take care of that stuff so that we're not having to send the jury out to do stuff.
Well, it's only a couple hours at a clip, right? I mean, it's like, it's a movie.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Nell Marie says, I'm sorry, I've heard you touch on it, but if the jury isn't random selection, who chooses them and how is that moderated to be fair? Love you all. Well, hey, Rob, you can answer this for local Fairfax.
Jury is randomly selected from the election pool. So basically, if you elect or if you vote in Fairfax County, your name is taken from those voter ballots, and then you are randomly selected every couple of years. You get a letter in the mail. On the back of the form, there's a way that you can opt out if you have certain conflicts that the court doesn't even care about. Otherwise, you show up on the day you're called, and they bring in small little groups of you into the courtroom at a time, and lawyers and the judge ask you questions to determine if you can sit.
All right, perfect. Alex Aga says, would the son's wife beater exist without AH claims, particularly in the op-ed? Yes. Yeah, it would. It would, not without the DVRO claim, but it would without the op-ed because it came first. Sandra Groth says, I find myself taking notes of all the testimonies. Is the jury allowed to take notes for themselves? Yes,
At least in this case, yes.
They are.
Is that standard in Fairfax?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Natalie says, can they now bring in Dan Wooten's statement that he and Amber Heard went to J.K. Rowling in 2018 to get him fired from Fantastic Beasts to show a trend? I don't think so. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. It's very interesting, but yeah. Right-wing extremist says, how does the prejudicial value not vastly outweigh the probative value, or does that not matter in the cross?
There's got to be some
It matters, and it's a good question.
Yeah.
We're not so sold on the how it doesn't aspect. Yeah, I think there's a good possibility it does.
It's just so massively destructive, and it's not technically related to what you're evaluating.
Yeah.
So it's just a tough one for me. I agree with all you guys that said on the panel, well, they got it in, and the question was related to reputation, etc.
But it's just
I
just
didn't
look at it
really
and
like
say,
when they started getting into the details of the UK suit. That was where I sort of threw a
Yeah.
403 flag in
100%.
my mind. It's like,
Kurt, were
okay,
you
he's aware of the suit's existence, fine. Maybe he's aware of why the suit is being filed, fine. But there's no way on earth this guy has any knowledge of the details of the
Yeah, of
so
what
all
was
those questions, I'd
alleged.
be like, prejudicial. I'd exclude all that crap. Yeah.
Rob, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, Kurt, were you on the stream? On the stream last week, I think I was describing how Elaine operates, and kind of there's that small subset of attorneys where there's this fine line between what you can and cannot do, and they love to dance it.
I appreciate someone pushing the envelope as much as the next man. I'm just saying, if it were judge on civil, I wouldn't have allowed those particular questions in.
Yeah.
So
And it's how far can you get before you get called out?
Why not? Why not push
Yeah.
it to the line? Push it to the limit.
Yeah. All the way to the edge. So Johnny
I was going to say,
Depp
I'm going
says,
to start singing.
won't the jury already not know about the son's case, its verdict? They shouldn't know about it if they're on the jury. That's usually one of those questions that they've asked about. If they know anything about that?
I was going to ask if we knew that was automatically prejudicial from a voir dire standpoint or not.
I think because that's been such a strong topic of interest for the motions in limine, that is most definitely something that they would probably ask about during jury selection.
Makes total sense.
Yeah. Boo says, but isn't the son's trial going to come up anyway? If not from Johnny's side, must come up from Amber's side. No, it's not a given. Not a given, because they had what are called motions in limine to keep certain information out because it's just highly prejudicial, not at all probative. It was not a guarantee that was going to come in.
You got the full description of what the UK trial is today. You've got references for 4 weeks. It is so much like, if you're a juror, you're like, what? How did that go?
Yeah. RP says the UK judge's son works for the Sun newspaper. Could be. Kelly Daniel says, so if words are considered abuse, if JD is yelling back at AH, would that be considered like a self-defense? Is that a thing? We talked about this earlier. It's going to be up to the jury to try to figure that out. But that is a line of thinking that they could take. I like commenting. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I think what's super important about even Johnny Depp's own psychologist, which I brought up earlier, saying, hey, these are eligible for abuse designations, is that she doesn't really go into depth in describing them. And I think people are taking it potentially a little bit too far. An argument, even a strong argument, doesn't necessarily make it abuse. I mean, she was talking about something else. Even when she's talking about adultery, it's unfounded allegations of adultery, presumably on some kind of repeated basis. And that kind of thing that is abuse. You can still attach your intuition and your person's thinking as a juror to say, is that an abusive kind of situation or not? Like, the jury is evaluating all of that, hopefully, when they make that kind of designation.
And here's a clarification from Stephanie Wingfield. The son of the UK judge does not work at the Sun, but does work for Talk Radio UK, which is owned by the same parent company as the Sun. That sounds a bit more accurate from what I remember people describing it as.
Okay. All right. Not nothing, but not quite as strong.
Yeah, not quite the same. Question from I Like Commenting. Why does it matter that the Sun case muddles the waters? Isn't the Sun article a direct result of Amber Heard's allegations? If the jury believes them false, isn't it still Amber that caused the damage? They could take that line of reasoning. They absolutely could. They could be like, I don't really care. This is still from the DVRO. We're still reaching that far back. And maybe what we said today and our outrage and our craze pulling our hair out of our brains, maybe none of that matters. And maybe the jury sees it completely differently, that it's all from the same thing.
That's what this trial is Amber Heard a liar? And if she is, what does it mean? And I tend to agree with you that they're not going to lawyer it quite as much as I tend to. And if Amber Heard is a liar, and if Amber Heard committed a hoax and frame job on Johnny Depp, well, then a lot of this falls by the wayside in terms of technicality.
That's so true. That is a really good point.
I think as theoretical juror would not be inclined to read abuse particularly broadly like Amber Heard might hope for. I think I'm going to be looking for a more narrow construction if it were up to me on a personal level.
Well, and then there's also the idea that a lot of people are bringing up in these super chats of like this idea that she's the aggressor. I think that is a possibility that the jury could be like, No, like how can you possibly blame him for trying to defend himself?
Me as hypothetical juror, you don't have to work very hard to sell me on that argument.
And was it you, Rob, that was talking about if there's one person that sees one thing? In that case, you were talking about Amber Heard. But if there's somebody that says, "Hey, I've been in a situation where you had to stand up for yourself," and I think that's a good thing, that could frame that in that kind of position from the one juror kind of angle.
I mean, this case is insane. I mean, it truly is. I mean, if you look at it from a broad, I've been a divorce attorney for more than 11 years. I have seen some of the craziest things that you could ever imagine. I don't think I've ever seen things consolidated into one case that is this crazy.
One big pile of crazy?
One big pile of crazy. And the problem with that is that families are unpredictable, and people, when they think about families, are unpredictable. And this is in front of a jury. So we have no clue how this thing's going to come out.
True.
Fair. I don't think I could say it better.
Yeah. Uncle Squingus says, why did JD limit the case to the op-ed and not all accusations? Because of the statute of limitations. Everything else, the DVRO was too far gone on its own to be defamatory. So it had to fit within the context of the Washington Post article.
It is interesting though why he doesn't move in 2018, like earlier. That would have fit in. If you're looking at Q scores doing what we saw today, if you're looking at everything that comes out of that TRO, I know I understand the answer.
He wasn't totally broken yet, maybe.
Well, and you want to wipe your hands of it, right? He thought he settled a divorce, and you made a statement to public, and it's over. I get all that, but yeah, it's an interesting situation, isn't it? Because you do have, you said this right at the front. You're looking back to 2016, but it's really 2018. It's not as strong as it could be if you were arguing this 3 years ago. It's interesting.
Yeah, Rob Shubham Banzal wants to know what's your percentage right now. I think what's your percentage of winning?
Yeah, I'm somewhere between 1 and 100.
I see. I was gonna say
I would narrow it to like a 10-point swath once I get my eyes on the jury, if I can.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to go based on your prior answer. It's fish over apple. Is the percentage.
Question: who would you pick to do Amber's cross? Again, I would bench you for sure. Mrs. Mia to you says, question: how can Amber Heard's team change the negative view of her to the jurors? Love your channel and your panel. As a graphic designer ignorant to the law, I continue to learn from you all daily. Big thanks, of course. Thanks so much for watching with us. I think, how do they change the negative view? Well, basically to say, you know what, she's not perfect. She's got a lot of issues. She's, maybe flies off the handle sometimes, but she's never actually hurt him. He's making some things up, but also the fact that she's a little different and the fact that her brain works a little differently doesn't mean that that she deserves to be abused, by this guy. So,
I literally flip everything that you think would work in Johnny Depp's favor and just reverse it. She's standing up to him. These are altercations that are toxic for both. Everything you can think of, he's gaslighting her when he says X, that she's standing up for herself in the face of this. I would reverse everything and just muddy it as much as possible.
Yep. Lauren says, now can JD's team talk about the UK trial biases and how almost all the evidence was not allowed in court since Elaine has obsessed over it? I don't know, maybe they could. An argument could be made that they've opened the door for it, but I don't know if they want to.
Yeah.
I think you have to cross the threshold to all hell breaks loose on references to the Sun case to go to this kind of stuff.
Right.
Great question.
Okay.
It's 80 degrees outside. It's 80 degrees outside. I'm in a long sleeve shirt. I'm hot.
The answers are perfect today.
Of course. Life with Marie says, when JD's team rests, is it rest its case? Will the jury deliberate and then Amber Heard countersuit, or will they transition? No, they transition first, and then the jury deliberates after closing arguments.
Jury has to resolve all this mess in one go.
Exactly.
They can't
Cole
deliberate
Reeves,
without hearing from the defense.
Yeah, that would be patently unfair. Cole Reeves says, can JD's team ask the judge to remind the jury not to consider the results of the UK trial and jury instructions?
Probably. I'm not sure you want to.
Do you want to put a lampshade?
Yeah.
Do you want to put a lampshade on the UK trial? Whatever you do, don't think of an elephant.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, stop thinking about purple elephants, right? Adam Meyer says, can they use the judge's judgment that JD didn't receive a fair trial in the UK? Oh, as in like this judge's opinion letter.
That wasn't this judge's opinion. Be
Yeah,
careful before you
just
say
that
that.
it was a different case. Just that it was a
I'm
different
sure this
case.
judge didn't say that.
KH8 says, question 1. Ooh, we have multiple questions. Leave son
Sneaking in
trial
there.
for closing. And 2, JD's chance to win now based on how disliked Amber Heard is to the jury at the end of trial versus legal principle, i.e. just looking to punish her. Leave son trial for closing, as in leave, like have Johnny's team not address it at all. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think she's saying raise it in closing, and I hate that idea, because then you have both sides like slinging that son trial, and no.
Yeah, yeah. JD's chance to win now based on how disliked Amber Heard is to the jury at the end of trial versus. I don't know. It's impossible for us to tell how liked or disliked she is by the jury, because we haven't seen their faces, right? So
Well, I will
we can
tell you-
speculate.
Well, in my opinion, his strongest case is a jury that doesn't like Amber Heard more than just the stickling legal principles here.
Sure. Yeah, it certainly helps his case, I think. Desiree G says, question, I don't see any evidence of sexual abuse, maybe emotional, mental, but if the article states sexual and they have no evidence of that, wouldn't it then be defamation? Well, but keep in mind, we've got her case in chief now. They'll probably bring it up on her in her testimony when she's on the stand. So, and if they don't, then I'm very curious as to what their plan is, because that if they didn't ask Johnny about it, they're not asking Amber about it, then what? Then it's almost like they've conceded it. Then that is a claim that could be properly dismissed.
Well,
possibly
they bring in the Washington Post to say we wrote it, right? I mean, like they can concede it completely on sexual abuse, then say Washington Post wrote the headline.
They could, if it's true.
Yeah, yeah, but that is a risk, isn't it? Carla Cardova says the UK judge's wife had dinner with Amber 3 days before the trial. UK, can JD's team bring this up? Probably not. I don't think so. I don't think they wanted. I don't think they want to get into a protracted, discussion about all of the details.
They don't want to relitigate the U.S. court does not want to relitigate the UK trial.
Right. Whitney Pickle says, do we know if Tracy Jacobs is going to testify? I think she's on Amber's witness list. This is Johnny Depp's former agent before Whigham took over. She's supposed to be adverse to Johnny because she's got the skeletons in the closet, or she knows where all of Johnny's skeletons are hidden. And she has, during the UK trial, she testified against him, and people have said that she's got an axe to grind against him because he fired her or something like that.
So help me out for a second. Was Carino ever his agent?
I guess I don't know. After at some
So
point,
I guess maybe I'm just a little confused about what Carino is to Johnny Depp. Okay.
Yeah. I now that you asked that, I'm not entirely sure. Isa Sissoko says, why is nobody mentioning Fantastic Beasts and Warner Brothers? Probably because there's more. Yes, they did.
Ben
But
Shue
also,
saying Crimes of Grindelwald like 7 times is one of my favorite moments of the trial.
that's so true. So true.
All right, I'm going to
Beverly-
bail out for now. I have my own
Alrighty.
stream in a half hour, and I want to take a little break.
Yeah,
I'm going to do the same. I need some
Understandable.
food.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
you- Go ahead and head out. Hey, Rick, if you have to go, please do go.
So here's the deal. I like to stay till the end and make sure that you have a buddy on this. I do have a merger agreement I have to look through in some period of time in the next little while, but I'm going to stick around for a while.
Okay. And if you have to go, don't feel like you
I don't think I'm going to make it to the end.
Yeah. There's still a lot going on here. All right. See you guys.
See you, Rob.
Beverly Alford says, when will the Teacup Yorkies have the opportunity to appear on the witness stand and refute the slanderous accusations made against them? Mama CEO says, how does Amber know about the negative PR when they shouldn't be watching media regarding the case? Thanks for the coverage. She is allowed to, because she's the party. She's allowed to. She's part of the legal team. James McDonald said, I can't imagine JD yelling at Amber Heard is sufficient to get her off the hook for the claims she's made against him. Is the jury really going to buy that? I don't know. It's juries can do surprising things. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. That finger testimony is very, very vivid. So, there's quite a bit that can stand out for people. Celtic Warrior Poet says, first question to Amber Heard, did you not commit perjury in UK case when you stated the entire $7 million was donated to ACLU and children Charity LA. I mean, the question would be more like, you have like you pledged, you said in the past that you had donated all 7 million, but you haven't actually donated all 7 million. Now, have you? And so there are multiple, and then you would bring in the transcript from the UK, and then you can also say, and also you went on television in Europe and said that you donated, and then you roll the clip if she says no, if she says otherwise. So yeah. Rhythm and Blues says, does the UK have anything to do with her defamation case? If she defamed him in the US and they can't prove Americans would read a British article.
So this goes back to the Daily Mail reference, I think.
Yeah, she defamed him in the US and they can't prove Americans would read a British article. I mean, in the age of the internet, I come across Daily Mail when I Google things, so quite regularly
too. I mean, like some of the references are interesting that they
yeah
made in this
yeah
show.
I mean, this is more references to the UK and other articles. I think I understand what you mean, is that the point being by Richard Marks is that he said, look, Hollywood doesn't read those. Hollywood doesn't care about the Daily Mail or the Sun or any of these.
I still think he had to remind himself to say the Post, honestly. There's a big long pause, and then he says, "Oh, the Washington Post." Of course. It's like,
Of course. Yeah. Celtic Warrior Poet. Oh, we got that one. Rhythm and Blues got that one too. Ashley Harrison says, question, can't we all agree that we will all lose our freaking minds if they get back together? Oh God.
I think I'd feel super sad
Yeah.
after hearing about their relationship.
There's absolutely, I mean, I can't imagine. I can't imagine. You would have the whole world saying, don't do it. Louise Hatter says, would it be beneficial to have a forensic physician expert to testify on all the injuries, example, her broken nose and how makeup can't cover that up, etc.? I was expecting to see a medical expert on her injuries. I was totally expecting to see that, and I have not yet, so it's interesting. Chris Clemens says, does that ruling mean anyone can fly any flag at town hall, or are Christians receiving special privilege? Doesn't that give the perception that Boston is promoting Christianity? This was kind of ruling. Yeah, it's not a privilege rule. It was a First Amendment. Well, you also are. So here's the thing about religion in the United States. You can treat a religious group a little bit better than a secular group. You can never treat a religious group any worse than any secular group. And the problem here was that the city of Boston was treating the religious group more poorly than any secular group. They actually said in oral arguments, and this is the thing that made Kurt just completely explode in a most fiery and hilarious way, was that they said, well, we told them that if they changed their name, if they had the same flag and they said that it wasn't a Christian group and that it was any other group, then we said that they could do it. As soon as he heard that, he was like, you can't do that. You can't do that. This is Supreme Court precedent that has been there for a long time. This is just something that you cannot do. So that was ultimately what that came down to.
The opposite of what the lawyer should say.
Yeah. But it was interesting because the way that it arrived at the front door of the Supreme Court was very different. That they were trying to frame it in a very, very different way. So when that question kind of came up and they gave that answer, I just like, it was
Maybe
crazy.
I'll go look in that video archive of Kurt's. That'll be interesting.
Please. Oh, you will laugh. It's very funny. He has a 5-minute meltdown where he just like goes insane, and I just laugh at him and ask if he's okay.
As regular viewers over here know, the Kurt meltdown is a regular mainstay and often very amusing.
Yes. Johnny V says, is it not a major problem that the judge's decision was majorly influenced by her perjured statement that she donated the money and wanted nothing? Also, that the judge's son worked for the Sun. Judge's son did not work for the Sun, according to another super chat, apparently. So
We're just going to litigate the whole Sun case in super chat form.
I know. So they're not going to want to talk about the Sun trial at all. It's the Sun trial is Fight Club. It's not Bite Club. It's Fight Club. First rule of Fight Club is you don't talk about Fight Club. But yeah, they're not going to want to talk about it, unless they absolutely feel like they have to. Comrade Commodore says, say JD loses because they can't prove without a doubt that articles hurt him. They did. Everyone knows it. Did JD at least save his reputation in regards to DV? Is Amber Heard's career over in terms of non-indie films? Like she's not going to get a studio film again. Maybe. If I had a crystal ball, I could tell you, but
yeah. We learned
I
today
don't know
experts don't have those, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I'm not as convinced Amber Heard's going to be out on her butt forever, but we'll see.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I have a feeling that she'll find some kind of roles, even if they're smaller. Lotta B says, first witness for Heard expected to be Mr. Don M. Hughes, PhD, ABPB clinical and forensic psychologist. Heard expected to take the stand Wednesday. Okay, so maybe they are starting with an expert.
The very first thing I would do is a doctor that says she is totally fine.
Either that or she has some eccentricities, she has some strange things, but that doesn't mean that she is as bad as
Yeah,
she
that's what I meant by
painted.
no human being is
Yeah.
totally fine. I meant doesn't just exaggerate and do things, because that's the last thing you really heard about Amber Heard. And if you just have her testify, you're looking for that, right? I mean,
Yeah,
everybody is.
Yeah. Michael Turgeon, why can testimony from the UK trial be brought in? They may have a different definition of under oath than we do. I think under oath is the same. I think that is one of the things that is the same between the two systems,
And I think
but I might be mistaken.
I think the rules of evidence say something like equivalence. I mean,
Mhm.
it's being penalized for lying.
Well,
So
and
you always
anyway,
have
you
to-
could, and for purposes of it's all been coming in through impeachments anyway, and the purposes, or the purpose of bringing it in for an impeachment is to show a prior statement that is inconsistent with what they're saying now. So it doesn't even need to be under oath in order to be used as an impeachment.
Yeah, you could bring in a late night talk show, but they like to ask that question because it's even stronger, right?
Yes.
You knew if you lied here, it would be very bad things.
Yeah, exactly. Shindig Eats says, why AH, not the plaintiff, as opposed to witness? Oh, you're talking about the UK trial because, well, the plaintiff was Johnny. He was the one that was suing the Sun. And the reason why he was suing the Sun is because it was their article. They were the ones that wrote it, and it was about him and Amber Heard, essentially. So that's why. Nicole K says, I thought they couldn't object to an expert witness. They can. They absolutely can. Celtic Warrior Poet says, first question, Amber Heard, did you commit perjury in the UK trial when you stated I donated the entire $7 million? Second time, same super chat. Oh, okay. So this was somebody who sent 2 super chats of the same. The Four Stooges says, why is the defense so focused on JD's money? This defense is so weak, in my opinion. Well, they were focused. I remember when the super chat came in, they were focused on on how much he's paying these expert witnesses and how much he pays these various witnesses for their salary and whatnot, because it goes to bias, honestly, because it means that they are potentially financially motivated to testify in his favor. Whether or not the jury finds that impactful or not is another question.
That's why I'm so amused that the only witness that they didn't ask that of was Q Score guy.
It's interesting. Earn says, at this point, after that agent testified to all JD's loss due to the article, can AH's team even recover? Or is this solid for JD? To all JD's loss due to the article, can AH's team even recover? I mean, that was pretty solid testimony that they had for that. They can try to muddy it up with more talk about the UK trial for sure. That's dangerous territory for Johnny. It's not good for any of that to come in, because it creates that muddy middle. But no, that was, if the jury was paying attention at that time, that was very important information for them to know for damages. Holly says, is this an effective line of questioning? It's really annoying.
These are my favorite kind of chats, because it's like, which one were they talking?
I know which. I can't remember. Crafting with Amy says, question, since op-ed alleges sexual violence, doesn't anal retentive attorneys have to prove sexual violence instead of just some verbal type of abuse? If they don't fulfill that promise, then that's a big issue for them. But I anticipate it's going to come up with Amber Heard. Arugula Ragu says, Mr. Trago says he likes to know what potential jurors are thinking. Well, this potential juror is completely annoyed and tuned out. All right. Krikesh Lakiani says, would it have been possible to just get a Disney official to confirm the reasons of Pirate 6? If Disney rejected to come, what would be the reasons? Well, they did get a Disney official to come in and sit for a deposition, but from what Richard Marks was saying, basically they sent someone that they knew nothing. Basically, this is somebody
That's
who
what he accused them of, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was like, this wasn't somebody who was involved in any of the decisions. They didn't know anything, which, I mean, it kind of makes sense for them to send someone that is the least risky in a deposition. To be like, yeah, we didn't, let him go because of these accusations, because even if it doesn't create any liability for them, when it gets out that someone who ends up winning in a defamation case because his ex-wife lied about domestic abuse, and you are the one that kind of made the decision to kick him when he was down and financially ruin him, essentially, it's just not a good look for Disney. Like they don't come out of it looking good either way.
Well, and you know better than most, I would say, but in the US, the general legal rule for anybody at any corp is don't talk about why someone was dismissed, why someone wasn't hired, why a contract wasn't signed. You just don't talk about those things because they are only liability exposure windows. So, I don't think anybody has to believe it. You listen to that and you say, oh, yeah, Disney never talked about the op-ed. Definitely. They never even thought about it.
No one at Disney even saw it. Even yeah.
It's just a coincidence 2 days later.
Just a coincidence. Mikkel Nino says, can the witness hear the judge and lawyers when they sidebar? That could give them a heads up on how to answer, right? I don't think they can. It's a very big table that they are.
And some courtrooms throw up the white noise generators that are designed to kind of kill all conversations. I don't know how well they work, honestly. But all right, I'm going to be back in 10. I'm saying, but I'll be back in 10.
Sure. Nicole Kreider says, why do you think JD's team missed important objections like during Wiggins' testimony? I don't know. It could be attention. It could be not realizing that they were going to go down that road. There are all kinds of reasons why you can miss an objection. It could just be that it was a mistake, an unintentional error, basically. Busha says, isn't spitting and punching DV? Amber Turd did this. It can be. It definitely can be. That could also be an unlawful touching. That could be a battery technically, because you've got substance that's landing onto somebody else. Mary Spoonie, hey, that was less than 10 minutes.
No, you've actually been going for 10 minutes. It's just been flying by. No, my wife offered to handle it for me, so she's the best.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Mary Spooner says, can JD state Disney employed a convicted felon, Tim Allen, and used an excuse not to hire him? And since abuse occurred outside VA, does VA law really apply? No, I think that Virginia law applies because we are in Virginia court. I think JD's team is not going to use that argument because they're the ones that chose to be in Virginia. That's a poor argument to make because they're the ones that chose a forum. Court's not going to allow that. Can they state that Disney employed a convicted felon? No, I don't think so. That's completely irrelevant. I think
he hasn't been convicted of anything.
Orange says, possible counterclaim to Amber Heard's team using tabloids. Well, I mean, there was Richard Marks who said that those were not relevant for Hollywood. Hollywood doesn't look at those, basically. That's going to be their strongest argument about that. Max says, is the jury instructed not to watch any JD or AH movies or shows for the duration of the trial? Can they go home and watch Pirates? Prejudicial. Probably not Pirates, but probably they won't be able to watch Monty Python.
What did we decide? Monty Python?
Yeah.
And I have questions about Pirates 5, right? Because they said they rendered his hand for half the filming. I don't know. Pirates 5 might be a bridge too far.
Maybe.
Don't know.
Maybe. Yeah.
It's not going to come up.
Yeah. Nintendo Gaming Channel says, do you expect Elon Musk is trying to pay off the jury? No, I don't think he has anything to do with Elon.
Things Elon Musk wouldn't want to do is commit federal crimes on behalf of Amber Heard.
On behalf of someone that he is no longer connected to, especially like it's so like the juice is so not worth the squeeze.
I mean, real federal crime. You bribe a jury, you're going away a long time.
Yeah. Thomas Buick says, would it matter to prove that JD was defamed significantly in Hollywood circles, even if he was less defamed for the public at large? Yes. That's exactly what JD's team wants it to look like. And that's exactly what their Hollywood expert testified to. That was one of the strongest points of the day, was that he very clearly said, I don't care what any of these other articles said. The ones that matter are the ones that Hollywood reads, because they're the ones that decide whether or not he gets to be in movies. And this is the one that they saw was the Washington Post one. That was the strongest part of the day for JD's team.
Which piggybacked nicely on the studios versus indies testimony from right before him.
Exactly. Raquel says, how many people represented per point in Q score?
We don't, unfortunately, our expert didn't explain to us how Q scores come to be, but it's clearly some kind of ratioed percentage base on what we would hope would be a bigger survey than 30 people. So
yeah. Paulette Poirier says, can the jury take that chart home and study it? No, they can look at it during jury deliberations, but they can't take it home.
I want them to just have a Kurt fight, which is like, well, this dot and this dot, there's the line here. What is,
what does it mean? He says, where's the damage money from him? I'm not sure what that is.
I wonder if that's the 100 million.
Could be.
It's either the 50 or the 100.
Could be. Kai says, is it strategic? Who will remember the graph?
I'm a chart guy, so
you might have a chart guy on the jury. You might. Blue says, can opportunity loss from canceled movies be calculated? Only if you have a reason to believe that there are movies that would have been made if not for this. You can't just theorize like, well, there could have been XYZ, but we don't know about it. No one had any conversations about it, and there's really no factual basis for it, but we could.
I know, just that's fine. Chat says you're the greatest of all time, by the way. So.
Of course.
All right.
Yeah, so opportunity loss could be, but you have to have a basis for it to calculate it. That's based in the real world.
The truth is, that's what I thought they were going to do in terms of what they had in front of them. I thought they were going to average out or otherwise show this is what he made from studio films until X, and then it went away, and just use that by implication. They just didn't construct that way. Oh. What do we think happened to Alita, chat? Will she be back? We'll never know. You're stuck with me now. I have no power over buttons. I can't bring up another super chat. We can only hope that Alita comes back to us. So, chat, how are we doing here? How did we think of today's stream? Have you liked and subscribed to Alita yet? I figure if you're the last 12,000 here, you probably have already. But know that we very much appreciate it. I don't just do this to grift. I don't think Alita can hear me now, probably. But she's a great person, and that's why I help try to support this channel and do what I do, because I want more information like that out there. Oh my God, no. All right. I have no buttons at all over here. So, yeah, let's surprise her. I don't know if any of you haven't liked, if you haven't subscribed. I assume Alita's going to come back as soon as she restores her internet or her connection. I will check actually my DMs here, see if she pops in. Her power has gone out completely. I'll do DM updates. Okay, let's see. Updating folks now with your details. Just tell me what you want to do. Okay, so Alita has lost power. We need a Chiron here. We need some type of news broadcast style titling so that we could talk about this a little more. She's checking in. She'll continue to check in. I want you to know I didn't shut off Alita's power. I didn't otherwise try to influence this course of events at all. So we'll see. Chat's going crazy. I don't know why. I know this is a big event, but I'm also just killing time here, trying to make sure that words keep coming out. So let's see. Can opportunity loss from canceled movies be calculated? That's more of a philosophical question, really. I think Alita might be behind the scenes changing the super chats, maybe. Or maybe that's a new one. When will Amber Heard testify? Rumors are momentarily. I guess if you send in more super chats to Alita, that might actually change what's on our screen. I don't know. So if you want to check that, test that, you can come in and give us one of those. Yes, she's flashing super chats for us. All right, fantastic. We have entered into the Hogue takeover zone. Alita is changing the super chats behind the scenes. So when will Amber Heard testify? We think Amber Heard will testify relatively soon from the rumors that we've heard, either shortly after Johnny Depp rests his case or some folks on the panel believe it'll happen when in an adverse role before he rests his case. But we think Amber Heard's testifying this week, so get excited, as video game publishers might say in my neck of the woods. So thank you for the question. Kathleen R. with a $5 super chat question: if the Washington Post was in the top 3 sites after 2018, would that have been a stronger testimony? Yeah, if the op-ed comes up on one of those searches at one of those spikes, that would have been big time testimony, I think, because that's showing that that's what's actually popping for people that do the Google search at the time. Did I do okay?
Thank you so much. The power
No
went
problem.
Earlier today, like 2 hours before the stream started, and I was like, an hour afterwards, I was like, power's still not back up. What am I gonna do? And thankfully it came back on. But when it just went out on me, I was like, oh shit, not again.
Well, it's interesting. I've never had the host just leave with one other person in StreamYard. It's actually pretty cool that they could keep it up. So we managed it all, and welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That was terrifying. Now I have an adrenaline rush. I'm for sure awake.
Well, we know it works now. We as long as one other person is in the stream, they can look like a buffoon.
I think actually I could probably even leave the stream without ending it, because I've seen people do that before too. I think Nick did that one time or something.
That's wild.
Yeah, something like that.
Nobody wants that, right? But still, we have to do what we have to do. That's right. I could have done an impromptu virtual legality.
Yep. And this is
kind of, honestly, if she had lost power and I wasn't here, the stream might have died. I don't honestly know what would have happened.
Well, I also have, so I've got someone another person that can access from backstage. So would be able to keep it up and then show super chats without comment, I guess, maybe. I don't know.
That would be avant-garde.
People would probably be spooked out by it, I think.
Yeah.
But anyhow, questions about PS5. Yeah, people we're gonna start asking you questions about virtual legality. Okay, let me capture this one for a minute now from here. Whew, okay.
My dad enjoyed that sequence, so there you go.
When you got to take over my stream for a little bit, let's pretend what happened to JD happened to Edward Norton before the Avengers came out. Is this measurable with respect to opportunity loss? Maybe, possibly.
That's interesting, because Edward Norton opted out of the Marvel Cinematic Universe on his own.
Yeah. For sure. Elrod, Hogue is a real ride or die. It's so true. But if you do need to leave, you can. There are ways to keep going.
I'm going to do another half hour.
Okay.
So we'll get through what we can get through.
Let's see if we can lightning round this. All right. Pure Pimpinator says, shouldn't they take the demographic into account? For example, YouTube audience is about 70% males, and males look different at DV because it was talking about the Q score. It didn't distinguish among demographics. It didn't, or age ranges or gender or anything.
It didn't, but Google is broader than YouTube.
True. V. Marie Ashes says, can AH's team force him to take the stand even though he's JD's witness? They have both seen his research, right? Oh, talking about the expert. Yeah, I mean, as soon as he's done a deposition, yes. But if they can analyze him, they can ask him for his thoughts and not decide to put him, designate him as a witness, and then no harm, no foul. Nobody knows about him. Yobi Shai says, this witness has been a disaster, but how much impact does it really have on Depp's case? Didn't they already establish damages with the previous witness? Well, but he kind of starts to take away what the previous guy was saying, which is that nothing matters except for Hollywood's thoughts.
Well, I thought Emily was really interesting on this because she saw it so differently than I did. I mean, fundamentally, just on a holistic basis, to have a defamation claim that you win, you have to have been defamed, like as a verb. Something has to happen to you. That element that we read earlier today about it affecting your reputation negatively. If it's just kind of a random bit of noise, to me, that speaks so much against the actual heart of the case that's why I reacted so strenuously to it. But obviously, reasonable minds can differ on that, and Emily disagreed entirely.
Yeah,
that's right.
Adam Williams, lead writer for Star Wars Eclipse, says, I was here for the Hogue takeover. You're doing great.
Legalbytes t-shirt with that on it right there.
I was here for the Hogue takeover. That sounds great. Don Lionheart says, I am a transactional attorney like Hogue. Would it be better for him to go and watch Legalbytes to get his whole testimony tossed like that day to witness?
That's right, halfway through. Actually, Judge, could you please say you watch clips?
As it turns out, I've watched clips of this trial before I just gave my testimony.
Not if he is an expert witness though, because then he's allowed to look at all kinds of
We'll
stuff.
have to figure
He's
out
allowed to
another
look-
method.
Yeah. Adam Myers says Q scores improve after the UK trial. Can they use that after
what
the
does
UK
that
trial?
show?
That wouldn't help. It wouldn't. It really wouldn't help. Alex says this is just one form of damages, though, right? They already have evidence of JD's career and earnings damage to post-op. So this is really. So is this really that harmful? I think that it just has it runs the risk of confusing the jury more than anything. If they had just ended with Whigham and then with Marks, they would have been fine. They would have been fine, even though Marks for me was a little bit weaselly with some of his responses on cross-examination. That he seemed like he was like, I don't really know, I don't really recall, but it's like he wasn't quite as point as what you want out of an expert witness, but he still did fine. He still did just
so much
fine.
of it was I wasn't hired to say that to you, cross-examiner. It's like, okay, guy.
Yeah, that just it comes across as a little shit. I mean, I would have preferred him to say that is outside the scope of my expertise, or that is outside the scope of my testimony, or something like that. I don't know. It sounds a little bit better than that's not what I was hired to say, because it's like you're hired to tell these things to the I don't.
You're
I just
hired
don't
to
like
talk
it.
on this chair about stuff.
You're hired for your opinion. Johnny Depp is hiring you for your opinion. And it doesn't, it's not the best way of putting it. I don't think that sinks the case, but it's just not the best way of putting it. Corner 10 says, do you think Baby Rotten Bottom has had good questions, or the data guy just didn't know what he was doing? Sorry, I asked the question before, but I saw it on screen, so I thought maybe I got skipped. LOL. So he, I think it was
I'm biased.
both.
Yeah, he asked exactly what I wanted him to ask. So I'm in as it happens, I'm like, yep. So I'm biased there. But he also had good tone, and his aggression was controlled against a witness that deserved it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think he did an effective job of taking advantage of the opportunities that arose because of this witness's testimony. And so it's kind of both, really. Actually, Susie Q says, question, could the jury determined that they do think that Amber lied, but that they do not think there were any financial damage to Depp? They could. And this is why defamation per se is important. And I think that they are just trying to argue both as alternative arguments to say, look, he doesn't even need to show that he had economic damage because of this, because this is defamation per se. However, even if you did want to look into that, we can see that he did.
And I've long thought now for a number of weeks that the poetic jury verdict is Depp wins for $7 million.
Yeah, for sure. Peggy Reardon says, could you please explain the change in California employment law you referred to earlier? Thanks. Yes.
I have a video.
All right.
Virtual Legality video, AB5. You just want to look up AB5 or AB-5. We talk all about it over there. But suffice to say, they changed from federal law and how you define a contractor versus an employee to a much more stringent law that really started killing a lot of the gig economy in California when it went through. And it's worth looking into because the federal government in the U.S. is potentially going to adopt a similar standard. It's dicey. It's one way or the other. It's hard to say.
Yeah, the current what's his name? Head of the Department of Labor. I think he's one of those who has advocated for that, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And when you said earlier, I have a video, I thought you were saying, I got to go make a video.
Oh, no,
so I
no.
like, I thought you were
I
leaving.
literally have a video on AB5. Otherwise, you can describe AB5. It's a very important move in law.
Yeah, and it basically, so this is the analysis used to be for it comes down to what is an independent contractor and what is an employee. So these concierge nurses, they're hired as contractors for Dr. Kipper. The question used to be, things like, is this the kind of job that has its own professional licensing? Is this the kind of role that typically is independent? Is this the kind of thing like how much control is asserted over this laborer by this employer? So how much control do they have over them? Are they making them wear uniforms, as an example? Like that was the kind of analysis that it used to be in California, until there was a case called Dynamex that went up to the California Supreme Court. And I remember I was actually working in a plaintiff's employment firm at the time, and I was like, I don't really like this ruling, even though it's kind of good for my work right now. But it basically they changed it into a 3-part analysis that basically centers into, does this kind of fit into the core sort of work of this sort of employer? Like, is this something that that they're just kind of pretending to contract out, but it actually is something that they should be considered employees because of the fact that it fits within the scope of what they normally do. This is like kind of day to day. Yeah.
Oh,
am I frozen? Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh.
Well, just the image. Am I okay?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
you're back. You're back.
Okay.
I'm worried. I'm on a hair trigger.
Anyhow, it basically has changed it so that it is way harder in California to be considered an independent contractor than an employee now. It's like you start as default as an employee. And you have to prove very with a lot of evidence to show that you are actually an independent contractor. So that's why and this was right around 2018 that this change happened. So the fact that none of these nurses are like working in this kind of an environment anymore, I wonder what Dr. Kipper is actually doing to hire people for his business, or if he's still in business, because
it would be
he hasn't. Yeah, because to me, it was that part was an interesting twist that has nothing to do with the case, really. But it's a business model that is now no longer available in California, and that's probably why it probably was the Dynamex case and then AB5 that followed, because the legislature codified it basically.
They did. California is a weird place too, because they codify it directly with the references to the cases. It's just super interesting to see. But yeah, I was covering it because of games, right? A lot of video gaming is independent contractors. A lot of video game companies are in California. And it was really killing them in terms of bringing on people and moving them into California.
Yeah. Yep. Except for now, there's, as of the 2020 election, there's an exception to the exception for companies like Uber and Lyft. So because
the only thing that it was ostensibly aimed at, the only thing it was supposed to hit got accepted on the second pass.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's ironic. They end up getting everybody except for who they intended to get. California, and ironic.
That was fun. Sometimes. I love talking about AB5. It's so unusual.
Yeah, it is. Dylan Travers says, why are witnesses allowed to look at notes in a deposition, but not while testifying live? If I were a witness, I'd never remember details without notes. I think that part of this is, I think you're referring to the nurse, perhaps. And I think that they may have skipped over the question of like, do you recall the notes that you took? And she probably says, I don't recall, but I have no reason to doubt anything that I wrote in there. Basically, that becomes a business exception for hearsay for all of those notes. And that is pretty squarely in the we were talking earlier about the business records exception, whether or not certain emails would fit into it, but that is like nurse notes for treating a patient are pretty squarely in there. So I think that in that kind of a case, it's more useful for like refreshing her recollection or just kind of testifying to what she wrote in the documents.
You do see it live though, right? Like every time that they say, "Hey, this email chain, do you recognize it?" and then you remember this, so read up on it so you can talk to me about it. I mean, that's entered to refresh recollection, isn't it?
Yeah. So, but also they can testify to certain documents to get them into evidence. They have to get them in through any witness anyway. Because Kathleen R says, did you hear Jennifer Hewitt was going to testify? I did not. But that is interesting. McKee 98 says, question, please tell me you saw the 516 note where Amber admits to drug use, vomiting, and cheating. Yep. W. Johnson says there was lithium on the RN's prescription for JD. So he is bipolar.
We had a Kipper diagnosis on that already.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We did learn that in week 1 that he was.
It's a while
there was
back,
a diagnosis for it. Yeah. Jennifer Kaminsky says, if I was a juror, I'm not swayed at all by the testimony today, except for the damages witness. I know you guys are looking at it from a lawyer's perspective, but the normal juror/citizen does not see it your way at all. You're probably right about that. We are 100% analyzing things from a lawyer's perspective, and we try to take our lawyer brain out from time to time, throw it in on the shelf, and then come back and try to think about it as a normal human being instead of a lawyer bot. But you're right. You're probably right that there are probably some ways that a normal person looks at it that we're not.
To me, you can't submit a messy chart. You gotta have a silver bullet chart, or don't bother. Anyway.
Lottie Das says, can defamation include lie by omission? Amber Heard's op-ed equals leaving out her verbal and physical abuse to JD, portraying herself as an innocent victim, you can definitely have a lie by an omission. There's also, so as an example,
someone by omission. I'm actually really interested in this answer.
Yes,
Okay.
well, you can it falls within the scope of defamation by implication, because you
Okay.
can omit certain evidence that would clarify that what you're implying is not true.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
That goes back to your EpiPen precedent. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly. Yeah.
Cool.
Kyle L says, okay, we get it. That guy was awful. Let's do a deep dive into what the nurse's notes say. Any screenshots?
I was reading. If you could tell, whenever I'm reading something, I'm leaned in forward, and they weren't talking about him. So I was, Amber Heard had wine with her nurse when she's otherwise complaining about things, but she promises to drink it in moderation when the nurse is chiding her. There's other things that are buried in those notes, definitely.
Yeah. Aquarius says, what's the process for picking a jury like? Oh, we talked about that earlier with Rob. But basically, you get a pool of people from the whole county, from the whole area, and then you get to smaller groups that get brought in, and you ask them general questions. They can raise their hand, to answer yes or no to stuff, and then you narrow it down into smaller pieces until you finally seat the full jury.
Yeah. Have you seen Squid Game? It's like that.
Exactly like Squid Game. Exactly.
It's startling how close it is. Yeah.
Simply D said Data Guy had to come because JD wasn't clear with damages. I don't think Data Guy was needed for it. I think that the other two guys that they had to talk about damages were just fine.
Mm-hmm.
Just fine. Slagator Fantabulous says Mike is in Paul Lynn's square.
Great reference and totally accurate.
Bernhardt says the Data Guy ignored metadata as well. Just because the title or article doesn't say JD doesn't mean there is no reference. Metadata can have keywords like abuse, etc., and still be surfaced. Infuriating.
He did in his testimony, didn't he? He didn't talk about tags pulling up searches and things, but he did. You even saw in the reference there was ones that didn't have Johnny Depp in the title. So I don't know.
Yeah.
He was just terrible all around.
Yeah. Yomira Soto Villafana says, I want to hug an alpaca after this. Courtroom bloodbath guy is awesome, says Amanda L.
There you go, Joe.
Go check out Jill. Good logic. Link in the description below. Phil Jones says JD's team play the audio clip in closing. The jury will forget all about the Data Guy. Who knows if the jury even understood? You're right. Maybe their eyes glazed over. Maybe they didn't care. Could be. Fred Migliorini says graph displayed on cross showed narrowest gap between plus Q and minus Q right after op-ed. Why not point this out on redirect? Basically, the delta between positive and the positive score and the negative score was the smallest.
It was the worst. It was just very, very small.
Yeah. Lady Zombie says, are Amber and Johnny able to look at things online? Yes, they are. Fantasia Builds. The question is, do they want to? Fantasia Builds says, according to new article, Amber won't be first. They're putting on the doctor now. Thoughts?
We were adamant.
It's our
about
fault.
That. Yeah,
it's our fault.
We're very happy that they are viewers of Legalbytes, but they should like and subscribe to Alita. Come on now, really Amber Heard's defense team.
They really should. They should. Maciej, I'm going to try this. Shevchik. Maciej Shevchik. Last time I tried a Polish name, it was very difficult. And I got it.
My grandmother is so upset that I can't help you with this, and I apologize, Grandma.
There was you should have seen it. There was a really difficult one from I think when I was on Joe's channel, or was it the makeup stream, the catch-up stream? I'm not sure. Anyway, do you guys think the Depp team wanted to end big with a nurse, but the IT guy sort of ruined it? I don't know if her testimony is going to be big. Maybe it could be. We haven't gotten to the next set of questions.
It does seem like Amber Heard's nurse has the possibility for a bomb or two. So I'm interested in seeing what is said tomorrow.
Hopper says, Eric, anything in the works for you and TBP guys? I'm sorry, I didn't catch this one. I try to put it in front of people when they're still here. Savannah Rogers says, has JD been impeached on anything? Can't recall. Was he ever impeached? I don't think so.
I think there was some like drug use that was a little skittish about. Nothing major.
Yeah. Nothing that comes to mind, right? So
nothing that I remember in week 4. So there you go.
Yeah. Curious says, seeing Hogue Law here is like finding a local snack in a foreign supermarket. If the jury must be unanimous, doesn't mean one disagree equals JD loss. It means a mistrial. You've either got to all be thumbs up or thumbs down. So if not, it's a mistrial.
It's very evocative. I understand that in a foreign supermarket. Get a nice Kit Kat bar. It's all good.
Yeah. Wolf's Ocean says, do you think if she ends up crying on the stand, having a male lawyer cross her seems bad optics wise, or for Depp's team? It depends on his tone, I think. I think
I have full faith in Ben Chu. So I mean, if he goes weird, I would be stunned. But you know, everybody's a human being.
Sure. Shirin Nayebi says McGivern's testimony was to combat her infamous UK depo, where she said she hit him in defense of JD pushing her sister down the stairs. Yep. And that's probably what she's going to testify to as well. That's what happened. Dude, I see Negan became a lawyer and is participating in your chat. Okay.
It's walking down.
Oh, okay. I see. Thank you. That is one show that I have not gotten into. Catastrophe says, since AH courtroom dress today was mentioned. Oh, this is a Twitter. I can't click on the link though.
I think it's so hard for us to grab that.
I know. It's I can't grab it because of the way that this is set up. I'm so sorry. Mia Bailey says, y'all see as lawyers, as a layperson on the jury, the videos are damning for her. With all the videos, surely she would have one of him hitting her. Also a good point. Kayla Marie says, why is JD's case based solely on the WP op-ed? Because of it has to do with statute of limitations. He only had a year. So he can't go further back than a year from early 2019.
Yeah, the shortest answer is because it is.
Michael hold on. I got his name great yesterday. You're doing great with the Polish level. Okay, so it's Wawerzyniewicz.
That looks right. I mean, that sounds right.
Yes. He confirmed for me yesterday after I read his name in a super chat that it was correct. And I take that as a point of pride because that is a difficult name. Anyhow, apparently Negan is Joe Neerman. That's what people are referring to. Okay.
That would make sense.
Okay. JD's case based. Okay, we answered that one. Zola says, I think you guys give jury too much credit. They're just regular people who vote based on emotion and bias, not always following instructions. Yeah, you're probably right. I wouldn't say that they're always following instructions. And I have said from the very beginning that jurors also think emotionally because they're human. Humans think emotionally as well. So that's going to play a part in all of this. Hobie says, will she be pumped full of Xanax and Prozac? I don't know. I would not advise for that. Unless that's something that she is normally on a regular basis to make her normal. But if she has some odd behaviors when she's on the stand because she's being medicated, it's not going to be a good thing. Karen G says, does EM and JF not testify play against Amber Heard? EM and JF.
Elon Musk and James Franco.
No, I think she probably benefits from them not testifying, perhaps.
I think both sides appear to have mostly tried to keep the celebrity out of this trial, as best I can tell.
Yeah, could be. Beth Pascuma says, since she claims she's a Me Too survivor, couldn't she use a man questioning her as a drama towards her being a victim by men? Not if he's being calm and cool and kind and collected. If he's just asking her tough questions and she's flying off the handle, then I don't think that plays. What do you think?
So hard to
Rick?
guess.
Yeah,
I think it's hard to guess. Like
that's true.
I've been very impressed by him throughout, but that doesn't mean anybody's perfect. So I think people that intuitively say you've got less of a chance of catastrophic failure with a female making the cross-examination, I tend to agree with that as a concept. But I think the best talent that I have seen on that side of the courtroom is Ben Chu.
Yeah. Maxine Hammond says, seen a lot of people say judge has bias. So you agree? Or do you think that AH's team's aggressive approach is making people shift their frustration?
Yeah, I do think that, honestly. I think people that are Johnny Depp fans look at that cross-examination as an attack on them. And fans, I don't even mean fans just of Johnny Depp, but like people who believe in the case and have been convinced by these 3 weeks. I don't blame you for that. But you see things that oppose that, and you get frustrated, and then the judge gives on some of those things. I don't agree with everything the judge has done. There's been a couple where I've been like, what? But yeah, I think the tendency is to say these people are acting outside of justice because I've decided what justice is, and to get frustrated at it and find outlets for that.
Yeah.
I do it myself. I mean, it's a human experience.
Yeah. Yeah. It's text says, saw a tweet of nurses' notes mentioning AH taking shrooms and MDMA with a high profile male that JD didn't know about. Possible fireworks tomorrow. Could be.
That was in the notes.
Mindy Magana says, can we please call them motions and lemony snickets, please? Also, black hat guy looks like Dean McDermott. Who was wearing a black hat today?
Who is in a black hat?
Was it Joe? Joe's usually wearing a hat. It's you and Joe that are usually wearing hats.
I always wear a hat, but I always wear the same hat and it's not black.
Yeah. Yeah. But maybe Joe. But I love that. Motions and lemony snickets, please. I like that. I like that a lot. Lois Burns says, do you think it is bad if the jurors look up the trial? The public is clearly supporting Johnny and shows how biased the UK trial was. They would have to do a lot of research to really look into that trial to get a good enough understanding of it. And, as Rob said, it's something that the attorneys in the case cannot then control. They can't control the narrative for it. So it's so dangerous, and it's would not recommend. Loie Lepchinsky says, I looked up AH witness list about 70 plus. Really? Yeah. Her exhibit list. Check that out. It's insane. Both lists are incredibly long, especially in comparison to Johnny's. Bernhard says,
next witness, 3 questions, next witness.
Johnny should take out a full page in all major papers with the headline vindicated and a list of the quotes that cleared him. Oh, that would be interesting. Jane, although maybe not the print version, the online version, because I don't think anybody reads the print version anymore.
That was so funny when you're like, do you know if you read the print? And what was the answer? It's like, well, I'm not regularly in the business of
I don't usually read the print version of the Washington Post. Jane Stone 206 says, does AH lawyers' rude and abrasive demeanor affect the way the jury sees her? Also, can you invite psychology in Seattle Kirk Honda next time? Okay, I've gotten so many requests for Dr. Honda. I've got to reach out to him already. People,
that is. That'll be fun.
He's got a channel apparently.
Right.
So yeah, I've got to probably reach out to him. So you say rude and abrasive, someone else looking at it, that is someone else entirely, could be looking at it that she's just being a zealous advocate and defending her client. So that could play a role, or maybe it is affecting the way that they see her case. Maybe it is that they think that she's being aggressive and in the same ways that Amber has been allegedly aggressive towards Johnny, could be. Cynthia says, assuming it's allowed, A's cross will be interesting concerning the UK trial. She has 7 witness statements, some of which were provided after hearing other witness testimony, and no experts testified. All reasons why the UK trial was not what this trial is. However, I don't anticipate that being something that anybody wants to bring in, including JD's lawyers, because you start getting into a protracted discussion about that case. It's not the United States. It's not our judicial system. It's just, I don't advocate for that. Peter Fasano says, question, did you hear about Eve Barlow's, Amber's girlfriend, getting kicked out of court? We did a whole dramatic reading of the transcript on the following Monday. Moonshadow Blue says, web analyst mentioned for insurance purposes, why no amount? I don't know.
I think it's that he does some of his valuations, including for insurance purposes. Why didn't he testify to a damages amount? I think. And the answer is he wasn't asked to. I mean, that was clear by the time he got to the end. Is Depp's team didn't ask him to do an equation or anything like it for damages. Well, hopefully because they got the results of his work and we're like, no, just you're done.
I mean, they didn't even ask him to form an opinion based off of the Washington Post article. That was the part that I was like, why? Jolie Lade says, how do you feel about it if the jury doesn't understand the law? Well, they're going to get jury instructions at the end of trial, and they will be able to go back into the jury deliberation room with copies of those jury instructions. So they'll be able to apply the law to the facts and have discussions. So they'll be able to use that. It's they don't have to essentially memorize it and become lawyers. Ben, the LP student, says some schools are using IFRAC now. Issue, facts, rule, application, and conclusion. It's inflation. It's inflation, I tell you.
The F is in the I. What are we doing here? Oh, this
It's
is
inflation.
This has shaked my world to the core. Thank you, Ben, the LP student.
Susan Bortzbrittle says F is my favorite word. And yes, I'm censoring because I can. Rocky Quinn says incredibly average. Johnny Depp has the POTC 6 deal and lost it after Amber Heard's op-ed confirmed defamation.
Confirmed is so hard.
Yeah.
They've done a good job introducing some stuff. I want to hear more than just the Daily Mail and Inside the Magic, though. I hope they have more there.
Yeah. Ryan Blackhawk says, what happens if AH is caught lying on the stand? Then she probably loses her case. I mean, it depends on what she's lying about. If it's what she had for breakfast on a Tuesday, nothing. But if it's something material to the case and she gets caught in it, the jury might not look at her so well.
You got to set your expectations right. It's very unlikely there's just going to be a Matlock breakdown, however you feel about Amber Heard. So she can still have a bad day without going full on into admitting that she faked the whole thing on May 21st.
Yeah. Gecko Gamer says, can you explain why the jury is even a thing? I ask this because in my country, there's no such thing, only a judge. Because we believe in our system of having cases decided by a jury of our peers. We want to be judged by our peers as opposed to someone who's I guess it comes back to our democratic ideals, right? That we want these things to be decided by regular people because these cases happen between regular people. Well,
very
in this case, it's not regular
anti-hierarchy
people.
here.
Yeah, exactly. So having some man on a high perch, deciding all of these cases just because he's an expert in the law, it just doesn't sit right in the United States. It just doesn't. Drippy Thoughtsicles says, it's a funny name. Dr. Curry said Raquel was Amber's former friend. IO seems to be giving non-committal support. AH's friends ditching her, and can they be called? They are on the witness list, but as video depositions.
Moo.
So, I think
Saddest phrase.
From what it sounds like, they have distanced themselves from her. From the accounts that I have heard, I don't know this for sure. I can't confirm this, but this is what I have heard. And so the fact that they're testifying by video deposition instead of coming to support their friend in person is indicative of that.
It's true.
Debbie 101 says, just heard no court May 9th through 13th. Judge has a conference to go to. Yep, we get in the United States, we would call this a bye week for American football.
We don't have court next week?
Yeah. Yep, we get a break. I'm still live streaming. I'm still going to talk about this case.
I'm gonna make. I'll be here on and off. I could maybe get my transaction done. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We get a nice little break. Yep. Missy Goodall says, do you think Amber will crumble on the stand? Maybe not. I don't know. She is fully aware that people anticipate that she's going to break out and go crazy, go nuts or something. I don't know, but she might. Ben's 310 says, but don't be disappointed if she doesn't, though. Like, don't be super surprised if she doesn't, because she understands what is expected of her on the stand. Ben's 310 says, if Johnny loses, doesn't that tell women that it's okay females can punch and hit men and males not receive justice, despite Amber admitting to physically harming Johnny? I would be cautionary about making broad brush statements about society just from this one case, because this is one case with one set of facts that is different from other cases with other sets of facts that are somewhat different. But I understand the sentiment that's coming from, that, it's like for male DV survivors, it's like you have to seemingly go through so much more to be recognized and for your case to be heard and for you to get justice. I definitely understand that. So I understand that concern. Heidi Forrington says, wouldn't reactive abuse explain Johnny Depp's actions? Often abusers like AH are trying to achieve a reaction like JD's. It would be an explanation. The jury could buy it, potentially. Picking 554 says, quick summary on what happened today. You know what?
Coming later
Catch it on the
tonight from
recap.
Anita.
Catch it on the recap before we go live tomorrow. It will be published by then. Rebecca Smale says, sounds like the nurse said Amber was bleeding from her lip, and then Amber said it was from a fight with Johnny, or was that just me?
That was in the notes.
Becky Ricks says, love following the trial on this channel. Just wanted to thank everyone you've had on the panel for the knowledgeable commentary. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's wonderful for you to say. Anna Powro says, AH's team will want to get away on some lawyerly technicality pre or post op-ed. We can all see through the sham and heinous lies. She's a fraud. JJ Breck says, could prosecutors know that the jurors are more statistically minded in their general lives and they would understand that testimony?
It wasn't like advanced level statistics there. So I don't know that they have to be statistically minded to understand like just the significance of a number change, but they might. I mean, they'll know more about the background of the jurors than we do.
True. Steve Cass says, I wonder, will dropping Marilyn Manson hurt the defense? To me, as a juror, I expect him to testify about Johnny the Monster. No, Marilyn Manson is friends with Johnny, he's not on the list. He's not on the witness list.
He's a weird boogeyman. Like they're just using him as like a strange monster in a closet type of thing.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I don't get it. Cash Crab 8 says, don't you think it's important to note that there is a lot of witnesses claim Johnny wanted to leave when abuse had escalated to violence? Yeah, that's absolutely relevant. It's relevant. It goes into the pile of facts for the jury to weigh. Yeah, for sure. Sissy says, I don't think anyone on the jury would read the op-ed and conclude she was speaking about verbal abuse. Context. Could very well be right. Tori Vanny Wagner says, I read that AH lawyers are going to file a motion to dismiss JD's case. Can they do that? Yes, they can. They can try. It's going to be denied.
I really think it should be automatic because this stuff happens in every case where people are like, oh my God, they're going to file a motion. It's like, that is the end. That's what happens.
Yeah.
You do a quick check. It's a skill check. It's a, do they even meet their elements? It's like before a case starts, you go and say, did they plead their elements? I mean, it's all normal.
Yeah. 9 on a dime says, you're saying bad day for JD. Only the data guy seemed bad. Please explain. Catch it on the recap.
I didn't love the lawyer. I didn't love. Yeah, it was. JD's had a lot of good days. This was the worst one.
Yeah, that's a very good point to make. Is that there have been a lot of great days for Johnny. There have been some phenomenal days for Johnny. This was not one of them. This is his worst day that he's had so far, but he's had some really great days. Dewani Prabhu says, you guys are doing a great job. If the Washington Post op-ed, thank you, has essay in the headline, and even if they've written it, where did they get that info from? Love from India. Well, it's not so much about Washington Post. It's about whether or not Amber's the one that said it. So if they can't attribute that headline to somehow to Amber acknowledging and accepting that, or basically confirming that as what she says is the truth, then they can't attribute it to her because the Washington Post is not a defendant in this case.
It sounds like the retweet might be the only avenue they attempt there.
It seems like that's their shot. Olive Green says, I'm sure someone has mentioned this, but Elaine reminds me of Dolores Umbridge from Harry Potter. Such an unlikable person. You guys mentioned it. Yep. Magnus Lundberg says, so Amber Heard sends photos with sus metadata to nurse, then takes partial med journal, sends and sells it to the Sun. Now it's hard to prove what article is the worst. Basically saying that at the heart of everything is still Amber Heard.
It is that.
Yeah. Yep. Yomira Soto via Fania says, in medicine, we're very geek. Love to see it in law too. Hey, yes. Awesome. Nikki Rubin, Amber Heard is moving. No, I don't think so. I don't think she's moving to prawn. For crying out loud, the nurse's notes today include that AH told her she shared shrooms, MDMA, 5916 with high-profile male acquaintance, and JD didn't know about the drugs / guy. Yep. There's something that she's keeping there from him. Mostly Dead says, how will they possibly wrap up in 3 weeks? If AH's case in chief is as long as Jay's, there will be no time for rebuttal. Well, keep in mind that there have been quite a few important witnesses by video deposition that have been for both parties. So that's why they're able to extend, I think, a little bit into into this week in his case in chief. Diana P says, did you see at the end of the day 10 when AH was talking to her lawyers in a very animated way and teared up when Rottenborn responded to her? He looked at her like she was a loose cannon. I don't remember seeing that.
No, I've seen Baby Rottenborn with a full Picard face palm in court. I've seen other reactions from them. I have not seen tearing up.
Yeah. Agreed. Freddie Michael Voorhees said, you brought up Free Guy, and I think Jodie Comer could play Alita.
What a great...
Aw.
So Jodie Comer is one of my favorite new actresses after Free Guy and The Last Duel. She would make a great Alita. What a great reference, Freddie Michael Voorhees, who clearly loves horror movies.
Thank you. Headbang Tiger says, honestly, feel like Depp team is beating a dead horse right at this point. Ready for Amber's direct and cross. Are they overselling at this point? Jury's attention. Jury might not be paying attention. They may be checked out. They may be ready for her just like you are. Could very well be. Arwen says, did you notice she was much more smiley today, more chatty with her team, hugging Elaine? They definitely got some tips. I don't know. They may just be like, okay, we're out of the woods of his case. Now we're on to our case.
She could actually have legitimate feelings. I'm just offering it as a possibility.
Possible. Shelley Curtis says, I think Chris Evans could play Rob in the Netflix film of this trial. Love you guys.
Yeah. Bearded Incognito. Chris Evans, sure.
Don Lionheart says, Hoag's reactions to all the Sun trial facts, since I don't know the veracity being thrown out in chat, is hilarious.
Oh, that's like Inception. That's like after we already started hitting the super chats. Okay.
I know.
Yeah.
Michael Jones says, if the opposing attorney, we're down to around 40 at this point. We're getting there. Michael Jones, there's new ones. If the opposing attorney fails to object, then can the court sustain its own objection? No, I mean the judge can intervene if they see something egregious happening, but the court's not going to object and then they'll just intervene. The
court's closest version of that is when they say, counsel, get up here. Whenever she does that, sidebar,
counsel, please approach.
Yeah, it's the court saying, you know what you did.
Yeah, exactly. Mrs. Popo Cameroon says, disheartened. Some of the arguments from panel is beyond understanding. JD going to lose because AH lawyers' methods paid off today and the Sun case prevails. No. And this is something that I guess we should be mindful of too, is that when we say that something is absolutely outrageous and this was a terrible day for Johnny's side, we're looking at it from a lawyer's perspective and not, any bad facts that really draw in for us are seen as like terrible, but it doesn't mean that he loses the case at all.
No, it's like a boxing match. It's just scored by day. I mean, I think Johnny's still going to have the stronger chance of winning, but when he rests, and so we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, it's yes, agreed. It's like, I really liked Nate's metaphor earlier that he was like, this is like an interception. Like, in an American football game, this is like an interception. It's just, it's devastating when it happens, but it doesn't mean you're going to lose the game. Carolyn R says, have y'all seen the pic on Twitter of AH picking her lips? One post said JD has said she picks them till they bleed, getting nervous. Could be. That could definitely be a nervous move. I would think so. Anton Ivanov says, the UK has allowed lawyers and judges to sit on juries since 2003. Do you think the US will ever allow this? They do allow it.
They're allowed.
They're allowed. It's just that the attorneys in the case that are litigating the case don't want us there. They and for good reason, because can you imagine any of us on the panel sitting on a jury and being like, okay, so this is what happened. This is the significance of this. Let me explain to you what's going on here. They don't want us on there.
I actually want one of the panelists who's just either not paying attention or the court didn't give the order, just doing the full on, oh my God. Mic drop. Did you see that, other jurors? That was crazy.
Juror number 4, did you see that? Maddie and Josh Thompson said, would JD's team be able to open a case against the UK court and against the Sun if it's shown that AH made everything up? No, I don't know.
It's probably raised judicata. We don't know the UK system.
Yeah. It's already been litigated. My guess is they have similar laws. similar laws to us on like having to relitigate cases
That's
that have
just
already
government
been completely
resources. We
litigated.
can't just keep running the same trial. Even if stuff comes out later, we have to stop eventually.
Yeah. Ern says, talking about Me Too, they should bring in Amanda de Cadenet. She withdrew testifying because Amber wouldn't take accountability for what she said to Johnny. Yeah, she wasn't deposed though, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But I know that she's a former friend that came out and like spoke out against Amber Heard, saying like after those recordings, the show the world Johnny recording came out and was leaked to the public. I think she came out and said, I had no idea that existed. I completely rethink everything that I said in support
It
of
must have
Amber
been
Heard.
a big day in the public sphere because that was a big day in the trial.
Yes. Yep. Sulantha Sanjiwa says, if Washington Post wrote the title, but AH reviewed it, it seems like a quote from AH. How will it affect the trial? If they can get something showing that she saw it, she accepted it, she endorsed it in some respects, gave it her blessing, then that could be enough, at least for the jury to accept it, to say, oh yeah, no, she saw it. She didn't complain about it.
That
She
would be a big
promoted
day
it.
too. If you got
Yeah.
if you got some proof in that Amber Heard is responsible for that title,
Yeah.
I think that's by far the strongest argument Johnny Depp has.
And for us, using the retweet with the title in there is maybe not enough for us, but a jury might say, you know what? If you had a problem with it, wouldn't you have said something to the Washington Post before retweeting it? I would think
I don't
so.
disagree. Looking at it technically, it's like, okay, if I want to get it out, I don't have a choice. It comes with the title. That's the link I have. So
Yeah.
I just don't consider it endorsement at that level. But a juror could disagree. Absolutely.
Juror could totally see it that way. James M is pretty sure JD had a pay or play clause in his contract with WB or FB. Even though he was recast for the role, he was still paid $16 million for the role, so there could be no damages. Correct? Yeah, that could be one reason why they're not bringing it up.
For that movie, he got paid. Yep.
All right. Rubber Umfanor says, can the jury rewatch the testimony while meeting? No, that like the video footage of the testimony? No.
Probably not.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't think so. That's for our purposes, not theirs. Chapter 8 says, RE, the UK case, JD should bring in the judge's opinion, saying he based his decision largely on the idea that AH said she was abused and donated $7 million. Then ask, but you lied to the UK judge, right?
You should have a package ready if you're Johnny Depp's team and you need to, break glass in case of emergency if you wind up in that position on the Sun. But I wouldn't offer it to start out with.
Yeah. I think you're right about that. DeBill says, I've noticed some witnesses are held for recall. Is JD subject to recall, and or is that standard for the main parties? I don't think he is, because if he's subject to recall, it means technically he's still kind of on the witness stand, right? Didn't they?
I don't know for parties. I just don't know.
I remember listening for that, and I didn't hear the answer. Maybe I should just research that when I have a minute.
Or bug Rob about it next time.
Yeah, we should. We really should. Try to remind me, or I'll make a note of it somewhere. Julia Zaleski says, I'm watching Mr. McGovern's testimony, sadly, and I feel like JD's team started asking about the drugs, so AH's team will stop asking the same drug questions 100 times.
It's a fair comment.
Could be. Rolf Peterson says, Mad Alita's bite dome rules. 2 licensed voyeurs enter, then another, then another, then another. Sorry, long dry spell. Thanks for the videos. Of course. You're welcome. Thanks for watching. Alicia Wilson says, do you think the graph that was shown today in court might prove that JD's reputation was impacted by the op-ed? The jury could interpret it that way. Yeah, exactly. Reasonable minds can differ, right? It was not terribly convincing to us. It was not terribly convincing to us. Someone else might look at it differently. I did point out that all he has to show is that there were damages.
Well, look at the difference if you got Emily Baker in your jury versus if you got Hogue in your jury. Like, that's a wild swing in the effectiveness of that testimony and evidence.
So true. Bernhard says, Amber took out the power. Hogue, are you planning on creating a financial loss analysis? Lawyer math is okay.
Lawyer math. One of my jokes.
I love it. Math is magic and science is sorcery is what I say. Natalie Buchanan said, sorry if you addressed this already, but AH fired her PR firm after bad press. Thought AH and JD couldn't look at social media, etc. during the trial. They can because they are parties to the case. They are part of the legal team. Vegan Lion says, couldn't the chart guy be recalled and used for another purpose that would be extremely useful? I don't think they want to recall him.
Yeah, they left him subject to recall, but I'd be surprised.
I can't see that. Peter Fasano says, I've asked this before, not sure if it was answered, but did you guys hear about Eve Barlow, Amber's girlfriend, doing shady things and getting kicked out? And will the jury be informed of that? The jury will absolutely not be informed of that because that is not probative to the evidence involved in this case. It is highly prejudicial. And it is absolutely entertaining to all of us. We did know about it. And in fact, we did a dramatic reading of the transcript of the hearing where they discussed it the following Monday. I think that was week 2. It was so much fun and hilarious, and you should check it out. May Nell says, Alita, questions are so repetitive. Can questions be compiled, answered at once in a show called Asked and Answered to save your health? We're almost there. Don't worry.
Great show name, by the way.
It is Asked and Answered. Eileen says, do we know, although I might in that week where there's no trial, I might put up a video that's like frequently asked questions. Maybe I'll call it Asked and Answered.
Amber probably not heading to the Rock after this. Zellner still MIA. Put down the list.
Yeah, that's I might do that next week. Eileen says, do we know when Amber Heard first became physically abusive after they got married? I think 2014.
Yeah.
2014 was the Red Bull can. So that's before they got married. Else is Dr. Kipper's co-host of Medical Murders on Spotify. Oh, interesting.
I sincerely don't know how I feel about Dr. Kipper. The good doctor.
the good doctor. Misty Goodall says, do you think police testimony will hurt Amber's? Yes, absolutely. That was so incredibly damaging because they have no dog in the fight. They have zero bias for anybody in this case, as far as anyone can tell. And it was absolutely damaging to her account of May 21st, 2016, completely. Yamira Soto Villafana says, we are muggles. You see the Dementor, but we just feel cold in a storm. Perfect. I love it so much. Thank you for the Harry Potter references. Cam Thompson says, question, Rotten Bottom asked the stat guy back to 2016. Depp's team didn't object because now can take defamation back to 2016, not just from the op-ed. No, they were already reaching back well beyond 2016, right? Like we've been talking about 2000, Rick's favorite year, 2013.
No. Oh God. No. It's that's before all the major events. I'm so sick of text messages and emails about that. Although I guess when we switch to Amber Heard's side, we'll probably get some 2013 stuff.
We're gonna go back to 2013 multiple times too.
We are though.
We're gonna take a DeLorean.
Happening.
Hop around. We absolutely are. But I think maybe the super chat is talking about damages can go back to 2016. I don't think that's
no. It's not that magical.
Yeah. Chris Nelson says, does every expert witness have to testify in court if they're involved in the case? Because Mr. Google Ads was, let's just say his Q score was a goose egg.
His Q score was definitely a goose egg. But I guess they're asking if expert testimony can be done without a witness. You can submit a report or something.
As in, could they be by video deposition or something like that? I mean, they could, but it's not. I don't know. I wouldn't recommend it because experts can get very technical and they can get very boring, and those video depositions are also very boring. Anyhow, Lori says, just catching up now, and I'm watching The Data Guy. Yeah, I know. Shiloh Quinn says, claim of sexually abused / violated with a bottle sounds like Gone Girl. That's what a lot of people have said.
It does.
A lot of people have. Yeah. Arwen says, how can they finish in 3 weeks? No time for rebuttal. Well, they have budgeted their time accordingly, apparently. And a lot of the witnesses, the video deposition witnesses, have been for both sides. So maybe that's why. Muffin Diver says, thanks for another day of commentary. Hasta mañana. Hasta mañana. Yomira Soto Villafana says, can the jury have a phone at the hotel? Yes. Well, so they actually right now are staying at their own homes. They're not being sequestered in a hotel, but when they are, if they are going to be sequestered here, they will have access to a phone. I think their lines are probably going to be tapped. But yeah, they can talk to their families when they are sequestered. Vito Spatafiore says Hogue is a rock star, stands out like a serious thinker to me. Absolutely, 100%, 10 out of 10 would agree. Go subscribe to Rick Hogue if you have not already, because your brain will grow on his channel 100%. Any day of the week. We got to get him to 70K. We need to get him to 70K.
Very nice.
Chris Baker. Of course. I'm just stating facts. That's all. Chris Baker says, graduating in 2 weekends. Hope these trials chill while studying for the July bar, or I won't get anything done.
Baby lawyers.
Good luck.
Awesome.
Good luck, Chris Baker. Good luck in your finals. Good luck on the bar. I think you'll get a little bit of time. Yeah. You should be able to get a little bit of time to focus on. Yeah. It should start in the beginning of June. I think is when you're studying.
You throw open the bar books. You turn this on in the background. You'll be good to go. I was listening to Tigers games all summer before the bar, and they were terrible.
Bernard says AH is still an actress, a mediocre one, but maybe she would have the range to pull off an emotional and moving performance for the jury. Could be. She could also bring out legitimate human emotions, even if they look funny. I don't know.
She could be a person, folks. She could.
Kelly Levis says, how can AH's team get through so many witnesses? Can the trial exceed 6 weeks? No, I think the judge has been very clear that she says no.
We're told she's a stickler, and we have every reason to believe it.
They've got to keep it choppy. Art for the Glory of God by Sharon says, just saw a petition to remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2 Unchanged.org. Signatures up to 3,166,773 and climbing. Cool. Alicia Wilson says, do you think the graph shown in court today will prove that JD's reputation was ruined by the op-ed? Sorry, I asked earlier and then the power went out.
We did. We answered that one. Yeah.
Okay, good. McGuffin Doe says, congrats to my wife, Angelica, passing the Illinois bar. Congratulations.
Congrats, Angelica.
Another lawyer has been freshly minted. Welcome to the ranks. And welcome to the rest of your terrible life as no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
You're not supposed to do that to the brand new lawyers. You do that over drinks in like 5 years. No.
Remember when you got bamboozled into going to law school and becoming a lawyer? That was funny. Anyhow, no, I'm kidding. Congratulations. Rahali Danubian says, if Johnny loses his case, does he have a shot at an appeal for the defense, bringing up the fact that he lost the Sun trial? No, because they opened the door.
With coloring within the lines. I mean, it's right up to the line, but
I haven't. It's so for starters, it is incredibly difficult to win an appeal. Like winning an appeal is like ridiculously hard, way harder than winning any trial, right? So as difficult as winning a jury trial can be, appeal is way harder. You have to have a really good reason.
Civil is harder than criminal to get it overturned. Depends on the circuit. I don't actually know what Virginia's circuit would be, but you can look this stuff up. They keep records of these things. And the last time I looked at it, I was doing Ninth Circuit. It was something like 3% on a full overturn on the merits.
Yeah. So in a situation where arguably the bad information came in through Johnny Depp's own witness, and it hasn't been done improperly. It was done with supervision under the judge, and it looks like it was like narrow, but still, it still was like they were really towing the line. I don't see anything that's appealable at this point. Deborah Wallace says AH ought to play Alita in the movie. What?
That would be a twist.
It would be a blast hearing her hearing her say the things you said about her. Oh my gosh, that would be hilarious.
The only job Amber Heard can get is to play Alita covering Amber Heard's trial. Yeah, that would be interesting.
But the question is, would she do my part justice? Probably not. Intentionally not. She would be like, screw this biatch. Shindig Eats says, prediction of JD's team ending on a strong rest.
That's the dream.
That is the dream. That's what they're going for. We'll see what tomorrow looks like. Good Charles says, Christopher Melcher said, was a great day for Depp. As Rick has said, reasonable minds can differ.
Reasonable minds can differ. I don't
we're getting right up to that reasonable minds borderline for me. No, I just different people can come from
Just
different
how reasonable is Mr. Melcher?
Yeah.
Kai Wellington says, if a judge and not jury, would case already be over? Maybe. I don't know. We're just we so do not have trial by without a jury so often. I don't know. We should ask Rob actually when we see him next, because he does so many family law trials without a jury.
Well, in my
But this
corporate
is-
law land, right, we waive jury trials. Like that goes in the contract, because the general notion in my neck of the woods is that juries are overly emotional and don't pay attention to contract terms or what the sentences say. So you get more judge trials if you wind up with a big old breach of contract case. So you definitely see it presented differently, because some of this stuff was presented for emotionality. Some of this stuff was just, let's make Johnny Depp, for instance, more personal, more of a human being when you would judge the facts. So it would be presented differently. Would it be over? No, I think it's still going to be 4 weeks at least, or something like that, if you've got all this evidence. But no, if the other question is a metaphorical, would it be over because the judge would just hold for Johnny Depp? I don't think that either.
Yeah. Lucky and Maja says, Bodyguard story today matches what AH's sis told her boss, Jennifer Howell, Mirror UK reported. How could that play out here?
It's corroboration.
Yeah, exactly. Stacy 1 says, overall, do you think Johnny will be able to continue his career even with a not guilty verdict? You mean,
A loss.
So with a loss, yeah, because guilty, not guilty, that's in a criminal case. We're in a civil case. It's
we have a lot of magic
some-
words, people. Yeah.
Exactly. If he doesn't win, I don't know Hollywood's machine well enough to know if that's going to be enough on its own. I don't know. All I know is that it's better for him if he has that piece of paper at the end of the day saying that he won. Fortune says, day one quote, I won't be here every day, says Hogue.
Did I say that day one? Okay.
You may have. You may
yeah,
have.
Well,
next week you won't be here every day, right? Because the trial won't be in. Maybe.
Yeah, I could say that now. Who knows?
Myra M says, does Friday count as part of 6 weeks since no trial day? I mean, it
Yes.
counts as a day of the week. Yes.
Well, I think their calculations assumed that Friday existed. So I think it was 6 weeks of literally 6 weeks.
Yes. Yeah. AN says, technical comment. Congrats on figuring out your stream. Glad I could help, if only a little bit. I couldn't catch the entire stream, but congrats on 135K. FYI, my name is Alex. Thank you, Alex.
Are you at 135? That's fantastic.
I am. It's wonderful. I appreciate everyone who has chosen to watch and subscribe and like all the stuff.
Did you keep track of what your number was before this all started, so we can celebrate 100,000 more from the trial?
We're almost there.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Oliver says, do mirror juries like in the TV series Bull exist? If so, would it be safe to assume that JD's team has one to adjust their strategy going forward? So mock juries. Yes. People do mock juries all the time, and especially in high profile trials, they for sure 100% have done some kind of mock jury for this. Both sides, that I would venture, did that, because that's how they test out different options for, like in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. We found out that they did a mock jury for that one to say, should Kyle take the stand? Should Kyle not take the stand? What do various mock juries think about that? How do they respond to that? And overwhelmingly, they were like, he's got to take the stand. So for important questions like that, yeah.
Yeah, they said that in the interview to that one, wasn't it? He said, that was Mark Richards. It says it was vastly improved outcomes if he took the stand.
Yep. Vito Spatafiore says, Alita, can Depp's team call Amber before the case ends? Sorry if this was already answered. Hogue is a boss. Show some love if you haven't subscribed to him already.
I'll take that as a Dukes of Hazzard reference.
Can they call Amber before their case ends? Yeah, they can. They can call her as an adverse witness. They absolutely can. I don't know if I would recommend it. I don't know. But anyhow, Jonathan Miller says, who's best witness for JD? Dr. Curry. She testified Borderlands lie about abuse. Question 2, where are the WAPO depots? AH need to be linked to the title for defamation. So who is the best witness for JD? Dr. Curry was phenomenal. She really was. She was great. Who else was really good?
I'm gonna go with Johnny Depp.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I don't know if that's cheating. You know, that looked like the cheating acknowledgement, but I think Johnny Depp was the most effective, and then Dr. Curry probably second.
Yeah, and ACLU number 3.
ACLU was very good.
Yeah. Question 2: Where were the WAPO depots? As in,
I would
did
love
they
to see more
depose?
info from the Washington Post.
Yeah, I don't know. AH needs to be linked to the title for defamation. For defamation on that statement, yes, on the title. If they're going to try to use the title as a basis for the defamation, then yes. For Crying Out Loud says, what are the jury allowed to review during deliberation? The evidence that they got to see, and their notes, and the jury instructions. Basically, that's it. But there's a lot of evidence for them to review. Myra M says Rottenborn should be called Barty Crouch Jr.
He does have a little David Tennant.
A little bit. Don Lionheart says, I'm coming up on 5 years since admission. Does that mean Hogan and Alita owe me drinks?
Sounds like it.
If we're in town, I suppose. Why not?
Congrats on 5 years of not
Yeah.
washing out of all legal fields.
Yep. It's you didn't do the 5 and dive, as is often seen in the military. Kinsey B says JD defense should have pointed out both Q graphs steadily declining after 2013 when JD/AH got together, consistent with being in an abusive relationship, but that doesn't quite lend itself to the Washington Post article. Well, it doesn't matter that it's because of him being with her. That doesn't help. In fact, that makes things even worse to say that he was on a steady decline already, which is kind of Amber Heard's legal team's whole point there. That to me is I don't think that would have been a very good argument for them. Diego HD says, winning or losing this case, I think that Johnny telling his story and bringing all this evidence to the eye of the public is a huge win for him. What do you think? I 100% agree.
I think we all agree on that.
Yep. Otto Rommel says Roe v. Wade overturned. I doubt that. Stacy 1 says, I'm a wee bit embarrassed, but based off my question, do you think the jurors might be thinking questions like that too? I'm just a high school education. Which question was that?
We've been embarrassed, but based off my question, do you think the jurors might be thinking questions like that too?
I think. Well, I don't think you need to be embarrassed by any question that you've asked. I apologize. I didn't retain which question you asked.
I think there's a good thesis that most questions that chat asks could pop into a juror's mind. So I'm going to answer generically for anything that might have been asked by you before.
100%. I would most definitely agree. And I never want anyone to be embarrassed by any question ever, in any kind of chat or super chat, because it's, people, anytime someone starts a super chat with like, this is probably a stupid question, I'm like, that's not true. I haven't seen the question, but I know that's not true. So, so never be embarrassed. I appreciate you asking, because the fact that you're in high school and asking these kinds of questions are fantastic. I love it. Or high school education. Shouldn't assume you're in high school. Ursula Voice, thank you for the super chat. Well, that's the last one. We made it. Somehow Rick stayed with me until the end.
It was an accident.
Just going to be a half an hour.
It was a pure accident. So you're saying you made it. Did your power out? So when I'm seeing star 63 comments, did we hit those?
I don't see star 63 comments.
Okay.
That's strange.
Yeah, I have 63. I can't pull them up. I could read them.
Uh-oh. Oh shoot, is it because I had left and came back? No, because I've starred comments and gotten out and come back in before.
Okay. These look like to me they're from about 4 p.m. till about 7:45 p.m. Which is my time. Okay, let me translate. Sorry. It's about 5 hours ago till about a little more than 2 hours ago, or a little more than 1 hour ago.
Those should have definitely been addressed already a long time ago, because I go in order.
Okay. I'm fully willing to acknowledge. I do have 63 comments, so I just don't know.
Okay. hopefully we have gone through all of them. I sincerely apologize. Oh, Diana P says that we missed one of hers. Okay.
Well, let's see. Let me just ask you a few of these questions, Sample. You can tell me if, and I'll figure out how to save them, maybe,
Sure.
if you've answered them. So, how relevant are Q scores when he was canned by Disney for Pirate 6? Remember answering that one?
Canned by Disney from Pirate 6. Oh, I don't
Why?
remember asking.
Why the F would JD attorneys call this guy, presumably data guy? This stuff from a competent expert would be 1,000 times awful. Could it be that they got this sorry excuse of an expert to preempt the other side from having their own happy face? These aren't ringing a bell for me, but I could have blacked out. I'm fully willing to admit.
Yeah, Peggy Cole also says that I haven't seen my comment.
Let me see if I have a Peggy Cole in here, because we can answer these 63. I mean, I can just read them.
If I can find where they are from backstage, like in YouTube Studio, then I can find them here and try to get them. Shoot. Okay.
Are you getting any right now that are added?
Huh?
Apologize. This is behind the scenes.
Yeah. Yeah. I have two that have just been added.
Just been added. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see here. Okay. So here's one from Peggy Cole. Going into this case, I had never heard about this. Oh, but no, we saw that one. I never saw a pirate movie, but when I read the op-ed, the line about the Titanic sold me. Yeah, okay, but there's another one. Let's see. There might be another one here. 1 out of 3. I haven't seen my comment. LB, could you please explain the change in California employment law you referred to earlier? Yeah, no. Oh, no, that's a different Peggy. Okay, no, we talked about that one. Is there? Can you read a name that you see starred?
Sure, I've got Anna Hart, Ryan Moore,
okay,
Charlotte Webb.
Let me see. Let me try to find Ryan Moore. Question: do you think JD is looking at this from macro, winning the court of public opinion holds more weight?
9 p.m. Okay. It's in my not answered starred.
Shoot.
I'm not trying to add 65 comments for you. I just
I know.
Get what they paid for.
I know. It's I try to go through these. Oh, okay. I see here. Okay. Let's see. There's one. David X is the jury sequestered. Do they meet every day? They're not sequestered, and they'll meet every day when they're deliberating, but they don't meet right now. For crying out loud, says the nurse's notes today include that AH told her she shared shrooms. And oh yeah, no, we saw that. More Unbreaded Havoc says Joe is great. Thanks for letting Joe stream your show and then come here and vent. Love his spice without missing out on the Legalbytes crew. Is that one that starred?
I don't think I don't know that I have that one. Let's see. Who was that?
More Unbreaded Havoc. Unless that was one that I
sure
just...
it is.
Yeah.
Good job, people. No, I don't have that one. Did we answer that already?
I may have. That may have been one that I showed without addressing.
Yeah, I don't know how to.
The problem with YouTube Studio is that I can't see the hour that it was sent, but they pop up in order.
Yeah, I got the first one is Randy Balin.
Okay, then let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do Randy Randy
Bailin.
Okay.
Thank you for sticking with us, chat.
Yeah. So he says, how relevant are Q scores when he was scanned by Disney for Pirates 6? Canned by Disney for Pirates 6. Well, that was right after the op-ed. So that's what we would think that would be very relevant. But he said that he didn't look at evidence for right after the op-ed.
Yeah, and I think that would be in response to who cares about Data Guy when you've got somebody saying he lost Pirate 6, right? And I think that's a fair kind of comment.
Yeah. Is the next one Laura Mazeral?
No, my next one is Joshua Frost.
Joshua Frost. Okay. So then, yeah, because I read that.
I can just announce the person after we finish a question.
Yeah. Oh yeah, let's do it. Joshua Frost. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, just pull it up. Just pull it up. Okay. Joshua Frost. That's not you. That's backstage.
I'm not that good.
Backstage help. Why the F would JD's attorneys call this guy? I don't know. I honestly don't know what they were possibly thinking. All right, next question.
Oh, somebody's taking over. All right, cool.
Yes, we've got help backstage. Thank you. Daniel $2 says this stuff from a competent expert would be 1,000 times awful.
1,000 times awful. Yeah.
Yeah. Would it be that they just got this sorry excuse of an expert to preempt the other side from having their own? Oh, I don't know.
It
I
doesn't
don't think
preempt
so.
anything. It was just bad. Sometimes it happens.
There was just no need to have him, in my opinion. All right, next one. Is this really bad for JD? Can he come back from this? He can come back from it. He absolutely can come back from it. Okay. Cassidy Astione says, is it beneficial for Amber's team to save any potential bombshells against Johnny until towards the end of trial? Yeah, I mean, it could be if they end on a very, very crazy note, they absolutely could. Next one. Sharon Yavari says, was all of the previous discussion about how Johnny lost job offers and there was evidence with those comments not enough to overshadow what just happened?
Perfectly fair critique.
Yeah. Yep. Betty Hayes says, didn't Tinker see nada? Proof JD self-harm. That was a nurse, the RN, right? That apparently she didn't see anything. So I expect that to come up with the rest of Nurse Boerum's testimony tomorrow in the video deposition. All right, next one. Paul P. In closing arguments, can only testimony be used? No, they can use evidence too. Next one. Kate says, I know this is irrelevant, but why didn't JD challenge the TRO? Wouldn't that have made all the difference? And why did he sign the divorce agreement?
Hindsight.
Multiple reasons. Well, I think the TRO, I can't remember who was saying it. Maybe it was Rob was saying it, that the TRO is such a small burden. It generally speaking doesn't mean that much because it's a temporary restraining order. It's a regular or a permanent restraining order that you need to worry about because there's a whole hearing where you have to put on evidence. That is something that is worth fighting. A temporary restraining order doesn't actually on its own mean anything. However, there's just been so much meaning attached to it in this case. And generally speaking in Hollywood, because of her Washington Post op-ed. So the advice may have been, let this go away on its own. It will go away. And then we'll have the NDA. It will never come up again. So Pat A says, don't you think his reputation in Hollywood is more important than Google searches in general? Represented, by the way, I would have done that Google analysis myself. I think that the testimony right before that absolutely shows that is more important. Is Hollywood's interpretation of who Johnny is based on the Washington Post op-ed. That's what we heard today. 12 Happy Hannah says, what are conversations like amongst the legal team after a witness bombs like a data guy? Maybe depends if more of a team fail versus an individual lawyer.
Shake it off.
Yeah. Go maybe have a beer together afterwards, kind of talk about it and be like, all right, let's get tomorrow. Next one. Kate says, see the 5/11/16 nurse noted Chella, mushroom and vomiting, and 5/9 illicit drugs at house with high profile male acquaintance, and JD was not aware of it. Must come up. No, I would expect it to. A lot of people notice that. A lot of people notice that. Next one. Anna R says the lawyer who crossed that terrible witness is Adam Nadelhoft, not Rottenborn, like everyone is saying. This is the same lawyer who objected to his own question. It is the same lawyer who objected to his own question. We were calling him Baby Rottenborn.
We call him Baby Rottenborn. That's not like a slight on Rottenborn. That's just a younger Rottenborn.
Yeah, exactly. Chelsea D says motion for to have someone from chat invited to the live stream to give their thoughts on how things are going / witness. Can't imagine most normies would have stayed tuned into the terrible witness. Maybe. But we do have some normies that like to come on. Like we had Colonel Kurtz. She's not a lawyer. We had Eric Conley came on for a little bit too. All right, next one. Brandon Tatton says that stats guy was a clown. First year interns do better work. Also, where is the hand specialist? Fair point. What's the next one? Blue says team, listen to this audio from JD angry in the Australian incident. Of course his fingers was cut off. Yeah, you're right. I agree with that. Next one. Trying to win harder can become a game of throws. Next one. Kaya K says, who is Adam Waldman, the attorney for Johnny Depp, who is implicated in her counterclaims? Renee B says, friend finally made it in court today and called to tell me jurors are starting to show exasperation to Amber Heard's team continuous objections. Interesting.
That would be interesting.
Very interesting. Okay, next.
And very believable.
Yes. Yes, very relatable too, because we are all exasperated. Fjord Anderson says the Sun and Amber Heard's were contradictory.
I don't know enough about the Suns.
Okay, next one. Nuke Ma Disease says today not great, but if Depp team ties original sin TPO and draws clear dotted line to the Washington Post with malice, damage is obvious regardless of Q scores. I think so. I think those could be disregarded as gobbledygook. Roswell 13 says her outfit today mirrors Johnny from Friday. She's still crazy. Next one. Fortune says, love you all. Can you change your testimony from your deposition? Like if you recall new information or find new data, you guys are doing great. It is problematic if you, I mean, unless you have a good explanation for why you're changing your testimony. But if you're a lay witness, you're at both times you're testifying to something that has already happened. So you're not going to be, yeah, generally speaking. Britt Cormier says, Amber, I was protecting my sister like anyone would. Me, you do not know my sister, LMAO. Next one. Jake West, Chu is also the best at countering objections, and his team will object 24/7. You know it. Next one. Diana P says, I know both sides can lose, but can they both win their claims since they are different claims with different burdens of proof? They can both win their claims. They can. Yep. Zach Frisch says, if you were Amber's lawyer, is there anything you would tell her specifically not to say? Don't admit to any of the violence, maybe? I don't know, but you also want her to be truthful. Like at the end of the day, you want her to be truthful and you don't want to be coaching her on what to say, generally speaking. Next one. Michael Starodubov says, hey, the question that keeps bothering me is whether Amber's BPD will soften the opinion about her in the eyes of the judge or jury. It could. It could soften her in the eyes of the jury because they could say, hey, look, this is somebody who's been struggling with something for quite some time. And maybe we should have some empathy towards her. Could be.
It'd be interesting to see if they steer into it. That would be a strategy that would be fascinating.
Yeah. Babylonia Rising says Deadline.com says Amber Heard expected to file motion to toss Johnny Depp's $50 million case. Required move expected to fail. No idea what or who they are.
Good job headlines at Deadline though, because the semicolon required move expected to fail is what you actually need from just skimming through a story like that. So more power to you, Deadline. They're right between an industry magazine and a rag. So
Bacchus says, why is the case live streamed, but more important cases like Cosby or Maxwell aren't? There is a lot of conspiracy theory brewing from this question. It is a very simple one, and it has nothing to do with conspiracy at all. It is because those are federal cases. This is in state court. Federal cases never have cameras in the courtroom because there are rules against it. It is stupid. I think it's dumb. I think it needs to change because I think that cameras should be in the courtroom, especially for cases like Cosby and Maxwell. But this is just the way that it is. We are allowed to be in state court with cameras in the courtroom, not in federal court.
The federal courts fear your eyes.
Guns Down in Hale says, why didn't the data guy also show Amber benefited from Johnny's cancellation?
Because he wasn't asked to, because Johnny's team didn't know what they even wanted from him.
Sounds like it. Yeah, next one. Stephanie Wingfield says, would it be helpful to the JD team to show public perception changes over time, RE drugs versus DV?
Broadly, yes.
Yeah, possibly. Luminia M says, finding your channel at this time and listening to you have changed my view on the law and lawyers forever. Thank you. Hey, I'm really happy about that.
We're assuming positively there, but thank you.
Good point. Lottie Da says his contracts didn't dry up because of Q scores. It dried up because Disney, etc., didn't want to take the risk after the op-ed.
Certainly looks that
way. That is what we've gotten from the other experts, and hopefully the jury has read it that way as well. Babylonia Rising says, and with Fry, we have a full 9 panels and a legit game of Hollywood Squares. Yes, we did. That was awesome. See the Cause says, probably been asked at least once already, but what is per se in the legal sense? It basically means that the defamation is so bad that it can be assumed that damages have accrued, that you don't even need to get into it because it's just so bad. Things like criminal accusations and in this case, accusations that would destroy somebody's career.
Yeah, on its face.
Yep. Desi says, will they ever bring up AH abusing her ex-girlfriend? Only if she opens the door to it, is my guess. Stephanie Wingfield says, I think when it comes to damages, the most persuasive thing for the jury will be their personal feelings before versus after the op-ed.
I could buy that.
Could be. Brandon Lesko says, I mean, can we please talk about how AH does shrooms? Molly gets boozed up and pukes more than Joe when he has to drive himself on the highway. I just want to know what was redacted in those notes.
Probably
Jury probably
boring
does too.
stuff. I mean, the redactions are supposed to be stuff that doesn't relate to the case at all.
Farrell Drake says, why try to prove it if per se is implied? Because it just makes a stronger case if you can show it. Because, and also looking at a jury, they're asking for $50 million, right? Johnny Depp is asking for $50 million. That's a lot of money for anyone. And, you know, if this is like your average person on the jury, they could be like, $10 million is insane. Why do you want $50 million? Just like, I don't see any basis for that. So it could just be that it helps to humanize those numbers for them somewhat and to make them more reasonable.
I do think the testimony, outside of just the causality of just the agent saying numbers related to the movies, was helpful at that, at least, which is like, if you do think he lost some movies, those numbers were huge.
Yeah.
He was getting paid.
Yeah. Exactly. Carla McDonald says, is AH better of not taking the stand at this stage? Nurse has notes of her getting sick. DA arrest, audio donations. She will be crucified on the stand. It doesn't matter. I mean, she'll be cross-examined no matter what. And those questions will be tough. But I do think that it is better for her to be prepared first with an expert witness ahead of time. KP says, Kathleen Zellner, Making a Murderer, has Johnny Depp on her website as active cases. Do you know what her involvement with the case may be? My guess is she's probably a consultant. That is my guess, because we haven't seen her. KPD says, what is fetch? It is a reference.
Fetch?
It is a reference to the movie Mean Girls, which is, of course, a cult classic, and especially among my generation. It is one of my favorite movies of all time, starring Lindsay Lohan back when she was a teenager and before things went off the rails for her. But it is a fantastic movie that is a beautiful, beautiful case study of what it is to be a young woman in high school and what some of the challenges are in that time of life. And it is so relatable and so fantastic. But anyhow, it's a reference to one of the characters, Gretchen Wieners. She wants to try to make fetch happen. She's trying to like make it a thing for people to say that's so fetch, which it took me an embarrassingly amount of time to realize that what she meant was it was a shortened version of fetching, because she says like, she's like, what is fetch? And she's like, it's like slang from England. Anyhow, yeah. So great movie. Please watch it. It's hilarious. Chris Burton says the UK case was brought up. Why wasn't this thrown out? Why wasn't Amber's lawyer penalized? Because they managed to stick their foot in the door and wedge it open, basically, is how they did it. They didn't actually technically do anything wrong. They really, really wriggled in there very, very skillfully, as lawyers can do. Managing to get the expert witnesses to open the door by talking about the overall environment, the other articles that existed around at that time, asking about the Sun article, asking about the litigation that resulted from it. So that's basically how they were able to do it. Raw O Sugar says the Sun printed what they thought to be true. AH wrote what she knew to be false. Can they use this distinction to say UK loss doesn't prevent US win? Maybe. I suppose. Sure, they probably could, but I know that they probably don't want to talk about it really much at all. Ivy Jewel says Legalbytes, as for the SA accusation, didn't Amber steal her ex-PA's SA story? That is, I've heard that. It hasn't come into testimony, but I have heard that. Becky Rick says, why can't the jury hear certain things? I don't understand sidebars. That's because those conversations are understood by the lawyers, but not necessarily understood by a layperson if you don't have a lawyer talking into your ear. So that can end up confusing the jury, prejudicing the jury in various ways. And so it's better to have those conversations outside of the presence of the jury. Oftentimes they're talking about usually they're talking about whether or not to admit certain pieces of evidence. And so it's like, if you tell the jury that a piece of evidence exists, but they're not allowed to see it, it can influence the jury in all kinds of wild ways.
Right. Well, if you did it in public, right? It's like, well, we'd ask the court to admit the beating photos, and then there's an objection, and then no.
and then arguing why it should be, why it shouldn't be. Like it's just like it's kind of like when you have a friend that comes over and says, "Oh my God, there was this thing that happened to me. I can't tell you about it." It's exactly like we've all had a friend that has done that, right? Like, "Oh, I can't spread drama. I can't spread drama." We've all had a friend that said something like that at some point.
This is how I feel about attorney-client privilege. Oh, I'm so excited. No, sorry, no, nothing.
David X says, "Is the jury sequestered? Do they meet every day?" They are not sequestered, and they will meet every day when they are deliberating. They're not supposed to talk about the case together. They can talk, but just not about that. Charlotte Webb says, "Can you explain for the truth? I thought that the witness were all supposed to be telling the truth." So yeah, we're referring to hearsay when you have an out of court statement that is submitted for the truth of the matter asserted. Basically, it's what that means is when you have a statement that you're trying to introduce in order to for that meaning of that statement to mean that thing happened. For example, like the best example that I usually use is, if Rocky Pennington says, "Amber told me Johnny hit her," that statement, if brought into court, generally speaking, is going to be used so that statement of Amber Heard telling Rocky Pennington that Johnny hit her to mean that Johnny actually hit her. So it's the truth of the matter asserted in that statement, that Amber is asserting in that statement that Johnny hit her, and that's why it's being offered. You can have a statement that is offered for other purposes that is not that. So then you can let in the statement that might otherwise seem like hearsay. I know it's kind of confusing, but that's basically that. Bika says the lawyer's job seems to be to manipulate what the jury sees and hears, not actually arrive at the truth. Is that a fair statement?
No.
Well, it might seem that way, but here's looking at both sides of the ledger here. Both sides have their set of facts. They have this universe of facts, and they say, we can put these in together into this frame or in this frame or in this frame. What is the best framework that is most advantageous to my client? I will argue from those facts from that perspective. That is what they're doing. It might look like manipulation to some, but really it's just taking a certain set of facts and making your best argument. Ryan Moore says, "Do you think JD is looking at this from the macro? Winning the court of public opinion holds more weight in Hollywood than the outcome of this case." I mean, yeah, but I think winning the outcome of this case also helps with the public perception, for sure. Anna Hart says, "Did a lawyer get in trouble for harassment today?"
Yeah, that was objection harassment. You heard from Ben Chu for what he argued was badgering the witness. You might also hear in TV and movies. He was overruled on that during his attempt to defend his witness.
Yep. Yomira Soto Villafana says, "There was an alpaca in the line. Ha ha ha. Seriously, can the jury ask something?" Jury cannot ask any questions. In some jurisdictions, they can.
Pass some notes.
McGuffin Doe says, "Why are duels illegal? If it's good enough for Alexander Hamilton, then it's good enough for me." Well, I think it's just we outlawed that a while ago.
I think duels were actually illegal even when Alexander Hamilton got shot. You'd have to look at those dates. Pretty sure though.
Also, I'm seeing in the chat here, before I address this one, Busha said that I missed his super chat question. Can I answer it, please? Spitting, punching, AT did. Is this physical DV? Spitting and punching would be physical. Those would be physical DV. Yes. So to answer that. Okay. Durrani Devi says, "UK judge said in his verdict, Amber can't be a gold digger because she donated $7 million. You guys should read that verdict." Yeah, that's my understanding, but it's not exactly relevant here unless Johnny's attorneys decide to bring it in. Alicia Mata says, "Jennifer Grey just came out saying Johnny was crazy jealous when they were together during his 21 Jump Street days." Doesn't mean DV.
No, it doesn't. And that's a long time ago.
That is a long time. He was a teenager. People are different in their teenage years than later, oftentimes. Ryan Blackhawk says, "Who's bringing the muffins for Amber's testimony?" That's a grand idea.
That'd be cute.
Next one. Yeah. KP says, do you know what Kathleen Zellner's involvement with this case is? She has JD under active cases on her website. So she is probably a consultant on the case. That's my guess. I have no information other than that she's listed as an attorney on the case. But
Proposal, short form video. What is Zellner's role in the Johnny Depp case? 10 seconds. We don't know. Out.
KHA says, Hogue, regarding why JD didn't sue earlier, speaking only from personal experience, 15 years after I got out of my abuse situation, I'm still terrified to rock the boat with my ex-husband.
Also could make sense. Absolutely.
Yes. Yep. Makes perfect sense. Cleonic says, what pieces of evidence stand out the most to you at this point? If it's the fake broken nose nail polish tissue, for me, that nail polish was very interesting. I think for me, it's that audio clip from the redirect, the tell the world Johnny.
Yeah,
and his finger.
Yeah, and the one right before it, which says, I can't rescind my statements because the lawyers told me to go file for a TRO and I'd lose my, I forget what she says, like essentially her viability and truthfulness. So all